Global catastrophe, high martial abilities, anime, otherworld invasion. A global catastrophe has swept across the world, changing the status of humanity as the dominant species. Zhuo Long awakens the everything can be eaten system. Eat a flower mosquito, awaken blood-sucking abilities. Drink a sip of northwest wind, awaken wind, elemental power. Eat a bite of yellow dirt, awaken earth, elemental power. While others awaken a single talent, Zhuo Long is troubled by having too many talents. While others avoid the forbidden zones like the plague, Zhuo Long treats the forbidden zones as a live-streaming sales base. Chapter 1. Sending a friend to the afterlife. Pain. A severe headache surged like a tide, instantly engulfing Zhuo Long, who had just woken up. What the hell? I was just taking a nap. Okay, napping while driving is indeed a bad idea. Did I get into a car accident? That shouldn't be the case. With my battle-hardened experience, even if I doze off, my body should sense danger the moment it arrives. In a daze, another wave of intense headache hit, accompanied by large fragments of memories. This is Zhuo Long's memories? Damn, you're Zhuo Long? Who the hell am I? How dare someone share my name? He was furious. One day, he'll take a rocket launcher and wipe you out. Wait, this bumpy feeling. Am I being dragged on the ground? Zhuo Long instantly realized the danger and continued to pretend to be unconscious, opening his eyes a crack without making a sound. His vision shifted from blurry to clear, revealing a man and a woman, one dragging his foot forward. He recognized these two. No, it should be said that the Zhuo Long and his memories recognized them. These two were Zhuo Long's memories' high school classmates and friends, the man named Fan Jian and the woman named Dan. Seeing that there was no immediate danger to his life, Zhuo Long focused on his mind. The pain in his head continued, and the memories continued to merge. This is crazy. I crossed over? By this logic, I must have died in a car accident in my original world, triggering this reincarnation. It's over, damn it. What disgrace. I, the mercenary king who has fought on countless battlefields and killed many, just disappeared while driving. Not dying on the battlefield amidst gunfire, but in such a ridiculous way in the rear. I really wonder what expression my soldiers will have when they hear this news. The more Zhuo Long thought about it, the more anxious he became. If he were in the original world, the coffin lid wouldn't even be able to contain him. Can't think about it. Can't think about it. I'm dead, so what if the flood comes? While sorting through his memories, he kept an eye on the man and woman in front of him. According to the memories in his mind, this morning Fan Jian and Dan approached him, claiming they had discovered a safe and quick way to make money, inviting him to join them. Zhuo Long original had a good relationship with these two friends and trusted them, excitedly following them out of the city. For these young people forced by life, a safe and quick way to make money was definitely an enticing temptation. However, when they reached a desolate area, the two revealed their fangs. In Zhuo Long's original incredulous gaze, they ambushed him. Zhuo Long's original memories ended here. He was ambushed and killed just like that. At this moment, Dan spoke. Jian, this time Wang Kuan gave us enough money to last a lifetime. What are your plans for the future? Fan Jian. Hey, after we get into college, we'll get married and open a small shop to live a carefree life. By the way, this Zhuo Long is really our lucky star, ha. Dan blushed at his words. Yeah, why provoke Wang Kuan? He doesn't even know who he is. Jian, let's leave him here. I'm afraid of danger if we go deeper into the forest. Fan Jian. Okay, I think it's fine to leave him here. In less than half a day, his body will definitely be eaten by the magical beasts. They let go, allowing Zhuo Long's legs to fall to the ground. Dan, let's go. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. Fan Jian, yeah, let's go. The two turned around, preparing to leave the forest. Zhuo Long, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. In a flash, he kicked Fan Jian in the knee pit. Fan Jian's leg went soft, and he knelt to the ground, feeling his neck tighten, now under control. Zhuo Long grinned. Want to leave? Did you ask me? Fan Jian was horrified, shocked both by Zhuo Long's resurrection and by being restrained at a vital point. How could you still be alive? Zhuo Long. I don't want to hear you talk, goodbye. With that, he swiftly moved his hands. Crack. A sound echoed, as if something had broken. Fan Jian's eyes rolled back, his body slumping to the ground, motionless. Fan Jian was dead. Jian. Dan let out a sharp scream, stunned by what had just happened. Zhuo Long ignored her. You killed Jian? Dan exclaimed in horror. You're so cruel. Zhuo Long chuckled. I'm cruel for killing him? What about when you killed me? Why didn't you say that was cruel? He squatted next to Fan Jian's body, fiddling with his head. What a double standard. Your true colors are disgusting to me. You might as well join him. No, don't come over. Dan panicked, frantically running backward. Zhuo Qinglong leisurely followed her, an invisible sense of oppression engulfing Dan's fragile psyche. Ouch! In her panic, Dan tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. She didn't give up on escaping instead. She pushed herself up and desperately crawled forward. Her heart screamed. The beautiful days are right before her. She cannot die here. As she crawled, a large foot blocked her path. She despaired, screaming, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Right? I can be your woman. I could be a mistress or a concubine." Dan, as if finding a lifeline, scrambled to her feet. She hurriedly began to undress while anxiously saying, "I'm still pure, really. Fan Jian never touched me." Zhuo Qinglong sighed deeply. "You could have left with dignity." Suddenly, he reached out, grabbing Dan by the neck and in her incredulous gaze. Crack! He broke her neck. Dan's eyes widened. Unable to comprehend, even in death, she had planned to make such a huge sacrifice, yet still could not escape the fate of being killed. Had she known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Zhuo Qinglong shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. No matter where you go, this statement holds truth. It's just a pity for that foolish Zhuo Qinglong original, too naive and gullible. Was it Wang Kuan who instigated this? I'll help you take revenge. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, with no intention to bury it, letting it serve as lunch for the beasts in the forest. Chapter 2. Human-shaped mosquito attractor. He turned and walked towards the outskirts of the forest in his memory. After walking a short distance, he stopped. In front of him stood two tall hyenas, as strong as calves. "Get lost," Zhuo Qinglong shouted, startling the hyenas into retreating a few steps, baring their teeth and growling softly. The aura of the Soldier King was not to be underestimated. That shout temporarily intimidated the hyenas, making them hesitate to approach. Seizing the opportunity, he slowly began to back away. However, for every step he took back, the hyenas advanced a step, clearly unwilling to let go of their prey. Zhuo Qinglong was on high alert, bending low while protecting his backside, which looked somewhat comical. There was no other choice. The hyenas had a notorious reputation as anal assassins, and he certainly did not want to be on the receiving end. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Zhuo Qinglong turned and sprinted, climbing up a tree that was large enough for a person to hug. Once he confirmed his safety, he found a fork in the tree to sit on, and his soldierly nature emerged, as he continuously spat at the two hyenas and whistled. The hyenas. How could they endure this? They couldn't. Infuriated, the hyenas jumped up and down, desperately trying to climb the tree to bite this detestable human. After toying with the hyenas for a while, Zhuo Qinglong began to regret it. Why? Because the hyenas weren't leaving, and their hatred meter was maxing out. A standoff ensued between him and the two hyenas. During this time, one hyena left for a while, and upon returning, it was replaced by the other one leaving. After a while, the two hyenas sat side by side, staring at Zhuo Qinglong without blinking. It seemed that the two hyenas had just taken turns to grab a bite to eat, indicating they were in it for the long haul. The sun began to tilt. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, he would have to spend the night in the forest, and the danger would increase dramatically. Slap! Zhuo Qinglong slapped a mosquito that had bitten his neck. The sun hadn't even set yet, and those pesky mosquitoes had already started to come out to feed. Ding! The all-consuming system activated. A pleasant voice rang in Zhuo Qinglong's mind. He was jolted. Could this be the legendary golden finger that time travelers and reincarnators must have? Let me see what functions it has. He summoned the system, and a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying a row of gray text that read, "All-consuming system awaiting activation." Huh, can't open it. What's going on? System, come out and explain. System? Damn, what a lousy system, so unintelligent. Ding. Detected host's abusive behavior towards the system. Silenced for 5 minutes. A melodious female voice chimed in. Huh, what the hell? Beat damn it. Zhuo Qinglong understood. This was a petty system. It's better to rely on oneself. The all-consuming system, as the name implies, was about eating, simple. He looked around. Besides tree trunks, there were only leaves. What could he eat? He couldn't digest that. Buzz. Slap. There were just too many damn mosquitoes. Wait, mosquitoes. Zhuo Qinglong held the squashed mosquito in his palm, contemplating. Considering the current situation, if he didn't seek a change soon, the sun would set. So he steeled his resolve, silently reminding himself that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and like taking medicine, he tossed the mosquito into his mouth. Ding. All-consuming system activated. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained F-rank ability blood-sucking technique. At that moment, a system panel appeared in Zhuo Qinglong's mind. Host. Zhuo Qinglong realm. non-awakened talent. F-rank blood-sucking technique LV1, 110, upgradable, attributes, strength 1, agility 1, spirit 1, constitution 1. Penetration 1 free attribute points, 0 current skills, none current equipment, none overall combat power rating. Weakling. Seeing this, Zhuqinglong fell into silence. A soldier king reduced to a weakling. He couldn't hold his head high. With such pathetic strength, he would just be dinner for the hyenas. The blood-sucking talent can be upgraded? Could it be upgraded to become a vampire? No way. Suddenly, he stood up, quietly took off his clothes. Standing naked on the tree fork, the human-shaped mosquito attractor was thus born. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would have been stuck with a perverted title. Slap, 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 eat, 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 ding. Free attribute point 1 ding. Free attribute point 1 ding. Blood-sucking technique upgraded to LV2, 120 ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a mosquito experience card, stored in the system warehouse. Huh, what is an experience card? Zhuqinglong opened the system warehouse. Looking at the introduction of the mosquito experience card, after using the experience card, transform into a mosquito for 30 minutes, possessing all the skills of a mosquito. The introduction was simple and straightforward. Zhuqinglong, what else can a mosquito do besides sucking blood? Huh, wait. Does that mean I can directly turn into a mosquito and fly away? He was momentarily delighted, then quickly dismissed the thought. No way. Those 2 hyenas forced him to be bitten all over by mosquitoes, and now he would just escape like a coward? That's not his style. He clicked on the mosquito experience card. Use. Boom. Zhuqinglong's thin, bamboo-like body vanished in place, and a spotted mosquito appeared in midair. Buzz, buzz. He had to admit this experience card was really effective. At that moment, transformed into a mosquito, Zhuqinglong felt no discomfort. As if he had been a mosquito since birth. You bastard hyenas, here I come. Buzz, buzz. He targeted one of the larger hyenas and dove down, landing smoothly. The mosquito, Zhuqinglong, perched on the hyena's neck and stabbed down hard, starting to suck. Ding. Detected that the host absorbed the essence of the hyena's blood. Free attribute points 5. Ding. Blood-sucking technique upgraded to LV3, 130 ding. Congratulations, host has awakened D-rank ability Iron Teeth and Copper Teeth. Non-upgradable, oh? The blood-sucking upgraded again? That means fighting, eating mosquitoes, and using the blood-sucking skill can enhance the blood-sucking level. As long as he keeps eating, he can gain free attribute points while sucking. He pulled up the system panel. Host, Zhuqinglong Realm, non-awakened talent. F-rank blood-sucking technique LV3, 130. D-rank Iron Teeth and Copper Teeth, non-upgradable, attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1. Spirit 1, Constitution 1, Penetration 1 free attribute points, 10 current skills, none current equipment, none overall combat power rating, weakling, X3. Oh, 3 weaklings worth of power. Not bad. Not really. That is still weak. He casually allocated the 10 free attribute points to strength, increasing it to 11. Overall combat power rating, 115. Zhuqinglong suddenly felt a surge of power within him. He was no longer the frail figure. Seeing that he no longer received prompts for sucking, he thought, mosquito experience cancelled. Boom. Zhuqinglong's thin, bamboo-like body suddenly appeared above the hyena's head. He kicked hard on the hyena's spine, crack. The spine snapped. The hyena let out a scream and fell to the ground, thrashing about. He didn't look at the results of that kick. Instead, after delivering the kick, he used the recoil to leap into the air and pounced on the other hyena before it could flee. Chapter 3. Street Bully with both hands gripping the hyena's neck. He drove his knee into its ribs with all his might. Crack, crack, crack. The ribs broke, piercing its internal organs. In just a short while, the hyena lay still. Zhuqinglong released the hyena, picked up a stone, and ended the suffering of the other hyena in advance. After exterminating the 2 hyenas, he let out a sigh of relief, finally having time to think about the Iron Teeth and Copper Teeth talent. As the name suggests, it was easy to understand. He casually picked up a stone and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. It was incredibly crisp. This ability was impressive, but he didn't dare to swallow it. Heaven had given him a pair of impressive teeth, but not an impressive stomach. It was too torturous. Looking up at the sky, it was time to go. Fortunately, Fan Jian and Yin Dan did not venture deep into the forest. They only wanted to leave him at the forest's edge. However, this made it easier for Zhuqinglong, who carefully walked for a while and soon exited the forest. As the sun set, a ragged, limping young man arrived at the city gates of Yongding. Huh, isn't that Qinglong? The gate guard, Old Wang, looked at the boy in surprise. You went to the Twilight Forest again? Zhuqinglong smiled at Old Wang. Yeah? Old Wang's wrinkled face twisted in concern. The Twilight Forest is an undeveloped area, filled with mutated beasts that run rampant. creating their own ecosystem. It is a forbidden zone for ordinary humans. Yongding City had organized exploration teams to investigate, but suffered heavy losses, although they returned with news of the forest's abundant resources. The residents of Yongding City were ecstatic upon hearing this news and flocked into the Twilight Forest. However, those who returned were few and far between. Time and again, explorations ended in bloodshed. As a result, very few people dared to enter the Twilight Forest now. Fortunately, the mutated magical beasts had not chased them out of the forest. It's too dangerous there. Don't take your life lightly. Old Wang earnestly advised. If you die in the forest, what will happen to your sister? I know. Uncle Wang, I will be careful. Zhuo Qinglong waved his hand and dragged his weary body into the city. Sigh, this child watching the boy's frail yet resolute figure. Old Wang felt helpless. Zhuo Qinglong clearly hadn't listened to his words. However, thinking about his family situation, Zhuo Qinglong and his sister Zhuo Qingzheng had relied on each other since childhood, not knowing who their parents were, barely surviving on the charity of neighbors. But as they grew up, the hefty tuition fees each year weighed heavily on Zhuo Qinglong's young shoulders. It's no wonder he would take risks in the Twilight Forest for a chance. With this thought, Old Wang shook his head and let out a deep sigh. However, what he did not know was that the Zhuo Qinglong entering the city was no longer the same as Zhuo Qinglong who had left. Ouch, that really hurts. Those two bastards were ruthless. Zhuo Qinglong rubbed the back of his head as he walked down the street. The information about this blue water planet flashing in his mind. The blue water planet was once a technologically advanced world, not much different from his original world. The turning point occurred 100 years ago, when a cataclysmic change happened. Mountains sank, land rose from the sea, disasters struck frequently, resulting in billions of human casualties. And when the mutations ended and humanity had not yet recovered from the devastation, other dimensions appeared. Various mutated beasts inexplicably emerged around the world. Humans were no match, so they could only pull back their defenses and build cities to fend off these mutated beasts. These mutated beasts, later referred to as magical beasts, subsequently overthrew humanity's dominance on the planet. The mutations did not only occur among beasts. After the disaster, humans underwent significant changes, gradually giving rise to individuals capable of practicing martial arts. There were also those who awakened various special abilities, known as supernatural beings. Relatively speaking, supernatural beings were much rarer than martial artists. Tap, 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 tap. A series of sounds resembling hoofbeats roared from behind Zhuo Qinglong, and then several Harley motorcycles sped past him. The smell of exhaust fumes mixed with the dust tickled his senses. Ugh, he spat and quickly covered his mouth and nose. Squinting ahead, riding the leading Harley motorcycle was a girl with flowing long hair, her tight outfit accentuating her curvy figure. The motorcycle girl was hot, and that was Zhuo Qinglong's impression of her. As for the long line of motorcycles following her, he glanced over and saw they were all men, instantly losing interest. A group of rich kids revolving around one woman, typical of excess energy. It was like a swarm of flies buzzing around a cracked egg. None of them were good. He ignored them and continued limping along. However, he didn't seek trouble, but trouble sought him. A motorcycle abruptly stopped beside him. You little punk, are you blind? How dare you spit on my bike? The motorcycle guy got off his bike and pointed at Zhuo Qinglong, saying, Get down on your knees and lick it clean. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at the motorcycle, seeing no spit, but rather mud all over it. It seemed these guys had just returned from outside the city. Are you deaf? Kneel and lick. The motorcycle guy continued with his arrogant talk. Zhuo Qinglong touched his nose, his eyes filled with danger. If someone familiar with him were here, they would know this was a sign he was about to take action. Seeing Zhuo Qinglong still not kneeling, the motorcycle guy got angry. How dare you glare at me? Looking for death? He raised his hand and slapped at him. Zhuo Qinglong's expression turned cold, and his left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the motorcycle guy's wrist, then stepping forward, hooking his arm under the guy's armpit, and turning his body to use his waist to throw him diagonally forward. A beautiful shoulder throw slammed the motorcycle guy hard onto the ground, making intimate contact with the hard floor. The motorcycle guy, suddenly thrown down, let out a scream, feeling stars in his eyes and his insides churning. However, Zhuo Qinglong did not stop there. He twisted the guy's arm behind his back, flipped over, and sat on the motorcycle guy's back, firmly pinning him to the ground, continuing to make intimate contact with the ground. A series of movements flowed smoothly, clean, and crisp. One must say the motorcycle guy had bad luck. Picking on someone who had just crossed over and resurrected, Zhuo Qinglong's strength from surviving through gunfire and bullets was not given for free. As he applied pressure, the motorcycle guy let out another scream. Let me go, you bastard. Do you know who I am? Chapter 4. From now on, your sister is my sister. I'm Zheng Pingwei, the young master of the Zheng group. My dad is Zheng Gang. How dare you treat me like this? Zhuo Qinglong coldly said. Zheng group? Zheng Gang. Yes. Since you know, let me go quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a whole corpse. Sorry, I've heard of Li Gang, but I've never heard of Zheng Gang. Zhuo Qinglong twisted the motorcycle guy's arm and suddenly exerted force, making him howl in pain. Stop, stop. My arm is going to break. The motorcycle guy, Zheng Pingwei, cried out. He didn't expect this person had never heard of him. If you want me to stop, then hand over something valuable on you. Zhuo Qinglong, you scared my young heart quite a bit. I'll have insomnia tonight. You need to compensate me for my mental distress. Zheng Pingwei. Hey, you're robbing me. Is it really okay to be so blatant? Zhuo Qinglong said impatiently. Hurry up. Otherwise, I won't hold back, and if your arm breaks, don't blame me. Humph. Don't you check who I, Zheng Pingwei, am? How dare you rob me? You're really looking for death. Zheng Pingwei sneered, then shouted. Bear transformation. A mutation suddenly occurred. Zhuo Qinglong suddenly felt the person beneath him growing larger, his arms becoming thicker, and black cores first sprouting. Snap. He turned out to be an animal-type ability user. In this day and age, supernatural beings are rarer than martial artists, and he didn't expect to encounter one right after arriving in this world. After transforming into a beast, Zheng Pingwei slapped the ground with his left hand, standing up against Zhuo Qinglong's suppression. That wild strength seemed to be breaking free from control. Seeing he could no longer suppress him, Zhuo Qinglong executed a beautiful backflip and landed on the ground. At this moment, Zheng Pingwei stood 2.5 meters tall. His muscles bulging, his hands had turned into bare paws, while his head remained human, unchanged. It seemed he was only half transformed. Zheng Pingwei grinned maliciously and said, This is what you brought upon yourself. After saying that, he charged towards Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong stood ready, planning to test the abilities of the awakened. Just then, a whistle sounded. Stop. A person in a city guard uniform quickly approached, shouting, Fighting is prohibited in the city. Don't you know? After the global disaster, the human population has sharply decreased. To maintain order in the city, to provide a stable living environment for those still in shock, and to avoid unnecessary internal conflicts among humans, the authorities issued a regulation. All fighting is prohibited in the city. Hearing the city guard's inquiry, Zheng Pingwei halted his advance and reverted from his beastly form. The city guard approached the two and glanced at Zheng Pingwei, saying, Oh, it's young Master Zheng. Why aren't you with the young lady? Zheng Pingwei replied, Haha, it's Captain Li. I ran into something that doesn't know its place and was just about to teach it a lesson. Li Liang frowned and said, Young Master Zheng, fighting is prohibited in the city. I hope you will abide by this law and not make things difficult for me. Zheng Pingwei exaggeratedly replied, Captain Li, I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly break the law in the city? You worry too much. Li Liang nodded. That's good. Now you can go. This isn't your business. Zhuo Qinglong thought to himself that Captain Li had come at the wrong time, but he didn't refuse his goodwill. Being able to maintain composure in front of this rich second-generation kid shows that Li Liang is a principled and upright person. He cupped his fists in gratitude towards Li Liang and turned to leave. Zheng Pingwei sneered from behind. Kid, I remember you. Be careful when you go out in the future. Zhuo Qinglong turned around with a blank expression and coldly said, I'll be ready anytime. After saying that, he strode away. Zheng Pingwei said, Captain Li, I still have matters to attend to. Excuse me. He mounted his motorcycle and roared away. Li Liang watched the two leave. Shaking his head in frustration, there was only so much he could do. No matter the era, the rich and the poor have never truly been equal. Class distinctions always exist. In Yongding City, most of the buildings were reconstructed after the disaster, but a small portion existed before the disaster occurred. Zhuo Qinglong lived in the southern part of the city, in an old community that had existed before the disaster. Although the indoor area was only 80 square meters, it was enough for him and his sister to live in. Brother, you're back? A girl around 15 or 16, full of youthful energy, ran out from her bedroom upon hearing the door open. Zhuo Qinglong hesitated for a moment, but still placed his hand on her head. Through his memories, he knew that the foolish Zhuo Qinglong doted on his sister Zhuo Qingjin immensely, willing to bear all hardships himself rather than let his sister suffer even the slightest grievance. Anything good was always given to his sister first, and whatever was left was his. Zhuo Qinglong sighed inwardly, Since I am to live this life for you, then your sister will be my sister from now on. You can rest easy. The hand that was stroking Zhuo Qingjin's head transformed from stiff to soft and natural. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps it was only at this moment that the foolish Zhuo Qinglong truly felt at ease. Although Zhuo Qingjin sensed that her brother seemed a bit strange today, she didn't think much of it. Ah, brother, what's wrong? Are you hurt? The girl let out a sharp scream when she saw that Zhuo Qinglong's clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Zhuo Qinglong replied, "It's nothing. I just tripped while walking." Zhuo Qingjin quickly pulled Zhuo Qinglong to the sofa, saying, "Brother, sit down first. I'll go get the first aid kit." After a while, she returned with a first aid kit filled with common medicines and some topical ointments. In their financially strained situation, the hospital was never their first choice when they fell ill. Xiaozhen, really no need to bandage it. It's just a small scrape. Disinfecting is enough. No way. Look at this big tear on your back. It must be bandaged. Soon, Zhuo Qinglong appeared in the living room with his upper body wrapped like a mummy. Zhuo Qingjin's bandaging skills were quite good. She even left gaps around his mouth and eyes. "Brother, drink more warm water. It's good for your health." After saying that, she handed a cup of water to Zhuo Qinglong. "Thank you." Zhuo Qinglong took the cup and gulped down a large mouthful. "Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained S-rank ability, Water Element Power." Zhuo Qinglong's spirits lifted. How could I have forgotten about this? He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Zhuo Qinglong Realm, Non-Awakened Talent. S-rank Water Element Power, Non-Upgradable. F-rank Skill, Blood-Sucking LV3, 130. D-rank Skill, Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth, Non-Upgradable. Attributes, Strength 11. Agility 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1, Penetration 1. Free attribute points, 0 current skills, none current equipment, none overall combat power rating, 615. Chapter 5, A Lazy Person's Essential Talent, Gluttonous S-rank Water Element. This talent is amazing. An S-rank ability directly adds 500 combat power. Not bad, not bad. However, why is there no talent usage instruction? Do I need to develop it myself? To clarify, talents are graded from highest to lowest. S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Of course, S rank does not represent the highest level. There is still S above it, but S rank is a watershed, with S representing the extraordinary and transcendent. More on that later. Zhuo Qinglong said, "Xiaozhen, is there anything to eat at home? Bring it all here. I'm hungry." "Okay, brother, wait a moment." Zhuo Qingjin ran back to her small room, took out a piece of bread and a few bags of snacks, and then grabbed some fruit from the fridge. "You eat this first. I'll go make dinner." Zhuo Qinglong looked at Zhuo Qingjin's hurried departure and couldn't help but sigh. Having a sister is great. He picked up the bread and took a bite, then another. Why isn't the system reacting? He put down the bread, opened a bag of snacks, and tossed them into his mouth. Still no reaction? System, are you there? Come out and explain. System, yes. It's like this. Artificially synthesized food has too many additives, affecting health, so no system rewards can be obtained. Zhuo Qinglong. The system is picky? He grabbed an apple nearby and took a bite. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the latest Apple 18X phone. Zhuo Qinglong. What the heck? Little sister, are there any more apples in the fridge? There are a few left. You can take them yourself. I'm busy and can't help. Zhuo Qingjin's voice came from the kitchen. Oh. Zhuo Qinglong dashed into the small room, completely unlike an injured person. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the latest Apple 18X phone. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the latest Apple 18X phone. After munching on 5 apples, he got 2 more phones. This drop rate is amazing. However, the side effect is that he temporarily doesn't want to eat apples anymore. System, why is there no usage instruction for water element power? At least give me a skill or a big move. Zhuo Qinglong voiced his confusion. System, everything is possible. There is nothing you can't do if you can think of it. Zhuo Qinglong. What a bold claim. Then let us give it a try. He went to the balcony and made a gesture towards the outside. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon as thick as a barrel appeared out of thin air, flying out towards the balcony. Whoa, it works. But the water dragon is a bit small. Water escape. Water prison technique. He stretched his hand forward, and a water ball about his height appeared in front of him. Not bad. Not bad. Then he positioned his palm like a gun and silently thought. Bang. A water balloon the size of a fist shot out from the index finger, whistling as it hit the building wall 100 meters away. Water splashed everywhere. Who is it? Throwing water down from the building? Who the hell lacks public morals like that? Don't let me find out who it is. The curses came from afar, and Zhuo Qinglong shrank his neck and hurried back to the living room. Brother, it's time to eat. Coming. In the kitchen, Zhuo Qinglong looked at the dining table, which had 2 dishes and a soup, a pot of old hen soup, a small plate of stir-fried green beans with pork, and a large plate of greens. Although there weren't many dishes, it was already quite sumptuous for the 2 siblings who had relied on each other since childhood. The 2 sat down. Zhuo Qinglong reached into his pants pocket, actually pulling out an Apple 18X phone from the system warehouse, and handed it to Zhuo Qingjin. Xiaozhen, you'll have a holiday tomorrow, and you'll be entering high school next semester. I don't have much to give you, so I'll give you a phone. Your old brick phone needs to be replaced. Zhuo Qingjin took the phone in surprise, checking it repeatedly. Brother, Where did you get the money? This is the latest model from Apple, and it costs over 10,000 blue water coins online. She was very shocked. Although she hadn't used such a phone, she had some knowledge about it. Don't worry, the money I have is definitely legitimate. I don't want it, brother, keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do. Zhuo Qingjing shook her head and handed the phone back. Silly girl, I have one too. Zhuo Qinglong helplessly took out another 18X phone from his pocket. Look, keep that phone and use it with peace of mind. Yay, thank you, brother. Zhuo Qingjing took the phone back, holding it in her hands with delight. The naive Zhuo Qingjing didn't suspect the source of the phone too much. Her surprise had filled her heart. Seeing this, Zhuo Qinglong smiled slightly and began to eat. A mouthful of rice, ding. Free attribute point 1. A mouthful of greens, ding. Free attribute point 1. A mouthful of chicken soup, ding. Free attribute point 1. A piece of stir-fried pork, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level ability, lazy eating. A piece of chicken gizzard, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level ability, iron stomach. Zhuo Qinglong was stunned. What is lazy eating? Iron teeth and copper teeth with an iron stomach? Is this the rhythm of eating all over the world? He didn't care about eating anymore and opened the system panel. Host, Zhuo Qinglong realm, non-awakened talent. S-level water elemental power, non-upgradable. S-level lazy eating, non-upgradable. Talent description, automatically cultivates other talents and skills. F-level vampirism LV3, 130. D-level iron teeth, non-upgradable. D-level iron stomach, non-upgradable. Attributes, strength 11. Agility 1, spirit 1, constitution 1, penetration 1. Free attribute points 3. Current skills, none. Current equipment, none. Comprehensive combat power rating, 700. Wow. An S-level and a D-level and such low power? Is the auxiliary ability power added less? S-level lazy eating, automatic cultivation. Zhuo Qinglong was shocked, not only because of the incredible nature of this ability, but also because the system actually provided a talent description this time. He faintly felt that these talents given by the system could be traced. For example, drinking water directly grants water elemental power. For example, chicken. What is the strongest part of a chicken? The digestive system. It's well known that chickens love to eat sand and small stones to aid digestion, and mosquitoes suck blood, etc. When the system grants talents, it also enhances these abilities. Zhuo Qinglong had some ideas in his heart and ignored the prompts for attribute enhancements. Quickly finishing his meal. Xiaozheng, eat slowly, drink more soup. I have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. Saying that, he hurriedly got up and went out. Hey brother, there is still so much food left, why don't you eat a bit more? Eat more. Zhuo Qinglong's voice faintly came from outside the house. Zhuo Qinglong arrived at a wind gap and opened his mouth to gulp down a few breaths of northwestern wind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level ability, wind elemental power. Chapter 6. Night raid on the school flowers boudoir. Wow. The phrase drinking northwestern wind is no longer just talk, but has been realized in reality. He then went to a park and dug up a handful of dirt to stuff in his mouth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level ability, earth elemental power. Wow. At this moment, a little boy's voice came. Mom. Look, there's a brother eating dirt over there. The little boy said while pointing at Zhuo Qinglong. The mother looked in the direction the little boy was pointing and saw someone indeed eating dirt. She quickly pulled the little boy away, saying as they walked, "Don't learn from him. That brother is so poor he can only eat dirt. You need to study hard, understand? Otherwise, you'll end up eating dirt like him." Zhuo Qinglong. Even though he had experienced great storms, he was still taken aback by this mother and ran away in embarrassment. He sneaked to an ancient tree in the park, looking left and right, and saw no one. He immediately pounced on the trunk and started gnawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level ability, wood elemental power. Mom. Look, there's a brother gnawing on tree bark. A little girl's voice came from not far away. Zhuo Qinglong froze in his action of gnawing on the bark, and a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He covered his face and fled in embarrassment. He vaguely heard the little girl's mother educating her child. You have to study hard in the future. Otherwise, you'll only be able to gnaw on tree bark. In a dark alley somewhere, Zhuo Qinglong raised his hand and cast a healing spell on himself. Unwrapping the bandage, he found the wounds had healed, and couldn't help but marvel at how powerful this wood elemental power is. Wood element possesses strong vitality. He casually took out a small stone he had picked up from the park and threw it in his mouth. Crunch, very crunchy. Ding. Free attribute point 1. Gnawing on stones actually didn't awaken any talents? Could it be included in the earth elemental power? He skeptically gnawed on another one. But this time he didn't even get a free attribute point. It seems that everything eaten is most likely to yield something on the first bite. Afterward, it's all about luck. He disdainfully threw the remaining stones into a corner. With a clatter, It immediately drew the dissatisfaction of the mice having a party in the corner. The angry mice squeaked loudly in protest. Water Dragon Bomb. Zhuo Qinglong waved his hand, and a water dragon flew over, giving the mice a free bath, one that would cost their lives. After eliminating the noisy sounds, he opened the system panel. Host, Zhuo Qinglong Realm, Non-Awakened Talent. S-Level Water Elemental Power, Non-Upgradable. S-Level Wind Elemental Power, Non-Upgradable. S-Level Earth Elemental Power, Non-Upgradable. S-Level Wood Elemental Power, Non-Upgradable. S-Level Lazy Eating, Non-Upgradable. Talent Description. Automatically cultivates other talents and skills. Attributes, Strength 11. Agility 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1, Penetration 1. Free attribute points 20. Current skills. None current equipment. None comprehensive combat power rating. 2,200. Zhuo Qinglong looked at these talents and abilities on the panel and felt they were enough for now. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. How should he use the 20 free attribute points? He hesitated. The 5 attributes were all easy to understand. Basically, increasing agility can improve movement speed and evasion speed. Increasing spirit can enhance the power of abilities and resist mental control abilities. Increasing constitution can improve defense, turning him into a tank with high health. Strength and penetration were straightforward from their names. In the early stages, he had to be cautious. Survival was the priority. Agility 10, Constitution 10. After allocating the points, the attributes changed to Strength 11, Agility 11, Spirit 1, Constitution 11, Penetration 1. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 2,400. An S-level ability is sufficient even without attribute bonuses at the moment. No. In terms of defense and attack, metal attributes are definitely among the best. Zhuo Qinglong looked up and saw a metal pipe crawling up the wall of the building next to him. Without thinking too much, he pounced on it and started gnawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level ability of Metal Element Power. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 2,900. That's it. This ability. Suddenly, a torrent of water shot out from the gap in the pipe, splashing all over his face. Zhuo Qinglong was stunned. It turned out to be a water pipe. Retreat. Retreat. While no one has noticed, hurry and slip away. In the old community of the south of the city, Qinglong, where have you been so late? Why did you come back so late? Zhuo Qinglong sized up the beautiful girl he encountered at his doorstep, and her information popped into his mind. Tu Mingming, the neighbor of the fools Zhuo Qinglong, and a classmate for 3 years in high school. Mysterious background, suddenly appearing 3 years ago. Renting the house next door all by herself, and coincidentally becoming his classmate. Over 3 years, she transformed from a little girl into a school beauty, becoming the dream goddess of countless losers. But this school beauty seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. She was an iceberg to everyone else in school, indifferent to others, but was friendly and chatty only with the fools Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong suspected that the fool's death was somehow related to Tu Mingming, a classic case of a femme fatale. However, it must be said that this girl is truly beautiful, with an oval face and fair skin, long willow-like eyebrows, big sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and bright red lips. A young woman has blossomed. Tu Mingming frowned, seeing that Zhuo Qinglong was silent. She continued, "Tomorrow is the graduation assessment, and it's also the day of talent awakening. Why aren't you at home resting and preparing, running around instead?" Zhuo Qinglong felt a bit speechless. This beautiful neighbor was great in every way, but why did she act like a mother despite her young age? Just a little thing. Went out for a bit. It's just an assessment. No big deal. After saying that, he opened the door, went in, and closed the door. Hey, wait. Now it was Tu Mingming's turn to be speechless. She still had a lot to say. Why was he running off so quickly? She stomped her foot in frustration and went back inside. Inside, Zhuo Qinglong took a 3-minute shower and said goodnight to his sister. Then he came to the balcony to ponder life. Suddenly, there was movement from the neighboring balcony. It was Tu Mingming gathering her clothes. She must be getting ready to take a shower. He felt a stir in his heart, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. He quickly took off his shirt. And thus the human mosquito machine was born. Clap, clap, clap. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mosquito experience card. It has been stored in the system warehouse. Here it comes. Hee. Tu Mingming, this mysterious woman. Let me see what secrets you have today. Mosquito experience card. Click to use. Boom. A flower mosquito appeared in the air and wobbled its way into Tu Mingming's balcony. Chapter 7. Almost became a flower mosquito specimen. TSK. The little girl's room is all pink and looks very cozy. Zhuo Qinglong flew around the room, but found nothing unusual. Is she in the small room? Looking at the tightly closed door, he shouted, "What are you closing the door for when you're home alone? You made me take a detour." Buzz, buzz. A flower mosquito flew in through the exhaust window on the outer wall of the small room and gently landed on the inner wall. The scenery inside instantly captured all of the flower mosquito's attention. If he had a paintbrush in hand right now, he felt he could create a masterpiece. If he had a camera, he believed he could shoot a Hall of Fame level work. Buzz, buzz. The flower mosquito danced around the room. At that moment, a drop of water the size of a bean shot out like a cannonball and hit the flower mosquito. Bang! The flower mosquito was smashed against the wall, becoming a decoration on the wall. Ding! Due to the impact of irresistible factors, the experience was terminated early. Boom! Swat Qinglong's real body suddenly appeared by the wall. Who? Tu Mingming turned pale with fright. Anyone would be scared to see a person suddenly appear in the room. Moreover, it was a man. She quickly wrapped herself in a towel and launched an angry slap, targeting the masked man by the wall. Just as Swat Qinglong covered his head, he felt an overwhelming force coming at him. He didn't have time to think and shouted in his heart, "Metal block." His skin instantly became metallic, turning darker than an African. Bang! Just as he completed the ionization, the force of that slap hit him in the chest. Boom! The powerful force burst forth, directly blasting Swat Qinglong and the wall behind him out of the bathroom, creating a human-sized hole. Tu Mingming stepped on the broken bricks and looked through the hole down to the ground. However, there was no one on the ground, only a pile of broken bricks. Ran away? Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will make sure you are torn to pieces. Tu Mingming's cold voice lingered in the air for a long time. The figure of that man seemed somewhat familiar, but Swat Qinglong had no time to care about that. At this moment, he was hiding in his room, spitting blood like crazy, throwing healing spells on himself as if they were free. After a long while, his complexion finally returned to a healthy color, and he sighed in relief. What a fierce woman. Terrifying indeed. Can't provoke. Can't provoke. If it weren't for the timely use of the metal attribute talent, I would have been turned into mush by a slap tonight. In the fool's Swat Qinglong's impression, she was a gentle and quiet girl. Even her voice was delicate. Who would have thought she was actually a female tyrant? If he could, Swat Qinglong really wanted to drag the fool's out of the coffin and beat him up, then shove him back in. Enough already. Time to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. The next day, Swat Qinglong carried a bucket of bottled water on his back, with a straw leading to his mouth, and headed to school like that. He was hit hard by Tu Mingming. He decided to keep drinking water to speed up the acquisition of free attribute points. Today was the day of the high school graduation assessment, and it was also the day for Unified Talent Awakening. For humans on Blue Water Star, Talent Awakening can occur at any time before the age of 18. If you Haven T awaken by 18, don't worry. On the day of the high school graduation assessment, the official will use special means to assist with awakening. If you still Haven T awaken by the end, don't worry. You can live as an ordinary person, participate in urban life and manufacturing, and still be a helpful member of society. If you are particularly smart, you can also apply to the military academy located in the city center. After graduation, it's not impossible to work as an office worker, military advisor, or even enter the command system. Additionally, those geniuses who awaken before the age of 18 can enter the military academy early for special training. There are 5 universities for talent awakeners in Yongding City: East City University, South City University, West City University, North City University, and the Military Academy in the city. Ordinary universities for those who have not awakened talent are not included. These universities have 2 main departments: martial arts and abilities. The Military Academy is more special. Besides these 2 departments, it also has a military culture department. Today is an important day to determine which university to enter and which department to be assigned to. At the school gate, a crowd of parents filled the area, all with high hopes for their children. Today will reveal who is a dragon and who is a worm. Swat Qinglong also arrived early outside the school, continuously searching for her brother through the gate, her hopeful expression just like those parents. On campus, the wide playground is bustling with voices. On the podium, 5 tables are lined up with a meter apart from each other, each holding a crystal ball the size of a soccer ball, sparkling and translucent. These crystal balls are the special items that will assist the students in awakening today. Behind the podium, many people have gathered, seated on the high platform. In the position where Swat Qinglong is, quite a few classmates have already congregated. His peculiar appearance has attracted many gazes, but most are filled with disdain and contempt. Look at that poor kid, carrying so much water. He probably has never drunk water in his life, right? Haha, what do you know? Drinking water can stave off hunger. This kid probably hasn't eaten for days. Is there a possibility that he wants to drink more water to awaken his water attribute talent later? Ha ha ha. You're hilarious. You really came up with that. I don't even know what's the point of living when you're this poor. Better to live poorly than to die well. Various cold words pierced Swat Qinglong's eardrums, but he pretended not to hear and continued drinking water as if no one was around. The only friends of the foolish Switching Long are Fan Jian and Yin Dan, two people in similar circumstances. They have already been sent away by Switching Long himself. Now he is all alone, and it's normal for him to be isolated. Shut up, you gossipers. Tu Mingming pushed aside a few classmates and walked over. Oh, I almost forgot. This violent girl can be considered his friend. If you say one more word about Qing Long, I'll tear your mouths apart. Chapter 8. Awakening Ceremony. The campus belle displayed her power, and her intimidation factor was substantial, causing the discussions to finally quiet down. Only Zhou Qinglong knew that her threat to tear mouths apart was not just talk, it could really happen. Qinglong, didn't you eat breakfast this morning? Zhou Qinglong. So you, Tu Mingming, think the same? Staving off hunger with water? I ate. This is holy water. Drinking it will awaken special abilities. Do you want some? Zhou Qinglong pulled out the straw and handed it to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming looked at Zhou Qinglong suspiciously, took the straw, and shoved it into her mouth. Sucking in a big gulp, Zhou Qinglong. She actually believed it? She really drank it? There was still my saliva on it. Are today's girls so unrefined? The classmates nearby were also dumbfounded. The campus belle actually drank Zhou Qinglong's water? ISNT that just indirect mouth to mouth? Not far from the crowd, a person whose gaze had been fixed on Tu Mingming from the beginning was trembling with anger at this scene, fists clenched tightly. Useless. Those two useless ones took my money and didn't even do anything for me. This person is Wang Kuan. Damn it. How dare you trick me out of my money? I want you three to have a terrible end. He still didn't know that those two useless ones had indeed done something for him. But that no longer mattered. Tu Mingming smacked her lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Sweet? It was indeed sweet. Zhou Qinglong had added sugar to the water for better taste, just as she wanted to take another sip. Zhou Qinglong snatched the straw back and shoved it into his own mouth. Are you kidding me? If I drink one more sip, my attribute points will decrease. That would be a big loss. Tu Mingming, why is this guy so stingy? Everyone, quiet down. At this moment, the principal's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, echoing across the entire playground. All classes, line up. The recording staff, please take your positions. The playground instantly fell silent, with only the rustling sounds of lining up remaining. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, the principal continued. I announce, the awakening ceremony for the graduating class of Chengnan First High School is now starting. Below the stage, applause erupted, deafening. Now, let the students from classes 1 to 5 come up in an orderly manner. No awakening ability. No awakening ability. No awakening. Class 3's Deng Zhou. Awakening E-level martial talent with a small knife. No awakening. The recorders faithfully documented the students' data, occasionally announcing those who awakened their talents. Class 5's Yin Mugua. Awakening E-level superhero talent as a slam dunk master. Don't be disheartened. You can join the basketball team and strive to win a championship for our city. Class 1's Tai Kongyi. Awakening E-level superhero talent as a football kid. You have a long way to go. You can join the football team formed in our city and aim to enter the 100th City League. The awakening ceremony was in full swing, with those who awakened their abilities elated, while those who hadn't felt dejected, clear to see. Class 4's Ma Bang Bang. Awakening B-level martial talent with a club. Wow. A wave of excitement erupted from the audience. The first B-level talent of the day appeared. Class 2's Zhu Dachong. Awakening C-level animal talent as a black-haired wild boar. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Dachong bowed to the audience and swaggered down the stage. Behind the stage, Zhao Xian, the deputy commander of the Zhunnan army, looked displeased. With a population of 10 million in Yongding City, it supports 5 major legions, the Zhendong, Zhennan, Zhenxi, and Zhenbei armies guarding the 4 city gates, and the Demon Slayer Expeditionary Army responsible for cultivating new lands. Students from Chengnan High School who awaken their talents typically choose to attend Chengnan University. The Zhennan Army also recruits at Chengnan University every year to replenish their ranks. It can be said that the level of talents awakened by students today directly affects the quality of Chengnan University and, in turn, the quality of their Zhennan Army. Sigh, Zhao Xian sighed, hoping that other universities in Chengnan could produce some good talents. The principal next to him looked quite awkward, feeling a bit embarrassed. Classes 1 to 5 have finished awakening. The announcer passionately shouted. Classes 6 to 10, please get ready. Class 7's Wu Ping Fan. Awakening B-level martial talent, the Blood Sword. Class 6 Wang Kuan. Awakening A-level lightning type ability, Thunder Dragon. Wow. A deafening uproar erupted from the audience. A-level ability. And it's known for its attack power in the lightning type abilities. As long as Wang Kuan can grow, he will be a king-level expert in the future. Able to dominate a region. And above A-level, S-level is rare. Each one that grows up is a pillar of humanity. Good. The principal beamed. As long as a few more A-level talents appeared today, he would be perfectly satisfied. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. Finally, someone caught his attention. Wang Kuan was extremely excited. Unable to help but grin. A-level ability. This talent is above countless others. Humph. Tu Mingming, you can't escape my grasp. He looked at Tu Mingming with a smug expression, but unfortunately, Tu Mingming didn't look his way at all. His expression darkened, and he looked at Zhuo Qinglong with a gloomy face, blaming Zhuo Qinglong for everything. Zhuo Qinglong narrowed his eyes, observing Wang Kuan on stage, silently memorizing his appearance. This guy paid to buy his life. Very good. Class 8's Gong Jingai. Awakening A-level martial talent. The decapitating blade. Wow. Another wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. Another A-level. Class 9's Z Gong Chushua. Awakening B-level martial talent. Willow leaf dart. Class 10, 11, 15, please get ready. With more than half of the awakenings completed, the students still waiting were increasingly anxious. It felt like going for an interview at a top global company, watching peers enter and exit nervously. They hoped it would be their turn soon, while also wishing it wouldn't come too early. Class 13, Tu Mingming, please come to the stage. Wow. My dream lover is on stage. Get lost, she is my goddess. Some girls were dissatisfied. Ah, spit. You toads, don't tarnish our Mingming. As soon as the announcer's voice fell, a stir broke out in the crowd. Whether they were still waiting for their awakening or had already awakened, everyone's attention was now focused on the girl gracefully walking up to the stage. The girl extended her ivory-white tender hand and gently placed it on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal ball turned a fiery red, as if it had been heated to the point of glowing like a red-hot iron ball. Buzz! The crystal ball trembled, and fiery red light burst out from it, so dazzling that it was like a small sun had appeared in the city. The strange phenomenon continued, and a phantom of a long knife engulfed in flames slowly took shape in front of Tu Mingming. Chapter 9. How is this possible? The invisible flames burned in the void, sweeping out as if they wanted to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. What appeared on the crystal ball was merely a phantom, but the crowd below seemed unable to withstand the scorching temperature and began to retreat. What level of martial arts talent is this? The announcer stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts. As an announcer, he was naturally well informed, but he had never seen a talent that awakened such a phenomenon. The principal suddenly stood up with a thud, nearly overturning the table. He hurriedly steadied the table, a dazed smile appearing on his face. It's stable. This year's assessment is secure. Originally sitting calmly in the back, like a rock, Zhao Xian, the deputy commander of the Southern Army, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, unable to care about his demeanor. Look at this momentum. It seems to have exceeded S-level. His mind raced, and he spoke up. This is the S-level martial arts talent, Flame Blade. The announcer, guided by Zhao Xian, immediately shouted, Class 13. Tu Mingming, awakening S-level martial arts talent, Flame Blade. Wow. The crowd below erupted into countless voices of excitement. S-level. Witnessing the birth of an S-level talent. Even if it wasn't their own awakening, they felt honored. This is a blessing for all humanity. Wang Kuan's expression darkened. Tu Mingming's talent actually surpassed his, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of pursuing her. Zhuo Qinglong was also somewhat shocked. Good heavens, it's actually S-level talent. The blood he spat last night was not in vain. Moreover, Tu Mingming should have awakened long ago. She didn't go to the military academy, but came to high school in the southern city. Who knows what her intentions are? This student, come to our East City University. A middle-aged man shouted loudly to Tu Mingming. A scholarship of 5 million a year. And I guarantee the school's cultivation resources will tilt in your favor. Hey, you East City University have no sincerity. A charming middle-aged woman rebutted. Come to our West City University, with a scholarship of 20 million a year. You can use the resources on campus as you wish. Huh. Come to North City University. 1 year, get lost. A beautiful young woman slammed the table. Do you think our South City University doesn't exist? Several university mentors were dissatisfied. What? What resources can your South City University offer? Let's hear it. Exactly. Who doesn't know that your South City University has scarce resources and tight finances? This student. The conditions we offer are definitely better than South City. You should think carefully. You are digging a wall while being belittled to your face. The beautiful young woman trembled with anger, but couldn't refute because they were speaking the truth. Most of South City is old residential areas, and the financial capacity of the people living here is easy to imagine. Unlike the other several areas, which are newly built districts with tycoons and conglomerates everywhere. Their few universities have an advantageous geographical position and naturally receive more social support than South City. That's why they spoke so loudly. The principal quietly shifted aside, not wanting to get involved in the clash of titans. Can't provoke, I'll just avoid it. Enough. Zhao Xian's stern voice rang out. The awakening ceremony is still ongoing. Do you want to disrupt the order with your noise? A few mentors, seeing Zhao Xian speak, immediately sat back down, no longer speaking. Zhao Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Why am I here today? Just to prevent you from digging walls. Tu Mingming, come to South City University. If you want to join the military in the future, I guarantee you will have the rank of lieutenant as soon as you enlist. Despicable. Exactly. A few mentors from other universities were outraged. Zhao Xian had just asked them to maintain order and turned around to issue an invitation himself. Utterly shameless. Zhao Xian tilted his head to look at them. You disagree? Who disagrees? Come out and practice with me. He rotated his neck a few times, making it crack. You. The mentors' voices weakened. It was truly a case of a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to argue reasonably. In fact, these mentors were not true scholars. Their combat power was also considerable, but compared to the battle-hardened Zhao Xian, they still seemed like child's play. Zhao Xian let out a cold snort. Do you think you can compete with me? When he turned back to look at Tu Mingming, his expression instantly became kind. And even the smile at the corner of his mouth turned friendly. Student, you can go down now and consider it carefully. All right. Tu Mingming nodded and walked off the stage. The mentors had serious expressions, all pulling out their phones, seemingly reporting the situation to their superiors. Zhao Xian frowned, but couldn't say anything. Class 13, Zhuo Qinglong, please come to the stage. Finally, it's my turn. Zhuo Qinglong straightened his clothes and strode forward. As he passed by Tu Mingming, he heard her whisper, go for it. Zhuo Qinglong nodded. MHM. Haha. Look over there, what kind of style is that? Quite unique, haha. The crowd below burst into laughter, and the people on stage were also speechless. On such a serious and important day of talent awakening, someone actually brought a bucket of water on stage. Look at how his cheeks puffed up and deflated. He seems to be enjoying it. How thirsty is this person? Could it be that he has diabetes at such a young age? Thinking of this, the people on stage looked at Zhuo Qinglong with eyes full of pity. Poor. So pitiful. In this prime of life, yet unable to eat anything. How painful must that be? Zhuo Qinglong remained unfazed, raising his hand to press against the crystal ball. You can think whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Buzz. Dazzling blue light radiated from the crystal ball, forming a surging wave of emerald water in front of him. Is this another S-level? The announcer was dumbfounded. Had there been an S-level explosion? What? How is that possible? Such a comical clown could awaken S-level talent? The crowd below was in an uproar, especially those who had previously mocked Zhuo Qinglong, now with looks of disbelief. Could it be that drinking more water really awakens water attribute talent? Is the water in his bucket truly some holy water that can awaken talent? Why have I never heard of such a thing before? Wang Kuen's face turned ashen, his teeth nearly biting into his own flesh. Not only did Tu Mingming's talent surpass his, but now even this poor kid's talent was about to surpass his. The principal was overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The phenomenon presented by the crystal ball suddenly retracted, and then it burst forth with a blinding earth-yellow light. A vast scene of desolate earth and thick soil appearing before everyone. What is going on? In all the years of the awakening ceremony, such a situation has never occurred. Could it be that another S-level ability has awakened? Chapter 10 Super S-level talent. The announcer stuttered, struggling to speak clearly. How is this possible? However, before he could recover from his shock, another change occurred. This time the crystal ball displayed a green hue, with towering trees reaching for the sky, vibrant with greenery. This. The announcer was completely at a loss for words. Zhao Xian pressed his hands tightly on his legs, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he would start dancing with excitement. Crack. Another change arose. With the sound of cracking, the crystal ball split into two halves. All phenomena disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened. Is the crystal ball broken? Could it be that the previous occurrences of multiple S-level phenomena were due to problems with the crystal ball? I knew it. How could someone awaken several talents at once? And all of them S-level? The crowd below instantly breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a campus beauty like Tu Mingming, or the son of a certain consortium awakening a high-level talent, they would be genuinely convinced and only envious. However, if someone like Zhuo Qinglong, a poor boy they looked down upon, suddenly awakened an incredible talent, they could only feel jealousy and hatred, not envy. This is the inherent flaw of human nature. On stage, Zhuo Qinglong silently retracted his palm, looking innocently at the announcer. That bewildered expression was very blank, very blank. This doesn't mean I have to compensate, right? I declare in advance, I didn't do anything. You can't pin this on me. The announcer was speechless. Don't worry, this is within normal wear and tear. You don't need to compensate. That's good. Zhuo Qinglong's expression instantly became lively. Give me another crystal ball. I still don't know what talent I've awakened. Announcer, Zhuqing Long was shouting, but in his heart, he was speaking to the system. System, is there a way to hide my talents and let this body awaken its original talent? System, yes. The host's talent has been hidden. Oh. Looking at the newly swapped crystal ball, Zhuqing Long felt a bit anxious. Without the system's assistance, whether he could awaken a talent was still uncertain. Come on. Let me see your talent. He stretched out his palm and pressed down without hesitation. The crystal ball showed no reaction. Did I mess up? Just then, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and streams of white condensed mist poured out from the bottom of the crystal ball, forming a snowy world in the square. The people in the square began to shiver. 1 second they were in the heat of summer, and the next, the biting cold wind arrived. Winter had come. Is this a void phenomenon affecting the real world? The phenomenon wasn't over yet. A long, narrow white blade gradually took shape in the snowy world. The hilt had a fierce crystal dragon head, lifelike. This is... Zhao Xian's heart trembled violently. Muttering to himself, Super S-level martial talent, Great Crimson Lotus Ice Dragon King. When a martial artist reaches the Martial King realm, they can manifest their destined object in the real world. Martial artist levels: Apprentice Martial Artist, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Martial General, King, Emperor, Saint, Emperor. What? A few mentors behind the stage heard Zhao Xian's muttering and stood up, all losing composure. Then, without caring that Zhao Xian was right next to them, they picked up their phones to report the situation to their superiors, inquiring how much compensation they could offer to poach. Seeing this, Zhao Xian thought, not good. He was too shocked just now and accidentally let it slip. With the Southern University and the Southern military combined, they had an advantage over other universities. But, if they could form a joint military alliance, others could too. Once they did that, Southern University would absolutely be at a disadvantage. And now, the appearance of Super S-level talent was worth them doing so. The announcer didn't care about all these twists and turns. And he shouted hysterically, Class 13th Zhuqing Long, awakening Super S-level martial talent, Great Crimson Lotus Ice Dragon King. The audience erupted in exclamations, the noise deafening. Zhuqing Long was also a bit dumbfounded. The original owner's talent was actually this good? Super S-level? How could that be? Is the crystal ball broken again? A poor boy actually awakened a Super S-level talent? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Retest. Retest. Wang Kuen's face was twisted with rage. His fingers digging deep into his flesh, blood dripping from his palm without him realizing. An emotion called jealousy was gnawing at his heart, causing him to gradually lose himself. The calls for a retest grew louder and louder, and the principal picked up the megaphone. Silence. Everyone be quiet. Our testing is absolutely fair, just, and open. There is no problem with the equipment. Zhuqing Long is indeed of Super S-level talent. The ceremony will continue, and I hope everyone remains quiet. Zhuqing Long, you can step down now. Zhuqing Long glanced at the dense crowd on stage, tilted his head, shrugged his hands, and showed a cheeky expression. My talent is just that awesome. I can't help it. Unconvinced. Come bite me. The audience instantly understood, and a wave of angry curses erupted. Silence. The principal had no choice but to speak again. The noise subsided, and the students who had not awakened talents felt a tightness in their hearts, vowing to awaken good talents. The ceremony continued. Class 15th Zhang Yufei, awakened B-level water elemental power, a small river. Class 14th Hua Xinxin, awakened A-level wind elemental power, a tornado. Class 11's Chun Laosher, awakened B-level martial power, nunchaku. Class 12's Ouyang Foam, awakened A-level animal system power, a toad. The number of awakened talents clearly increased. Like a geyser, the principal laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. So many good talents truly are a blessing for humanity. In the audience, Tu Mingming approached Zhuqing Long. Congratulations. Zhuqing Long, same to you. Tu Mingming, have you thought about which university you want to go to? With your talent, even the military academy will fight over you. Zhuqing Long didn't answer but instead asked, what about you? Have you thought about which university you want to go to? Me? Tu Mingming's heart leaped. Why is he asking me which university I'm going to? Does he want to go to the same university as me? She pretended to be calm and cleared her throat. I'll think about it. I haven't decided yet. At this moment, several university mentors came together. They couldn't wait any longer. Wanting to poach early. Zhuqing Long and Tu Mingming, you are both here. Great. Consider our East City University. The conditions are absolutely generous. Come to West City University. With a scholarship of 50 million a year, we can also help you settle down in West City. Settle down. In this era where every inch of land is precious. As long as humanity has not reclaimed the territory occupied by magical beasts, the tension over land use will always exist. Sometimes, having money doesn't guarantee buying a house. The conditions offered by West City University were indeed substantial. Chapter 11 Life and Death Duel I plan to study at Southern University. I won't consider other universities. Zhuo Long interrupted the mentors. Sorry, everyone. Zhuo Long, don't rush to make a decision. You can go home and think about it. No need to think. I've made up my mind. This left the mentors dumbfounded. They didn't understand why he wouldn't agree under such good conditions. All right, Tu Mingming said first. Mentors, don't waste your breath. I'm also studying at Southern University. The mentors exchanged glances, once again stunned. This year's 2S level students must have some serious issues. Insisting on hanging themselves in this poor corner of Southern University? Zhuo Long was also a bit surprised. He had his reasons for not going. But why wasn't Tu Mingming going either? To be honest, the conditions offered by these universities were truly generous. Watching the mentors leave with expressions of regret, he felt it was a pity. He looked at Tu Mingming, and before he could speak, she preemptively said, "Don't ask me why I'm not going. If you ask, the answer is just 2 words. I'm not going." Zhuo Long, Class 18th Lu Qianyan, awakened A-level martial talent, long knife coppertooth. Class 19th everyone, be quiet. The principal said with the megaphone. Today's talent awakening ceremony has been successfully completed. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. Students who did not awaken talents. Don't be discouraged. Study hard. You can still be a person useful to society. The applause continued. Students who have awakened talents will receive their university admission notices in a few days. I hope you practice the abilities you just awakened during the summer vacation and await good news. Good. This time the applause was much more enthusiastic. Now, free activities. Those who want to go home can go home. Oh yeah. Cheers erupted in the audience. Some were happy and some were worried. Zhuo Long and Tu Mingming walked out of the school when a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Wang Kuan strode over, blocking their way, and pointed at Zhuo Long, saying, "You dare to go to the life and death stage with me?" The life and death stage, as the name implies, is a place to decide life or death. Fighting and brawling are prohibited in the city, but conflicts between people will always arise, especially among awakened talent holders who are vigorous and strong. Making them only argue verbally, as gentlemen do, is truly too much to ask of them. Since ancient times, heroes have broken the rules with martial arts, simply prohibiting them isn't solution. As the saying goes, extreme situations lead to reversal. They need an outlet to release the excessive energy and emotions that have built up inside. Thus, the life and death stage came into being. Zhuo Long stuck his pinky finger into his nostril and twirled it a few times. Who do you think you are? You want to go to the life and death stage with me right off the bat? Tu Mingming stepped in front of Zhuo Long angrily. Wang Kuan, that's enough. You already bother me every day, and I can't be bothered to pay you any attention. I didn't expect you to go too far and want to hurt my friend. Want to go to the life and death stage? Fine, I'm in. Seeing Tu Mingming defend Zhuo Long like this, Wang Kuan's jealousy flared up, and he lost his reason. Tu Mingming, what does he have that attracts you? In terms of family background, status, and looks, what does he have that compares to me? Shut up. Tu Mingming was both embarrassed and angry. She and Zhuo Long were only friends. Although there were some feelings involved, those were the little thoughts a girl kept hidden in her heart. Now that it was openly exposed, she was furious, wishing she could cut down this guy right in front of her. What? Zhuo Long was also angry. You actually say I'm not as good looking as you? Besides having a fairer complexion, what else do you have that compares to me? The life and death stage, right? As you wish. Wang Kuan secretly rejoiced. Good. It's settled then, no backing out. This idiot finally agreed. With an SSS level talent, if he gets the time to grow, I, Wang Kuan, won't be able to catch up. And I won't even have the right to speak in front of him. How will I compete for women then? So today, I will strike and crush this rival in the cradle. Humph. No matter how high his martial talent is, it's useless. As long as he hasn't started cultivating. He is still a weak chicken. Unlike my supernatural talent, which has a certain attack power as soon as it's awakened, and the higher the talent, the stronger the attack power. A genius who has grown up is a real genius. Kid, just wait to die? Wang Kuan revealed a scheming smile. Tu Mingming was anxious. Qing Long, don't agree to him. You're not his opponent right now. There is plenty of time ahead. Don't act on a momentary impulse. Zhuo Long raised his hand to stop Tu Mingming from continuing. You can say anything about me, but saying I'm not as good looking as him is intolerable. A fat pig runs into a butcher's house, meat delivered to the door. It would be a waste not to butcher it. I was still considering finding an opportunity to send Wang Kuan to the skies, but I didn't expect him to jump out so eagerly. The commotion they caused had already drawn the attention of many people. After all, Zhuo Long and Tu Mingming, one S and one Super S. It was hard not to attract others' attention. Now, when people heard they were going to the life and death stage, they were instantly in an uproar. Eager to see the show, Zhao Xian had also noticed the situation early and walked over with a frown. Long, I hope you consider this duel carefully. An SSS-level talent, once grown, can definitely stabilize a city on their own. Leading humanity to counterattack the beasts is not impossible. If he dies now, it would definitely be a loss for humanity. Swat nodded at Zhao Xian as a greeting. Thank you for your kindness, but I've made up my mind. Zhao Xian sighed helplessly. He could only offer suggestions at this point. As long as both parties agreed, he had no right to stop them. The law was such. Wang Kuan secretly rejoiced. When he saw Zhao Xian coming, he thought the duel was going to be called off. But he didn't expect this idiot Swat Long to be so compliant. A crowd of onlookers surrounded the two who were about to duel and headed towards the life and death stage. Along the way, Swat Long quietly took a few bites of a straw and swallowed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the A-level superhuman ability, Rubber Man. Here it comes. Do they really think I, Swat Long, am an idiot? Would I do something without assurance? Opening the system panel. Host. Swat Long Realm. Apprentice Warrior Martial Talent. SSS level Great Red Lotus Ice Dragon King Supernatural Talent. S level Gold Element Power, non-upgradable. S level Wood Element Power, non-upgradable. S level Water Element Power, non-upgradable. S level Earth Element Power, non-upgradable. S level Wind Element Power, non-upgradable. S level Lazy, non-upgradable. Talent description, automatically cultivates other talents and skills. A level Rubber Man, non-upgradable. F level Bloodsucking Technique LV10, full level. Can be promoted. Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 11, Spirit 1, Constitution 11, Penetration 1, free attribute points 100. Current skills, Ice Dragon Slash. Skill description, emits a large scale slash forward, freezing everything in its path. Eternal Ice Prison. Skill description, forms large ice pillars around the target, sealing and freezing the target inside the ice pillars. Current equipment, none. Overall combat power rating, 3,900. Chapter 12. A genius that hasn't grown up is not a genius. Damn. Opening the system to check the description, I originally wanted to express my feelings through poetry. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured, so I can only curse my way through life. Oh, the system panel has changed so much. But the skills of the Great Red Lotus Ice Dragon King look increasingly familiar to Swat Long. Aren't these the skills of Captain Dong Shirling? This system is too casual, right? Just changing a name to fool people? And only 2 skills. Where are the other skills? Swat Long pondered. Could it be that if I've seen the other skills of Dong Shirling, I can use them too? Whatever. Let us add points first. Strength 100. Bloodsucking Technique, point upgrade. Ding. F-level Bloodsucking Technique has been upgraded to E-level Blood Draw Technique. Swat Long immediately felt an explosive power being generated within him. Even if a steel plate were placed in front of him, he would be confident in breaking through. Confirming the system panel again. Host. Swat Long Realm. Warrior Martial Talent. SSS level Great Red Lotus Ice Dragon King. Supernatural Talent. S level Gold Element Power. S level Wood Element Power. S level Water Element Power. S level Earth Element Power. S level Wind Element Power. S level Lazy. A level Rubber Man. E level Blood Draw Technique LV1, 110. Attributes, Strength 111, Agility 11, Spirit 1, Constitution 11, Penetration 1, free attribute points 0. Current skills, Ice Dragon Slash. Eternal Ice Prison. Current equipment, none. Overall combat power rating, 4,900. What the hell? I have so many supernatural talents, yet my combat power is only this much? Calculated into warrior strength, it's only at the level of a warrior? Warrior combat power 1,000 to 49.99. Great warrior 50,000 to 99.99. This isn't scientific. Swat Long was indignant. Is it really that hard to increase combat power in this world? I thought that once my golden finger activated, I would be invincible right away. It seems this world is very dangerous. I still need to take the path of cautious development. Bro, why did you agree to go to the life and death stage with him? Swat Zheng asked with concern. Swat Long patted her head. It's okay, don't worry. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan's father, Wang Chong, said sternly to Wang Kuan, Kuan, why bother doing it yourself? There are many ways to make him die. Wang Kuan had a fierce look on his face. Dad, I want to kill him myself. Now I'm confident of winning. It's better to kill him early to avoid long nights and many dreams. Wang Chong looked gratified. Good. Crush the danger in the cradle. You have your father's style from back in the day. A group of people arrived at the entrance of the life and death platform located in the south of the city. An old man was guarding the platform. After explaining their purpose, the old man pointed to the rules of using the life and death platform on the wall, indicating that they should take a look first. Swat Long looked up and saw that it roughly stated, there are no rules on the life and death platform, no time limit. And the duel will only end when one side admits defeat or dies. The party that admits defeat must pay the winner a fee as the price of surrender. To ensure fairness, this fee must be deposited in advance with the official to prevent the admitting party from defaulting. The amount of this fee is determined by the strength of both parties. The stronger the party, the higher the fee. Finally, there is a usage fee for the life and death platform, which is 10% of this fee and paid by the winner. After seeing that everyone understood, the old man threw 2 death warrants over and said expressionlessly, "Sign and pay." Upon seeing this, Zhuqinglong couldn't help but gasp. A deposit of 5 million per person. This was still because their strengths were low. He shrugged helplessly. 5 million was an astronomical number for him right now. Haha, Wang Kuan mocked. "I know you have no money. No problem. I will cover for you." Zhuqinglong glanced meaningfully at Wang Kuan, realizing that this guy had a strong desire to kill him. After signing the death warrant, the two entered the arena. Inside, similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, it was the size of a basketball court, and the floor and surrounding walls were made of extraordinary alloy. Above the walls, there were rows of seats for supporters of both sides to watch live. Zhuqinglong looked at the design of the life and death platform and thought to himself, what a pity. If the life and death duels were turned into a place for entertainment where audiences buy tickets to enter, along with a betting system on the outcome, it would definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, this is a place controlled by the authorities. Zhuqinglong and Tu Mingming sat nervously in their seats, feeling that Zhuqinglong had no chance of winning. "Kid, since I'm in a good mood now, you can say your last words." After entering the life and death platform, Wang Kuan suddenly became relaxed, as his purpose was about to be achieved. Zhuqinglong said, "Oh, I'm curious, how much did you pay to buy my life?" Wang Kuan's face changed. How did he know? Could it be that Fan Jian and Yin Dan not only took the money without doing anything, but also leaked information about him as the buyer? Damn it. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will drag you two out. Enough nonsense. Go to hell. Wang Kuan's hand started to emit electric light, and he raised his hand to unleash a palm lightning attack at Zhuqinglong. Zhuqinglong rolled to avoid the lightning strike. The palm lightning hit the ground, creating a shower of sparks and blue smoke, but the floor remained unscathed. Wang Kuan pressed on step by step, waving his hands continuously as palm lightning forced Zhuqinglong to flee in embarrassment. Zhao Xian's expression was serious. Wang Kuan's abilities were becoming more and more proficient. In contrast, Zhuqinglong could only flee, making it impossible to win. Hopefully, he would surrender soon and not really die here. Tu Mingming and Zhuqinglong stared intently at the scene below, their fists tightly clenched. Zhuqinglong was fleeing in a panic but was secretly assessing. My agility is not enough. Against a lightning-type attack with such high speed, 11 points of agility are not sufficient. Seeing Zhuqinglong dodge like a rabbit, Wang Kuan felt anxious and had to unleash a big move. Suddenly, electric light flickered around him, and the sound of arcs crackled. Thunderfall. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky, heavily shrouding the area above the life and death platform. Inside the dark cloud, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, followed by countless bolts of lightning pouring down. Zhuqinglong was dumbfounded. What the hell? Impressive. With such dense lightning, there's no way to dodge. In an instant, Zhuqinglong was struck down by the pouring lightning, countless bolts engulfing his body. Brother. Zhuqinglong's hands gripped the iron railing, letting out a heartbreaking cry, tears streaming down her face. Tu Mingming's face turned pale, the iron railing twisting and deforming under her grip as she shouted angrily, "Wang Kuan, I will kill you." Zhao Xian suddenly stood up from his seat, then fell heavily back into his seat, as if losing strength. "It's over. Such a good seedling just died. What a pity." Wang Chong laughed heartily. "My son is amazing. A growing genius is what counts. Those who die young are nothing." Upon hearing this, Tu Mingming and Zhuqinglong glared at him with anger. Tu Mingming even included Wang Chong on her kill list. Ha! Wang Kuan gasped for breath, laughing. Finally, he removed this stumbling block. Who knows how much jealousy he had felt towards Zhuqinglong over the past 3 years. Every time he saw Tu Mingming and Zhuqinglong together, laughing and talking, his heart felt like it was being eaten by countless bugs. That gnawing feeling almost driving him mad. Now, personally eliminating a love rival gave him unparalleled pleasure. His entire being felt elevated. Even his abilities improved by a level. Chapter 13. The young beat the old. The lightning struck for over 10 seconds before stopping, and the dark clouds dispersed. Wang Kuan walked over to Zhuqinglong, who was now dressed like a beggar, and kicked him. "I let you get close to Tu Mingming. I let you talk to her. Go on, keep talking." Still not satisfied, he kicked him repeatedly. Suddenly, a change occurred. A hand suddenly grabbed his ankle, and Wang Kuan was startled, quickly retreating. "How can you still be alive? Let go. Let go of me." He kicked repeatedly, trying to shake off the large hand gripping his foot. A series of palm lightnings struck Long, hitting accurately. However, these palm lightnings seemed to sink into the sea, not causing a single splash. How is this possible? Wang Kuan was horrified. His lightning attacks were ineffective? How could that be? What was he dodging so eagerly for earlier? Swat Long, lying on the ground, took the opportunity to rise up, pulling hard and directly flipping Wang Kuan onto the ground. At this moment, Wang Kuan was down, one of his feet raised high by Swat Long. With his legs wide open, Swat Long smiled sinisterly and lifted his leg to deliver a devastating kick, stomping on Wang Kuan's fifth leg. With a loud crack, his current strength was so formidable that this kick accidentally crushed Wang Kuan's fifth limb, leaving him in agony. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Wang Kuan's mouth, soaring into the sky and piercing the heavens. The onlookers gasped in shock, the male spectators instinctively clenching their legs as if experiencing it themselves. Bastard! How dare you use such a vicious hand? Seeing his son's precious parts being crushed, Wang Chong on the high platform was both shocked and furious. This was an injury that no healing spell could recover from. He was furious, stepping on the steps with a loud crash, jumping into the air and striking at Swat Long with a palm. From the momentum of this palm, Wang Chong was actually a master at the grand martial artist level. However, the author was lazy, using English DCBAS for talent levels and ability realms, but all S levels and beyond represent greatness. Later, the martial arts terminology will be used primarily for clarity. For example, if the author says this ability user has grand martial artist level strength, readers can think of it as a C-level ability user. The author strives to unify the protagonist's martial arts and abilities. As long as the combat power value reaches a certain level, both the martial arts realm and ability strength will rise together. Get back! A loud roar echoed. And then Wang Chong was struck by an invisible force, flying back faster than he had come. Boom! He crashed into a row of seats, the seats collapsing, and Wang Chong lay on the ground spitting blood, his face pale, looking severely injured. It turned out that it was the old man guarding the life and death platform who had made his move. With one blow, he severely injured the grand martial artist level Wang Chong. The old man's strength is at least above the level of a military general. Once on the life and death platform, life and death are determined by fate, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. This is the rule. Considering this as your first offense, I will impose a small punishment to serve as a warning. Swat Long glanced at the old man and felt relieved. Wang Kuan, right? He squatted down and patted Wang Kuan's face. Killing Swat Long is a mistake. Calling me here is what led to your current predicament. This is called every drink, and bite has its predetermined fate. In your next life, be a good person. He didn't care whether Wang Kuan hurt him or not. With a punch, he smashed Wang Kuan's head. The hard skull crumbled under his fist like tofu. He silently thought, silly Swat Long, I've avenged you. How dare you? How dare you kill my son? Wang Chong's anger surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swat Long glanced at him, unconvinced. Want to avenge your son? He beckoned with his finger at Wang Chong. Then come down. While your son hasn't gone far, I'll send you both on your way. It's good to have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Kid, you'll pay for what you just said. Wang Chong shouted harshly. I want you dead. Where's the administrator? Bring the life and death contract. The old man's ghostly figure suddenly appeared in the arena, raising his hand as two life and death contracts flew steadily in front of Swat Long and Wang Chong, with a pen attached for convenience. Your deposit will continue to be used, the old man pointed at Wang Chong and said, and you need to pay a deposit of 20 million. Wang Chong was taken aback, then thought of his son's tragic death, gritted his teeth, and signed the life and death contract. In the arena, Wang Chong appeared to be consumed by rage, disregarding everything to avenge his son. However, inside, he remained very calm. He knew Swat Long was peculiar, but he had to avenge his son. Moreover, the sooner, the better. The reasoning was the same as Wang Kuan's thoughts. He couldn't give Swat Long time to grow. The later he waited for revenge, the more hopeless it would become. He quietly checked the condition of his injuries. His internal organs were shaken, but not too serious. He could still exert the strength of a high-level martial artist. Killing a kid who had just awakened his talent was sufficient. This kid is arrogant and doesn't know the terror of a great martial artist, and will ultimately suffer the consequences. The realm characteristics of martial artists. Martial artists refine skin, martial masters refine flesh, great martial masters refine tendons, military generals refine bones. Martial kings refine bloodlines. Martial emperors control the wind to fly, and above martial saints, there are no names. A trainee martial artist is nothing. As a great martial master, Wang Chong had already begun to refine his tendons, and his physique far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if he stood still, An ordinary person with a knife couldn't break his skin, cut into his flesh, or sever his tendons. He wanted Zhuo Qinglong to experience what despair is. Are you ready? The old man said loudly. If you're ready, let us begin. Wait. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the sword at Wang Chang's waist and suddenly asked the old man, is there any weapon available for selection on the life and death platform? The old man shook his head. Weapons are self-provided. Little brother, Zhao Xian shouted from the high wall. I have a knife. I wonder if little brother can use it? Zhuo Qinglong was overjoyed. I can use it. Then, a long knife fell from the sky, and Zhuo Qinglong caught it steadily. From its appearance, it should be a standard long knife used by the military. Slowly drawing the knife from its sheath, the blade gleamed brightly. He examined the long knife in his hand. Ring pommel, narrow body, long blade, straight back. Similar to the ring pommel knife of the Eastern Han Dynasty in his previous life. A good knife. Zhuo Qinglong cupped his fists in thanks to Zhao Xian. Thank you, General. Zhao Xian nodded with a smile. I'm glad to help. Seeing the close relationship between Zhuo Qinglong and Zhao Xian, Wang Chang's face darkened. It further solidified his determination to kill Zhuo Qinglong. Are you ready now? The old man spoke. The duel begins. Before his words fell, Wang Chang stepped forward and charged straight towards Zhuo Qinglong, who was 5 meters away. The 5-meter distance vanished in an instant as he thrust his sword towards Zhuo Qinglong's face. Zhuo Qinglong remained unperturbed when the sword approached. He executed a diagonal slash that deflected the long sword. Then, stepping forward with his left foot, he spun around to evade the long sword and immediately slashed at Wang Chang. Wang Chang was startled and quickly retreated. This Zhuo Qinglong is truly peculiar. A sword thrust from his high-level martial artist strength was actually dodged. Not only dodged, but his sword was also deflected. And to top it off, he countered with a slash. Is this the strength of someone who has just awakened their martial talent? Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. This little brother has good inner quality, with clean and swift movements, attacking the enemy decisively, not at all like a student. The key point is, he actually blocked a sword strike from a great martial master. Chapter 14. Ice Dragon Spin Slash. Zhuo Qingjin and Tu Mingming were both surprised and delighted. All these years, they had never known that their brother, Qinglong, had martial arts skills. In fact, Zhuo Qinglong did not know the martial arts of this world. He only knew some basic knife techniques from his previous life. He was seen slashing, chopping, stabbing, flicking, and wiping with the knife, each strike filled with force and momentum. He and Wang Chang exchanged blows back and forth. This was thanks to his more than 100 points of strength, which was not much inferior to the injured Wang Chang. The more Wang Chang fought, the more alarmed he became. This wouldn't he do. He fought back with a strike, seizing the opportunity to retreat to a safe distance, pulling out a blue potion from his pocket and drinking it down. On the high wall, Tu Mingming saw this and cursed loudly. Despicable. However, on the life and death platform, life and death are determined, and any means can be used. She was helpless. Zhuo Qinglong. This guy actually drank a potion. He recognized it. This is the blue pill. Oops, slip of the tongue. This is a devil's potion developed by the Evolution Home, which can stimulate human potential and restore peak strength when consumed while heavily injured. Drinking it in normal conditions can forcibly elevate the drinker by one small realm, achieving battles across realms ISNTA dream. The market price is 500,000 per potion. A must-have item for traveling outside the city. Just looking at the effects, this is definitely a miraculous medicine. But if that were all its effects, it wouldn't be called a devil's potion. The side effects of this medicine are equally obvious. After the effects wear off, the user will fall into a state of extreme weakness for a day. If a severely injured person takes it, they may not see the sun rise the next day. It's like making a deal with the devil. While it gives you power, it also exacts a steep price. However, using the devil's potion in dire situations is perfectly appropriate. Between imminent death and taking the potion to fight for one last chance, everyone understands the choice. Therefore, despite its high price, this potion still sells explosively, with demand exceeding supply. After drinking the potion, Wang Chang's momentum surged, restoring him to the initial strength of a great martial master. Kid die? Wang Chang rushed forward, and when he was 3 meters away from Zhuo Qinglong, he swung his sword down. The signature sword energy of a great martial master suddenly erupted. A sharp sword energy shot out from the swinging sword, instantly hitting Zhuo Qinglong. Clang! Zhuo Qinglong was knocked away by the sword, rolling like a gourd. Wang Chang frowned. How could the sound of the sword energy striking a body be like this? Never mind. Kill! Wang Chang roared, swinging his long sword repeatedly, sending waves of sword energy towards Zhuo Qinglong. Clang, 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 clearly striking a body. Yet a series of sounds of metal clashing rang out. Wang Chang stopped swinging, planting his sword in the ground, panting heavily. with such intense consumption. He couldn't hold on for long. Why aren't you attacking? Zhuo Qinglong slowly stood up, his clothes already reduced to tattered strips, fluttering in the wind. Wang Chang's pupils constricted. How is this possible? He discovered that beneath the tattered strips, Zhuo Qinglong's body was actually unscathed, not to mention bloodstains. There wasn't even a scratch. Could it be that he practiced something like the iron cloth shirt or body-refining martial arts? Wang Chang recalled the earlier sounds of metal clashing. His heart sank. It was nearly certain. But he just awakened his talent today, didn't he? Has he awakened long ago? Damn it. This kid hides so deeply. Zhuo Qinglong had no idea how rich Wang Chang's inner thoughts were at this moment. He only envied Wang Chang's attacking style. But his realm wasn't high enough to unleash such an attack. What to do? He didn't want to expose his abilities too early. Was there any workaround? He recalled his awakened abilities. Metal, wood, water, wind, etc. Wind. Haha, got it. Zhuo Qinglong raised his right arm holding the knife. Resting his left hand on his right arm. One sword style. 36 disturbing winds. Whoosh. A crescent-shaped slash flew rapidly towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang was startled and hurriedly swung his sword to release a sword chi to block it. The two slashes collided, producing a violent explosion, ultimately vanishing into thin air. How is this possible? Wang Chang had lost track of how many times he had been shocked today. Could this kid also be a Grand Martial Master? Zhuo Qinglong was certainly not a Grand Martial Master, but he had an S-grade wind ability. The wind blade, using the knife as a medium, emitted wind blades from the blade, looking indistinguishable from the sword chi and knife chi of a Grand Martial Master. However, in terms of consumption, it was much less than that of a Grand Martial Master. Haha. Zhuo Qinglong laughed maniacally. 37 disturbing winds. 38 disturbing winds. 46 disturbing winds. 56 disturbing winds. Wang Chang's legs went soft, almost stumbling, his hands flailing like he had Parkinson's. How is this possible? After so many exchanges, his spiritual power was already depleted. But Zhuo Qinglong looked as if nothing had happened. 57 disturbing winds. This is insane. Wang Chang's face darkened as he hurriedly dodged, not daring to exchange blows again. 58 disturbing winds. 59 damn. Wang Chang fled in a panic, narrowly avoiding the slash. 66. This slash came too quickly to dodge. Wang Chang could only raise his sword to block. Bang. The slash hit his sword, sending him flying 5 meters before he landed. Uffed. After hitting the ground, Wang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. This blow caused him significant internal injuries. He understood that continuing like this would definitely lead to death. Desperate, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a devil potion, hesitating briefly before drinking it down. On the high wall, Zhao Xian exclaimed in surprise. Is Wang Chang out of his mind? It should be noted that drinking one potion comes with life-threatening side effects, let alone 2. No one has ever survived after drinking 2 potions. When the Evolution House first released the devil potion, many people drank 2 in a row, but without exception, they all died when the effect wore off. Therefore, the common understanding now is to take one as a last resort. Wang Chang, back at his peak, let out a furious roar. Kid, I want you dead. I want you to accompany my son and me to the grave. Wang Chang gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging all over his body, crazily gathering power. It looked like he was about to unleash a big move. Zhuo Qinglong felt a warning and squinted, thinking, a big move? Who doesn't he have a big move? He held the knife with both hands, spun around, and unleashed a slash. Ice Dragon Whirlwind. The ground rapidly froze wherever the slash passed. The range was vast, covering all directions the blade swept. Wang Chang, in a rush, couldn't dodge in time and could only raise his sword to withstand the slash. Bang! He was hit instantly. Starting from the sword, the freezing quickly spread throughout his body. What? How can there be such strong cold? As the words left his mouth, Wang Chang was completely frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to speak anymore. Chapter 15. Scum. Looking at the ice sculpture, Zhuo Qinglong had no intention of holding back. If you don't kill a snake, it might harm you later. Since I've made a move, I'll finish it. 67. 68. 69. 3 slashes whistled out. Crash. The human-shaped ice sculpture shattered into a pile of ice shards. In this life and death duel, the winner is Zhuo Qinglong. The elder's voice echoed, announcing the end of the duel. The spectators cheered, feeling it was worth coming. Zhuo Qingjin, brother, you are amazing. Tu Mingming. Qinglong, well done. Zhao Xian, little brother, not bad. At such a young age, you have this kind of strength. Come to the Southern Army in the future to slay beasts. With young people like you in the future, the city of Yongding can remain safe forever. Zhuo Qinglong humbly said, I'm flattered. You're overpraising me. He handed the knife to Zhao Xian. I couldn't have one without your battle knife. This is truly a good knife. Zhao Xian accepted the saber and laughed heartily, patting Zhua Qinglong's shoulder a few times. Good kid, knows how to talk. After settling the costs with the elder, everyone left. This life and death duel brought Zhua Qinglong a profit of 21.8 million. Truly, a horse won't get fat without eating night grass, and a person won't get rich without windfalls. Zhua Qinglong, let's go. I'll take you two out for a feast. Zhua Qingzhen, yay. I want to eat big lobster. Zhua Qinglong patted his sister's head. No problem. He looked at Tu Mingming and asked, what about you? What do you want to eat? Tu Mingming smiled slightly. Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you eat. Zhua Qinglong. Hey, don't try to make me save money. I have money now. Tu Mingming. Yes. Let us see what to eat when we get there. Zhua Qinglong waved his hand. All right, let us go. In the center of the city, at the 6-star hotel's all-you-can-eat buffet. Wow, so much delicious food. Zhua Qingzhen pulled Tu Mingming, looking around the buffet area. The dishes on the table were varied. All kinds of familiar and unfamiliar foods could be found here. The entrance fee for the buffet is 10,000 per person. It is indeed expensive, but there is a reason for the price. Dishes like jungle wild boar meat, crystal shrimp, and flamed chicken require leaving the city's safe fortress and risking life in the wild to hunt. Only high-end hotels like this can lavishly offer such rare ingredients at a buffet. If it were an ordinary hotel, these wild-sourced ingredients would be treated as signature dishes. Crash. Oh no. From a distance, the sound of shattered plates came, accompanied by Zhua Qingzhen's exclamation. Which blind thing bumped into me? Zheng Ergai was furious. When he turned around and saw that it was two delicate young beauties who bumped into him, he immediately swallowed his curse, his eyes revealing a flame of desire. As a side branch of the Zheng family, backed by the Zheng group, he had developed an arrogant character, wanting whatever he desired since childhood. To him, women were mere playthings. Over the years, with his family's deep background, he had ruined many virtuous women. In short, this Zheng Ergai was a morally reprehensible rich second generation. At this moment, Zheng Ergai's eyes were filled with astonishment and greed. So beautiful, so tender. The two young beauties in front of him exuded the breath of youth. Like a bud about to bloom, shy yet standing tall. The girl who bumped into him hadn't fully matured yet, but her beauty was already showing. In a few years, she would be a stunning beauty. The other young beauty had a tall figure, with curves that were quite impressive. TSK, ready for picking. No flower starts as a flower. Every vividly colored flower comes from a bud. What he needed to do now was to take advantage of the bud before it transformed into a blooming flower. Zheng Ergai's face darkened. How could you be so careless? This is a suit worth 5 million. With so many stains on it, this suit is ruined. He crossed his arms, looking down at them. So, how do you plan to compensate? Zhua Qingzhen, hearing that a piece of clothing was worth 1 million, immediately appeared at a loss, her small hands tugging at her clothes. Speechless, Tu Mingming frowned. Is your suit encrusted with diamonds? Why is it so expensive? Zheng Ergai exaggeratedly replied. Expensive? Are you kidding? I am wearing a custom-made outfit from the Oscars, and there is only one set in the world. What? You can't afford it? Tu Mingming pursed her lips. 5 million. That number sounds absurd. It's just an ordinary piece of clothing, definitely not worth that price. This man in front of her is clearly extorting. Zheng Ergai observed the expressions of the two women and had a good idea of the situation. He revealed a cunning expression, wickedly saying, if you can't afford it, it's okay. As long as you both accompany me for one night, we can forget about the clothing. This Zheng Ergai actually doesn't plan to let Zhua Qingzhen go either. Tu Mingming was instantly furious, flipping her palm. Unable to help but want to slap this scum to death. Just then, a plate full of food smashed onto Zheng Ergai, who shouted angrily, who the hell threw that at me? Oh, sorry. Zhua Qinglong walked over slowly. I didn't notice. The plate just ended up on you. So sorry. Zheng Ergai angrily said. Are you tired of living? Zhua Qinglong dug at his ear. What? Are you tired of living? Zheng Ergai, you. Zhua Qinglong interrupted him. If you're tired of living, that's easy to solve. Let us go to the life and death stage and decide it there. His words were powerful and resonated. Zheng Ergai suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, a breath caught in his throat. What kind of person is this? Coming right in and suggesting a life and death stage? With his strength as a novice martial artist and his status, how could he possibly compete on a life and death stage? At this moment, a hotel staff member noticed the commotion and came over to ease his embarrassment. Staff, esteemed guests, what happened here? Oh, it's young Master Zheng. Do you need our assistance? Zheng Ergai saw that the staff recognized him and immediately became arrogant. There are 3 country bumpkins here who got my $5 million outfit dirty. Make them pay. The staff was taken aback by the 5 million. He looked at the 3 people across from him, 2 girls and a guy, obviously still students. Asking them to pay 5 million is like asking for the impossible. Young Master Zheng, Can we negotiate the compensation amount? Zheng Ergai, what? Negotiate? There's nothing to negotiate. If they don't pay, let the two girls accompany me for one night. This is me being merciful. One night is worth 5 million. This kind of good deal only happens here. They definitely benefit. Chapter 16. Simplified Water Prison Technique. Tu Mingming suppressed her urge to kill and coldly said, I want to curse today, but I don't want to curse at you. Because you are not even human. You are worse than a beast. Zhuo Qinglong pulled out 100 from his pocket and tossed it at Zheng Ergai. I'll give you 100. Can't give any more. Zheng Ergai was furious. You bastard. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at him. If you don't want it, then forget it. Or do you want to fight the life and death stage with me? Huh. Zheng Ergai suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest. Tremblingly pointing at Zhuo Qinglong. You wait for me. He took out his phone and dialed the Zheng family's security department. Hello, Dukong. I ran into trouble at the buffet restaurant. Bring some people over. After finishing, he hung up the phone, coldly smiling at Zhuo Qinglong and the others. Today none of you three are leaving this door. Zhuo Qinglong tightly grabbed Zhuo Qinglong's arm, her expression revealing concern. Staff, young Master Zheng, you are magnanimous. Why bother with them? Zheng Ergai, this is none of your business. A poor kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I will make him know the might of the Zheng family. The staff saw that the situation had exceeded his ability to handle and quietly retreated to report the situation to the hotel management. Zheng Ergai looked at Tu Mingming and the two girls, smiling with delight. Just wait. I'll make you both crawl into my bed tonight, begging me to spare you. Ha ha. His arrogant laughter echoed through the hall, attracting the attention of many diners. Isn't that the infamous scum of the Zheng family? Those two young girls are in trouble. What bad luck. How could they encounter scum while having a meal? What a sin. Those young girls are so young. And now they will be tormented by this scum. Can't anyone do something about it? The diners whispered among themselves, but no one dared to stand up and speak. Tu Mingming moved a bit, wanting to teach this scum a lesson, but found her arm firmly grasped by Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong gently shook his head. Go pick some good food. Eat first. I'll come to eat later. Tu Mingming hesitated. Seeing Zhuo Qinglong's determined gaze, she compromised. She turned and pulled Zhuo Qinglong to pick food. Heh, you still have the mood to eat? Zheng Ergai felt it was unbelievable. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It seems you really don't know the might of the Zheng family. I'll make sure you won't be able to eat anymore. Zhuo Qinglong, shut up. Noisy. He pointed at Zheng Ergai's head. Simplified water prison technique. A basketball-sized water ball suddenly appeared over Zheng Ergai's head, completely wrapping his head in the water ball. What the hell is this? Zheng Ergai held his head with both hands. His words turned into gurgling water sounds, choking on a few mouthfuls of water. He was instantly terrified, desperately clawing at the water ball. However, when he tried to claw out the water ball, it quickly returned to its original state. Not a single drop of water was clawed out. Gurgle, gurgle. The more anxious he got, the more he choked on the water. In just a moment, he felt immense pain from suffocation and lack of oxygen. Zheng Ergai clawed around wildly, the veins on his neck bulging, his face turning a pig liver color. Gradually, he knelt down on the ground, weakly clutching his neck. Zhuo Qinglong saw he was about to collapse, snapped his fingers, and lifted the water prison technique. Suddenly able to breathe again, Zheng Ergai lay on the ground, desperately coughing, gasping for air, tears and mucus flowing. At no moment had he felt that being able to breathe was such a happy thing. After lying on the ground for a while, he finally recovered. His gaze shifted to the side, discovering Zhuo Qinglong was sitting on a chair he didn't know where it came from. Happily eating black bear paw in one hand and dragon fish fin in the other. Zheng Ergai's anger surged, gasping for breath. You bastard. I want you to live worse than dead. Huh. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at him. You haven't learned your lesson. He casually tossed another water prison technique over Zheng Ergai's head. A gurgle gurgle. Zheng Ergai rolled on the ground in pain. Those who have never drowned can never understand the terror of drowning. Zhuo Qinglong leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, happily enjoying the food in his hands. Hiss. This scene drew gasps from the surrounding diners. This young man is ruthless. Deserved. The scum of the Zheng family finally met his match. Some also expressed concern. Offending the Zheng family. This young man is afraid he won't have a good ending. What? Does the Zheng family dare to ignore the ban and kill people in the city? Not necessarily have to do it in the city. Unless the young man never leaves the city. Besides, there are countless ways to suppress a person. And the Zheng family can send assassins to secretly deal with this young man. Shoo. Don't say it, just keep it in mind. By the way, does this young man count as fighting? I didn't see it. Did you see it? I didn't see it either. On the 9th floor of the hotel. In the chairman's office. At this moment, two middle-aged men were brewing tea inside. Sitting in the main seat was the balding, slightly overweight chairman, Lin Shanghai. Facing Lin Shanghai was a sturdy man with a square face, the director of the martial arts department of the military academy, Qin Luyun. The two were of similar age, but in terms of body management, they were worlds apart. Lin Shanghai picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and said, "Today is the day of awakening for major universities. If you don't come to scout for talent, what are you doing here?" Qin Luyun laughed heartily. "Scouting for talent is something I leave to my subordinates. It's not my style to do everything myself." Lin Shanghai shook his head helplessly. "You're just being lazy." Qin Luyun replied, "All the information about good candidates in the city will eventually be gathered at the military academy. If there are any particularly outstanding ones, my subordinates will report back to me in a timely manner. So it doesn't matter whether I'm on site or not." He found a grand excuse for his laziness. Lin Shanghai couldn't help but chuckle, no matter how nicely he put it. It still couldn't change the fact that he was being lazy. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Lin Shanghai, come in." Creaking. The door opened, and a charming woman in a small suit walked in. "Mr. Lin." The woman slightly bowed to Lin Shanghai and then nodded at Qin Luyun. Chapter 17, Rubbing the Scum on the Ground. The woman was the floor manager, Qi Xiaowei. After hearing the report from the waiter, she felt the matter was tricky and needed to inform the boss. "Lin Shanghai, is there something wrong?" Qi Xiaowei glanced at Qin Luyun, hesitating to speak. "Lin Shanghai, it's fine, just say whatever it is." Only then did Qi Xiaowei speak up. "There has been a bit of trouble in the buffet restaurant." "Oh." Lin Shanghai frowned. "What is going on that even you can't handle it and need to report to me?" "Qi Xiaowei, there are 3 students. 1 male and 2 females, who have soiled Zheng Ergui's clothes. Zheng Ergui insists on either a compensation of 5 million or that the 2 female students spend the night with him." "What?" Lin Shanghai slammed the teacup down. Furious. "This Zheng Ergui is harassing us at our hotel?" Qi Xiaowei nodded and continued. "The 3 students naturally disagree, and the male student even suggested he would only pay 100 or resolve it on the life and death platform. Now Zheng Ergui has already called back to the Zheng family for support." Qin Luyun laughed heartily upon hearing this. This male student has guts. Daring to suggest going to the life and death platform? Rare. Zheng Ergui is too cowardly to accept the challenge from the students. Driven by lust, yet lacking courage. He might as well go home and sell antiques. Lin Shanghai shook his head and laughed. The younger generation of the Zheng family really has few noteworthy ones. Each generation is worse than the last. However, for ordinary people, the Zheng family is indeed a giant, so these students probably won't have a good ending. Lin Shanghai turned to Qi Xiaowei and instructed, "Notify the security room. No one from the Zheng family is allowed to enter. If they're not satisfied, I doubt they'll dare to oppose us." Lin Shanghai exuded confidence, his tone full of authority. "Qin Luyun, shall we go take a look? Since we've finished our tea. Sitting here is boring. It would be nice to join the excitement." Lin Shanghai, "All right, it's rare that you have such an interest." At the buffet restaurant, Lin Shanghai and his group heard the noisy clamor from a distance. Not good. Qi Xiaowei's expression turned anxious. Had the Zheng family already arrived? Were they fighting? She hurriedly stepped forward, jogging into the restaurant, and then stood frozen at the door. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether what she saw was real. Following closely behind her, Lin Shanghai and Qin Luyun looked at Qi Xiaowei, who was in a daze, puzzled. Lin Shanghai asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What's happening?" Seeing Qi Xiaowei not responding, he didn't mind and simply walked past her into the restaurant. Then he understood the reason for Qi Xiaowei's stupor. A student-like young man was leaning back in a chair with his feet up, holding a mutated wild boar leg in his hands, gnawing it with grease dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, the originally arrogant Zheng Ergui was rolling around at the young man's feet, looking as if he had just crawled out of a garbage heap, covered in filth. Lin Shanghai was also taken aback. What on earth happened here? This young man is not simple. He signaled to Qin Luyun and Qi Xiaowei, and the 3 discreetly found an empty table to sit down. Of course, when there's drama, one should enjoy it. Qi Xiaowei even went to grab some food, and the 3 sat there eating while watching. Swat had already performed the water prison simplification technique 5 or 6 times, and Zheng Ergui had completely lost his temper. Lying on the ground like a fish out of water, only gasping for air. He didn't want to move a finger. He was exhausted. He regretted coming here for dinner today. He hated himself for being foolish and provoking this demon. "Mom, I want to go home." It was truly the tender grass afraid of frost, and the frost afraid of the sun. Evildoers have their own evildoers to deal with. Puff. Swat spat out a piece of bone, hitting Zheng Ergui precisely. "Still want compensation?" Puff. Another piece of bone struck him. "Still want women?" Puff. "Still dare to call for support?" No response. "Looks like you're still not convinced." Swat raised his hand, and another water ball enveloped Zheng Ergui's head. Gurgle, gurgle. Zheng Ergui slapped the ground hard, then started rolling around in a panic. He wanted to cry. This young man is a devil. Just now, he hadn't caught his breath. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. He never wanted to experience the suffocating feeling of drowning again, not for a lifetime. Qin Liyun whispered with his head down. Water-based ability. Can't tell what level it is. Lin Chonghai nodded. The awakening of abilities coincided perfectly with the day of awakening. This young man likely has a high chance of being a student from the graduating class of a university, given how skillfully he used his abilities. His talent should be quite good. Lin Chonghai. Old Qin, what do you think of this young man? Qin Liyun. He is ruthless and cunning. Not like a sheltered flower who only knows how to study. Quite interesting. At that moment, the water ball burst. And Zheng Ergui lay on the ground like a dead dog, only inhaling without exhaling. Zhuo Qinglong threw the gnawed bone into the trash can, then licked his fingers and summoned a small water ball in front of him, carefully washing his hands inside it. After washing, he flicked his hand, and the water ball quickly moved, suddenly smashing into Zheng Ergui's face. Cough, cough, cough. This sudden attack nearly sent Zheng Ergui, who was desperately gasping for air, straight to the afterlife. Zhuo Qinglong leisurely returned to his chair, silently enjoying this rare scene before him. Once Zheng Ergui's breathing stabilized a bit, Zhuo Qinglong spoke. Have you thought about what to do? Zheng Ergui hurriedly raised his hand, panting. I've thought it over. I'll let them go back now and won't trouble you again in the future. He trembled as he took out his phone. Hello, Dukong, are you guys here yet? Already at the door? The security won't let you in? Oh, then don't come in. It's all right. You guys go back first. Just go back without so many useless words. Zheng Ergui hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and then revealed a flattering smile, saying to Zhuo Qinglong, classmate, do you think this handling is satisfactory? Zhuo Qinglong glanced at him. This kid finally got the point. Keep that 100 yuan. Whatever needs to be compensated will be compensated. I won't default on my debts. If there's something else you shouldn't be thinking about, don't let me know. Or the consequences won't be as simple as today. Zheng Ergui quickly lowered his head and fawned. I wouldn't dare. I was just foolish today, actually having the thought of offending you all. I truly deserve to be beaten. Chapter 18. Oh no, the matter is exposed. Zhuo Qinglong snorted. Zheng Ergui was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. I was wrong. I misspoke. You didn't hit me. Zhuo Qinglong nodded. Zheng Ergui rubbed his hands and said pitifully, can I leave now? He didn't want to stay in this ghost place for another moment. Zhuo Qinglong, get lost. Zheng Ergui felt as if he had been pardoned and joyfully said, good. I'm leaving now. He then hurriedly left with his head down. Lin Chonghai muttered softly. That kid from the Zheng family really took a heavy fall this time. Qin Liyun, it may not be that simple. The people from the Zheng family are used to being arrogant. I don't think he can swallow this anger. Lin Chonghai nodded slightly in agreement. After leaving the cafeteria, Zheng Ergui straightened his back, his face twisted and ferocious. Bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I want you to have a terrible end. Do you think my Zheng family is easy to mess with? Those who oppose my Zheng family never end up well. He glanced back at the cafeteria, his eyes filled with resentment. Just wait. He then waved his sleeve and left in anger. Some people are like this, after making mistakes. They never reflect on themselves, but blame everything on others. They are never wrong. It's always others who are at fault. Inside the cafeteria, Zhuo Qinglong carried a large plate of food to the table where Tu Mingming and the others were sitting. The matter was resolved, and now they could enjoy their meal. Zhuo Qinglong, what do you two want to eat? I'll go get it. Tu Mingming looked up at Zhuo Qinglong, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she softly said, just eat first. If it's not enough, I'll get more. We can't waste food. Zhuo Qingjin nodded. Yes. Zhuo Qinglong pouted and pulled out a chair to sit next to his sister. These two are really good at living. Good character. He looked at the two girls with some pity, secretly thinking, with me around in the future, I won't let you live such a poor life again. Tu Mingming took a bite of food and glanced at Zhuo Qinglong, took a sip of her drink, and looked at him again. Zhuo Qinglong. What's going on? Am I so handsome that she's mesmerized? Zhuo Qinglong coughed lightly, sat up straight, and even his eating posture became elegant. Tu Mingming. Qinglong. Did you come to my room last night? Puffed Zhuo Qinglong unexpectedly spat out the food in his mouth, splattering it all over Tu Mingming's face. Cough, sorry. I choked. He quickly grabbed a few napkins and handed them to Tu Mingming, saying, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Tu Mingming said nothing, silently wiping her face, but her eyes were fixed on Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a prehistoric beast, cold sweat pouring down. Cough, eat. He picked up 2 chopsticks of food and placed them on Tu Mingming's plate. Since we spent so much money to eat here, don't be so polite. Just eat to your heart's content. Tu Mingming did not respond and said softly, in the future, if you want to come to my house, just knock on the door, and I'll open it for you. Zhuo Qinglong's body stiffened, and then he mumbled, "Uh-huh." Zhuo Qingzhen looked at the two suspiciously. She couldn't understand what they were talking about, just wondering how her brother and Tu Mingming had become so close. At that moment, a voice broke the awkwardness. "Hello, students." The three turned to see a burly middle-aged man walking towards their table. "I am a mentor from the military academy. Here is my business card." Qin Luyan took out a business card and handed it to Zhuo Qinglong. "May I ask, are you the student who just participated in the awakening ceremony today?" Zhuo Qinglong casually played with the business card and said indifferently, "Yes, what advice do you have?" "Qin Luyan, I wouldn't dare to give advice. I just wanted to ask if you have chosen which university to attend. Would you like to come to our military academy?" Zhuo Qinglong, "Oh? ISNT, your military academy, known for only recruiting geniuses? How come you want someone like me?" He guessed that Qin Luyan must have seen him teaching Zheng Ergui a lesson earlier, which is why he wanted to recruit him. And indeed, Qin Luyan was interested in Zhuo Qinglong's character rather than his talent. If he had known about Zhuo Qinglong's talent, he wouldn't have been so casual about recruiting him. He would have probably dragged Zhuo Qinglong to the military academy. Qin Luyan proudly said, "Indeed, the military academy only recruits the top geniuses in various fields. Every year, the academy sends countless talents to Yongding City, providing strong support for the prosperity and stability of Yongding City." "Student, I apologize. Zhuo Qinglong, I have already made my choice. I will be studying at South City University, so I won't be going to your military academy." Qin Luyan, "Oh, is that so? Well, if you change your mind, you can contact me anytime using the phone number on the card. I can help you with the admission process." After saying that, Qin Luyan nodded to Tu Mingming and Zhuo Qingzhen and turned to leave. Zhuo Qinglong was a bit surprised. This military academy mentor showed genuine sincerity without knowing about his talent. He casually stuffed the business card into his pocket. On the other side, Lin Chonghai, "What? Did you fail to recruit him?" Qin Luyan nodded yes. Lin Chonghai, "Haha, even you, old Qin, can make mistakes sometimes." Qin Luyan said lightly, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Gold will shine anywhere, so why cling to a specific place?" Lin Chonghai chuckled. "That's true, but if you find out this kid has great talent in the future, I wonder if you can remain so calm." Qin Luyan turned his gaze to Zhuo Qinglong, looked at him for a moment, and then shook his head. "The chances of that are too slim. Old Lin, I have to say, the food here really tastes good." Lin Chonghai, "Of course. I have the most comprehensive ingredients in all of Yongding City, along with the top chefs. It's hard to make it taste bad." "Old Qin, do you know who my chefs are?" Qin Luyan asked curiously. "What is the difference?" Lin Chonghai proudly said, "All my chefs have awakened their abilities, and they are all related to cooking." Qin Luyan was speechless. That truly is making the best use of resources. "Xiaowei, go get more dishes for Director Qin." "All right. Director Qin, just a moment." Qi Xiaowei responded and went to get the dishes. Qin Luyan, "Old Lin, you are being too polite." Lin Chonghai, "Hey, the famous Director Qin rarely comes to eat here. Shouldn't I treat you well?" Qin Luyan shook his head and laughed. "You are something else." Chapter 19. Free Trade Market. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. There were few pedestrians on the street, but the various academies were bustling with activity. At the military academy, the martial arts department office was brightly lit. Several mentors were sorting through the data of the graduating class students. They categorized and selected the information of exceptionally talented martial arts seeds and set them aside. Qin Luyan propped his feet up. Holding a cup of tea, "Look carefully and don't miss any genius." Slurp, he took a sip of the scalding tea and let out a satisfied sigh. Soon after, a mentor came over with a stack of documents. "Director Qin, here are the materials of all students with A-level and above talents. Please take a look." Qin Luyan reached out to take it. Also look at the C and B levels. Any with special qualities can be invited to the military academy. Don't be too rigid about talent levels." The mentors looked at Qin Luyan with admiration in their eyes and replied in unison, "Yes. This is the head of their martial arts department. He doesn't judge people by their talent levels, as long as they have shining points. Even those with lower talents can be invited to the academy." A-level, Qin Luyan flipped through the pages. S-level Gao Yanwu from the East City No. 6 High School, not bad. Not bad. S-level 2 Ming from the South City No. 1 High School with the flowing blade flame knife, not bad. Not bad. Just as Qin Luyan was about to turn to the next page, he suddenly froze in mid-air. Familiar. This female student looks a bit familiar. He quickly put the page of information back and carefully examined the photo of Tu Mingming. He remembered. Isn't she one of the 3 students he encountered at Yi Guanglin in the afternoon? He never expected that she actually had an S-level talent. Qin Luyan's expression suddenly changed, as if he thought of something, and he quickly flipped through the information. Found it. He pulled out a sheet from the stack below. Zhuo Qinglong from Chengnan No. 1 High School, Super S-level talent? Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Dragon King. Damn. A curse echoed through the office. The busy mentors all looked up, wondering what made Director Qin lose his composure like this. Qin Liyun paced back and forth in the office with the information in hand, feeling regretful. Lin Changhai's crow's mouth hit the mark. He glanced at the information again and put it down, feeling conflicted. In the end, to hell with it. Everyone has their own aspirations. To hell with it. Gold will shine no matter where it is. No, if it's gold, it should shine under his own hands. He made up his mind to find an opportunity to invite her once more. At Zhuo Qinglong's home in Chengnan, he handed a savings card to Zhuo Qingzheng. Xiaozheng. Here's 10 million. You take it and spend it. Zhuo Qingzheng was shocked. Brother, don't give me so much. Keep it for yourself. Zhuo Qinglong, take it. With me around, you won't have to worry about money. Don't be stingy when buying groceries. Eat well. It's the time for growth. Nutrition must keep up. Look at you, almost 16 years old. Why haven't you grown yet? This child has no concept of the dangers of a flat chest yet. Zhuo Qingzheng was puzzled. I'm as tall as Sister Mengmeng. How can I not have grown? Zhuo Qinglong's gaze lingered on her chest. Think about it. What differences are there between you and Tu Mengmeng? Zhuo Qingzheng. Following Zhuo Qinglong's gaze downward, she suddenly understood. How annoying. Brother, you are a big pervert. Zhuo Qingzheng's face turned bright red as she rushed forward, playfully punching Zhuo Qinglong's chest. Zhuo Qinglong laughed heartily, running around the room being chased. The brother and sister playfully bickered, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Zhuo Qinglong set out alone, planning to stroll through the free trading market in the city. He wanted to buy some equipment and then train his skills in the Twilight Forest. There was plenty of food at home, so he wasn't anxious. As the saying goes, if a craftsman wants to do good work, he must first sharpen his tools. What he lacked the most right now was a suitable knife, and secondly, a mode of transportation. With these two, he could start honing his skills. The free trading market, though called a market, is actually a street lined with various shops. On both sides of the street, all kinds of stalls were packed tightly, fully illustrating the saying that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The street was bustling with people, and the noise was incessant. Zhuo Qinglong had a clear goal and headed straight for the weapon shop. There were also weapons sold at the stalls, but he planned to visit a proper store first to see what they had. Lu's weapon shop was the closest weapon shop to the entrance of the trading market. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at the shop's name and walked straight in. Welcome. An electronic announcement sounded as he entered, skipping the greeting. Inside the shop, various weapons were hanging on racks and walls, all brand new. Zhuo Qinglong casually picked up a knife from the shelf, unsheathed it for a look, and then put it back. Young man, are you looking to buy a knife? An old man approached enthusiastically. You've come to the right place. We have all kinds of famous and treasured swords. May I ask what price range you are looking for? Zhuo Qinglong, a suitable one. The old man was taken aback. Such a bold statement. Could he be a big customer? Didn't he look like it? He then said, our shop has knives worth millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. What price range do you want to look at? This time it was Zhuo Qinglong's turn to be surprised. Was a knife really that expensive? He steeled himself and said, show me one that costs 10 million. All right, please wait a moment. The old man walked briskly to get the knife. At this moment, Zhuo Qinglong glanced at the prices of the weapons, which ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and none reached the level of casually costing 1 million. This old man was really good at sales. After a while, the old man returned with a knife. Young man, sorry to keep you waiting. He began to introduce the knife in his hand. This is a famous knife, crafted by the renowned master Zhengduo Jin over 3 months. It's sharp and doesn't stick to blood. The retail price is 60 million. Zhuo Qinglong took the famous knife from the old man's hand. The knife was extremely luxurious, with a scabbard that was entirely silver white, edged with a golden pattern that sparkled. The scabbard was also embedded with 6 gemstones the size of cat's eyes, and the handle had a ruby embedded on both sides. Just looking at its appearance, this knife radiated an aura of nobility and status. He unsheathed the long knife. Its blade gleamed brightly, and a chill emanated from it, shining coldly. Zhuo Qinglong nodded. It was a good knife, not only giving him face, but also quite practical. It could be considered a combination of aesthetics and practicality, a tool for charming girls. Chapter 20. I am the White Tiger. That's right, it's a tool for charming girls. Or one could say, a tool for showing off. This knife represents power. The power of the wealthy. Whether the knife itself is practical is no longer important. After all, no one would take a knife with more ornamental than practical value to hunt monsters. Zhuo Qinglong sheathed the knife and tossed it back to the old man. The old man exclaimed, be careful, be careful. If you break it, you can't afford it. He hurriedly caught the knife, afraid of damaging it. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head, losing interest in the other knives in the shop. He left the shop and walked along the street. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, want to take a look? Produced in the Twilight Forest. Adult firefox fur, just 1 piece, no longer afraid of the cold winter. Mutated rhino horn can be used for ornamental purposes or medicinal use, with effects 10 times that of ordinary rhino horn. Various shouts echoed on the street, creating a lot of noise. Mutated barbarian cow whip, whoever uses it knows, can take it home for just 100,000. Your cow whip can't compare to my tiger whip. Using it turns you into a 7-time man in one night, and the wife says it's great. Only 150,000, definitely stronger than the cow whip. You bastard. You little turtle. How can you do business like this? What? Not convinced. Bite me. Damn. Spit, spit, spit. The two stall owners began a spitting contest. Passers-by hurriedly avoided them, fearing to get caught up in it. Zhuo Qinglong quickly passed through these two stalls and continued on his way. Various strange goods filled the street, making it hard to keep track of everything. As he walked, he suddenly saw a stall selling weapons, and the stall owner was a beautiful girl in her early 20s. She was the youngest stall owner he had seen since entering the free trading market, and she was a beautiful girl. Naturally, he had to support her business, right? Zhuo Qinglong approached the beautiful girl's stall and began to examine her goods. At first glance, most of the swords and knives were rusty, some even covered in verdigris. He seriously suspected that these goods had been dug out of some dirt pit. Beautiful girl, are you selling knives? Zhuo Qinglong asked. Yes. The beautiful girl casually picked up a knife and drew it out. Don't judge the appearance of my knives. The blades are perfectly intact. Take it home, polish it, and take care of it, and it'll be a good knife again. Look, not a single chip. Each one is only 10,000. You want to lose out or be fooled. Zhuo Qinglong took a glance and fell silent. The blade was covered in rust. Only someone with a twisted mind would buy a rusty knife to take home. He continued to search, and as he flipped through the items, a uniquely shaped long knife caught his eye. Why was it called a unique long knife? Because it was long enough, over 7 meters, and both the handle and guard were exaggeratedly long, resembling a large cross. The blade had a slight curve, and overall, it was indeed a uniquely shaped long knife. Zhuo Qinglong picked up the long knife and felt his body sink. Good heavens, this must weigh over 1,000 pounds. He glanced at the beautiful girl and wondered how this delicate stall owner managed to bring this knife here. Could she also be a martial artist with awakened martial talents? Slowly drawing the long knife, the completely black blade gradually revealed itself. It was entirely black. Good eye, handsome, the beautiful girl boasted. This is the best knife in my stall. It is said to be the sword of the world's greatest swordsman from a certain country and era, standing at the pinnacle of all sword masters. Zhuo Qinglong remained non-committal as he lightly brushed his hand over the blade and discovered a line of text. Without touching it, he truly wouldn't have noticed. Leaning in closer, he saw it read, Supreme Great Cleaver Black Blade. He calmly pushed the knife back into its sheath and asked, Is this knife also 10,000? No. The beautiful girl quickly denied it. This knife is the treasure of my stall. Her eyes glinted with cunning as she slowly extended 3 fingers. The price is 3 million. Seeing her like this, it was clear she noticed Zhuo Qinglong's interest in the knife and raised the price on the spot. All right, I'll take it for 3 million. Huh. The beautiful girl was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped, as she had expected Zhuo Qinglong to haggle after quoting such a high price. The legend of this knife was something she had made up. She didn't even know its origins. However, just as Zhuo Qinglong suspected, she had indeed dug these knives out from the twilight forest after much effort. Products from the dirt pit must be quality. Because of the knife's unusual shape, many people had come to browse before, but due to its poor ergonomics, aside from its peculiar appearance, it had no standout features. Who would spend money on a knife that was useless and had no aesthetic appeal? Zhuo Qinglong noticed the beautiful girl remained silent for a long time and curiously asked, What's wrong? Not selling? The beautiful girl suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Selling. Inside, she was shouting, A fat sheep. This is a big fat sheep. So refreshing. She hit the jackpot this time. What does it mean to not open for 3 years and then eat for 3 years? This is it. The two exchanged money for goods, and as the beautiful girl looked at the incoming transfer on her card, she beamed with joy. My sister is saved. This money is enough for her medical expenses. Handsome, I'm Yu Baihu. What is your name? Zhuo Qinglong stiffened, feeling as if he had turned to stone. A crow flew overhead, leaving behind a string of ellipses. Ahem, a mere name, never mind. Just call me Handsome. Yu Baihu didn't dwell on the name and continued. Handsome, let us exchange contact information. You must come to my stall often. With such a large fat sheep, there was no reason to let it go after just one opportunity. How could she not milk it dry? Zhuo Qinglong thought for a moment. Her name coincidentally matched his. So why not add her? The two exchanged QQ numbers, and Zhuo Qinglong looked at the name I am Baihu, feeling a headache coming on. Did this woman really not know, or was she pretending? Meanwhile, Yu Baihu saw his name, I am Qing Long, and smiled happily, patting Zhuo Qinglong's shoulder, marveling at their surprisingly similar tastes. Like hell we're similar. Zhuo Qinglong thought resentfully. He had miscalculated. He hadn't had time to change his username. Even a horse may stumble, a person may slip. One must never be careless. He strapped the black knife to his back and hurriedly left. Behind him, he could faintly hear Yu Baihu's voice. Handsome, let us keep in touch. Keep in touch. Keep in touch with a ghost. At that moment, he wished he could blacklist her, out of sight, out of mind. After distancing himself from Yu Baihu's stall, Zhuo Qinglong let out a long sigh and slowed his pace. Chapter 21. Shadows approached. Zhuo Qinglong felt the weight of the black knife on his back and was somewhat pleased. If this truly was the black knife once wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, then this transaction was indeed a steal. The specific abilities of the black knife, forged by the might of the great swordsman, remained unknown. However, as a basic property of swords, its sturdiness and sharpness were undoubtedly far superior to ordinary blades. Cutting through iron like mud, slicing through gold and jade would be a breeze for the black knife. Thinking of this, Zhuo Qinglong's previously heavy steps became lighter. Whistling, he strutted down the street with an air of confidence. If anyone dared to provoke him now, he would simply knock them down with a single slash, no negotiation. Evolution Home, Yongding Branch. He decided to take a look. He still remembered the devil potions produced by Evolution Home vividly. Inside the store, shelves lined with glass cases displayed bottles of potions in various colors, blue, green, red, and purple, so visually appealing. Zhuo Qinglong glanced around and saw energy recovery potions, stamina recovery potions, healing potions, and other common potions. There were also permanent strength and mental power enhancement potions, with prices reaching astronomical figures, counted in millions. Additionally, there were beast transformation potions, which granted partial abilities of specific wild animals for a limited time after consumption, and more. After passing through the potion section, he arrived at the equipment area. Here, the gear was diverse, including speed-boosting boots, a must-have for escape. There were spring boots for enhanced jumping ability, essential for high jumps and long jumps. There were exoskeletons for personal combat power, a must for those with lower strength. Lightweight wing suits that allowed flight if one dared to wear them. There were also flame boosters, making soaring through the sky a dream come true. And storage bracelets? These were artifacts, essential for outdoor adventures. Checking the prices, which were closely tied to the internal space of the bracelets, ranged from low to high. 1 cubic meter for 100,000, 10 cubic meters for 5 million, and 100 cubic meters for 100 million. The prices made Zhuo Qinglong shake his head in disbelief. Reluctantly, he pulled out 5 million to buy a 10 cubic meter bracelet. Inside, he was grumbling. Since the craftsmanship is so advanced, why not make 30 or 50 cubic meter bracelets? Jumping directly to 100 cubic meters with prices in the hundreds of millions is just too much of a ripoff. After leaving the Evolution Home branch, Zhuo Qinglong bought a set of pots, bowls, and various seasonings, as well as tents and other outdoor survival gear, filling up his storage bracelet. Today, the only thing left to buy was a mode of transportation. Continuing his shopping, it wasn't too long before Zhuo Qinglong was riding a Harley motorcycle, cruising down the city streets, living the life of a street racer. The balance on his savings card was now a pitiful 2 million, quietly resting on the card. Truly, money was flowing like water. The adventure in the Twilight Forest was imminent. His plan was to hone his skills in the forest while digging up some treasures and, like that Yu Baihu, set up a stall in the trading market to earn some living expenses to support his family. While improving his strength could be done simply by eating, practical experience still had to be gained through his own efforts. As night fell, Zhuo Qinglong returned to the southern district of the city. Passing by Tu Mingming's door, he thought for a moment and walked up to knock 3 times. No one answered. This woman always goes missing during breaks. Back at home, during dinner, Zhuo Qinglong told his sister about his plan to spend some time in the Twilight Forest. After hearing this, Zhuo Qinglong was filled with worry. The Twilight Forest is a paradise for magical beasts. There are countless powerful magical beasts inside. And her brother just awakened today. Although he displayed great power today by annihilating a father and son on the life and death arena, now he is heading into the territory of magical beasts. Just thinking about those ferocious magical beasts made Zhuo Qinglong anxious and even more worried. Zhuo Qinglong had to persuade and coax his sister for a long time before she reluctantly agreed to go to the Twilight Forest with him. They spent the night in silence. The next morning, during breakfast, Zhuo Qinglong reminded his sister of some precautions, telling her not to wander around and to stay indoors as much as possible. If anything happened, she should contact him by phone, and they would handle it when he returned. After a long list of instructions, Zhuo Qinglong rode his Harley motorcycle away with a roar. At the southern city gate, Zhuo Qinglong slowed down, greeted the gatekeeper Old Wang, and then accelerated out of the city. The gatekeeper Xiao Zheng nudged Old Wang with his elbow. Do you know that young man? Old Wang. Yes, I can say I watched him grow up. Xiao Zheng. This guy is quite bold, daring to leave the city alone. Outside the city is not like inside. There are dangers everywhere. You never know what might happen first. Old Wang sighed. Children from poor families grow up early. In this terrible world, if you want to survive, you have to risk your life to fight for it, right? This kid has upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Buying a motorcycle makes it easier to travel to the Twilight Forest. Xiao Zheng, is he going to the Twilight Forest to take his chances? Old Wang sighed again. Yes, this kid doesn't listen to advice. But we also have no right to advise him. When one can't even survive, who cares about danger, tomorrow? The future? As long as one is still alive today and hasn't starved to death, there's a chance to see tomorrow. Xiao Zheng, that's true. It's not easy for the young man. Old Wang. However, Old Wang did not notice that Xiao Zheng's face in the shadows revealed a sinister smile. Inside the luxurious residence of Zheng Ergui, a report came in. Zheng Ergui, lounging on the sofa, lazily said, Come in, young master. We've received news from the southern city gate from Zhengqi, a distant relative. The person you asked us to keep an eye on just left the city. What? Zheng Ergui sat up straight in surprise. He left the city? Heaven is helping me. Do you know where he is going? The news says that this kid is heading to the Twilight Forest. Zheng Ergui frowned. Is he not leaving the city alone? No, young master, he is going alone. Ha ha. Zheng Ergui laughed loudly. What courage! Daring to go to the Twilight Forest alone. Heaven has a path, and you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, and you choose to enter. Notify Du Kong to bring some men and follow him. Find an opportunity to take him out. I don't want to hear news of him returning to the city. Yes, young master. I will notify them right away. The servant bowed and slowly withdrew. Hee hee. Zheng Ergui sneered, getting up to grab a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, pouring half a glass. Zhuo Qinglong, huh? Did you ever think about the consequences when you humiliated me? Your ending has long been sealed. Humph. Zheng Ergui shook the wine glass and downed it in one go. Chapter 22. The Curse from the Calabash Boy. Outside the Twilight Forest, a Harley motorcycle was speeding towards the forest without stopping. The roaring sound shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. What the heck? Where did this idiot come from? Riding a motorcycle straight into the forest? Doesn't he know that such loud noises can attract magical beasts? A 5-member team of 3 men and 2 women was cautiously walking along the outskirts of the Twilight Forest, contrasting sharply with the reckless entry of the motorcycle rider. The team leader, Wu Liwei, cursed. Rule number 1 for survival in restricted areas. Try not to make noise. This person is making such a big fuss entering the forest. He must be tired of living. The other 2 men, who were carrying long swords, echoed. Yeah, this guy is probably just a reckless rookie, even worse than a beginner. A plain-looking woman, Deng Jiejia, spoke up. Shoo, keep your voice down. Let us just take care of ourselves and not worry about others. Before the 3 men could respond, another attractive woman, Yunjiro, interjected. That kind of reckless rookie. What does it matter? If he brings trouble to us, he deserves to die 100 times. Wu Liwei immediately complimented. What Xiao said makes sense. That kind of reckless rookie isn't worth pitying. If he dares to bring trouble to us, I'll slap him to death. Exactly, the other 2 men agreed. Yunjiro lifted her head proudly, like an arrogant swan. She truly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Deng Jiejia sighed helplessly. Men are all visual creatures. In this team, there were only herself and Yunjiro as women. However, because she looked ordinary, the 3 men in the team ignored her and buzzed around Yunjiro like bees. Of course, Yunjiro's identity as a wood-type healer also added to her appeal. Deng Jiejia was a water-type ability user, the team leader Wu Liwei was an animal-type user, and the other 2 men were martial artists. Overall, this team's configuration was quite balanced, with long-range attackers, tanks, warriors, and support. The overall strength was at the martial artist level, with only team leader Wu Liwei being at the great martial artist level. With such strength, they could only muddle through the outskirts of the Twilight Forest. If they wanted to venture deeper, they might as well be seeking death. Zhuo Qinglong was unaware of the presence of others nearby. Even if he knew, so what? It had nothing to do with him. He rode his motorcycle through the forest, and along the way, he encountered no magical beasts. Instead, some unranked mutated beasts were startled and scattered in all directions. This gave him the illusion that the forest wasn't so bad after all. However, this misunderstanding almost led him to a significant loss. As he went deeper, the forest gradually became denser. The flowers, grass, and trees grew geometrically larger. Any random tree by the roadside required 5 or 6 people to hug it, and trees that needed 10 people to embrace were common. Mushrooms on the ground were as tall as a person, and the enormous mushroom caps could be used as sunshades. Long saw clusters of mushrooms along the path, and his eyes lit up. He turned off the motorcycle and stored it in his storage bracelet. Then pulled out his supreme black knife. One slice for each large mushroom. This was top-notch material. He couldn't miss it. He chopped down over a dozen different types of mushrooms and stored them in his bracelet. Long put away the black knife and embarked on a foot exploration journey. Wow, what a huge fruit tree! Long exclaimed, gazing up at the fruit tree in front of him, having never seen such a sight. So many gourds. This must be a gourd tree. He unleashed a wind blade, slicing off a gourd-sized fruit the size of a bucket from the fruit tree. The gourd fell straight down, and Long stretched out his black knife to catch it steadily. Upon closer inspection, he found that this gourd was indeed enormous, its skin a vibrant green, exuding a faint fragrance. With a smooth slice, Long easily cut off the top of the gourd. He put away the knife and held the gourd close, only to find it filled to the brim with crystal-clear juice. Haha, just what I needed to quench my thirst. He lifted the gourd and drank heartily. The juice was sweet and sour, incredibly refreshing. After a satisfying drink, Long let out a contented burp. Burp. Ding. Congratulations. Host gains 10 free attributes. Oh ho ho. A one-time boost of 10 attribute points? This Twilight Forest is no longer a human forbidden zone. This is clearly heaven. Ding. You have been cursed by the Calabash Boy, gaining the negative effect of diuresis for 3 minutes. Long. What? What the heck is a negative effect? Suddenly, Long felt a swelling and itching sensation in his lower abdomen, a strong urge to relieve himself. He quickly looked for a secluded corner. A wave of relief washed over him as pressure was released, almost making him moan. After 30 seconds, he looked up at the sky. What nice weather. After a minute. After 2 minutes, Long's face turned pale, his hands trembled. After 3 minutes, his vision darkened and his complexion turned grim, and at that moment, the sound finally stopped. Long felt weak in his legs and collapsed onto the ground. It felt as if all his energy had drained away with the flood. He stammered, "System, come out." "System, hey, I'm here." Long. "Aren't you the system that can eat anything? Why is there still a problem after eating?" "System, don't worry, host. This system can indeed eat anything. No matter how poisonous the food, I can guarantee that the host won't be poisoned. The only small flaw is that the side effects of the food cannot be completely immune." Long, damn you. Why didn't you say something so important in advance? System, feeling wronged. You didn't ask. Long, The system seemed to know it was at fault and fell silent, letting Long curse. After cursing randomly for a while, Long got up, using his long knife as a cane, and shakily moved under the gourd tree. He looked up at the tree full of gourd fruits, feeling extremely unwilling. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his hand, and countless wind blades shot out, cutting down several gourd fruits, which he stored in his storage bracelet. Whether they were useful or not, since he encountered them, he had to collect a few. Chapter 23, Live Outdoor Survival After Collecting the Gourd Fruits. Long opened the long-lost system panel. Host, Long Realm, Martial Master Martial Talent. SSS level Red Lotus Ice Dragon King. Ability Talent, S level Gold Elemental Power. S level Wood Elemental Power. S level Water Elemental Power. S level Earth Elemental Power. S level Wind Elemental Power. S level Lazy. A level Rubberman. E level Blood Drawing Technique LV3, 110. Attributes, Strength 111. Agility 11, Spirit 1, Constitution 11, Penetration 1 free attribute points 100 current skills. Ice Dragon Spin Slash. 10,000 Year Ice Prison. Current equipment, Non-Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 4,900. It only increased by 100 points in the past 2 days. This also includes the buffet I ate before. It seems these attribute points are not easy to come by. He casually added the 100 free attribute points to Spirit, as the power of his abilities should be enhanced. In this unfamiliar environment, having more means is always good. After adding points, the panel changed. Realm, Great Martial Master. Attributes, Strength 111, Agility 11, Spirit 101, Constitution 11. Penetration 1 Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 5,900. So this is what it means to be a Great Martial Master? It doesn't feel any different. Little did he know. His Great Martial Master realm was different from the traditional Great Martial Master realm. Others cultivated step by step, fully understanding the changes in each realm, while he just needed to add points. Therefore, his understanding of the changes in each realm was lacking, but the effects of each realm were generally the same. After adding points, Long suddenly felt invigorated. The energy he lost before was not only replenished, but also made him feel full of vitality, as if he could fight for 300 more rounds. His mind also became instantly clear. Collecting materials to set up a street stall? Too mundane. The live streaming industry is booming now. Beautiful women can earn a year's salary just by twisting in front of the camera. This indicates that there are many wealthy people feeling empty and lonely. After the disaster, most ordinary humans live within high walls and have never left in their lives. They have forgotten what forests and oceans look like. If a live outdoor survival stream was launched at this time, it would definitely go viral. Saying it and doing it. Swat immediately registered a live streaming account on the largest platform, Douyin Live. Streamer name, Masked Brother. Live room title, Outdoor Survival. Exploring the secrets in the forbidden zones of humanity. With everything ready, Swat took out a towel to cover his face. And Masked Brother was born. Don't ask why there is a signal in the deep mountains and forests. If you do, I'll tell you. This era is technologically advanced. Although it has suffered heavy blows, there are still countless satellites in the sky. The internet signal has long covered the globe, achieving true global connectivity. Except for deep underground, there is signal no matter where you are. Before starting the broadcast, he took several photos of the gourd fruit tree from various angles and posted them in the streamer's updates, adding text, big and plentiful gourd fruits. The juice is super delicious. Sweet and sour describes me. As for the side effects, he didn't mention a word. After all, they hadn't tasted it. Then, he clicked to go live, and his streaming career officially began. To keep the camera stable, he used a gust of wind element to support the phone, floating it behind him. He also controlled the phone to constantly change angles, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes close, sometimes far. The camera effects were turned up to the max, even more professional than some professional cameramen. At this moment, the live stream showed a young man with a cross on his back walking in a primitive forest with towering trees. One by one, netizens saw the novel title of his live stream and clicked into his room, quickly becoming immersed in this unseen natural scenery, as if they were on site. Streamer, where's this? You can't be in a forest that we humans have already developed, right? We're not that easy to fool. Report the streamer for fake live streaming. Some netizens jumped out to question the authenticity of this outdoor survival. Others rebutted, even if it's a developed forest. Not everyone can enter. Have you been in? I haven't been in, but the streamer says it's a human forbidden zone and is streaming in a developed area. Isn't that clearly fooling people? How do you know the streamer isn't in the human forbidden zone? Just think about it. Those who can enter the forbidden zone are all experts. Also, which person walks in the forbidden zone without being cautious and has the mind to live stream? In summary, I have reason to suspect that the streamer is doing fake live streaming. Swat didn't check his phone and had no idea that the live chat was already in chaos. He was just diligently showcasing the scenery from various angles to the audience. A strange sound reached his ears, and he drew out his black knife, stealthily moving towards the source of the noise. The cross on the streamer's back is actually a knife? I thought it was just an amulet. In the forest scene, Swat finally saw the source of the strange sound. It was a wild rabbit. Well, a wild rabbit as tall as a person. When he discovered the rabbit also noticed him. However, the rabbit did not run away and showed no fear. It stood upright, staring at the uninvited guest disturbing its meal, chewing something delicious with its three-part mouth, its mouth stained bright red. When it stood up, Swat realized that this wild rabbit was taller than him. On the ground lay an animal resembling a dog, its innards spilled everywhere, and the nearby ground was stained crimson, connecting this with the rabbit's bloody mouth and the dark red on its front paws. It turned out this wild rabbit was a carnivore. In the live room, someone recognized the origin of this wild rabbit, and netizens exclaimed, "This is a third-tier magical beast. The brutal rabbit, known for its ferocity. How do you know it's a third-tier magical beast?" I am a student of the martial arts department at Tsinghua University, and there is a course on beast pictorials in which there happens to be an entry for this rabbit. Oh, so you are a student from the martial arts department. Nice to meet you. The student from Tsinghua continued. The third-tier brutal rabbit compares to our human martial artist's realm. However, among the same level, the strength of magical beasts is generally higher than that of humans. To defeat this brutal rabbit, the streamer must possess strength that is a small realm higher than it. With a knife in his right hand, Left Qinglong gestured towards the brutal rabbit with his left hand, and the meaning was clear. The brutal rabbit seemed to understand. Its eyes immediately turned red, and the originally soft and somewhat cute fat rabbit's fur bristled, transforming into a muscular, bulging, and fit rabbit. Left Qinglong was stunned by this sudden change in the brutal rabbit. Chapter 24. The twin-tailed lowly. Can this rabbit transform? Left Qinglong was dumbfounded. His impression of rabbits was still stuck on the image of the jade rabbit in Chang'e's arms. Suddenly, the brutal rabbit kicked off its hind legs and sprinted towards the ground at high speed, its front paws as big as a palm swung over. In the heat of battle, Distraction is the most forbidden, so left Qinglong focused his mind, raised his black knife to block. With the blade facing the rabbit's paw's attack route, sneering inwardly, envisioning the scene of the brutal rabbit reaping the consequences, self-inflicted injury. Just as the rabbit's paw was about to strike the blade, an unexpected change occurred. The brutal rabbit suddenly withdrew its paw, twisted its waist in midair, and extended its hind legs, transforming into a powerful kick. Left Qinglong was taken aback. Huh? Bang! The brutal rabbit's hind leg struck directly at his chest. The immense force propelled him into the air like a cannonball, flying backward. The live chat instantly erupted in exclamations. Someone's dead, someone's dead. What an impressive rabbit. Is this what magical beasts are like? Are magical beasts this terrifying? Some netizens even thought of a trending topic. A survival streamer encountered an accident during a live broadcast, unfortunately killed by a rabbit's kick. From a tree 10 meters away, left Qinglong slowly fell to the ground, cursing, "Damn rabbit. You made me embarrass myself in front of the audience. The consequences are serious." Enraged, left Qinglong plunged his black knife into the tree trunk and walked towards the rabbit empty-handed, determined to stand up from where he fell. A man must engage in close combat. As he walked, his hands gradually turned metallic, taking on a dark color. Take this punch. He launched a black tiger heart-piercing punch towards the rabbit's chest. The brutal rabbit saw this skinny, bamboo-like creature actually daring to throw a punch at it, utterly disregarding its might, knowing it was not to be trifled with. With a cunning rabbit strike, it raised its front paw to claw at the incoming fist. Bang! Fist and paw collided, like a hammer striking flesh. The brutal rabbit shivered, its fur standing on end, joints trembling. The excruciating pain sent signals to its brain. And before it could react, another punch came flying in, leaving it no choice but to raise its paw to block. Unbeknownst to it, after losing the first opportunity, it would lose every subsequent one. The human opponent was like a spring-loaded machine, launching a barrage of punches. Fists shot out like dragons, resembling a machine gun firing wildly. The myriad of fists in the air was like meteors falling from the sky. After yet another failed block, every punch that followed landed on the brutal rabbit. And in a short while, the muscular brutal rabbit was covered in countless indentations from the punches. Blood splattered into the air. Finally, the brutal rabbit swayed and fell to the ground, unable to continue. Huffing, left Qinglong withdrew his fist, pulled the black knife from the tree, and sheathed it on his back. He controlled his phone, circling around the brutal rabbit to give it a comprehensive shot. Netizens commented, "Wow, this streamer has some skills, not just a pretty face. Up close, it's clear that this rabbit is really big and quite meaty. Streamer, let's have a feast today, let's eat rabbit meat." Left Qinglong called back his phone, checked the messages from netizens, and grinned. How about it? Wasn't the masked guy handsome? He rolled up his long sleeves, bending his arm to show off his bulging biceps. The masked guy is skinny, but he has muscles. Look at these strong arms. It's no problem to knock a few more rabbits away. Netizens, what a narcissist. I really want to hit him. Same here. Hushed voices rose, with one female netizen saying, "This streamer is so narcissistic, so perverted. I really like him." Damn. Some netizens couldn't bear to see the girl go astray and earnestly persuaded, "Girl, there are many who are stronger than the streamer. Raise your standards." Exactly. I have a much better figure than the streamer. How about we exchange contact information and chat privately? In a certain community in Magic City, a twin-tailed lowly dressed in a princess outfit was lying on her bed playing on her tablet, staring intently at left Qinglong's live stream, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Stupid man, with such dirty thoughts. How disgusting." Her fingers were furiously typing. "Drink milk, lick the bottle cap. Get lost, drink milk. Lick the bottle cap. Who do you think you are to add me on your contact list? Drink milk, lick the bottle cap. I only like this type of streamer." Angrily, she randomly sent 10 rockets, instantly flooding the live chat with rocket effects, causing many netizens to feel heartbroken, frustrated at the lack of progress. Left Qinglong's eyes lit up as he glanced at the gift price. One rocket is 10,000. 10 rockets are 100,000. After the streaming platform takes half, he still gets 50,000. This was the first time he received gifts while streaming, and they were so valuable. His eyes immediately turned into dollar signs, and he shouted, "Thank you, drink milk, lick the bottle cap, for the rockets. Thank you for your support." He secretly used his rubber ability, excitedly rolled up his pants, exposing his rarely sunlit snow-white thighs, the fluffy black leg hair contrasting sharply with the pale skin. Then he raised his hand and kicked his legs, striking the classic pose of a bodybuilder, continuously raising his eyebrows at the phone camera, occasionally changing poses, the powerful quadriceps on his thighs quivering, as if constantly telling the netizens in front of the camera, "Look, I'm strong, right? Netizens, damn, it's an eyesore." I can't hold back the anger in my chest. I have 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in my heart. Drink milk, lick the bottle cap. Shy wow? These muscles are so sexy. I like them so much. Another 10 rockets took off. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed netizen exclaimed, "It's running. The rabbit is running. Stop showing off your muscles. Streamer, the rabbit is escaping." Left Qinglong. Running? He quickly looked toward where the rabbit had been, only to see a nimble rabbit hopping left and right on the rugged mountain path, treating the obstructing rocks as if they were nothing. Watching the rabbit's gradually disappearing figure, Left Qinglong's jaw dropped. This isn't the brutal rabbit? This is a pure off-road rabbit. Wow, it runs so fast. That said, he had to chase it. He couldn't let the fat meat slip away. Whoosh. Left Qinglong darted out, his speed like an arrow leaving the bow. Although he hadn't invested much in agility and wasn't very nimble, his strength added to his speed, giving him explosive linear power. In a short while, he reached the previous position of the rabbit. Looking up and spotting the rabbit's shadow in the southeast, now only the size of an ant. After confirming the direction, he continued to chase. Drink milk. Lick the bottle cap. Wow, the masked guy runs so fast. His posture is so cool. Chapter 25. This gourd fruit is for you. Netizens, putting everything else aside. The streamer's strength should be at least high-level martial artist. Just average. With this strength, he dares to explore the human forbidden zone? So, is this really a human forbidden zone? Looking at the rapidly moving scenery in the camera, the attention of netizens returned to the live broadcast location. Although many netizens had doubts, the popularity of the live stream was gradually rising, with its novel title and rare live content attracting more and more viewers. At this moment, the live broadcast screen stopped moving, and Swat Qinglong perched on a large tree fork, listening to the sounds of fighting coming from nearby. At the fight scene, Wu Liwei was frantically directing his teammates. They had been cautiously exploring the outskirts of the forest, but unexpectedly, a level 3 ferocious rabbit appeared right in front of them, and the battle erupted in an instant. Fortunately, Wu Liwei had the strength of a great martial artist and managed to block the ferocious rabbit's attack in time. Otherwise, the two passerby martial artists would likely have suffered casualties. Now, 3 men were surrounding the ferocious rabbit to attack, while Deng Jiejia and Yunjiro provided support from a distance, forming a team with an established offensive and defensive mode. They were no longer in a panic. Their attacks became orderly, and before long, the ferocious rabbit was already covered in injuries. It had been severely wounded during its fight with Swat Qinglong and was now being beaten by several people. In just a few hits, it was knocked to the ground. Stop! A loud shout came from a distance, followed by a figure rushing over, carrying a cross and wearing a mask. It was the masked man, Swat Qinglong. Leave the rabbit, it's my lunch. Upon hearing this, Wu Liwei and the others immediately objected. What do you mean yours? This is clearly the prey we killed. How can it suddenly become yours? Look at your sneaky appearance. You don't even dare to show your true face, so why should it be yours? Swat Qinglong replied. This rabbit was heavily injured by me before. It escaped due to my carelessness. I chased it all the way here, and it just happened to run into you. Passerby, who knows if what you're saying is true? Passerby B. Exactly, just because some random cat or dog pops up and claims the prey is theirs. Does that make it theirs? Swat Qinglong squinted at the two and touched his nose, his right hand slowly moving to the hilt of the knife behind him. Wu Liwei said, wait. He raised his hand to block his 2 teammates and said, even if what you said is true, the ferocious rabbit is dead at our hands now. Just because you say it's your lunch, you think you can take the prey back? There's no such easy deal in the world. Swat Qinglong nodded. You have a point. He lowered his hand that was about to grab the knife and said, how about this? I'll trade you 5 of the fruits from this forest for it. I've eaten them myself. I guarantee they're edible. With a wave of his hand, 5 gourd fruits appeared on the ground. Wu Liwei and the others looked at the 5 large fruits in awe. They had never seen or eaten them before. Passerby A was skeptical. Are you sure they're edible? Swat Qinglong replied, of course they are. It's just a trade for a rabbit that originally belonged to me. Why would I lie to you? I have plenty of these fruits in my storage bracelet. Do you want them? If not, I'll just take them back. Passerby A, we want them. You can't take back something you gave away, right? Swat Qinglong nodded and stored the body of the ferocious rabbit in his storage bracelet before bowing and leaving. After Swat Qinglong left, Passerby B said indignantly, Wei Gu, why did we give our prey to him just now? We have so many people. Are we afraid of just one? Wu Liwei's expression turned serious as he said, did you not notice that the rabbit was indeed, as he said, heavily injured? Just because we took it down easily, you think its strength was not that great. If it hadn't been injured, there's no way we could have killed it so easily. And that guy, he managed to heavily injure the ferocious rabbit all by himself. His strength is likely not lower than mine. It's better to avoid trouble. Besides, we still gain something. Wu Liwei pointed to the gourd fruits on the ground. Passerby, I see. Wei Gu really thinks ahead. Wu Liwei said proudly. Of course, how could I be your captain without some skills? Just then, Zhuo Qinglong, who had already left, suddenly returned and hid in a large tree not far from them. He aimed the camera at the 5 people in the distance. A sinister smile appearing on his face. Netizens, What is the anchor doing? Why hasn't he left after getting the ferocious rabbit? Is he planning to counterattack them? Some netizens, feeling sympathetic, commented, Anchor, you're so narrow-minded. We should unite as humans. Others, enjoying the drama, chimed in. Are you Mother Mary? I support the anchor. Kill him. Zhuo Qinglong was too busy to pay attention to the noise in the live chat. He was waiting for the show to begin. Meanwhile, in the 5-person team, Yunjiro sat on a stone, fanning herself with her hand, complaining, This damn weather is too hot. Captain, do we need to go deeper? Wu Liwei replied, We've been here for a while with no gains. Let us take a break and then continue deeper. We can't return from the treasure mountain empty-handed. Yunjiro sighed. Passerby approached with a cup of water. Eager to please, Xiaoro, have some juice to quench your thirst. After handing the cup to Yunjiro, she took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. Wow, this gourd fruit juice is really good. Everyone should try some. Passerby poured 3 more cups of gourd fruit juice, handing them to the other 3, and finally poured himself a cup as well. The 5 of them, some sitting and some standing, enjoyed their drinks, occasionally expressing their admiration. As for Zhuo Qinglong, a wicked smile spread across his face. The show is starting. Suddenly, Yunjiro's expression changed as she held her stomach. Oh no, I need to go. Jejia, come with me. Okay, Dang Jejia stood up, suddenly clutching her stomach as well. Jiro, hurry up. I need to go too. The 2 women hurriedly ran into the dense forest. Coincidentally, they ran right in the direction of where Zhuo Qinglong was hiding. Passerby exclaimed, Oh no, what is happening? I need to go too. Passerby, me too. Wu Liwei, with a stern face, remained silent, but the muscles on his face twitched. It seemed he was struggling to hold it in. Soon, the 3 men also found places to relieve themselves. Netizens, What are those 2 women doing? They look like they're up to something sneaky. Wait, did I just see them unbuckling their belts? Chapter 26. What a surprise. Netizens, Those 2 women are live streaming. They should be mindful of their image. Anchor, is the upcoming content something we can watch without paying? In front of the live stream screen, many innocent male netizens shyly covered their eyes, then secretly opened 2 fingers, looking like they wanted to see but were too shy to look. Wow, are those 2 planning to do it here? Are they going to give us a live show? Let me check how many people are currently in the live stream. The real-time online count showed 200,000. Even excluding bots, there were at least tens of thousands left. These 2 women were on track to go viral. Shoo, it's about to start. Roar, the big prize is coming. Shoo, let's all spread positive energy. Positive energy. Suddenly, the screen went black, and the live broadcast disappeared. On the live screen appeared a row of large text and small text. Large text. The anchor is suspected of violating regulations and is currently under rectification. Small text. Go check out other exciting live broadcasts. Netizens collectively flipped tables. What the hell? I was about to see something, and you show me this? Dog Patrol, I'm going to send you a blade. The live chat was instantly flooded with all sorts of insults directed at the streaming platform. Zhuo Qinglong was also speechless. He had originally planned to switch the screen at the right moment to tease the audience, but unexpectedly, the platform's operation was quicker than his. Truly dedicated. He couldn't live stream anymore, and leaving his phone outside was useless. He picked up his phone, ready to put it back in his pocket when a high-pitched, clear voice suddenly rang out. The girl across is looking over. Zhuo Qinglong was startled. What the hell? This was his phone's ringtone, and it was recorded by himself. He hurriedly pressed the hang-up button and glanced at the caller ID. Some Yunli's harassment call. Damn it, what a time to call. Who? What person? Yunjiro and Dang Jejia exclaimed. In a panic, he looked around for a place to hide. At that moment, Zhuo Qinglong suddenly poked his head out from behind a big tree, awkwardly shielding his eyes with one hand. The scenery here is really nice. And I just happen to be here enjoying it. The 2 girls shouted angrily, Bastard! Shameless pervert! Yunjiro, blushing with anger, yelled, Go behind the tree. Stay there and don't move. You bastard! I'm going to dig your eyes out and feed them to the dogs. You're dead. Dog thing. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll kill your whole family. Annihilate your entire clan. Zhuo Qinglong's face turned cold. He originally felt guilty and planned to leave, but now he couldn't just walk away. He took out his phone and pretended to take selfies. The 2 girls, seeing the phone, mistakenly thought he was taking pictures of them and screamed, Ah, bastard! What are you doing? Zhuo Qinglong glanced at them disdainfully, put his phone away, and turned to leave. He aimed to infuriate them without any consequences. Behind him, the 2 girls cursed angrily, letting out all their venom, but Zhuqing Long ignored them. 3 minutes later, the 5 members of the team returned to the previous spot, trembling. Yun Jiro and Deng Jejia had pale faces and said nothing. Wu Liwei weakly said, "That bastard masked man actually dared to trick us. Passerby, next time we see him, we can't let him go. Passerby B, if we don't stab him 10 or 8 times, it won't be enough to extinguish my anger." Yun Jiro clenched her fists. He deserves to die. In their weakened state, the 5 could only rest in place, putting their plan to delve deeper on hold. Zhuqing Long sped away, keeping a distance from that team. It wasn't that he was afraid of them. It was that he had murderous intent and was afraid he might lose control and attack them. He counted this as his own fault and considered them lucky. Arriving at a rocky area, Zhuqing Long found a relatively flat spot and planned to start a fire to cook. He took out the corpse of a savage rabbit from his storage bracelet and retrieved pots, pans, and other cooking tools. He began to process the rabbit, showcasing his excellent knife skills. After finishing with the rabbit, he used his water-based abilities to summon a stream of water to clean it. The rabbit meat and entrails were sorted and neatly arranged. He pulled out his phone, entered the Douyin live streaming platform, saw that his account ban had ended, and changed the title to "The First Gourmet Meal in the Human Forbidden Zone." He clicked to start the live stream, and the screen lit up. Immediately, many lurking netizens emerged. "Streamer, I'm here. Long time no see." Zhuqing Long was somewhat surprised that someone was waiting for him to start streaming. He felt a bit touched inside. He greeted the camera. I'm here. Did you miss me?" Netizens, "Miss my ass, quickly tell me. Did you see what's behind you?" "Yes." "Did you see it? Did you see it?" "Countless did you see it?" Messages floated by. Zhuqing Long stared blankly at the messages, feeling that these people weren't waiting to watch his stream, but were just lingering in his live room. His expression turned serious, and he said with righteousness, "What the hell? I'm a decent person. How could I go look? Don't you know it's improper to look? The previous live stream was just to satisfy you literary losers. That's right. It was because you guys wanted to watch that I streamed for you." He pushed the responsibility away cleanly. Netizens, I cut. The streamer has perfectly embodied hypocrisy. Zhuqing Long. TCH, too lazy to deal with you guys. I'm going to start cooking. You all do your own thing. Netizens, huh? So arrogant? I'm leaving. Everyone, disperse and let the streamer stream alone. A wave of leaving messages floated by, but not many actually left. Zhuqing Long didn't look back at the live room, but began cooking. Fire up the pot. Oil, pour it in the pan. Ginger, garlic, dried chili, star anise, cinnamon, angelica. Toss it in the pot. Fry until fragrant, then add the rabbit meat. Stir fry over high heat until golden brown, add soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine to the pot. The pot sizzled, and a thick steam rose. The aroma immediately wafted out. Water poured into the pot. He took out a big red mushroom from the storage bracelet, washed it, and directly sliced it into the pot. Netizens, huh? What a big mushroom. Can this mushroom be eaten? It won't be poisonous, right? Red umbrella, white stem. After eating, let's all lie down. This red mushroom perfectly fits the description. Streamer, do you want to lie down and bury yourself? The netizens were anxious, but Zhuqing Long didn't pay attention to the live room. Chapter 27. Gourmet Meal, Attracting Beasts. Zhuqing Long sliced the mushroom and covered the pot to steam. Then he built a fire beside it, roasting the rabbit legs on an iron rack. Next, he placed a stone slab over the fire to roast, brushed it with the prepared oil, heated it up, and then laid out the sliced rabbit heart, rabbit liver, and other entrails on the stone slab, completing the wild version of teppanyaki. Before long, the entrails on the stone slab began to sizzle and bubble. Zhuqing Long took out the seasonings he had prepared earlier, sprinkled some on with his hands, flipped them over, sprinkled more, and fried them. When the color looked right, he picked up a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Delicious. The color, aroma, and flavor are all perfect. Then he began to feast, enjoying it immensely. Of course, he lifted the napkin to eat, ensuring the camera angle couldn't capture his face. Netizens, it looks pretty good. Seeing the streamer eat so deliciously. It must be tasty, right? Some netizens who couldn't eat grapes said the grapes were sour. What's so good about entrails? Eating so much, be careful of high blood lipids. How do the 3 highs come about? It's because the streamer eats like this. Ahaha. The streamer instantly felt that the food was no longer appealing, didn't he? Zhuqing Long rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to these people. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Mass brother, is it good? Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. I really want to eat. Zhuqing Long glanced at the live room, saw the message from drinking milk and licking the bottle cap, and perked up. A rich lady's message deserves a response. The others can wait. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. You want to eat? Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. I want to eat. Zhuqing Long. Okay. If I catch any prey in the future, I'll bring some back for you. Private message me later and give me your shipping address. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Really? It's a deal. Let's make a pinky promise that you won't change for 100 years. Zhuqing Long couldn't help but smile at this message. This female netizen was quite cute. She probably wasn't very old. So she couldn't be called a rich lady. She should be called a little rich lady. Shwa shwa shwa. 10 rockets launched in the live room. Sure enough, the little rich lady lived up to her name. What a support. He clasped his fists in gratitude. A private message notification popped up. He opened the message. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Add my QQ number. 96xxxx. Zhuqing Long made an okay gesture, planning to add her after the stream. He flipped the roasted rabbit legs a few times, scored a few cuts, sprinkled seasoning, and continued roasting. As the seasoning hit the fire, the aroma rose, and oil sizzled. Zhuqing Long leaned in to take a deep breath, his face full of ecstasy. So fragrant. Netizens. Staring wide-eyed. A rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Zhuqing Long stood up and drew his black knife in defense. How dare something clueless disturb his lunch? Just in time for a second course. Netizens, something is approaching. The streamer is too bold, cooking in a forbidden zone. The streamer obviously hasn't been in a human forbidden zone before. He doesn't even understand the survival rules of the jungle in the forbidden zone. Now it's good, attracting the monsters. The streamer won't be able to handle it. Many netizens mocked, while others worried about the streamer's safety. Regardless of their mindset, everyone was nervously staring at the screen, focusing on the nearby forest. A figure appeared in the line of sight, and all the netizens shouted, "Eggplant. The streamer is so lucky. What a stroke of luck. It's just a little thing." Zhuqing Long lowered his guard and put away his black knife. It was a little black cat, with fluffy black fur and slightly wet ears, clearly not knowing how to groom itself. However, it looked quite spirited. After revealing itself, the little black cat kept sniffing left and right, finally determining the direction and running straight towards Zhuqing Long. With its bouncy running style, one could fear it might trip over at any moment. It looks like it's charging towards the grilled meat. Trying to steal my lunch? Not on my watch. Zhuqing Long moved like lightning, grabbing the little black cat by the scruff of its neck and casually tossing it away. Thud! The little black cat turned in midair and landed on its feet, bouncing back towards the grilled meat. Zhuqing Long pressed down on the little black cat's head, lifted it, and threw it far away again. Coming back again? The little black cat landed and rushed over again, followed by grab and throw, land and rush back. Male netizens. Haha, what a cute little thing. This little cat must have some obsession with grilled meat from its previous life. Wah? Female netizens. So cute. My heart has melted. Streamer. Hurry up and give it something to eat. If you don't feed it, I'm unfollowing. Exactly. After tossing it back and forth a dozen times, even the stone-hearted Zhuqing Long was moved by the little black cat's relentless spirit of eating. He grabbed the little black cat again as it charged back, placed 2 pieces of grilled rabbit heart meat in front of it, and then released it. The little creature immediately lowered its head to pick up the rabbit heart meat, tilting its head and munching away. It even let out little sounds of mew, 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 and purr, purr as it ate. It looked like it was enjoying itself immensely. Zhuqing Long felt quite pleased that his cooking skills were acknowledged by the little black cat. He generously cut a few pieces of grilled rabbit leg meat and tossed them in front of the little black cat. Purr, purr. The little black cat used its mouth and paws to grab the meat and gnaw at it. Yum, it smells delicious. Zhuqing Long reached out to pet the little black cat's head, helping to smooth its fur. Purr, purr. The dual enjoyment of food and physical comfort made the little black cat even happier, and its purring became more frequent. The rabbit legs were nearly grilled to perfection, with Zhuqing Long gnawing on one in his left hand while petting the cat with his right, feeling quite content. Life is just 3 meals a day and 4 seasons. Simple happiness is enough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skill rabbit's shadowless leg. Zhuqing Long. For the first time, he got a martial skill from eating. He quickly opened the skill description to check. Rabbit's shadowless leg, a skill for continuous aerial kicks. As long as there is something to push off from in the air, you can kick infinitely without ever touching the ground. Hiss, at first glance, it seems impressive. But then again, what if there is nothing to push off from in the air? Wouldn't he just fall? Eggplant. Mew, mew, mew. The little black cat suddenly made a dissatisfied sound. Looking down, it turned out the meat was all gone. Does it have a big stomach in that tiny body? How can it eat so much? Zhuqing Long had no choice but to cut another piece of meat the size of his palm and toss it in front of it. The little black cat buried its head and continued eating. He stood up and lifted the pot lid. The aroma of mushroom-flavored meat wafted out, and the meat chunks were rolling in the thick broth, making it very appetizing. He ladled out 2 big bowls of soup, not even considering whether the mushrooms were poisonous or edible, having long forgotten such concerns. Chapter 28, 2 Giant Tigers. He blew on one bowl of meat soup, and after it cooled a bit, placed it in front of the little black cat. Come, come, drink some soup. Eating meat and drinking soup is the correct way for a food-loving cat. The little black cat sniffed at the bowl's edge and then extended its tongue to lick it vigorously, making slurping sounds and getting its whiskers all wet. Swat also started drinking, taking big gulps of soup and big bites of meat, enjoying life to the fullest. In the live stream, many netizens were drooling, with quite a few eating their meals while watching the stream. Seeing one person and one cat indulging, they suddenly felt their own meals lacked flavor, tasting like chewing wax. Some netizens shouted, "I can't take it anymore. I want to eat meat. I also want to eat meat." They all opened food delivery apps, searching for meat dishes. That day, many barbecue and fried chicken restaurants in various cities saw a surge in orders, with the restaurant owners looking at the mountain of orders, bending over with smiles on their faces. "Hey, everyone, look, what is the little cat doing? It's really jumping around. Is it doing post-meal exercise? Dancing? The little black cat is still a lively little one. Streamer, go check on that little cat." Streamer? Then, the netizens were shocked to discover the masked streamer was also jumping around, doing a zombie dance. The scene returned to earlier, where Swat was gulping down meat soup, when suddenly, ding, cursed by the jumping mushroom. He received the negative effect jumping for 3 minutes. Clang. The iron rice bowl fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Swat exclaimed, "What the heck?" He involuntarily stood up and started jumping in place. Then came the scene that the viewers saw. All the netizens were pounding their chests and stomping their feet. "Wah, the streamer turns out to be such a lively guy. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. He matches well with the lively little cat." The spirited little cat and the spirited young man showcased a cross-species friendship, exercising together after a meal. Wahaha. At this moment, the little black cat looked terrified, completely unaware of what was happening, why its body was not under its control, and was jumping. It just came to mooch a meal. In its young age, it received a vivid lesson today, a lesson called, "Don't casually eat things given by strangers." It wanted to cry, but had no tears. Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds came from the distant woods, as one mutated wolf after another emerged, their crimson tongues dripping saliva onto the ground. This was a pack of mutated wolves out hunting. The netizens panicked. "Oh no, streamer, run. There's no escape this time. They really attracted the big ones. I said the streamer was too bold, and now look what's happening. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Masked guy? Stop jumping and run." On sight, Swat felt helpless. It hadn't even been 3 minutes. It wasn't something he could stop jumping at will. This pack of wolves picked the worst time to arrive. Fortunately, the wolves had never seen the zombie dance and were fixated on the jumping prey, slowly closing in. A woo. The lead wolf gave the order, sounding the charge. One by one, the wolves began to run, speeding towards Swat. Swat panicked and, without much thought, jumped over to the little black cat, scooped it up, and began jumping toward the rugged rocks. Activate the martial arts skill, Rabbit's Shadow Kick. Step, step, step. It must be said, the combination of jumping and Rabbit's Shadow Kick is incredibly effective. With a mix of bouncing and jumping, he quickly leaped onto a tree big enough for 10 people to hug. Finally, the 3 minutes were up, and the negative effects of the jumping dissipated. Left Azure Dragon let out a sigh of relief. That damn red mushroom was really deadly. Remember, this kind of mushroom is not to be eaten. The pack of wolves gathered under the tree for a while before dispersing, unable to reach the food in the tree, and there was still plenty on the ground. The pot of meat soup on the ground was even more enticing to the wolves. A group of wolves surrounded the pot, continuously enjoying the fruits of their victory, their mouths dripping wet. This was probably the first and last time in their lives that they would taste cooked food. The flavor would be unforgettable for life. Left Azure Dragon sat leisurely on a tree branch, pointing the camera down at the wolves fighting for food, while he cuddled a little black cat, helping it groom its fur. The little black cat tilted its head back, looking utterly content, purring in a series of soft sounds. At this moment, deep in the dusk forest, a deafening roar echoed through the mountains, startling countless flying magical beasts to soar into the sky, while numerous terrestrial magical beasts scattered in all directions, whether in the sky or on the ground. They all had one thing in common. They were fleeing from the source of the roar, eager to distance themselves from it. Within 100 miles, not a bird nor beast remained. It was terrifying. A black tiger, 5 zhang long and 3 zhang tall, was perched on a giant rock at the edge of a cliff, its massive head looking down at the forest below, letting out a series of low growls. Appearing somewhat anxious, beside the black tiger sat a slightly smaller tiger, with a white coat and vibrant colors. The white tiger raised its head, emitting a series of piercing whines, as if crying or summoning something. On the edge of the forest, the little black cat in Left Azure Dragon's arms twitched its ears. then continued to purr contentedly, seemingly sensing something, yet also appearing oblivious to it. The show was about to begin. The pack of wolves that had been scavenging on the ground began to collectively dance, as if they were holding a grand bonfire party. Netizens commented, "Haha, this is too interesting. Such a scene is rare in 100 years. No, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Haha, this live stream is fascinating. I'm following it." The live stream's popularity surged, breaking the million-view mark. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Bro, isn't it great? Don't just watch, send some gifts. I'll lead the way. Whoosh, a row of rockets shot into the sky. Rich lady, so generous. We can't compare to the rich lady. Our strength doesn't allow it. We can only send sports cars. So generous. Then I'll send some small gifts. Flowers and plants are also love. In an instant, the screen was filled with special effects, and various small gifts flew everywhere. In Magic City, on the wall of a high-rise building, the words Douyin Live were prominently displayed, resplendent in gold. This was the Douyin live streaming platform, an offline physical company. Inside an office in the building, the company's young master, Tianxin, was boredly browsing his own live streaming platform, clicking around, and finding nothing but beautiful women's live streams. The content was either singing or dancing, which he had long since grown tired of. Chapter 29, The Prince of Douyin. Moreover, he had several guilds under him, and was quite clear about how beautiful women's live streams worked. For example, to improve the chat skills of beautiful female streamers, the guild management had specifically tailored a 4-day conversation script. This detailed how female streamers should chat with potential clients within the first 4 days of meeting, such as how to interact with the target, how to show concern, how to pique the target's curiosity, how to gain their sympathy, and so on. Additionally, the posts published on their Penguin accounts were also meticulously prepared, with daily updates, mood expressions, and occasional displays of vulnerability, setting different visibility permissions for different targets. Truly a precise strike. And so on. The ultimate goal was to make the big spenders willingly open their wallets. Although the beautiful streamers wouldn't use this set of scripts on their own bosses, Tianxin dared not believe that they would have genuine feelings for him. It was just for fun. When they got bored, they would switch partners. This was the princess attitude towards beautiful streamers. At that moment, Tianxin had just exited a flirty live stream room when he accidentally came across a green live stream with decent popularity. Why green? Because the live stream cover was a picture of a green tree. So green, it was almost blinding. The title read, Wolves Dancing the Cha-Cha in the Human Forbidden Zone. Tianxin clicked on the live stream because of the words Human Forbidden Zone. Initially, he thought the pack of wolves referred to some male compatriots, a colorful group likely just for show, and he clicked in out of boredom to take a look. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, he was left dumbfounded. What is this? The pack of wolves really was a group of wolves? And they were genuinely dancing the cha-cha? How did this streamer manage to do that? Some kind of special beast-taming talent? Looking at the surrounding environment, it certainly wasn't a forest outside the city. He never expected someone would take the live stream outdoors. This was truly groundbreaking, one of a kind. Tianxin immediately sensed a business opportunity. He picked up the phone to notify the website management. Quick, find a streamer called Masked Brother and put his live stream on the homepage. Don't take it down without my permission. Although the website management was puzzled, the prince's orders were not to be ignored. After hanging up, they went to find this lucky streamer that the prince had his eye on. 3 minutes quickly passed. The group of wolves stopped and looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Finally, in fear, they whimpered and fled from this strange place, leaving the prey in the trees behind. Netizens were left wanting more, and many newcomers to the live stream had not seen the previous scene, flooding the comments with, "Where are the wolves? Where's the pack dancing the cha-cha? Is the streamer fooling us?" Some who had seen it replied, "It's over. The show has ended. You came too late. If you want to see it next time, come early. Scammer." Later viewers were not convinced. At this moment, Tianxin stepped forward and spoke with his account. "Everyone, please be quiet. This streamer isn't lying. There really were wolves dancing just now." When netizens saw the account name Douyin, they exclaimed, "Wow, incredible." And the nameplate with Douyin is shining so brightly it's blinding. Anyone who mingled in Douyin's live streams would surely recognize this account. If not, they would truly be ignorant. This was the famous prince of Douyin live streaming. That the prince was actually in this live stream. With him speaking out, the netizens' doubts quickly diminished. They would not ignore the face of the Buddha. Left Azure Dragon was that ignorant person. He had no idea who Douyin was. However, seeing Douyin stand up to speak on his behalf, the netizens were convinced to watch. He must be a senior big brother from the live streaming platform. Left Azure Dragon greeted the camera. "Thank you to this old friend Douyin for your trust and support. If everyone wants to see the dance party, isn't that easy? Just wait a moment." After saying this, he jumped down from the big tree and skillfully began to cook another pot of red mushroom stew with rabbit meat. To increase its appeal, he also roasted a rabbit leg, sprinkled it with seasonings, and brushed it with red mushroom juice. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. All that was left was to wait for the prey to take the bait. Hee. A rustling sound came from afar. Left Azure Dragon's spirit jolted. They were coming. He quickly ran back to the big tree where he had previously hidden, concealing himself thoroughly. The netizens held their breath, seemingly afraid that any accidental sound would disturb the live stream. Like a cicada, a foot stepped out of the woods, and then more feet followed. That's right. It was feet. Humans had arrived. Left Qinglong covered his forehead, speechless, thinking, why are these guys here? It was none other than Wu Liwei's team. The 5 of them approached with a vigilant expression, looking pale and unsteady on their feet. Some netizens recognized them in the live stream. Huh? Why are they here? Ha. Aren't those the 2 beauties who almost live-streamed their bathroom break? Who? Don't know them? I suggest you watch the stream recordings. I'm sure many have recorded it. That was a classic moment from the streamer. Huh? The live stream was filled with laughter. Even the Prince Tianxin was intrigued and went to search for resources. When he saw the exciting parts in the resources, cartoon bear underwear, he immediately sprayed a mouthful of soda. This beauty is too cute. Then, the screen suddenly froze, and a message appeared stating it had been blocked. The prince immediately became furious. Damn it, which idiot blocked it? Mind your own business. Useless, can't do anything right. Number 1 at getting blocked. However, he was just venting. That was just how operations worked. Now, when he looked back at the live stream, including the other netizens, seeing those 2 women's images, their expressions suddenly turned strange, filled with a look of constipation. On site, passerby face A. How could there be a pot here cooking meat? And this barbecue smells so good. Passerby face B. The fire is still on, which means there were people here just now. Wu Liwei cupped his fists and shouted toward the woods. Which friend is here? We 5 are just passing by and didn't mean to disturb. Don't worry. We are not bad people. Can we meet you? The surroundings of the woods were silent, with no response. Passerby face A. I'm afraid that person heard the noise and got scared away, right? Ha. Leaving this pot of meat is really a bargain for us. Ha. Passerby face B. It's like someone sent a pillow when we were sleepy. Knowing we were tired and hungry, they prepared a big meal for us. Chapter 30. Earth Violent Bear. After that, passerby face B stepped forward to scoop a bowl of soup and drink it, the aroma rich and delicious. Come, you all try some. Deng Jiejia wanted to remind him to be careful, but seeing he had already drunk it, she kept quiet. After all, with an antidote on hand and the healer Yunjiro around, it should be fine. Besides, it was also possible, as passerby face A said, that the original owner was just making lunch, but they scared them away unexpectedly. Thus, the 5 of them enjoyed the big bowl of soup with roasted rabbit meat. Left Qinglong covered his eyes, too embarrassed to watch, while the netizens were gleeful. Later on, the pack of wolves dancing cha-cha is gone. But now we have a group of people doing the zombie dance to watch. Everyone, don't blink, don't miss the exciting moment. Look, here they come. The good show is starting. The 5 people on the ground stood up in unison, then jumped in place in perfect synchronization. Thud, thud, thud. Same movements, same steps. With great rhythm. Wu Liwei and his team looked terrified, wanting to stop but couldn't, with the 2 women screaming in shock. Someone shouted, "Quick, everyone drink the antidote." The crowd snapped back to reality, hurriedly taking out the antidotes produced by the evolution home from their storage bracelets, drinking while jumping. They finally managed to shove the bottles into their mouths, but ended up spilling the antidote all over the ground. However, it was of no use. They continued to jump uncontrollably. Deng Jiejia was out of breath. Jiro, healing technique. Yunjiro, I can't concentrate. Deng Jiejia, huh? Wu Liwei, huh? Passerby faces A and B. Huh? Deng Jiejia, with a crying tone. What should we do? Captain, do you have any ideas? Wu Liwei, I don't know what to do either. The 5 were desperate, having to let their bodies jump on their own. Netizens, ha. How is it? Didn't I tell you? That panicked expression is genuine, totally worth the ticket price. Streamer, are these mushrooms for sale? Many netizens had a sudden idea, wanting to buy jumping mushrooms from the streamer. I'll offer 1,000. Streamer, please bring me 1 back. Look at you being so stingy. I'll offer 10,000. Streamer, please bring me 1. Left Qinglong's eyes lit up. He suddenly discovered a new way to make money. Live streaming sales. Bringing local specialties from the Twilight Forest back to the city, and then using the Kamikaze Logistics Company to deliver the goods to customers. Didn't this mean he wouldn't even need to set up a stall? As for the freshness of the ingredients, there was no need to worry. The time flow inside the storage bracelet stops completely. Things placed inside remain fresh forever. The only drawback is that living things cannot be stored. Now the only concern was that the storage bracelet wasn't big enough to hold much. They could only start the live stream sales first, and after making money, they could switch to a larger capacity one. In the live stream, the mass streamer said, "Ha, this friend is generous. It's settled then. 10,000 for one. Send the delivery address in private messages later." Netizens, "Okay. Streamer, I also want to reserve one. I want one too." "Me too." The mass streamer, "Haha. Thanks for the support, friends. The storage bracelet's capacity is limited. Only 20 mushrooms are available for pre-sale. First come, first served." In an instant, private messages flooded in, all reserving mushrooms. Left Qinglong selected 20 people and sent them his bank card number. "Payment in advance. I'll bring the goods back once I get the money. If you don't pay, sorry, someone else will want it. After all, the storage bracelet space is limited. Worried you won't receive the goods after paying? Sorry. If you don't have this basic trust, this deal can't be done. What if the streamer unexpectedly dies halfway? Sorry if they die. You can just count it as bad luck. Simply put, this is a mutually beneficial transaction." Thud thud. At that moment, enormous footsteps sounded from the woods, accompanied by the sound of branches breaking, waking Left Qinglong, who was immersed in the joy of selling. He put down his phone and turned to look in the direction of the noise, while the little black cat also turned its head, staring in that direction with a puzzled expression, seemingly curious about what was making such a loud noise. Suddenly, a large, thick leg covered in black-gray fur emerged from the woods, shaking the ground as its foot landed, leaves flying everywhere. Then came another leg, along with a massive body that exuded a strange sense of pressure. Its height exceeded 2 stories. In front of it, humans were like little dots. The still-jumping Wu Liwei and his team turned pale, their hearts racing. Under the condition of their team being intact and well-prepared, they might have a chance to fight against this thing. Now, with their bodies drained and still jumping, how could they have any hope of survival against it? Passerby face A, with a crying tone, "What do we do, Wei Ge?" Wu Liwei, "Don't ask me, I don't know what to do." Passerby face A, "You're the captain." Wu Liwei, "Then gather around. There's strength in numbers." Hearing his words, the other 4 in the team seemed to find their anchor, bouncing over to him. Netizens in the live stream exclaimed, "What is that thing? A bear? Is there really such a big bear? I know what it is." The student from the Martial Arts Department of West City University, who previously recognized the brutal rabbit, replied, "That's a Tier 4 magical beast, Earth Violent Bear. Tough skin and thick meat, skilled in Earth-type abilities like Earth Spike. An adult strength is comparable to a high-level grand martial artist." Wow. Many young netizens who have never seen a Warcraft exclaimed, "So powerful." Roaring, the Earth Violent Bear let out a fierce roar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the livestream. It turned out that the Earth Violent Bear had discovered a group of 5 people bouncing ahead. It emitted a deep growl, and large drops of saliva continuously dripped from its gaping maw. With heavy steps, it slowly approached the group of 5. Passerby, "What should we do, Wei Wei?" Passerby B, "Captain, it's up to you." Wu Liwei, "I." The 5 people's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. It turned out that the duration of the negative effects had expired, but it was too late. At this moment, the few people sprawled on the ground were trembling, partly from exhaustion and partly from fear. Only the captain, Wu Liwei, managed to stand up. The Earth Violent Bear was getting closer, and a sense of terror filled their hearts. Chapter 31. The Decline of Humanity. Captain Wu Liwei showed signs of struggle, seemingly facing a difficult decision. But looking at the increasingly approaching Earth Violent Bear, he steeled his heart and finally made up his mind. He grabbed Passerby A and B by the back of their necks and violently threw them towards the Earth Violent Bear. Passerby A and B screamed in midair, looking at Wu Liwei, who had turned to run away, with disbelief on their faces. Passerby A, "Wu Liwei, you bastard. I curse you to die a terrible death." Passerby B, "You beast. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Ah." Wu Liwei ran wildly, ignoring the curses behind him. His thought was simple. Once the Earth Violent Bear finished eating Passerby A and B, there were still Deng Jujia and Yunjiro on the road. During the time it took the Earth Violent Bear to eat all 4 of them, he would have enough time to escape. The scene was filled with frenzied curses, heartbreaking screams, the sound of bones being crushed, and the piercing screams of the 2 women, all intertwining to present the cruel reality of the post-catastrophe world and the decline of humanity to millions of viewers. A million viewers fell silent. Among them were ordinary people, white-collar workers, bosses, superhumans, and martial artists. Some covered their mouths and cried, unable to watch. Some clenched their fists with cracking sounds. Some cursed Wu Liwei for being inhumane, and some only regretted not being there to help. Others were silent, putting themselves in Wu Liwei's shoes. If they were the only one with a chance to escape, what would they do? Suddenly, the livestream screen went dark, and then large text appeared. The broadcaster is suspected of violating regulations and is under rectification. Netizens were furious. What is going on? Is this also a violation? Get the inspection team out. Prince Tion Xin was also angry. He smashed the teacup in his hand on the ground. Who the hell is responsible for this? He called the inspection department. Roaring, which bastard shut down the Masked Brothers livestream? Don't want to work anymore? Immediately, right now, unseal it for me. From now on, no one is allowed to touch Masked Brothers livestream without my permission. The inspection department's operator covered the phone, timidly responding, Yes, yes. I will check immediately and unseal it right away. In a short while, the livestream was unsealed. As soon as Zhuqing Long saw that the livestream had been shut down for a violation, he found that it had already been unsealed and directly clicked to start broadcasting again. Passerby A and B had already entered the belly of the earth-violent bear, which licked its tongue, still wanting more. It then focused its gaze on the two women sitting on the ground. Thud, thud, with each heavy step. The massive bloodied mouth was now above the two women's heads. They screamed repeatedly, and Yunjiro cried out hysterically, I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten. Help. Can someone save me? The bloodied mouth quickly approached, and the foul smell from the earth-violent bear's mouth sprayed onto the two women. The screams pierced the sky. After a long while, Yunjiro realized that she was still alive and had not been eaten. Wow, you can really scream. I think my ears are going deaf. A faint voice came from above. Yunjiro dazedly looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. A tall figure with a cross on his back was spreading his arms, propping himself up against the upper and lower jaws of the earth-violent bear. The bloodied mouth was less than a meter away from her, the stench making it hard for her to breathe, with saliva dripping from its tongue onto her feet. She no longer cared about that. In her eyes, there was only the tall figure standing beside her. Hey, woman. What are you looking at? Hurry up and run. Zhuqing Long said impatiently. I'm getting tired holding this. Yunjiro snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. She hurriedly got up, helping Deng Jejia, and the two ran off together. In the live stream, millions of viewers flooded the screen with comments. Wow, the broadcaster is so cool. A hero saving a beauty. Great job. Damn, this is getting me fired up. This is what a man is. The broadcaster is a true man. The live stream was filled with voices of admiration. Prince Tion Xin clenched his fists, excitedly saying, This is the kind of live stream I envision. A positive energy live stream. Young people today should watch more of this kind of live stream. In this cruel era, how can we stay sheltered and not see blood or death? When will humanity step out of the city walls and reclaim lost ground? When will we return to being the dominant species on the planet? At the scene, the earth-violent bear was furious, shaking its head from side to side, trying to shake off this little bug. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuqing Long let go of his hands and leaped back. Both frying and stewing can turn into delicious methods, and so can cheering. Netizens in the live stream frantically spammed the comments. Go for it. Come on, broadcaster. Get it. Zhuqing Long was feeling excited. The four-tier earth-violent bear finally had a chance to unleash its fury. He drew out his black knife, gripping the handle with both hands above his head, muscles bulging and veins popping. With a roar, he swiftly slashed down, executing a powerful strike aimed at the earth-violent bear. A massive wave of knife energy shot from the blade, slicing towards the earth-violent bear, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly. Roar. The earth-violent bear let out an angry roar, the ground shaking as large clumps of soil lifted off the ground, covering the bear, which was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of earthen armor, transforming it into an armored bear. Its size grew even larger and more robust. Then it raised its massive paw, now bulked up, swatting at the incoming knife energy. Bang! A loud sound erupted as the giant paw struck the knife energy, creating a shockwave, dust swirling. Roar! The earth-violent bear stood up on its hind legs, throwing back its head in a painful howl, and the knife energy sliced its way up the giant paw, tearing a gaping wound on the bear's shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, as if it were raining heavily. However, Zhuqing Long was not satisfied with the power of this slash. How long would it take to chop it down one slice at a time? He formed a hand sign with one hand. Water system, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, a waterfall appeared out of nowhere above the earth-violent bear, with water streaming down. This scene resembled a cascading waterfall, seemingly the Milky Way descending from the heavens. The rushing water poured over the earth-violent bear, causing its hard earthen armor to begin to soften and slide off. Chapter 32. The broadcaster owes me 3 pounds of tears. Hey, let's peel off this hard skin first. Next, we can't waste water resources. Zhuqing Long held the knife with both hands and executed a sweeping slash from left to right. Ice Dragon Spin Slash. A slashing attack was unleashed. Mist swirling and a chilling aura enveloping the area. The ground froze. The cold air spread all the way to the feet of the earth-violent bear. And when it encountered water, it was like dry wood meeting fierce fire, causing the freezing speed to increase dramatically. In an instant, the violent bear was encased in ice. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. This streamer is so impressive. Wow. So cool, so awesome. Some viewers raised questions. Streamer, are you a superpower user or a martial artist? I don't understand. And one moment it's water, the next it's ice. Even if you are a superpower user, could you possibly have two superpowers? As everyone knows, when a person's talent awakens, it's either a superpower talent or a martial arts talent, and usually, only one type of superpower awakens. However, what kind of sorcery is this streamer using? The ability to release blade energy while wielding a knife is a hallmark of a great martial artist. Raising a hand creates a waterfall, which indicates water-based superpowers. A single slash freezes the earth violent bear, indicating ice-based superpowers. The question arises, what is this streamer? He has broken the viewer's understanding of the world. This strike has frozen the earth violent bear, and Zhuo Qinglong nodded in satisfaction, sheathing his knife. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the ice surrounding the earth violent bear, and then it broke free from the ice, landing heavily on its front limbs and letting out a furious roar. The sound waves from its roar blew Zhuo Qinglong's hair down like wheat in a strong wind, bending him over. Hey, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Zhuo Qinglong pointed at the earth violent bear and scolded. You have such a big attitude. And you dare to blow your breath at me? Is that polite? Since your mother didn't teach you well, I guess it's up to me to teach you. It was unclear whether the earth violent bear understood, but it suddenly stood upright and stomped its front limbs heavily on the ground. Viewers in the live stream gasped. Look at the way you kneel. Streamer, get out of the way. That's the violent bear's skill, earth stomp. Get out of the way. However, the distance between the audience and the streamer was more than just a screen. At the scene, Zhuo Qinglong felt the ground shake with the bear's stomp, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly falling over. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A huge stone spike suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Zhuo Qinglong's feet and pierced into his abdomen. The stone spike kept breaking through the earth, extending upwards until it reached a height of 5 meters before stopping, leaving Zhuo Qinglong suspended 5 meters in the air. In the live stream, countless viewers slumped in their chairs. The streamer is done for. There is no hope. Why did the heavens let us witness such a cruel scene? The monster is so strong. Do we humans still have any hope? Countless viewers cried out in despair, witnessing the fall of a heroic figure, seeing the fragility and insignificance of humanity, witnessing the brutality and strength of the monsters. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap, choked out. Masked bro. Our love has ended before it even began. Boo-hoo, I'm not willing. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from the battle, Yunjiro and Deng Jejia hid behind a boulder and witnessed this scene, their faces showing a complex expression. Previously, Zhuo Qinglong had tricked them with the gourd fruit. And now this despicable person was hiding nearby, snapping photos, utterly detestable. The two women loathed him to the core, feeling a deep-seated enmity, wanting to eliminate him quickly. However, just moments ago, Captain Wu Liwei had abandoned them, and it was this person they despised who stepped up to save them from the jaws of the bear. He stood against the bear to allow them to escape. Now he sacrificed his life to save them. They were complete strangers. He could have chosen not to intervene. Deng Jejia said complexly, Jiro, let's go. While the earth violent bear hasn't noticed us, we need to leave quickly. Yunjiro nodded, glancing in his direction one last time before resolutely turning to leave. Suddenly, suspended in the air, Zhuo Qinglong moved a finger, then raised both hands abruptly, gripping the stone spike. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You bastard bear. How dare you launch a surprise attack? Viewers in the live stream exclaimed, incredible. The streamer is still alive. Is this a miracle? Streamer, compensate me for my losses. You've made a big man like me shed 3 kilograms of tears. Haha, that's right, me too. Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Wow, I still have a chance. Masked bro, don't die. The young master lifted his new teacup and drank it all in one go. Zhuo Qinglong exerted force with both hands, forcefully breaking the stone spike. And as his body lost the spike's support, he fell straight to the ground, landing firmly on his feet. After landing, he casually tossed the broken spike aside. At this moment, he felt a chill in his abdomen and looked down to see a patch of pale skin exposed to the air. Damn it. How dare you ruin my clothes? You're dead. The black knife at his back unsheathed itself, spinning in the air before plunging down with the hilt facing downward. Zhuo Qinglong reached out with his right hand, firmly grasping the hilt. Kill. With a roar, the ground concaved and cracked, and Zhuo Qinglong's figure vanished from sight. In the distance, there was a thud as the knife entered flesh. The earth violent bear let out a pained roar, blood spraying from its hind leg. Suddenly struck with intense pain, the bear turned and slapped the ground with its paw, trying to crush this bug. However, Zhuo Qinglong had already left his original position. Thud. Another wound appeared on the bear's back, deep enough to see the bone. The bear stood up in pain, roaring furiously. Thud, thud, thud. Swat ran on the back of the earth-violent bear, swinging the black knife, inflicting wound after wound on the bear. He discovered that this black knife was simply a cutting artifact. It sliced through the bear's thick skin and muscle with ease, without requiring much effort. It's worth noting that the earth-violent bear is known for its tough skin and muscles, bouncing and running towards the bear's neck. The earth-violent bear sensed something and began to shake its head wildly, trying to throw the little bug off its back. Swat extended his left hand, tightly gripping the fur on the bear's neck, remaining steadfast despite its frantic movements. Suddenly, a black light shot through the bear's neck and struck the ground, causing a huge cloud of dust to rise, leaving a deep groove in the ground. At this moment, the earth-violent bear seemed to be struck by a spell, suddenly becoming completely still. Chapter 33. Defeating the violent bear. Returning to the city, the scene froze, then moved again, presenting an indescribable image. It was like holding a white radish and using a kitchen knife to chop off the top of the radish. The cut surface was smooth and even, severed cleanly. The current scene was just like that. The massive head of the earth-violent bear suddenly separated from its neck, splitting its body in two. Thud! The bear's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times, its eyes wide open in anger. Puff! Blood gushed from the bear's neck like a huge fountain spraying water. The headless body shook a few times and then crashed to the ground. As the bear fell, Swat leaped off its body. It was only then that he had time to look at the live stream. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "The streamer is amazing. Incredible." I was looking at my phone in broad daylight and suddenly felt everything around me darken. It turns out the streamer's face is glowing on my phone. Able to talk and act, the streamer looks like a real man. I don't bow to heaven or earth, but I bow to the streamer's strength. Streamer, you're so handsome. You don't look like a powerhouse. Even flattery should be more reliable. Have you seen what the streamer looks like? You don't understand anything. Who says looks are everything? Drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Masked bro, you're so majestic and handsome. I love it. I love it. Let us date when this is over. In the live broadcast room, a group of netizens showered Left Qinglong with praise, making him feel on top of the world as he kept nodding at the camera, happily accepting the compliments. At that moment, he noticed his private messages flashing nonstop. When he opened one, he found a person claiming to be from the Evolution Home, offering 100 million to acquire the Earth Berserker and hoping to preserve as much bear blood as possible while keeping the bear intact. What the heck? Why didn't you say so earlier? 100 million. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to chop it up. I hope this doesn't affect the price now. Left Qinglong abandoned the audience in the live stream, taking 2 steps to reattach the bear's head to its neck. Looking at the still bleeding corpse, he swung his knife. Eternal Ice Prison. A massive ice column appeared out of nowhere, instantly freezing the Earth Berserker's corpse inside. The ice was crystal clear, and the bear looked lifelike within it, every hair clearly visible. The netizens in the live stream were puzzled. Host, with such amazing skills, why didn't you use it earlier? Left Qinglong scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, I forgot. The netizens burst into laughter, flipping them off. However, Left Qinglong was now in tears, as his storage bracelet couldn't hold this frozen behemoth. What to do? This was 100 million. He circled the ice block and found there was still operable space. So, he pulled out his black knife and started chopping at the ice block. The netizens were confused. What is the host doing now? Left Qinglong was like a sculptor, continuously chipping away at the ice. When he made the first cut, he felt something was off. Cutting the Earth Berserker had been effortless, but now, cutting the ice was exceptionally difficult. Damn, why was this ice block so hard? With each swing, he had to use all his strength just to shave off a piece. It felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Fighting the bear hadn't been this exhausting. Eternal Ice Prison, indeed, lives up to its name. For 100 million. I'm all in. Now, he was like a hard-working little bee, tirelessly working on the ice block. After a long time, he finally managed to store the ice block into his storage bracelet. It was urgent to change the bracelet. He hoped it was still worth 100 million. He called back his phone, found the account for the Evolution Home, and sent over the savings account number, briefly explaining the situation of the bear. In business, one must be honest. He wouldn't engage in deceit. Soon, ding-dong, a short message came in, notifying him that 100 million had been credited. Left Qinglong felt a bit excited inside. Impressive. As expected of the Evolution Home, they have deep pockets. He immediately decided to head back home. Payment upon delivery. He would first send out all the goods when he got back. Dear friends, the host is about to end the stream. I'm going back to the city to send you the goods. Follow me so you won't get lost. Welcome to come again next time. After saying that, Left Qinglong ended the stream, completely ignoring the viewers' pleas, leaving them grinding their teeth in front of the dark screen. He held the little black cat in his palm, feeling troubled about what to do with it. Little one, where's your home? Go back quickly. The little black cat licked its leg fur, stretched lazily, and comfortably lay in his palm. Left Qinglong shook his head helplessly. I really am losing my mind. How could you understand? Never mind, come with me. He didn't care if the little black cat agreed or not. He stuffed it into his chest pocket. At the exit of the Twilight Forest, a dozen men in black were ambushed nearby. These were the people Zheng Ergai had arranged to intercept Left Qinglong. Do you think that kid will come out today? It's not good for us to stay here all the time. What if he goes in and stays for several days? Yeah, Dugu, we've been watching for half a day, and there hasn't even been a ghost. What if that kid doesn't come out of this exit? Facing his subordinates' repeated complaints, Dukong impatiently said, Shut up. This is what young Master Zheng arranged. We just have to do it. If we don't catch him today, we'll try again tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. I don't believe that kid can survive in the Twilight Forest for so long. Subordinate A, what if that kid dies in the forest? Then we would have been foolishly waiting here. Dukong turned and shot a fierce glare at Subordinate A, angrily saying, Shut up. He wished he could strangle this guy who was ruining the mood. He had no sense. As for where that kid would come out, I can tell you it's right here. People have a subconscious habit of exiting where they entered. They always choose familiar paths. Unless he knows there's an ambush at this exit. After saying that, he scanned his subordinates. They all shivered and fell silent. Subordinate A shook his head disdainfully. How could that kid know there's an ambush here? Then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed. Unless we have a mole among us. After saying that, he looked up and scrutinized his colleagues, as if trying to find a traitor among them. This made not only Dukong want to strangle him, but even his colleagues wanted to do the same. The roar of a motorcycle echoed faintly through the forest. Dukong's spirit jolted. Here he comes. That kid is riding a Harley. Everyone, stay silent. The target has appeared. Get ready. The sound of the motorcycle grew louder, and a brand new Harley motorcycle sped out of the forest. Chapter 34. Ambush. Dukong stared for a moment, confirming it was the target this time. He raised his hand and then swung it down hard. Attack. Instantly, axes, shurikens, and boomerangs flew through the air, with various elemental abilities like wood, fire, and earth all unleashed, attacking the boy on the Harley. Boom. A pinpoint strike, efficient and precise. The group Dukong brought was quite capable. Dust rose around the target. And Subordinate A said, Done. Let us wrap up. Young Master Zheng should treat us to a big meal. Dukong replied, All you think about is eating. Seeing the attack was completed, he relaxed. Don't worry, working for young Master Zheng, you won't be treated poorly. The group relaxed their guard and started to put away their weapons. Damn it. Another one from the Zheng family. An angry shout came through the swirling dust. You guys really know how to be ruthless. Do you think killing outside the city is without consequences? Whoosh. A blade of energy sliced through the air, trailing wisps of smoke, instantly cutting through the crowd. What? He is not dead? How is that possible? The group turned to check the situation, ready for another fight. However, thud, thud, thud. Countless upper bodies fell to the ground. Yes, only the upper bodies fell. The lower halves remained standing. Splat. Countless fountains sprayed out bright red liquid, creating a rainbow in the air. What? Among the crowd, only two people remained unharmed. Dukong and Subordinate A. At that moment, both of them felt tense, not daring to move, fearing that they would end up like their comrades, becoming two halves of a person. Some of the fallen were not dead yet, still writhing and moaning on the ground. The two looked at the hellish scene, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Is this still human? Why didn't the boss mention that they were to ambush such a terrifying devil? Were they sent here to die? Actually, Dukong misunderstood his master. Zheng Ergui didn't even know what levels Wat Qinglong's strength was at. He just thought he was still a student and couldn't be that powerful. If a student dared to provoke the Zheng family, wasn't that like an ant, thinking it could be stepped on however one wanted? However, he didn't expect to step on a nail this time. As the smoke cleared, Wat Qinglong emerged slowly, carrying a black knife on his shoulder. According to the law of no injuries with smoke, the protagonist naturally made a brilliant entrance, completely unharmed. You are from Zheng Ergui, right? It seems the lesson we taught him last time wasn't enough. He said, Tell me, how did you know I was coming to the Twilight Forest? A Subordinate A straightened his chest after hearing this. Since you know we are from the Zheng family, how dare you take action? Our Zheng family is everywhere. Your every move outside the city is under our surveillance. Don't you see that our Zheng family is not something someone like you can provoke? Let us go quickly, or the Zheng family will surely annihilate your whole clan. Swat Qinglong glanced at him sideways. Oh, you still want to annihilate my clan? Dukong thought it was bad and kicked Subordinate A to the ground. Shut up, you idiot. Then, he cupped his fists and said humbly, This friend. We were blind and offended you. Look, We have already paid a painful price. Can you let us go this once, and I promise we will never trouble you again? What answered him was the sound of two swift blade energies. After the blade energies passed, two heads flew high into the air. Dukong looked at the bodies moving further away from their heads, his face filled with disbelief. Swat Qinglong's cold voice rang out. Are you the idiot? Or do you think I'm the idiot? How much do you think your guarantee is worth? Thud, thud. The two heads fell to the ground and rolled a few times, their eyes wide open, refusing to close. Today, out of mercy, I will let you rest in peace. He bent down and pressed his palm on the ground, activating his Earth-type ability, Sandfall Burial. The ground where the bodies lay began to turn to sand, as if some monstrous creature deep underground was opening its giant mouth, gradually swallowing the sand along with the bodies. In a short while, the ground returned to its original state, showing no trace of blood. Was Swat Qinglong really that kind-hearted? Letting those bastards who wanted to kill him rest in peace? Of course not. He just felt that everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. On such a hot day, if it stinks to high heaven, how would one walk this road next time? At the southern city gate, Guard Jingqi was chatting idly with Guard Old Wang. At this moment, the sound of da-da-da came from outside the city. Zheng Qi squinted to see who was on the motorcycle. As the figure approached, his expression gradually changed from neutral to surprise, then to disbelief. Old Wang noticed his unusual reaction and asked with concern, Xiaozheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zheng Qi's face looked bad. Nothing. Da-da-da. The motorcycle slowly entered the city gate. Swat Qinglong nodded at Old Wang, then discreetly glanced at Zheng Qi before speeding away. Old Wang sighed. It's good that you came back alive. Zheng Qi remained silent, his hands tightly clenched behind his back. At Zheng Ergui's mansion, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed. Bastards. A bunch of useless drunks. Zheng Ergui roared as he smashed his cup. So many people went to ambush a poor kid. And they still let him come back alive? What is Dukong doing? With the high salary I'm paying him, he can't even handle a small matter. Notify Dukong and the others not to come back. Stay out in the wild. As long as they haven't killed that poor kid, they can forget about returning. The servants shrank back, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zheng Xiao. Zheng Ergui snapped. What is it? Speak. The servant replied. We have already contacted Dukong, but couldn't reach him. Zheng Ergui angrily said, this bastard. Is he afraid of my punishment and doesn't dare to answer the phone? The servant whispered, I contacted all the personnel that went to ambush, but none can be reached. Zheng Ergui exclaimed, what? Only then did he realize something was off. All personnel were unreachable, and the target returned safely? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be? Is that kid really that powerful? He was unwilling to believe it. But the facts were right in front of him. At the Kamikaze Logistics Company, Consignment Department, Swat Qinglong, dressed as a masked man, walked in. He glanced around the room. His first impression was that it was spacious. The interior was 1,000 meters wide, with a ceiling height of several dozen meters. It was wide and empty, which was Swat Qinglong's first impression. Countless logistics workers were busy by the goods, packing, sorting, and loading. Swat Qinglong arrived at the consignment window and tapped on the counter. I want to consign goods. The staff inside didn't even lift their heads. Casually tossing a notebook over, fill out the form, then take out the goods to weigh and measure the volume. Picking up the notebook, Swat Qinglong filled it out quickly and threw the form back at the window. The staff looked at the form. Magic City, East Hot City, Jing Hot City, etc. Involving more than a dozen cities. Xiao Bangxia finally raised her pretty face and glanced at Swat Qinglong, internally evaluating. Strange attire. He's a peculiar person. Delivery within the city was charged by weight, while sending to other cities was charged by volume. She explained the consignment rules. 1 cubic meter of logistics delivery costs 10,000. Within 10 cubic meters costs 100,000. And within 100 cubic meters costs 1 million. Swat Qinglong's eyes widened. What the hell? So expensive? At this rate, my jumping mushroom will definitely be a loss. Expensive? Xiao Bangxia snorted coldly. The wilderness is fraught with danger. Our couriers are all above Marshal General level. Moreover, they all use high-capacity storage wristbands for delivery, which are worth a fortune themselves. We not only bear the risk of lost goods, but also the risk of losing wristbands. If they are lost, the losses will be heavy for us. Swat Qinglong, now that she mentioned it, it did make sense. He stopped talking and obediently followed Xiao Bangxia to measure the volume of the goods. Xiao Bangxia, take out the goods. Boom. A loud crash of heavy objects hitting the ground startled Xiao Bangxia, and she secretly patted her impressive chest, cursing inwardly. Damn it, you scared me to death. Then, when she looked at the culprit who startled her, she immediately took several steps back in shock. What on earth is this? That fierce face and massive body, vividly encased in ice. If it weren't for seeing it encased in ice, she would have wanted to turn around and run immediately. The logistics staff in the room were also attracted by the huge sound, all looking over. When they saw the gigantic corpse of the earth-violent bear, discussions filled with shock and admiration erupted. Xiao Bangxia widened her beautiful eyes and glared at Zhuo Qinglong, her resentful gaze seeming to blame him for scaring her. Then her expression changed to one of appraisal, looking him up and down. Listening to his voice, this masked man was not very old, even very young. Did you hunt this? Xiao Bangxia asked curiously. Did you go to Twilight Forest? Zhuo Qinglong frowned. Isn't your kamikaze too nosy? Do you question everyone who comes to consign goods? Xiao Bangxia quickly shook her head, apologizing. Sorry, our kamikaze doesn't have this rule. This time, I was just personally curious. I wonder if the handsome guy can enlighten me? Handsome guy? Zhuo Qinglong immediately stood up straighter, puffing out his chest. Beautiful lady has good taste. It's just a small matter, no need for enlightenment. This earth-violent bear was indeed hunted by me in Twilight Forest. Xiao Bangxia gasped in surprise. And Zhuo Qinglong felt a bit proud. Have you heard of the Fighting God live streaming platform? Xiao Bangxia nodded. Nowadays, very few young people haven't heard of Doshin's live stream. Zhuo Qinglong replied. I'm a streamer on this platform, specializing in Forbidden Zone live streams. Room number XXXXX, if you're interested. Beauty, feel free to come and take a look. As the live stream had just started, he didn't miss any opportunity to advertise. Xiao Bangxia was surprised and nodded. Great. Forbidden Zone live stream? That's rare. As a young person who often frequents various live stream platforms, this is the first time I've heard of someone live streaming from the human Forbidden Zone. This guy has some serious guts. Without matching strength, you can't survive a second day in the Forbidden Zone. Yet this guy not only survived, but also brought back a trophy. She assessed him again, finding it hard to believe. Seeing the beauty constantly looking at him, Zhuo Qinglong felt a surge of pride. This damned, unplaceable charm of mine. After leaving the Shinfeng consignment department, Zhuo Qinglong was in a great mood. Not only had he sent out his goods, but he also got the contact information of the salesgirl. He hurried off to the Evolution House in the free trade market to make a trade-up. It's worth mentioning that the Evolution House in Yongding City is a branch that only sells finished products. The Evolution House Research Center, which buys the earth-shattering bears, is not located in Yongding City. Upon entering the Evolution House, he noticed that there were quite a few customers today, mostly concentrated in the potions and equipment area. Zhuo Qinglong found it puzzling. What were these people, who stayed in the safe zone, buying these things for? After squeezing through the crowd, he arrived at the counter selling storage bracelets. The sales clerk asked, Sir, how can I help you? Just as Zhuo Qinglong was about to speak, a middle-aged man wearing a big gold chain bumped into his shoulder, pushing him aside. The man said, Give me a 10 cubic meter storage bracelet to look at. The sales clerk replied, Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing the sales clerk reach into the counter to get the bracelet for the middle-aged man, Zhuo Qinglong was displeased. Can I endure this? No. He knocked on the counter. Hey, it's first come, first served, you know? The customer had no manners, and how could even you? The clerk lack manners? The sales clerk was taken aback and retorted, How am I lacking manners? If you're not buying, I can't let others buy first? The middle-aged man sized Zhuo Qinglong up and, noticing his youthful face and the big hole in his shirt, added insult to injury. You look like a poor loser. How can you afford a bracelet? He pointed at the price of the storage bracelet. 5 million. Can you afford that? Oh, sorry. I forgot there's one for 100,000 here. If you skip meals, maybe you can afford it. Why is there always such an idiot everywhere? Zhuo Qinglong rolled up his sleeves, pointing to the bracelet on his wrist. Is 5 million a lot? Look at this. The middle-aged man stared at the bracelet in shock, his face turning red instantly. The slap in the face was too quick. It stung. Who knows where your bracelet came from? Maybe you stole it. Zhuo Qinglong replied, Steal? Go ahead and try to steal one. What a stubborn duck. He tapped the counter. That ill-mannered one. The sales clerk was furious. You? Zhuo Qinglong cut in. Yes. I'm talking about you. Get out the 1 billion worth storage bracelet. The sales clerk, originally wanting to get angry, suddenly hesitated upon hearing the mention of the 1 billion bracelet. There are not many people who can afford a 1 billion bracelet, and definitely not someone like the middle-aged man beside her. She swallowed her anger and obediently took out the bracelet. Zhuo Qinglong played with it for a moment before tossing it back to the sales clerk. Pack it up, I'll pay with my card. The sales clerk hurriedly caught the bracelet, afraid it might fall and break, which she couldn't afford. As she held the bracelet, her eyes were filled with resentment. She wanted to explode, but couldn't, so she just complied. When Zhuo Qinglong turned back to look at the middle-aged man, he found that the man had already slipped away. Wow, he really left fast. How boring. Zhuo Qinglong didn't bother to argue with the sales clerk, paid, and left with his goods. As he passed the potion area, he spotted a familiar face, one he didn't particularly want to see. It's not entirely accurate to call her a familiar face. They had only met once. But her name was quite distinctive. You buy who? At that moment, She was wandering in the potion area, looking as if she wanted to buy something but wasn't sure. Swat Qinglong stopped, looking like he wanted to approach but didn't. However, the potion area was the only way out of the store. He cleared his throat and walked over. "Hi, beautiful. Buying something?" Yu Baihu paused, surprised by the unfamiliar voice. "Who is it?" She looked over, finding him somewhat familiar. "You are." Then she slapped her forehead. "Oh, I remember now, the big spender." Swat Qinglong's face darkened. He didn't want to engage with her. Yu Baihu quickly added, No. Slip of the tongue. "Handsome, are you here to buy something too?" Swat Qinglong replied, "I've already bought it, and am leaving." "Buy?" Yu Baihu said. Oh, buy?" There was no relationship between them, just a simple greeting before they passed each other. Swat Qinglong inexplicably turned back to glance at her again. Noticing she was once again staring at the potions on the counter, looking indecisive. "Sigh, my personality is too nice. I can't help but want to assist others when they encounter difficulties. Truly a good Samaritan." He shook his head and walked over. "Hi, beautiful, are you facing any difficulties?" Seeing the big spender return, Yu Baihu hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "My sister just had surgery yesterday and needs to stay in the hospital for a long time to recover, and I." Swat Qinglong understood. "You need to go out to earn money for medical expenses and don't have time to accompany your sister? So, you want to buy a healing potion to help your sister recover from her surgical wounds? And you don't have enough money?" Yu Baihu stared at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Swat Qinglong shrugged. "You're making it pretty obvious. Any normal person would know." Yu Baihu was left speechless. "Oh." Swat Qinglong continued. "Let me give you some advice. Whether you take it or not is up to you." Yu Baihu replied, "Go ahead." Swat Qinglong said, "To be direct, your sister's current condition is not suitable for using healing potions." Yu Baihu asked in surprise, "Why can't she use it?" Swat Qinglong explained. "Healing potions seem to have effects similar to the healing abilities of wood-type abilities, but the principles are worlds apart. Healing potions stimulate the body's potential, allowing self-healing abilities to develop, which normal people can use occasionally. However, in the long run, it's not good for the body. Your sister is in a weak state post-surgery. Forcing her body to self-heal now could drain her life force." Yu Baihu was anxious. "Then what should I do?" Swat Qinglong replied, "You need a wood-type healer." Yu Baihu despaired, "I don't know any wood-type healers, and I can't afford one." Swat Qinglong looked at her, filled with anxiety and despair, and sighed. Then he pointed to himself. "Well, there's one right in front of you, and I want to charge you." Yu Baihu was stunned and looked at Swat Qinglong with suspicion. "Aren't you a martial artist?" Swat Qinglong replied, "Who says martial artists can't be ability users?" Yu Baihu responded, I didn't say that, but..." Swat Qinglong interrupted, "No buts. Do you want to treat your sister or not?" Yu Baihu hurriedly said, "Yes. Yes. Follow me." In the intensive care unit of Ping and hospital located in the city center, Swat Qinglong looked at the girl in the hospital bed, who was about the same size as his sister. The girl's complexion was pale and withered, her hair dry and lifeless, and her exposed arms looked like skin stretched over bones. She was connected to various advanced medical devices that were monitoring her overall condition. Every time Yu Baihu saw his sister like this, he couldn't help but want to cry. But he had to hold back his tears and pretend to be strong in front of her. The pain and sadness he felt had to be endured every day. He stroked his sister's arm, saying, "Bai Kai, I brought a friend to see you. He can help you get better quickly." Yu Bai Kai slowly opened her eyes. And what a look it was, pure, bright, filled with hope for the future. Swat Qinglong was taken aback. "Hello, brother," Yu Bai Kai said weakly. "Sister, go get a chair. Don't let him stand." Swat Qinglong quickly waved his hands. No trouble. I can stand for a while. Little Bai Kai, you rest more and don't worry about me," he added. Yu Bai Kai softly hummed in response and slowly closed her eyes again. Swat Qinglong quietly asked Yu Baihu, "How did the surgery go?" Yu Baihu whispered, "The surgery was very successful. Everything went smoothly." Swat Qinglong nodded. "That's good to hear." He walked to Yu Bai's bedside, gently took her bony little hand, and activated his wood-based healing technique. A pure, powerful life force in the form of wood elements surged into Yu Bai's body, and a soft green light emanated from her arm, gradually spreading throughout her entire body. Soon, the entire intensive care unit was illuminated with a gentle green glow. At that moment, Yu Baikai felt as if she were soaking in warm water. Her whole body was warm, reminiscent of the comforting feeling of being held by her mother when she was little. "I want to sleep," she thought, yet she couldn't. Her spirit was surprisingly good. She had never felt this well in her life. She opened her eyes and looked at the man by her bedside. It was the brother her sister brought. So warm. Chapter 38. She needs to keep her distance from him in the future. The color on Yu Bite-sized face gradually improved, becoming rosy and radiant. The skin on her arms became plump and delicate, no longer resembling the dry, shriveled skin of an elderly person. Everything was progressing positively. When Yubaihu saw the changes in her sister, she covered her mouth and cried tears of joy. She didn't expect Zhuo Qinglong to really be a wood-based healer and that the effect would be so good. In fact, if another wood-based healer had come, the result would definitely not have been as good. Many people awaken wood-based abilities, but the effectiveness of healing varies, depending on the strength and type of the ability. Zhuo Qinglong awakened the S-rank wood element power, the source power of wood. His healing technique naturally carried a large amount of primordial life force. That powerful vitality not only healed Yu bite-sized injuries, but also replenished the life force she had lost over the years due to illness. Meeting Zhuo Qinglong was indeed a blessing in disguise for Yu Baikai. However, at this moment, Yubaihu and Yu Baikai, the two sisters, did not understand the differences among wood-based ability users. The soft green light gradually faded, signaling the end of the treatment. Zhuo Qinglong quietly returned to Yubaihu's side. Suddenly, Yu Baikai sat up, looking at her hands in disbelief, and then began to touch her cheeks with excitement. She ripped off the various devices on her body, threw off the covers, and jumped out of bed. Her legs hit the floor with agility and strength, completely unlike someone who had been bedridden for a long time. She happily spun around, saying, "Sister, I'm better. I'm really better." Yubaihu's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded excitedly. "Yes, yes." After spinning around a couple of times, Yubaikai spread her arms and ran towards Yubaihu. Yubaihu also opened her arms, ready to welcome her sister for a long-awaited hug. Suddenly, Yubaikai dashed past Yubaihu, causing a breeze that lifted a strand of her hair. Yubaihu was taken aback. "Huh?" When she turned around, she saw her sister sobbing against Zhuo Qinglong. She shook her head helplessly, withdrawing her arms. It was fine to let her sister vent like this. However, Zhuo Qinglong was in trouble. Although Yu Baikai had just recovered from a serious illness, the power of the wood element was immensely strong. At that moment, she exuded a fresh fragrance of grass and trees, completely devoid of the odor one would expect from someone who had been ill for a long time. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against Zhuo Qinglong, and her well-developed figure made him feel a bit awkward, leaving his large hands unsure of where to rest. Standing there stiffly was not an option. Would it be okay to ruffle her hair? It seemed reasonable to touch her head, right? And after touching her hair, it would also make sense to let my hand linger downwards, right? Cough. A heavy cough sounded nearby, and Zhuo Qinglong quickly pulled back his hands as if he had been electrocuted, his face turning awkwardly red. Yu Baihu said, all right, Baikai, don't just hug him. How about a hug for your sister too? If you keep hugging him, I might get jealous." Hearing this, Yu Baikai immediately blushed and quickly released her arms, stepping back and burying her head in Yu Baihu's chest. Zhuo Qinglong chuckled, "It's fine if you hug a little longer, I don't mind." Yu Baihu shot a fierce glare at this seemingly gentle yet youthful guy. He was not that old, but his heart. No way. She needed to keep her sister away from him in the future. Chapter 39. Recruitment notice from the city lord's mansion. Zhuo Qinglong said, "Since your sister has recovered, I'll be on my way." Yu Baihu replied, "Wait." She pulled her sister, and the two sisters bowed together in gratitude, saying, "For the great kindness you've shown us, we have no way to repay you now, but I will definitely repay you in the future. How about we have a meal together first?" Zhuo Qinglong waved his hand to decline. "No need. It was just a small effort, so don't worry about it. It's getting late, and someone at home is waiting for me, so I have to go back. Goodbye." Yu Baihu quickly called out, "Can you tell me your name?" Zhuo Qinglong paused, turned back to glance at her, and after hesitating, he finally told the truth. "Zhuo Qinglong." Yu Baihu covered her mouth and chuckled. "You really are named Qinglong?" "TCH." Zhuo Qinglong maintained a serious expression and walked away without looking back, a string of silver bell-like laughter following behind him. After Zhuo Qinglong left, Yu Baikai asked, "Sister, do you like him?" Yu Baihu was taken aback, turning to pat her sister's head. "We've only just met. How could I like him? I do feel grateful to him, though." Yu Baikai replied, "Oh." Yu Baihu didn't notice that beneath her sister's lowered head, the corners of her mouth were slightly lifted, and her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. After leaving the hospital, Zhuo Qinglong got on his Harley and prepared to go home. The bustling city, with its throngs of people and flowing vehicles, brought him comfort, allowing him to rest easy knowing he could leave Zhuo Qinzheng in the city. He was more accustomed to staying in the wild. As he rode past the city lord's mansion, he glanced over. The high walls obscured the view inside, with only the gate standing open. Today, a large crowd had gathered outside, some wielding knives, others holding swords, with bows on their backs, and some wearing advanced gear, an eclectic mix of people. He had no idea what they were gathering for. Zhuo Qinglong's curiosity was piqued, and he slowed down, cruising past the main gate. He saw a recruitment notice posted on the high wall next to the gate. He quickly scanned it and gathered that it was about the city lord's daughter seeking brave individuals to team up and explore the Twilight Forest. How boring, Zhuo Qinglong thought. accelerating the throttle and leaving the city lord's mansion behind. Teaming up for exploration was nothing compared to being free and unrestrained. That said, forming a team is indeed the best choice for exploring the forest. There's strength in numbers, and it's not just empty talk. Each person has different abilities and excels in different areas. Some are good at tracking, some at setting traps, some at team fights, some are suited for solo battles. Some can act as tanks, and others as scouts. The awakened abilities also vary widely, including enhanced vision, hearing, and smell, among others. If these individuals were to enter the forest alone, they wouldn't make much of a splash. However, if they come together to explore the forest, their combined effect would be greater than the sum of their parts. The Lord's daughter seems to have some ideas. Daring to explore the Twilight Forest shows she's not a sheltered flower. She has ambition. In the southern part of the city, at home, at the dining table, Left Qinglong asked, "Sister, has little Tutu from next door come back?" Left Qingjung replied, "Not yet, and I don't know where Sister Ming Ming went." Left Qinglong said, "Well, never mind her." At that moment, he suddenly felt a movement in his arms. Almost forgot about this little guy's existence. Chapter 40 Warmth. Left Qinglong reached into his arms and pulled out the little creature amidst his sister's surprised gaze. Left Qingjung exclaimed, "Brother, how long has it been since you bathed? You've got a cat in there." Left Qinglong retorted, "Why don't you say your brother gave birth to a little cat?" Left Qingjung was astonished. "Brother, did you really give birth to it?" Left Qinglong rolled his eyes. And Left Qingjung laughed so hard she bent over. Left Qinglong casually tossed the little black cat onto the table. The little black cat lowered its head, sniffing around each dish on the table. Finally, it stepped on the edge of one plate, making a clattering noise, and began to complain to Left Qinglong, looking quite dissatisfied. As if to say, "I've traveled a long way with you, and this is what you feed me?" Fortunately, the plate contained dry food, so no soup splashed everywhere. Left Qingjung was laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, what a cute little thing. Brother, where did you buy it?" Left Qinglong's forehead twitched with veins popping. "I didn't buy it. I found this guy in the Twilight Forest. Didn't expect it to be so picky. I might have brought back a little ancestor." Left Qingjung was puzzled. Are there such normal little animals in the Twilight Forest? I thought it was full of terrifying beasts and monsters. Left Qinglong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, it is a bit strange. I've been in the forest all day and haven't seen such a normal little animal. After all, even a rabbit in the forest is taller than me." Left Qingjung exclaimed, "Wow, that is scary. By the way, little sister," Left Qinglong said, "I started a live stream on the Fighting God platform. If you want to see the outside world, you can watch my stream. It's good to broaden your horizons." Left Qingjung nodded. I didn't expect brother to be interested in live streaming." Left Qinglong gave her a sideways glance and warned, "Just watch the live stream. Don't recharge or send gifts to other boys. Even if you have money, don't spend it recklessly. It should be spent on serious matters, got it?" Left Qingjung smiled and nodded. "Got it, brother. I'll save my money to help you get a wife." Left Qinglong's forehead instantly filled with black lines. "What is this? You little girl, starting to worry about your brother's lifelong affairs at such a young age? Your money is yours, spend it however you want. You don't need to worry about me. With my looks, will I have trouble finding a wife in the future? When the time comes, girlfriends will be lined up from the kitchen to the door. I can pick whoever I want." Left Qingjung giggled. "Brother, keep dreaming. If you can bring Sister Ming Ming home, that'll be thanks to our ancestors burning incense." Left Qinglong's face darkened. If he married that violent girl, life would probably be tough. He couldn't help but shiver. He must not think about it. Clatter, clatter. The little black cat, seeing no one paying attention to it, became even more dissatisfied. It stomped harder on the plate. Left Qinglong patted its head and hurriedly coaxed. I know. You're the boss. Little sister, you might as well wait a bit to eat. I still have some rabbit meat here. Let us eat together once it's ready." After saying that, he began to cook the rabbit meat himself. Left Qingjung, having nothing to do, focused her attention on the little black cat. Chapter 41 Night. Little kitty, what is your name? Left Qingjung reached out her hand, wanting to pet the little cat's head. Unexpectedly, the little black cat looked on guard and kept hissing at her. However, this didn't scare Left Qingjung away. Instead, she found it even more interesting. She swiftly grabbed the little black cat by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up, thinking, "I need to know if you're male or female before naming you. Come on, let me take a look." The little black cat was like, "What is going on?" However, being caught in such a way was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Left Qingjung poked at it a few times. "Haha, it's a male. Let me think. What should I name you?" The little black cat huffed. "I have dignity. You know?" Left Qingjung laughed. Hee. "You're so dark, just like the night. I'll call you Night." The little black cat huffed again. Left Qinglong suddenly chimed in. "Good name." Left Qingjung giggled. Hee, so cute and fierce. She placed Night on her lap, gently stroking its little head and back. Night's hissing grew quieter until it simply stopped, comfortably lying there enjoying the attention. The inexperienced knight realized a profound life truth. Life is like QJ. When you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. The next day, Left Qinglong handed over the replaced storage bracelet to Left Qingzheng. He tucked the little black cat back into his arms. This little guy seemed hard to raise, as the food in the city didn't suit its taste. So, the little black cat continued to follow Left Qinglong back into the Twilight Forest for adventures. When Left Qinglong arrived at the southern city gate, he found a long line of vehicles blocking the road, all modified off-road armored vehicles. The outer edges of the vehicles were covered in thick steel plates, and monsters below the first or second rank probably couldn't damage them. On the roofs were heavy machine guns with thick, rotating barrels, seemingly 127 millimeters chain-fed Gatling guns, looking imposing and giving a strong sense of security. Left Qinglong looked at the machine gun on the roof with some nostalgia, but he knew well that in this era, firearms no longer worked as they once did. They were fine for dealing with ordinary people and beasts, but against powerful humans and monsters, they were practically a burden. Looking back at history, during the early disaster period, humans used firearms against beasts but were pushed back. In the end, the human leaders unanimously decided to use nuclear weapons, hoping they could turn the tide. The result was environmental destruction, and not many beasts were eliminated. Instead, it forced the beasts to attack human habitats even more frantically. Ultimately, it was the awakening of human talents, coupled with a desperate retreat to a corner, that allowed them to gradually stand firm in the post-disaster world. Left Qinglong fell to the back of the convoy and moved forward slowly. Many people stood on both sides of the street, some holding banners, wishing the exploration team a triumphant return. It seems this was the exploration team for the Twilight Forest initiated by the Lord's daughter, and it had gathered and set off so quickly. Once out of the city gate, Left Qinglong didn't want to linger behind them anymore and sped up to overtake. The sound of the motorcycle was clearly heard inside the armored vehicles, and many people turned to look out the window, curious about who was racing outside the city. Chapter 42. Zhou Shijing. Unfortunately, today, Swat Qinglong was wearing a helmet, a pitch-black big helmet. Want to see what the person inside the helmet looks like? No way. Only the spacious and flat chest and the big leather shoes proved that the rider was a man. One off-road armored vehicle after another was left behind by him, and soon he overtook the leading vehicle, riding off into the distance. Inside the first vehicle, a stunning young girl was watching Swat Qinglong overtake them with great interest. She was none other than the organizer of this trip, the daughter of the city lord, Zhou Shijing. Zhou Shijing murmured to herself, "How bold. I didn't expect that there would still be someone in Yongding City who dares to venture into the wilderness alone." Next to the girl was a burly middle-aged man, Lu Bufan, the head of her bodyguards, who had watched Zhou Shijing grow up, and their relationship was extraordinary. At this moment, he was also puzzled. Does he love riding motorcycles? Could he be some young master from a prominent family? Zhou Shijing shook her head. Impossible. I haven't heard of any young master from a wealthy family having the courage to venture into the wilderness alone. Although the wilderness is not as dangerous as the Twilight Forest, it's not something just anyone can venture into. They would only indulge in comfort in their cozy nests. Getting them out of the city is harder than killing them. From her words, one can see the disdain the girl has for those young masters. Lu Bufan smiled. "Miss, you're mistaken. Isn't there a group of young masters accompanying you on this adventure? Quite a few people came along this time, right? For example, Zheng Pingwei from the Zheng group, or Chu Ming from the Chu family." Zhou Shijing said lightly. "If they don't even have this little courage, then they don't deserve to be by my side." Lu Bufan nodded with a smile. The young lady has ambitions and aspirations, and her future is definitely not something trivial. If they are a bunch of good-for-nothings, they truly have no right to stay by the young lady's side. "Hey guys, what show do you want to see? Tell me, and I'll arrange it." Swat Qinglong posed for the camera. This was already the 10th day in the forest. Over the past few days, Swat Qinglong had seen some strange fruits and wild mushrooms, and without a second thought, he would eat them, creating quite a spectacle, making the viewers scream in excitement. With the strong support of the God of War Prince, the popularity of the live broadcast room broke through the 10 million mark. The viewers in the live stream commented, "Host, after watching your live stream, I feel that the human forbidden zone isn't so terrifying anymore. It feels like the host is just camping out there. Host, why don't you just transform into a food streamer?" Swat Qinglong replied, "This viewer's suggestion is quite good. In life, one should not let go of good food and beautiful women. Let's add some meat for today." After saying that, he sped off, crashing around, afraid that the monsters wouldn't know he had arrived. The viewers commented, "The host is really brave. He doesn't seem to take the monsters seriously at all. If only I could gallop through the forest like the host one day, drinking milk and licking the bottle cap. Mask guy, take me along next time, okay?" Tell me which city you're in. Swat Long, while speeding, was feeling increasingly frustrated. What is going on? Is it really that hard to find some meat? After racing for so long, he hadn't seen a single monster, but instead, there were signs of a struggle on the ground. He stopped to observe the surroundings. The ground was pockmarked, some areas were charred. Many branches around were broken, and some cuts were quite clean. Chapter 43. The wolf pack surrounding the valleys. Swat Long picked up a broken arrow from the ground. Judging from the situation, it was a battle between humans and monsters. Throwing the broken arrow aside, he followed the trail of the struggle. Along the way, the bloodstains began to increase, but strangely, he didn't see any corpses of humans or monsters. On another note, not seeing any corpses was a good thing. It meant there might not have been any casualties yet. On the other side, deep within a valley, a pack of wolves was surveying the area. The mountains were filled with magical wolves surrounding the valley, glaring hungrily. These were not the mutated wild wolves that danced the cha-cha before. These were true magical beasts, Tier 3 Dark Night Magic Wolves. They were twice the size of ordinary wild wolves, nearly human height, and were more organized and disciplined. Although their individual strength wasn't high, each was only at the martial artist level, but these creatures were social animals. Provoking one was equivalent to provoking a whole pack. It was like bullying a local thug today. The thug turns around and brings a group of armed thugs back to retaliate. Would you be scared? Just like now? With thousands of magic wolves gathered, it was like being surrounded by thousands of martial artists. Wouldn't you feel your scalp tingle? Moreover, these were not humans, but vicious and cruel magical beasts. Inside the valley, there were about 40 to 50 people. Some were on guard outside, while others were within the guard circle. Inside the circle, Zheng Pingwei was pointing at a young man and cursing. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Lin Yoshi. The wolf-killing competition? Look where that got us. You stirred up the wolf's den. Now you try going out for another wolf-killing competition. Go ahead, see who can kill more. Why aren't you going? Lin Yoshi's face was flushed from the scolding. His head hung low, not daring to speak. Chu Ming walked over. Enough, enough. No matter how much you curse now, it won't help. We should think about how to break out. Zheng Pingwei turned his head, looking extremely angry. Break out? You tell me, how can we break out with so many magic wolves around? Chu Ming frowned. Solutions will come if we think of them. If you don't think, will solutions just appear on their own? What is the use of shouting here? Zheng Pingwei yelled. Then you tell me, how do we break out? Enough. A cold voice came, and Zhou Shijing spoke. Stop arguing. Chu Ming is right. We should think about how to break out. Seeing Zhou Shijing speak, Zheng Pingwei couldn't scold anymore and dejectedly flicked his sleeve, moving to the side with his group. Chu Ming stepped forward and patted Lin Yoshi's shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Zheng Pingwei is scared of these wolves. That's why he's acting out. Lin Yoshi's eyes were red. Minggu, I just wanted to kill a few more monsters. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Chu Ming comforted quietly. No one expected it to turn out this way, not even Zheng Pingwei. If he had known, why didn't he stop you back then? I see he was enjoying himself too. Now he comes back to blame you. What is that about? Chu Ming placed his hand on Lin Yoshi's shoulder, and the two walked to the other side. Zhou Shijing, feeling overwhelmed, asked, Uncle Fan, with your strength as a warrior, can you lead us out of here? Lu Bufan shook his head. If it were just these magic wolves, I would still have the confidence to bring everyone out. However, with such a large-scale action from this pack of magic wolves, there will definitely be a lead wolf, the king of this pack. The Wolf King has not yet appeared, and its strength is unknown. If we rashly try to break out now, I fear we would suffer heavy losses. Zhou Shijing nodded, falling into deep thought. Chapter 44. The warrior following the clues. Swat Long arrived at the edge of the valley. Upon discovering the large pack of wolves, he decisively found a big tree to hide behind. He then controlled his phone to fly high into the air, using it like a drone. He took out another phone, created a player account, and entered his live broadcast room. The live broadcast phone slowly flew over the valley, and the densely packed wolves on the ground were clearly visible in the live stream. The viewers were stunned. So many wolves. How many are there? What are these wolves doing? Look, there are people in the valley. These wolves are after the people in the valley. I love your kneeling posture, screamed. These aren't ordinary wolves. They are tier 3 magical beasts, Dark Night Magic Wolves. Nighttime is their territory, and on a full moon night, their combat power can be greatly enhanced. The viewers were shocked. Tier 3 magical beasts? So many? Can the night enhance combat power? Hurry. Check what day it is today. Oh no, it's the night of the full moon. Those people in the valley are in danger. Host, which city are you from? Call for reinforcements quickly. There's no time. Long-distance help won't solve immediate problems. Even if reinforcements arrive, in such deep mountains and forests, whether they can find their way is another question. What should we do? Are we just going to watch as lives are lost in the valley? Knowing that danger is imminent, but having no ability to stop it, just waiting for the danger to arrive. This feeling is truly indescribable. Zhuo Qinglong's face was serious. From the live broadcast, he saw quite a few people below. Such a large, organized group appearing in the Twilight Forest could only be the exploration team led by the Lord's daughter from a while back. But this number is not enough to satisfy the vast pack of wolves. It seems there will be a fierce battle here. Zhuo Qinglong brought up the system panel to check his attributes. Attributes: Strength 111, Agility 11, Spirit 101, Constitution 11, Penetration 1. Free attribute points, 500. After eating and drinking in the forest for a while, his attribute points had increased significantly. This battle wouldn't be easy. There are too many magic wolves, and agility needs to be improved. Add it to 100. Constitution is not needed, as he has rubber and metal abilities. That's enough. Strength to 200. Spirit to 200. The remaining 11 points go into penetration, better than nothing. After allocating the points, the attribute panel read: Host, Zhuo Qinglong Realm, Martial General Attributes, Strength 311, Agility 100, Spirit 301, Constitution 11, Penetration 12. Free attribute points, 0. Comprehensive Combat Power, 10, 900. Becoming a martial general, Zhuo Qinglong felt a surge of energy, his senses sharpened. The grass swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, caterpillars crawled incessantly on the big trees, and the restless sounds of wolves echoed from afar. Surrounding sounds that were previously inaudible now reached his ears. His vision was greatly enhanced, as if he had opened an 8-fold mirror. He could even see the caterpillars on trees dozens of meters away, clearly noticing the few hairs on them. A surge of power was building up within him. It felt so overwhelming that he could punch a hole in the sky. Of course, this was just an illusion, a misperception caused by the sudden increase in power. If he were less mature, he might have pounded his chest like a gorilla, howling. But Zhuo Qinglong, being so mature, would not behave like that. Chapter 45, Bayou. Careless Zhuo Qinglong focused his gaze into the valley. He could now see the people clearly. He scanned the group. A bunch of men, 6 women, and among them, one girl was stunningly beautiful, standing out like a crane among chickens. Based on past experiences, the beautiful ones are usually the protagonists. This girl is probably the Lord's daughter. After scanning around, he surprisingly found someone he recognized. The young master of the Zheng family is among them. What a coincidence. But he set that person aside for now, focusing on the bigger picture. How could he help them? Zhuo Qinglong was troubled. Just as he was pondering a strategy, a slight sound suddenly came from beneath a large tree. Crack. The sound of a branch breaking. Zhuo Qinglong looked down. A massive figure with a thick, white-furred back was slowly walking past his feet. It was a giant wolf, 4 meters tall and 6 meters long. Zhuo Qinglong was startled. If it weren't for the giant wolf accidentally stepping on a dry branch, he wouldn't have known a behemoth was below him. At this moment, he had just broken through to Martial General, and his hearing had improved significantly. He immediately became interested. This big guy has a lot of meat. Enough for several meals. He could probably sell it. Someone would pay for it. Zhuo Qinglong slowly drew his black knife, resting it on his shoulder, then crouched down. One hand on the tree trunk, gathering strength in his legs. Whoosh. He leaped into the air, breaking through the cover of the tree, reaching above the giant wolf. With both hands gripping the knife high above his head, he brought it down fiercely. A massive blade of energy shot from the knife, howling towards the giant wolf. Sizzle. The sound of the blade energy ripping through the air immediately alerted the giant wolf. The giant wolf turned its head, nimbly leaping aside to avoid the blade energy. Then it jumped into the air. Boom. The blade energy struck the ground, splitting a long crack about 6 zhang deep. The scene shifted to the air, where the giant wolf opened its huge mouth, lunging at Zhuo Qinglong. Those massive, sharp fangs glinted coldly. If they clamped down, even with metal abilities, it would definitely be chilling, leaving several big holes in his body. The giant wolf reacted too quickly, from avoiding the blade energy to counterattacking. It took less than a second. Could Zhuo Qinglong let it bite him? Absolutely not. Though he couldn't dodge in the air, he showed no fear. Facing the giant mouth, he swung down his knife hard onto the giant wolf's fangs. Crack. The fangs broke with a sound, directly sliced in half. A woo. The giant wolf howled in pain, its lantern-sized eyes instantly bloodshot. Wham! The giant wolf swung its massive paw, not giving Zhuo Qinglong any time to react, and slammed it down on the hateful human. You cut me. I'll return the favor with a paw, right? Boom. Zhuo Qinglong flew straight towards the valley like a cannonball. Bayou. The powerful wind pressure made his facial expression uncontrollable. A single phrase, 2 words. He couldn't even articulate completely. At this moment, his speed in flight was evident. Careless. Fortunately, he quickly used his rubber abilities. Otherwise, this This hit would have been disastrous. Breaking bones and tendons would have been the least of his worries. In the valley, Zhou Shijing and her group heard the noise as Zhuo Qinglong's blade energy missed and struck the ground, and they all looked up. Zhou Shijing squinted. Uncle Fan. That magic wolf is huge. Is it the leader of this pack of magic wolves you mentioned? Lu Bufan nodded. It looks like it. That size far exceeds the ordinary night magic wolves. This one is definitely the night magic wolf king. Zhou Shijing suddenly exclaimed. Uncle Fan, there's someone fighting the wolf king. Lu Bufan marveled. That person is strong, daring to take on the wolf king alone. Zhou Shijing asked. Uncle Fan, this night magic wolf king. Its strength wouldn't be at the king level, right? She felt anxious and worried. If this wolf king were a king level beast, none of them would make it out today. Lu Bufan pondered. From its momentum, it should be below king level. By tier classification, it's a 5th tier beast, with strength probably at the upper level of our human martial generals. However, even if it's just upper level martial general, we're in big trouble today. The difference between 4th and 5th tier magic beasts is like that between a human grand martial artist and a martial general. It's a significant threshold. Once crossed, it's a qualitative change. If not crossed, one can only remain a mediocre little magic beast for a lifetime. Zhou Shijing suddenly exclaimed, Oh no. That person got hit by the Wolf King. Lu Bufan also gasped. It's over. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. Zhou Shijing. He's coming over. He's flying towards us. Bayou. Boom. The figure fell like a shooting star, smashing a large rock on the cliff. Zhou Shijing hurriedly said, Uncle Fan, let us go take a look. Lu Bufan, let us go? The two rushed ahead, quickly arriving at the spot where the figure fell. Searching the area, Zheng Pingwei, Chu Ming, and the others followed closely behind. Thud. A pile of rubble had stones falling from it, and a powerful hand reached out from the pile of stones. Zhou Shijing pointed, Over there. Everyone stared at that hand, but no one dared to approach and check. Thud. Thud. The pile of rubble shook, and then stones began to fall. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the stones, leaping into the air. Ha ha. A long laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven from the water curtain cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Today, I have broken the seal of Wuzishin and escaped. In the future, I will definitely attack the Western Paradise and let those bald donkeys smell my stinky feet. Wagga gaga gaga. The figure landed, and Zui Qinglong noticed that a crowd had gathered around, forming a circle as if they were watching a monkey show. Moreover, the stunning woman who seemed to be the city lord's daughter was looking at him with a gaze of disdain. Zui Qinglong awkwardly scratched his head, thankful for his mask. Adhering to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on you, he waved and greeted. Hi. Hello everyone. What are you all doing standing here? If you have something to say, just say it. The crowd. Who the hell wants to stand here and watch you? You idiot child? And you're holding a cross. You look absolutely abnormal. The crowd looked disappointed and turned to leave the valley, truly coming with excitement and leaving in defeat. Inside the valley, Zheng Pingwei shouted first. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhuo Qinglong rolled his eyes, leaving him the back of his head. Zheng Pingwei angrily said, I'm asking you a question, speak. Zhou Shijing frowned. Zheng Pingwei, don't be unreasonable. Chapter 46. Please call me masked brother. Zhou Shijing felt a surge of anger. Was Zheng Pingwei an idiot? Didn't he see that this person had just taken a heavy blow from the Night Demon Wolf King and was still full of vitality? That was a blow comparable to a high-level martial general. And because it was from a magical beast, its power was even greater than that of a human martial artist. How could someone who remained unscathed under such a blow be someone Zheng Pingwei, a C-level ability user, could provoke? He truly had no sense whatsoever. If a person has an A-level talent and is at D-level realm, then their strength will be somewhat stronger than a B-level talent at the same D-level realm, of course. This is under normal circumstances. If the A-level talent is an idiot, then in the same realm, they might lose to someone with lower talent. Zheng Pingwei originally wanted to say something else, but after being glared at by Lu Bufan, he sulkily fell silent. Zhou Shijing politely addressed Zui Qinglong, this friend. I am Zhou Shijing from the city lord's mansion of Yongding City. May I ask for your name? Zui Qinglong. You can call me masked brother. Zhou Shijing was taken aback. Masked brother? You want me to call you brother? She instantly felt a toothache. This wasn't how one takes advantage. Unable to vent her frustration, she asked, How did you know we were here? Are you here to help us? Zhuo Qinglong nodded. I happened to pass by and saw you surrounded by the demon wolves, and I indeed intended to lend a hand. TCH, Zheng Pingwei disdainfully said. Big words. Just you alone. How are you going to help us? Are you going to kill that giant wolf? Or are you going to kill the demon wolves surrounding us? Enough. Zhou Shijing was furious. Zheng Pingwei, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. Zheng Pingwei snorted coldly and stopped talking. At that moment, The Wolf King in the forest let out an angry howl, and the demon wolves began to close in on the valley. Lu Bufon shouted, "Full alert, prepare for battle." Everyone took out their weapons and stood ready. Zhou Shijing commanded, those with ranged attack capabilities in the front row, close combat in the second row, and healers at the back. Everyone followed orders and lined up in position. Zheng Pingwei, Chu Ming, Lin Yoshi, and a few other wealthy young masters gathered around Zhou Shijing and did not take their positions to face the enemy. Those on the periphery were either the city lord's guards or recruited ability users. The class inequality between people was fully reflected at this moment. Zheng Pingwei said to Zhuo Qinglong, "Hey, weren't you here to help us? Get up there." Zhuo Qinglong coldly glanced at him, contemplating whether to chop this guy first. Zhou Shijing frowned. This Zheng Pingwei was becoming increasingly disrespectful towards her, relying on the Zheng group's wealth and power. She remembered a time in her childhood when the head of the Zheng group, Zheng Gang, brought his son Zheng Pingwei to visit the city lord's mansion. The adults discussed serious matters, while the children were naturally entertained by Zhou Shijing, who was of similar age. At that time, Zheng Pingwei was honest and obedient, always flattering her with various sycophantic behaviors. Later, as the Zheng group grew larger due to its connections with the city lord's mansion, it became deeply rooted in Yongding City. From then on, the true nature of the Zheng group's people began to show. Chapter 47. The battle begins. The Zheng group had become a bully in recent years, committing all sorts of evil deeds, and had seemingly turned into a tumor in Yongding City. Outsiders feared the Zheng group's relationship with the city lord's mansion, daring to be angry but not speak out, which further inflated Zheng's arrogance. Although the city lord's mansion had heard of Zheng's misdeeds, they hesitated due to personal feelings and the Zheng group's vast business empire, fearing that pulling one thread would unravel the whole tapestry. Therefore, they only issued verbal warnings without taking any real action. And every time the Zheng group was warned, they would sincerely admit their mistakes, promising to rectify and not repeat them. However, the Zheng group would turn around and show a different face, not only failing to repent, but becoming even more arrogant. Zhou Shijing did not understand her father's thoughts, but she had already sensed that Zheng Pingwei was increasingly disrespecting her. The first batch of demon wolves had approached within 100 meters. 50 meters. Zhou Shijing shouted, "Attack." Arrows whistled through the air towards the demon wolf pack. Each arrow carrying various attribute glows, infused with the user's respective abilities. The arrows fired by martial artists also carried attributes like armor piercing, bleeding, toxins, etc. Many demon wolves were struck by arrows, and at that moment, beneath the wolf pack, the ground rolled, and earth spikes surged up, piercing the demon wolves' abdomens and ruthlessly skewering them. Countless branches grew longer, sweeping out to bind the demon wolves, preventing them from dodging and getting shot by arrows. Wind blades, water bombs, lightning strikes, fireballs, and more rained down on the demon wolf pack, as if they were free. The first batch of demon wolves suffered heavy losses, with hundreds falling in the blink of an eye. However, these demon wolves were undeterred by death. For every batch that fell, 2 more charged forward. They kept closing in on the crowd in the valley. Zhou Shijing urgently called, "Ranged fighters fall back to rest, close combat up front. Kill." The close combat martial artists raised their weapons and charged towards the wolf pack, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Blood splattered everywhere. The sounds of blades cutting into flesh, the painful and furious howls of the demon wolves, and the shouts of the martial artists intertwined to create a symphony comparable to a large orchestra. High above, an air elemental controlled the phone, faithfully recording the battle between the people and the demon wolves below. Online viewers were shocked, and the number of viewers kept increasing, reaching millions and even tens of millions. ISNT this more entertaining than some ostentatious streaming rooms? ISNT this better than the dramas starring traffic stars? Such a scene of iron and blood in battle was something the younger generation had never seen or experienced before. The visceral realism of blades slicing into flesh, blood spraying out with each stab, a hole appearing with each strike, made viewers' blood boil, eager to jump into the fray themselves. No one would doubt anymore whether the streamer masked brother was indeed live streaming from the human forbidden zone. Occasionally, 1 or 2 new viewers entering the live stream expressed doubts, and without exception, they are immediately besieged and educated by many other viewers. Where are their thousands of Dark Knight demon wolves, led by the Dark Knight Wolf King? In the forests reclaimed by humans? Indeed, there are still magical beasts left in the forests reclaimed by humans, and they are intentionally left by the human high-ups for the students of various academies to practice on. Within a controllable range, let the students see magical beasts, see blood, so they won't go to battle in the future without any experience. But go ask, which human high-up dares to throw a Wolf King-level magical beast into the already reclaimed forests? Aren't they afraid of having the Academy's geniuses, The future hope of humanity. Devoured in one bite. Chapter 48. Taking action, the fierce battle on the ground continues. On the human side, as many individuals have strength exceeding that of the magic wolves, there have been no casualties so far, and they can maintain the situation. However, on the magic wolf side, although 200 or 300 have fallen, more keep pouring in. This is a battle of unequal numbers. A human dodges too late and is slashed on the arm by a magic wolf, letting out a scream of agony. Then, as if Pandora's box had been opened, one after another, humans are injured and scream in pain. Zhou Shijing anxiously calls out, "Those who are injured, retreat first." Healers prepare to treat. She looks at a few young gentlemen beside her. "It's our turn now. Prepare to fill the gaps." Zhang Pingwei shakes his head. "They can still hold on. The injured can come back after healing. It's not our turn yet." Zhou Shijing gives him a cold glance. "Are you planning to wait until they all die before stepping up? Under the fallen nest, how can there be complete eggs? Don't you understand such a simple principle?" Zhang Pingwei, unwilling to back down. "Their duty is to protect us. If we have to step in now, what do we need them for?" Zhou Shijing angrily says, "If you don't go, I will." She turns around and lets out a cold snort. "Humph. Whoever wants to come with me, follow me. Fan uncle, you stay? If the Wolf King attacks, it'll be up to you." Lu Bufan nods in command. "Yes." Chu Ming and Lin Yoshi exchange glances and follow Zhou Shijing. Zui Qinglong looks around. Just these three? There are still 5 or 6 people standing by, unmoving, apparently not planning to step up. He sighs and follows. Well, let us give this poor city lord's daughter some support." Zhou Shijing is somewhat surprised. She doesn't dare to command this person who descended from the sky, and didn't expect him to be willing to come along. She turns her head and whispers, "Thank you. With Masked Brother here, our pressure will be much less." Zui Qinglong smiles. Too kind, too kind. I just can't stand certain people." Zhou Shijing falls silent. She doesn't know what to say about this issue either. Soon, they arrive on the battlefield, and Zui Qinglong is surprised to find that Zhou Shijing has lightning-type martial arts talent. With a single slash, thunder and lightning erupt. Her movements are extremely swift, and with flashes of electricity underfoot, swish, swish, swish. One by one, magic wolves fall to the ground without any resistance. In comparison, the other two youths are not as remarkable. Their strength as Grand Martial Masters is average. Zui Qinglong pulls out the crosses in these people's eyes, pushes off the ground, and crashes into the wolf pack like an arrow. If Zhou Shijing is an elegant warrior dancing on the tip of a blade, then Zui Qinglong is the embodiment of violent aesthetics, charging recklessly, killing gods if they block his path. Magic wolves that encounter him either fly apart in pieces or are cut cleanly in half. None remain intact. He can be called a magic wolf cutting machine. After Zhou Shijing and Zui Qinglong join in, the pressure on the guards suddenly lightens, and the frequency of injuries noticeably decreases. In one corner of the battlefield, guard Lin Chong accidentally gets knocked down by a magic wolf. He crosses his sword over his chest, gripping the back of the blade with all his strength to block the magic wolf's trampling. The magic wolf, relentless, opens its large mouth to bite at his neck, and he can no longer hold on. As the magic wolf's sharp fangs draw closer, he closes his eyes tightly, filled with despair. Am I going to die? Am I really going to be the first to die today at the jaws of a magic wolf? This is so embarrassing. They say that before a person dies, their life's most profound memories will flash before their eyes. Why don't I have any? Time passes so slowly. Lin Chong's mind is a flurry of thoughts, his thoughts jumping rapidly. Why hasn't he the magic wolf bitten me yet? It's so hot. Suddenly, a warm, bloody liquid splashes onto his face. He opens his eyes to see the magic wolf's head flying away, blood gushing from its severed neck, splattering all over his face, painting him red as if smeared with red paint, not a hint of normal skin. Is wolf blood good to drink? A teasing voice comes from the side, startling him. He quickly pushes aside the magic wolf's corpse and gets up, wiping his eyes and looking towards the source of the voice. It's him, the one with the cross. So it was he who saved me. Lin Chong, thank you. Thank you. Zui Qinglong speaks in a tone of educating a younger brother. Get your spirits up, don't get distracted on the battlefield. Lin Chong shouts, yes. Understood. Then, the two return to their respective battles. This is just a small episode in the fight. Zui Qinglong wields his black blade, like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, crazily reaping the lives of magic wolves. Howl, howl. From a distant hillside, the howl of the dark night wolf king echoes, and the magic wolves cease their attack, beginning to slowly retreat. After retreating a certain distance, they collectively turn and run away. The guards breathe a sigh of relief. They are temporarily safe. Yes, temporarily. The magic wolves have not gone far, still lingering in the distance. Zhou Shijing walks over and thanks Zui Qinglong. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the casualties would not be just these. Swat Qinglong waves his hand. No need for polite words. As fellow humans, seeing you in trouble, of course, I help if I can. Everyone puts away their weapons and walks into the valley. As they pass by Zheng Pingwei's group, Zhou Shijing doesn't even look and walks straight past. Zheng Pingwei also has no intention of approaching to get close. They sit together in a circle. Lu Bufan greets. This young brother, great skill. Unstoppable. Swat Qinglong. Where? You flatter me. Just average. Lu Bufan chuckles. This young brother is really modest. Swat Qinglong. The magic wolves 1T attack for now. Everyone take this opportunity to rest and recover your strength. Lu Bufan nods in agreement. Swat Qinglong no longer engages in pleasantries with them, finding a corner by himself, taking out a set of cooking tools from his storage bracelet, and starting to prepare the magic wolf corpses he casually brought back from the battlefield. This action draws the attention of Zhou Shijing and her group. That's a magic wolf. Can it be eaten? Moreover, it's said that wolf meat is bitter, astringent, and very unpalatable. Zheng Pingwei's group scoffs, whispering to mock him as a wild man, a country bumpkin, eating anything he can find. And these mockeries reach Swat Qinglong's ears verbatim, not to mention whispers nearby. He can hear whispers from a kilometer away if he wants to. However, he pretends not to hear and doesn't stoop to their level. Zhou Shijing and her group also look for places to sit down, preparing to eat something. However, what they take out are all dry rations. Seeing Swat Qinglong starting a fire, Zheng Pingwei's group can't sit still anymore. Suddenly standing up and shouting, "That masked kid, don't you know that making a fire will attract magical beasts? If you're tired of living, do you want to drag us down with you?" Chapter 49. Are you stupid? Swat Qinglong glances at them sideways and sneers. Who doesn't he know? He stands up and points. Right now, this area is occupied by magic wolves for miles around. Do you think there are any other magical beasts here? Are you afraid that lighting a fire will attract the demon wolves? Do you think the demon wolves will give up their siege plan just because of a little light and foolishly come to eat you? Are you all fools? Zheng Pingwei's face turned red with anger after being insulted, and he immediately clenched his fists, wanting to rush forward and hit someone. You keep calling me stupid. Even if I'm not, being called stupid makes me lose face, and I'm furious. Brother Wei, don't be impulsive. A few members of Zheng Pingwei's group saw the situation was bad and hurriedly pulled him back. Don't stoop to that country bumpkin's level. That's right. Brother Wei, calm down. Sit down. Ignore him. With a cold snort, Zheng Pingwei sat down, his expression seeming to say he was magnanimous and letting Swat Qinglong off the hook. Zhou Shijing's face flushed slightly, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she quietly put away her food. She had also been worried that lighting a fire would attract the beasts. But after hearing Swat Qinglong's words, anyone still eating would be a fool. Zhou Shijing walked gracefully to Swat Qinglong's side, watching the chef prepare the demon wolf meat, and asked her question, "Masked brother, can this demon wolf meat be eaten?" Swat Qinglong chuckled, "You'll know if you try it. As the saying goes, dragon meat in the sky, dog meat on the ground, and since wolves are close relatives of dogs, they must be edible, no doubt about it. Wolf meat is warm in nature, very nourishing for the 5 internal organs and the digestive system, and is a high-quality ingredient for nourishing the body. Moreover, this is demon wolf meat, so its effects are definitely better than ordinary wild wolf meat." Zhou Shijing, oh, so there's this saying. She seemed to have opened a new world and gained some strange knowledge. Swat Qinglong waved at the sky, and the live-streaming phone flew down from the high altitude, hovering beside him. How could he forget the audience in the live stream while making food? Zhou Shijing was amazed that the phone could fly. Masked brother is a martial artist. How did he do that? In fact, Swat Qinglong had already used his water-based ability when he was using water earlier, but they mistakenly thought it was water stored in a storage bracelet. She curiously glanced at the phone screen and found that it was actually live streaming. Zhou Shijing was surprised. "Masked brother, are you a streamer?" Swat Qinglong smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm a newbie. Please take care of me." He first blanched the wolf meat, drained the water, then heated oil in the pan, added the wolf meat and stir-fried it until golden, added rice wine instead of water to cover the meat. Then added secret seasonings like cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, and ginger, and covered the pot to stew. The viewers in the live stream were not having it. "Hey, who wants to watch you cook? Let the beauty show her face." "Exactly. Protest. Protest. I want to see the beauty. If I can't see the beauty, I'll unfollow." Protest messages flooded the screen. Zhou Shijing looked at the comments in the live stream and couldn't help but laugh. "Masked brother, your fans are very enthusiastic." She didn't even realize that calling him masked brother was becoming more and more natural. Swat Qinglong, busy preparing roasted wolf legs, casually asked, "What are they saying?" Chapter 50. You're done. Zhou Shijing covered her mouth and chuckled. "They said they don't want to watch you cook." Hee hee. Swat Qinglong paused in his actions. directly getting annoyed. Is my cooking not satisfying enough for them? If they don't want to watch cooking, then what do they want to watch? His eyes turned. Oh, I understand. He reached into his clothes, took out a little black cat, and casually tossed it to Zhou Shijing. Miss Shijing, please help me take care of my pet. Zhou Shijing was shocked. Huh? Oh, she fumbled to catch the little black cat, and upon seeing such a cute little thing, her girlish heart exploded. Quickly cradling the little black cat in her hands and teasing it with her fingers. Hello, little kitty. The little black cat, named Black Knight, looked confused. Where am I? I was sleeping so well. How did I end up flying? And who is this person poking me with their fingers? Haha. Black Knight immediately got annoyed and started huffing. Zhou Shijing laughed. So cute. She completely ignored Black Knight's protests and hugged it tightly, petting it furiously. Seeing Zhou Shijing's attention completely on Black Knight, Swat Qinglong secretly adjusted the live-streaming phone to point at Zhou Shijing, while he himself made an okay gesture in the corner of the frame. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Haha, the streamer understands me. The streamer is amazing, knowing what we want without even watching the live stream. I envy that cat. Which brother reincarnated successfully and became a little black cat? Masked brother, 999. Don't ask why it's 999, because 6 flipped. Swat Qinglong thought, you little brats, do I not know you old perverts? After calming down these online wolves, he focused on roasting the demon wolf legs. The viewers were, the beauty is so beautiful. I can feel the breath of first love. Oh no, my heart, frozen for many years, is starting to melt. At this moment, a viewer from Yongding City exclaimed, this beauty looks so familiar. The streamer just called her Miss Shijing. It can't be wrong. She is our Yongding City's young city lord, Zhou Shijing. Another person exclaimed, yes, it's the young city lord. The young city lord organized an exploration team 10 days ago to explore the human forbidden zone, the Twilight Forest. I can't believe we see the young city lord here. So the streamer is live streaming in the Twilight Forest? This finally confirms it. The streamer is indeed live streaming in the human forbidden zone, not one of those fake outdoor live streams. 666666 awesome. Although there were various signs indicating that the masked brother was live streaming in the human forbidden zone, there was never solid evidence until now, making the masked brother suddenly become larger than life in the viewers' minds. Wow, it smells so good. Zhou Shijing stretched her neck to look into the pot, her drool almost falling. Black Knight's reaction was even more real upon smelling the aroma. It struggled and rolled in Zhou Shijing's arms. Seeing that the unwilling cat was not sweet, she loosened her grip, and as soon as she did, Black Knight dashed off like a wild horse, leaping off the majestic peaks. Zhou Shijing was caught off guard. Her body stiffened from the kick, her face slightly flushed. She looked around and found no one was paying attention to her, so she secretly covered her chest with her hand, frowning and rubbing it a few times. It was evident how strong Black Knight's kick was. However, what she didn't know was that every move she made had already been captured by millions of viewers. Swat Qinglong glanced at Black Knight, which was sprinting wildly, and thought, you're done for, kid. Good luck. Chapter 51. Is the masked brother too ugly? The viewers in the live stream. Hey, that annoying little cat. I want to strangle you. How dare you kick my goddess chest? You're living in luxury without knowing it. That's a place many men dream of, and you don't know how to cherish it? If you're a man, you should have the ambition to climb Mount Everest. Little cat. You lack ambition. By the way, is the little black cat male or female? Swat Qinglong timely appeared in the camera, continuously pointing at the stick in his hand. The viewers? Oh, I get it. It's a male cat. Ah. The viewers pounded their chests and stomped their feet, as if they were the ones at a loss. At this moment, Black Knight was still unaware that it had inadvertently offended a bunch of big guys, and the one who sold it out was this chef in front of it. It happily ran to Swat Qinglong's feet, rubbed against the chef's calf a few times to curry favor, and meowed for a long time, but seeing that the chef ignored it, Black Knight couldn't wait any longer. The four-clawed creature stretched out and began to climb onto the chef. Left Qinglong felt something unusual on his pants and was immediately filled with black lines on his forehead, thinking, what a little foodie, and such an impatient one. In no time, a cat had grown on him, and the creature, Dark Knight, looked back at the pot while meowing. The meaning was obvious. It was just short of speaking. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Left Qinglong calculated the time and felt it was about right. He lifted the pot lid, and immediately, a strong meat aroma burst out with the lid, filling the air with fragrance. Zhou Shijing took a deep breath. Wow, so fragrant. The surrounding guards turned their heads, staring at the source of the aroma. Zheng Pingwei's group was also present, and Lu Hai sniffed a few times. So fragrant. I didn't expect wolf meat to smell this good. Zheng Pingwei's face darkened. What the hell is fragrant? Just wait. It will be interesting when you get poisoned. Lu Hai, who was scolded, lowered his head and dared not speak. Left Qinglong poked a piece of meat with chopsticks. The chopsticks went straight into the meat, indicating that it was almost done. He simply sprinkled a little salt, MSG, and old wine to stew the magic wolf meat, and it was completed. He scooped a bowl of meat and placed it on the ground. Dark Knight, with a swoosh, abandoned the chef and jumped to the ground, happily gnawing on it. The pet eats first. Then, he scooped another bowl and handed it to Zhou Shijing. Here, beautiful. Come try it. Is it good? Zhou Shijing's face turned a bit red, and she took it with both hands. Thank you. This was the first time in her life that she had taken someone else's food, and she felt a bit embarrassed. The beautiful girl eats second. Finally, Left Qinglong scooped a bowl for himself, then hid from everyone and took out a mask from his storage bracelet, putting it on. This kind of mask, when the mouth opens, the mask naturally separates up and down, revealing the abyssal mouth inside the mask, which does not affect eating at all. It is a sin cheat for eating while masked. Zhou Shijing held the bowl and watched his little actions in a daze, feeling very curious about his appearance under the mask. She secretly thought, could it be that the masked guy is too ugly? Afraid that revealing his true face would affect my appetite? In fact, there's no need to worry about affecting me. I'm not part of the beauty association. When she looked at the masked guy again, a hint of sympathy couldn't help but show in her eyes. After changing, Left Qinglong took a sip of soup from the bowl. Not bad. Finally, he pointed the live-streaming camera at the pot of wolf meat, and the netizens were left to eat. The netizens exclaimed, "Hey, you streamer, not following the rules. Isn't it customary for netizens to eat first when there's delicious food?" Chapter 52, a rare delicacy. Although the netizens couldn't eat the wolf meat, they liked that the streamer put them first. This way, they felt a sense of presence. Left Qinglong naturally didn't indulge them. Such habits were not good. Zhou Shijing picked up the bowl and took a bite. The rich aroma exploded in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. She felt as if she had transformed into a wolf in the wilderness, galloping freely in the jungle, howling at the moon. My God, this is so delicious. Suddenly, she forgot her ladylike image and began to eat meat and drink soup heartily. Next to her, Lu Bufan saw Zhou Shijing's wild eating posture and was almost shocked to drop his jaw. As the guard of the young city lord, he had watched Zhou Shijing grow up and knew that she was very picky about food. As the young city lord, exotic delicacies and rare beasts were regulars at her dining table, and her taste had been spoiled since childhood. Over the years, he had never seen Zhou Shijing eat so deliciously before. Unconsciously, Lu Bufan drooled, and with the enticing aroma wafting over, he was already starving. Ahem. Lu Bufan cleared his throat and burst into hearty laughter, moving closer. So fragrant. Little brother, your cooking is amazing. Left Qinglong glanced at him, knowing his intentions. He then pointed to the pot of wolf meat. Help yourself. Lu Bufan quickly took out his own bowl and chopsticks. Sure. At this moment, Chu Ming and Lin Yoshi also came over, rubbing their hands. This, masked brother. Left Qinglong didn't even lift his head and waved towards the pot. The two were overjoyed and hurriedly took out their bowls and chopsticks. Some nearby guards and mercenaries, although swallowing their saliva, knew they were dining with the young city lord and the children of noble families, so they didn't dare to approach. Thus, Zhou Shijing and her group ate heartily. This made Lu Hai, who was far away, extremely envious. He swallowed hard. Wei Gu, why don't we go over and try a bowl? Zheng Pingwei angrily replied. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. What is so good about a little wolf meat? You want to go over and eat too? Are you shameless? Lu Hai argued. But it really smells good, looks delicious. Zheng Pingwei frowned and looked at the dry food in his hand. Compared to the wolf meat over there, it was indeed overly fragrant. He quickly thought of a way. There are still some wolf corpses outside that we didn't take away. Why not drag one back and cook it yourself? Lu Hai, but I don't know how to cook. Zheng Pingwei got angry and kicked Lu Hai's, but, damn it, you can't even handle this little thing? Did you grow up eating shit? Go drag one back, I'll cook it myself. Lu Hai meekly replied. Yes, I'll go right now. Before long, Zheng Pingwei's group also started boiling water and getting busy. Left Qinglong naturally noticed the commotion over there, but was too lazy to pay attention. Did they really think that magic wolf meat was so easy to cook? Just take old wine for instance. He had tasted dozens of kinds of wine in this world, and eventually found only one kind that resembled the old wine he knew from his past life. He directly renamed this wine to Old Wine. As for those spices, each one was carefully selected after repeated tastings in this world. Did Zheng Pingwei and the others really think that bringing back a magic wolf to cook could compare to his cooking? That was simply too naive. Everyone enjoyed the soup and meat, each person eating to their heart's content, with greasy mouths and round bellies. Finally, Left Qinglong saw that there was still a lot left in the big pot, so he called the guards over and had them share it. The guards were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. Being able to drink a bowl of hot soup and eat fragrant meat in this dangerous place was a life without regrets. Zheng Pingwei's group's wolf meat was finally done, and the few of them couldn't wait to scoop a big bowl. Lu Hai took a bite and spat it out. What kind of taste is this? It's bitter, rough, and chewy. Zheng Pingwei looked at him coldly. Did this guy want to ruin his reputation? How dare he publicly question his cooking skills? After noticing Zheng Pingwei's gaze, Lu Hai shrank his neck and quickly explained in a low voice. It really doesn't taste good. The other few people took a few bites in silence and quietly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Zheng Pingwei snorted coldly. To prove that his cooking was fine, he picked up the bowl and took a big sip of soup, and then, PFF, cough cough. What the hell is this taste? Zheng Pingwei was choked to the point of coughing repeatedly, directly smashing the bowl on the ground in frustration, looking at the guards not far away. Each enjoying their fragrant meat soup, Zheng Pingwei's face twisted in anger, gritting his teeth. Lu Hai's group fell silent. No one wanted to provoke trouble at this time. Left Qinglong, having eaten his fill and with nothing to do, was strolling around the camp with his hands behind his back, constantly greeting passing guards, seemingly having blended in with them. As he passed Zheng Pingwei's territory, he cheerfully approached and asked, "Is the magic wolf meat delicious? This is a rare delicacy. Why aren't you eating? Eat more, there won't be another chance later." His words were double-edged, implying something. Zheng Pingwei and his group snorted repeatedly, their faces looking as grim as possible, filled with anger that had nowhere to vent, completely oblivious to the implications in Zhuo Qinglong's words. As night fell, a thick darkness enveloped the forest, and the guards, whose vision was obstructed, began to grow tense. The unknown was the source of their fear. No one knew what dangers lurked in the darkness. There was great terror hidden in the dark. In the evening, with poor lighting, Zhuo Qinglong bid farewell to his online followers and ended the live stream. Lin Chong, who was on guard outside, tightened his grip on the knife, his palms already sweating. At that moment, a hand patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, being too tense isn't good." The person was Zhuo Qinglong. "Relax, what's meant to come will come. Too much fear can harm your kidneys. The kidneys are the foundation of life, governing the bones and marrow, and storing essence. If they get harmed, it could be troublesome." Lin Chong. What trouble could it be? Images suddenly flashed in his mind of a romantic night with his girlfriend. Only to find no reaction. Unable to stand up. Oh my God, how could this happen? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and surprisingly, it worked. His inner turmoil finally settled. Seeing this, Zhuo Qinglong patted his shoulder. Not bad. Not bad. This child can be taught. Lin Chong, thank you. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the darkness, and the guards immediately became alert, shining their flashlights toward the source of the noise. The moment they did, they were nearly scared to the ground. What met their eyes was a sea of green reflective dots. They were everywhere. Wolves attacking. The guards shouted, "Demon wolves are coming." Chapter 53. Abnormal warriors Zhou Shijing and her group rushed out, ready to fight. Zhou Shijing drew her long knife and shouted, "Form a circle. Warriors in the front row. Ability users at the back, and healers ready to heal at any time. Everyone, don't panic. I have already requested support from the city during the day. My father, your city lord, has sent people to rescue us. We just need to hold on until dawn, and the reinforcements will arrive." Hearing that there were reinforcements, everyone felt invigorated, their fear diminishing significantly. Zhou Shijing, turn on all the floodlights. Ensure visibility. The guards understood. In an instant, light flooded the area, dispelling the darkness, and the entire camp was brightly lit. A collective gasp arose as, when they finally saw the demon wolves surrounding them, they felt their scalps tingle. The dense pack of demon wolves was even larger than what they had seen during the day, as if a short and poor person had suddenly transformed into a tall and wealthy one, shocking everyone. They hadn't expected the moonlight to enhance the dark night demon wolves so significantly. Zhou Shijing, everyone must fight tonight. She glanced at Zheng Pingwei's group. If they wanted to live, they needed to work together. Zheng Pingwei's expression also turned serious, and he did not voice any objections. They were already short on manpower, and if someone was still reluctant to act at this moment, they would be truly foolish. A howl erupted from the depths of the darkness as the Dark Knight Demon Wolf King commanded the pack to launch a fierce attack. What does it feel like when hundreds or even thousands of demon wolves, taller than humans, charge at you? Forget about wolves. Even a herd of horses charging would scare someone to death. The saying goes that two fists cannot fight four hands. Even a chaotic punch could defeat a skilled master. The guards, at this moment, did not turn and run, which was already a sign of good mental fortitude. Of course, even if they did turn to run, they might not escape. Dying could happen even faster. But how much power could they exert with their minds in chaos? Zhou Shijing sensed the guards were in a bad state, and felt anxious. Get moving. Grab your weapons and prepare to face the enemy. Ability users, unleash your powers. However, the guards seemed to react a beat too late. Their abilities were sparse and hardly affected the demon wolves. Zhou Shijing thought to herself, this is bad. We're in trouble. She gripped her long knife and was about to rush out when suddenly, a faint voice rang out. Wind system. Hurricane tornado. A swirling eye of wind appeared out of nowhere on the ground, rapidly expanding and enveloping everyone in an instant. The tornado continued to expand outward, and Zhou Shijing turned her head in surprise to look at Swat Qinglong. The masked man was actually a wind ability user? There was no time for her to ponder this. As soon, one demon wolf after another charged into the tornado, becoming disoriented and running around like headless flies. Swat Qinglong stepped in front of everyone and softly chanted, Wind Blade Vacuum Execution. In the tornado, countless wind blades suddenly formed, crazily slicing through the pack of demon wolves. Instantly, one demon wolf after another was ripped apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The originally light blue tornado quickly turned into a blood-red cyclone. Everyone watched in shock. The guards exchanging glances, finally snapping out of their daze from the demon wolves' intimidation. Lu Bufan exclaimed, impressive. With this power, it must be at least B-level. Zhou Shijing was puzzled. Is he a B-level ability user? Lu Bufan explained. This pack of demon wolves, enhanced by the moonlight, already possesses the strength of a great martial master. The masked man's ability, although a wide-range attack, can easily shred demon wolves of great martial master strength. Without B-level power, it would be impossible to do it so effortlessly. Zhou Shijing still didn't quite understand. Although I don't know what attribute the masked man has, I can confirm he is a martial artist. How has he now become an ability user? Lu Bufan praised. He is an abnormal warrior. Zhou Shijing was confused. Abnormal warrior? Lu Bufan, yes. There are always some people in the world with extraordinary talents, capable of what others cannot. The masked man should be a dual talent ability user, having awakened both martial arts talent and ability user talent. Such people have a special title, abnormal warriors. Lu Bufan sighed. Every abnormal warrior is an unparalleled genius. A peerless talent. Zhou Shijing looked at Swat Qinglong's back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Swat Qinglong's ears twitched. Abnormal warrior? Interesting. If they found out he had more than one ability, what would their reaction be? They might start questioning their lives, right? Haha. Everyone, pay attention. Prepare for battle. Swat Qinglong shouted. The tornado's effect is about to end. Everyone grab your weapons and get into position. Don't let your guard down at the first confrontation. Maintaining the vacuum execution for a long time was a bit taxing even for him. The guards laughed. Masked man, don't worry. We have been in battles for a long time. We won't easily surrender. Fighting for 300 rounds is not a problem. Haha. The guards burst into laughter. The earlier tense atmosphere completely dissipated. Zhou Shijing raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, unconsciously forming a smile. The masked man's metaphor, though a bit crude for a girl, did not bother her at all. Instead, her gaze towards Swat Qinglong contained gratitude. If he hadn't acted just now, given the guard's state, they would have suffered heavy losses at the first confrontation. Zhou Shijing shouted, ability users, prepare to attack. Archers, knock your arrows and draw your bows. Swat Qinglong began counting down. 321. The tornado suddenly dissipated, and the pack of demon wolves lost their obstruction, charging forward en masse. Zhou Shijing swung her long knife forward. Attack. As her words fell, countless arrows were shot out, abilities unleashed, and various lights and shadows illuminated the night sky above the camp. After the long-range strike, kill, Zhou Shijing led the charge into the wolf pack. The sound of sizzling arcs crackling as lightning erupted from her long knife, blooming wildly in the pitch-black night. Upon seeing this, Swat Qinglong felt an intense envy in his heart. This lightning attribute is somewhat flashy. The special effects on that knife are top-notch. He glanced at the black knife in his hand, which was pitch black. Moreover, in the dark of night, it looked even more completely and profoundly black. This is like weapon enhancement in online games. If Zhou Shijing's knife enhancement is at 9, then his black knife is just a blank slate, with no special effects at all. Looking at Zhou Shijing, not only does her knife have special effects, but arcs of electricity occasionally flicker around her, as if she is wearing an 11-level lightning attribute suit. And there's that speed comparable to teleportation, whoosh whoosh whoosh, like a flash with no cooldown time. The various characteristics of the lightning attribute made him itch with anticipation. It felt like a cat was scratching him inside. Chapter 54. Riding the winds. Swat Qinglong was stunned for a moment, realizing that there was indeed something scratching him. He saw that the clothing above his belly had bulged up, continuously moving upwards. As it bulged, a furry little head peeked out from the collar. with a pair of big eyes darting around. Zhuo Qinglong flicked its forehead. Humph. At such a young age and already fond of eating melons? Since you like eating melons, hold on tight. I'll take you to experience it up close. He gathered strength under his feet, bent down, and was about to charge directly into the battlefield. However, at that moment, the image of Zhou Shijing's swift movements flashed uninvited through his mind, and he slowly straightened up. There may be no lightning element, but I have the wind element. What are the characteristics of wind? Wind is light and agile, capable of numerous transformations. It is silent when gentle and fierce when strong. Invisible and unpredictable, lacking a fixed form. Applying the characteristics of wind to my movement might not be any worse than the lightning element. Maybe I can even fly. Since I can control the live-streaming phone to float in the sky, can I also control myself as an object to fly? Why didn't I think of this earlier? The more Zhuo Qinglong thought about it, the more excited he became. Who wouldn't want to soar through the sky relying on their own strength? Taking a plane or relying on equipment to fly can also fulfill the dream of ascending, but it always feels a bit lacking. Nothing compares to the sense of achievement that comes from flying on your own. If I follow the conventional path of cultivating martial arts, I would need to reach the martial emperor level to achieve physical flight. How long will that take? I certainly can't wait that long. Wind element activate. With a whoosh, Zhuo Qinglong seemed to use a flamethrower and pounced directly into the pack of wolves, turning it into a scene of wolves being tossed around. Cough, cough. He got up covered in dirt, spitting out a mouthful of wolf fur. The black knight that was crouched at his collar shook its head and retreated back inside. On the ground lay an innocent magic wolf, foaming at the mouth. Zhuo Qinglong was not discouraged. Instead, he was filled with excitement. It works. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Whoosh bang. Ouch, bang 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 wow. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. A masked man was charging around like a deflated balloon, darting everywhere. Several times he almost collided with his allies. Lu Bufan, who was behind, was dumbfounded. What is going on with this masked guy? Is he training some kind of martial arts by using magic wolves? He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. What a hard-working young man. There aren't many outstanding young people like this nowadays. Lu Bufan did not directly engage in battle this time. Instead, he acted as a mobile support, stepping in to rescue any team member in danger, seemingly preserving his strength for the yet-to-appear Wolf King. Zheng Pingwei was an animal-type ability user, and at this moment, he had completely beastified, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant bear. Fighting the magic wolves fiercely, Lu Hai was also an animal-type ability user. He transformed into a more than 2-meter-tall bipedal dog-headed man, wielding a wolf-tooth club with powerful arms, equally matching the magic wolves in combat. A few other rich kids were great martial masters, currently banding together to fight, advancing and retreating strategically, looking like they could hold on for a long time. Looking at the entire scene, they could hold out for quite a while. At this moment, Zhuo Qinglong was no longer a deflated balloon, but a whirlwind. Wherever he went, magic wolves fell one after another. In his own words, he was forceful but lacked lightness. He had yet to reach the point of lifting heavy weights with ease. The lightness of the wind, that feeling of a gentle breeze brushing over the hills, had not yet been found. However, he had already seen hope. The magic wolves scattered all over the ground had unfortunately become his experimental subjects. As he practiced, Zhuo Qinglong frowned. Using the wind element to propel his body did indeed achieve a fierce and violent effect of the wind. But he still couldn't reach the level of transforming rigidity into softness. Moreover, air resistance was a major issue. The faster he went, the greater the resistance. And the sound of breaking wind became louder. This was no different from using strength to increase speed. The difference was that one used internal power, consuming spiritual energy, while the other used external force, consuming mental energy. Zhuo Qinglong stopped, pondering and hesitating. He wanted to ask the wind, what is wind? How can I transform myself into wind? He raised his hand, silently feeling the sensation of the gentle breeze brushing against his skin. He reached out to grasp the wind, but it silently slipped away through his fingers, and he caught nothing. A shock went through his heart. This is the lightness of the wind, invisible and without a trace. The wind leaves no mark. Thus, he no longer deliberately tried to control the intensity of the wind, striving to forget that he was the one controlling it. Following the wind as it came and went, drifting with the wind, and quietly sinking into the night. The battle in the camp was in full swing, with everyone fighting desperately just to see the sun rise again tomorrow. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, and in a certain direction of the battlefield, one magic wolf after another stopped in their tracks, as if listening to the sound of the wind. Suddenly, crack, crack. Countless wolf heads fell from the necks of the magic wolves, and immediately, wolf heads rolled on the ground, staining the entire area with blood. This bizarre scene was just caught by Lu Bufan in the back, and he gaped in shock. Who did this? Who killed these magic wolves? He widened his eyes, searching around, but found no one. Yet, he discovered that a scene as strange as before was happening across the entire battlefield, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, without a fixed location or any discernible pattern. At this moment, Lin Chong was being surrounded by 5 magic wolves, standing too far forward. His heart was filled with regret. All because earlier he couldn't resist the temptation of a severely injured magic wolf and charged out. Just to deliver the final blow, he had gone deep alone, leading to his current predicament of being surrounded by wolves. He chopped one magic wolf away, stealing a glance at his nearby companions with his peripheral vision. His companions were all fighting against magic wolves, and no one had the energy to come to his rescue. Alas, this time he was probably doomed. With 5 magic wolves lurking, one wrong move would lead to being torn apart and eaten. He shivered. I'll risk it. Killing 1 is breaking even. Killing 2 is a profit. And if I kill 3, I will have no regrets in this life. Lin Chong roared. Come on, you wolf cubs, I'm not afraid of you. Kill. He swung his big knife towards one of the magic wolves, completely giving up on dodging and defense. Hoping that this blow could take down the unfortunate magic wolf he had chosen. Just as the knife was about to strike the magic wolf, it disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, it fell to the ground. The 5 magic wolves surrounding him suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. Chapter 55. The Wolf King attacks. Suddenly losing his target, Lin Chong swung his knife into emptiness. Due to the excessive force, he stumbled forward a few steps, barely managing to steady himself by planting his knife into the ground. Just as he steadied himself, he looked up eagerly, wanting to see who had saved him. However, he found nothing. His companions nearby were still fighting desperately against the demon wolf, and it didn't seem like they were the ones who made the move. He recalled the details from earlier and indeed did not see anyone strike. However, it seemed that for a moment, a gentle breeze had blown by. In a corner of the battlefield, as a gust of wind passed, Zhui Qinglong slowly revealed his form. If someone had noticed him at that moment, they would have found him floating in the air, with his feet off the ground. Floating. That's right, floating. From sensing the wind, accepting the wind, to merging with the wind and becoming the wind. As his heart moved, his body soared with the wind. The wind body technique was successfully mastered. While Zhui Qinglong was excited, he also felt a bit regretful. In terms of special effects, lightning attributes were indeed more impressive. If given the chance, he wanted to try the feeling of Thunder Flash. When he saw that move in Demon Slayer, he thought it was really cool. Previously, during the duel with Wang Kuan on the life and death stage, he had the opportunity to gain the power of lightning elements, but at that time, he was distracted, only thinking about using his rubber powers to nullify the lightning, and never considered devouring the lightning to gain the ability. What a wasted opportunity. However, there was still a chance now. Right here was a ready-made object of envy. Miss Zhou was of the lightning attribute. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to have her strike him with lightning. With this thought, Zhui Qinglong looked up to find Zhou Shijing's position, and in just a moment, he spotted her. It was mainly because of the faint arcs of electricity that were too eye-catching in the darkness. Haha, Miss Zhou, here I come. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl echoed, followed by a crash. Stones flew as the massive body of the Dark Knight Demon Wolf King, enhanced by the moonlight, descended directly into the camp. Beneath its feet, several ability users were crushed into meat paste, some left with only arms and legs, others with just heads, and some with only 2 feet. The scene was horrific. After landing, the Wolf King threw its head back and let out a long, defiant howl, announcing its arrival. All the demon wolves began to howl in response, as if welcoming their king. In an instant, the howls echoed throughout the forest. Countless weak animals trembled under the wolf's might, and all the sounds of insects and birds vanished. Lu Bufan saw this dreadful scene and thought, not good. He shouted, scatter! Scatter! Everyone, quickly disperse. The remaining ability users in the camp scattered in panic, wanting to get as far away from the Wolf King as possible, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Meanwhile, Lu Bufan moved against the flow of people. His body gradually grew taller, muscles began to swell and bulge, and with a rip, his clothes burst open, instantly revealing a muscle-bound figure comparable to the Hulk. Lu Bufan, a B-class power-type ability user. Although Lu Bufan's transformed body was larger than an average person's, compared to the massive body of the Wolf King, he still looked small. However, unlike magical beasts, human strength was never judged by appearance. Lu Bufan stepped forward, causing the ground to crack, and with a whoosh, he leaped high into the air, his fist, the size of a cooking pot, aimed at the Wolf King's head. Boom! A visible shockwave radiated from under his fist. The Wolf King, caught off guard by the heavy blow, had its howl abruptly cut off, almost biting its own tongue. It shook its dazed head, filled with anger. An energy began to gather in its giant mouth, forming an energy ball in an instant. Roar! The energy ball shot out like a cannonball towards Lu Bufon, so fast that he had no time to react. Just as Lu Bufon landed, seeing he couldn't dodge, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing for the energy ball. Boom! At the moment of impact, Lu Bufon's feet sank into the ground, firmly resisting the energy ball. However, the energy ball's power was beyond imagination. His resistance showed no effect at all. Boom! Amid a series of thunderous sounds, the energy ball pushed him away, soaring into the distance, destroying trees and rocks along the way, disappearing into the darkness. The ground where the energy ball passed left a deep, semi-spherical groove. The Wolf King's energy ball was terrifying. A woo! The Wolf King howled, proclaiming its victory. The guards turned pale. Their strongest member, Uncle Fan, had gone down in a single encounter, and facing such a powerful Wolf King, what should they do next? Zing! A flash of lightning appeared, and Zhou Shijing stood in front of everyone. Everyone, don't panic. Uncle Fan isn't that easy to kill. Listen to my orders. Let's attack together and concentrate our fire. Zhou Shijing's presence undoubtedly gave the guards a sense of reassurance. 321, attack. The guards shouted yes. In an instant, countless attacks surged forth like rain, bombarding the Wolf King fiercely. Boom! All attacks hit their mark. The sounds of explosions rang out one after another as various skills struck the target. Lu Hai's face lit up with joy. Did we take it down? The guards replied, we should have taken it down. Zheng Pingwei laughed loudly. Serves it right. A beast came to provoke us. Now it knows the power of humans. A woo! The Wolf King howled, its body shaking, and an aura erupted. It directly dispersed all nearby skill effects, and after the explosion subsided, its body was unharmed. Zheng Pingwei couldn't believe it. How is this possible? So many high-level martial artist attacks couldn't break through the Wolf King's defenses? This doesn't even count as a scratch. It didn't burn a single hair. How can we fight this? Bang! Before Zheng Pingwei could recover from his shock, the Wolf King's attack came, a claw swipe. And several guards who couldn't dodge were directly smashed into meat paste. Lu Hai, terrified, grabbed Zheng Pingwei. Wei go run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Zheng Pingwei came to his senses. Oh, right, run. The two quickly ran backward. Zhou Shijing did not flee. She stood firm in the arena, gathering lightning elements in her long knife, arcs of electricity crackling at the tip, thunder needle. Zing! Her figure vanished from the spot, reappearing atop the Wolf King's massive body, and her long knife pierced through the Wolf King's defenses, stabbing into its back. However, the depth of the wound was limited. It barely broke through the defense. It felt like a mosquito piercing our skin. The Wolf King, in pain, violently twisted its body, flinging Zhou Shijing away. The Wolf King did not intend to let this annoying mosquito go. It opened its massive mouth, and an energy ball shot out. Chapter 56. Their death is better than mine. Luck. Zhou Shijing, still in midair, was terrified. She was not Lu Bufon, with only the realm of a high martial artist. If she were hit by the Wolf King's attack, she would likely be killed instantly. What to do? What to do? At this moment, she was exhausted from old power, and new power had not yet emerged. Just as the energy ball was about to hit her, she closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by. This cool breeze feels so nice. Am I dead? I don't feel anything. I thought I would feel intense pain before dying. Well, that's good. Just a bit regrettable. I've never been in love, so I don't know what love feels like. What a waste of being so pretty. At that moment, a man's voice came. Hey, wake up. You can come down now. Huh. Zhou Shijing frowned, puzzled about where the man's voice came from. Could it be that heaven sensed my wish and sent me a man? Hey, are you asleep? The same man's voice. Zhou Shijing suddenly felt her shoulders shaking. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a large head covered with a mask looking down at her, with only a pair of bright big eyes visible, as if containing the stars and the sea in those clear eyes. Swat Qinglong looked helplessly at this young lady, who was clinging to him like an octopus. You're awake? If you're awake, then get down. Zhou Shijing, huh? She quickly realized her current situation. Her posture was indeed a bit indecent. A flush of bright red quickly spread across her cheeks as she hurriedly slid down from Swat Qinglong's body. Zhou Shijing lowered her head, not daring to look at Swat Qinglong, and thanked him in a voice as small as a mosquito's. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. After saying that, she was surprised at how such a tiny voice came out of her. Fortunately, Swat Qinglong had sharp ears and heard her. We'll talk about gratitude later. Let's focus on dealing with the magic wolf first. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds broke the awkwardness between the two, accompanied by the cries of the crowd. They quickly looked up and discovered that the Wolf King was showing its might, having charged into the crowd for indiscriminate attacks. At that moment, Lu Hai was trembling all over, his teeth chattering. Brother Wei, how can you do this? A few seconds earlier, After the Wolf King unleashed an energy ball, it ignored Zhou Shijing and focused on the crowd gathered not far away. It leaped into the crowd, and bang. Several unfortunate people were directly trampled, blood splattering everywhere. Then the Wolf King swiped its front paw forward, the massive claw carrying a strong wind pressure, sweeping through the crowd. Some agile martial artists leaped back to successfully evade. However, some supernatural beings were not so lucky and were struck directly by the massive claw. Instantly, figures were flying everywhere, landing in strange shapes, lifeless. Zheng Pingwei's group happened to be in the path of the massive claw. Seeing it coming, they hurriedly retreated. Among them, several martial artists naturally ran faster than the supernatural beings, and just as a few martial artists were about to escape the danger, suddenly, a large hand covered in black fur reached out from behind, grabbing the collars of two of them. The two martial artists soon realized their direction had flipped, and the Wolf King's massive claw was right in front of them. The two flailed in panic, screaming in terror. Bang! Their screams abruptly stopped as their bones broke, and they met their demise. It turned out that Zheng Pingwei, seeing he couldn't escape, grabbed the two aristocratic youths running in front of him to use as shields, using the force of throwing them back. He leaped forward just in time to avoid the Wolf King's strike. This scene was caught by Lu Hai, who was positioned at the side front. Leading to his earlier question, Zheng Pingwei coldly replied, "Their deaths are better than mine. If their lives can save mine, it's worth it for this lifetime." Lu Hai was left speechless, suddenly feeling that this person, who usually mingled with them, was so terrifying and cold-blooded. Zheng Pingwei shot him a dark look. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Lu Hai's heart trembled, and he quickly shook his head. No. To sacrifice for Brother Wei is their honor." Hearing this, Zheng Pingwei's expression softened a bit. "All right, let's not dwell on this. The most important thing now is how to escape." Lu Hai knew. He made up his mind that as long as he could survive this time, he would stay far away from Zheng Pingwei. Everything happening here did not escape Zhuo Qinglong's eyes. He sneered inwardly. Indeed, there's not a decent person in the Zheng family. Just like how different rice breeds different people, they not only raise people, but also raise beasts. Meanwhile, Zhou Shijing had been closing her eyes in his arms and did not see this scene. The Wolf King was still rampaging within the camp, while the magic wolf pack was lurking around, making it so that the guards could only evade the Wolf King's attacks in a limited space, resulting in heavy losses. Zhuo Qinglong frowned. In just a short time, 20 to 30 people had already lost their lives at the hands of the Wolf King, having their numbers. Although he was not familiar with these people, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. He said to Zhou Shijing, "Take care of yourself." Zhou Shijing was taken aback and blurted out, "Where are you going?" Zhuo Qinglong shot her a sideways glance. This woman seemed a bit dim-witted. Zhou Shijing realized what she had asked and blushed, cursing herself for asking such a stupid question. Normally, she was sharp and capable, so why was she like this now? At that moment, a female healer in the team fell to the ground as the Wolf King's massive claw came down toward her. She was too weak to stand, her legs trembling. Terrified, she screamed loudly, and her pants became wet. She had urinated from fear. A gust of wind blew past, and Zhuo Qinglong appeared beside her, intending to pick her up. But upon seeing her wet pants, he quickly changed his mind and yanked her by the collar, throwing her towards Zhou Shijing's direction. Bang! The Wolf King stomped down on the ground, creating a deep pit, while Zhuo Qinglong had already dodged out of the way. A man and a wolf locked eyes on the battlefield. The Wolf King recognized this guy in front of it, and that cross. It couldn't be wrong. This was the guy who had chopped off one of its fangs. It was truly a case of enemies meeting, and they were particularly fierce. The Wolf King howled wildly, spitting out a spray of saliva as an attack. Then its massive claw extended, sharp claws reaching for Zhuo Qinglong. This attack felt strangely familiar to Zhuo Qinglong, reminiscent of Wolverine's signature move. The reason Wolverine was called Wolverine indeed had its merits. Zhuo Qinglong raised his black knife and swung it down at the claw, clashing head-on. Chapter 57. Fierce Battle with the Wolf King. The Night Magic Wolf King seemed to have a mysterious confidence in its claws. It allowed its claws to directly collide with the black knife. Bang! The Wolf King showed a look of fear as the black knife sliced through, and 3 sharp claws flew off into the air. The Wolf King howled in anger, leaping back, looking at the broken claws on its front paw with a mix of shock and rage, lowly growling, but not immediately launching an attack. Zhuo Qinglong propped the black knife on his shoulder. At that moment, he felt a squirming sensation in his chest, and then the little head of the knight poked out, curiously observing the giant Wolf King from his collar. Zhuo Qinglong patted the little head of the knight. This little guy truly showed no fear of high-level magical beasts. In the distance, a tall figure rushed over. It was Lu Bufan, who had been knocked away by the Wolf King's energy ball. Zhou Shijing exclaimed with joy, "Uncle Fan, are you all right?" Lu Bufan smiled wryly. Not bad. My old bones can still handle a few tosses. When he saw the scene of devastation, his expression instantly changed. Tonight is likely to be a disaster. I'll hold off the Wolf King. Young city lord, you lead everyone out. He then looked at Zhuo Long and said, little brother, I have an unreasonable request. Zhuo Long interrupted him. Since it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it. Lu Bufan was momentarily speechless, gasping for breath, feeling choked. What kind of person is this? I haven't even said what I wanted yet, and he directly rejected me. Is he not concerned about saving face? Your young city lord can be protected by you, Zhuo Long said. Leave this Wolf King to me, and also, tell your people to retreat far away. Being here is just a hindrance and could cost them their lives. Lu Bufan was left gasping for breath again, feeling choked. He wanted to say his people were competent, but seeing their tragic state, he couldn't say it. Lu Bufan could only say, all right then, little brother, be careful. If you need support, call me anytime. Zhuo Long replied, no need, just clear out the magic wolf pack. Lu Bufan, okay. He had never felt so unvalued before. A dignified B-class supernatural being was being asked to clear out cannon fodder? Is it really okay to show such obvious disdain in front of me? Although I felt a surge of resentment inside, I was actually very grateful that the masked brother was willing to take on the Wolf King. Although I wasn't entirely clear about the masked brother's true strength, he definitely hadn't reached the Martial King realm, facing a 5th-tier magical beast. Especially the moonlight-enhanced Night Magic Wolf King, with the strength of a martial general, the risks were self-evident. The fact that the masked brother chose to give up the relatively safer task of protecting the young city lord and willingly stepped up to confront the Wolf King was truly admirable, reflecting his noble character and great righteousness. To put it another way, even though the masked brother had just crossed paths with them, with his strength, the pack of magical wolves posed no threat to him at all. He could have easily withdrawn and avoided this mess. Lu Bufan charged towards the pack of magical wolves with full momentum, beginning to rescue the guards who were surrounded. Seeing that he had already taken action, Zhuo Long couldn't just stand by. He began to gather wind elements, and suddenly a fierce wind arose, forming countless wind blades around him. Wind blade combo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blade shot out like a machine gun, targeting the Wolf King for a frenzied assault. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades struck the Wolf King, causing streams of blood to spray out. The Wolf King let out a painful howl. These wind blades had actually breached its defenses. Furious, it gathered energy in its mouth and unleashed an energy ball as retaliation. The massive energy ball came charging towards Zhuo Long, the intense wind pressure ruffling his clothes. While the fierce wind made it hard for the knight to keep its eyes open, yet it stubbornly refused to back down. Zhuo Long stood firm, raising his black knife, and unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving the energy ball in half. Crack! The energy ball burst apart, splitting into 2 halves that flew past him. Boom! The 2 halves struck the valley behind, creating a violent explosion. Seeing that one energy ball had no effect, the Wolf King immediately switched to a rapid-fire mode, spewing energy ball after energy ball at Zhuo Long. Zhuo Long. Energy balls of this power can be fired continuously? Isn't it afraid of exhausting its energy? He disregarded any fancy techniques, wildly swinging his long knife, chopping at every energy ball that came his way. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions filled the valley, and debris rained down. Lu Bufan and Zhou Shijing's group, whether they were battling the magical wolves or treating the injured, were now dumbfounded. Especially Lu Bufan, who was secretly relieved that the masked brother was dealing with the Wolf King. If it had been him facing so many energy balls, wouldn't he have been sent flying to his grandmother's house? It was even possible he could turn to mush. After firing off a dozen energy balls, the Wolf King finally stopped to catch its breath, its momentum drastically falling, and its breath weakened. This human was indeed difficult to deal with. Its weapon was too sharp. It couldn't get close, and ranged attacks were ineffective. It was simply at a loss. On the other side, Zhuo Long, with his long knife planted in the ground, was also panting heavily. Don't think that cleaving the energy ball was an easy task. Relying on the sharpness of the black knife, he could cut through the energy ball. But the overwhelming force of the energy ball transmitted through the blade to his body. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice that the muscles in his arms were trembling uncontrollably, clearly a sign of overexertion. The knight let out a cry, seemingly urging, "Hurry up and hit." Why have you stopped? Having spent some time with the knight, Zhuo Long had begun to understand what it wanted to express. He rolled his eyes. This little guy sure loved to stir up trouble. All right, let us fight. It's okay to be tired. I have techniques that don't require using my hands. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Wind blade combo. Great wind whirlwind. Gale sweeping leaves. Wind rolling clouds. Apocalypse storm. In an instant, various types of wind elemental attacks surged towards the Wolf King. Boom. The Wolf King took all the hits, relying on its body for defense, continuously letting out painful cries. After the storm passed, the Wolf King lay on the ground, covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. The pack of magical wolves let out a mournful howl, circling around without attacking the guards anymore. Zhou Shijing's group finally caught their breath. Zhuo Qinglong felt a wave of emptiness in his spirit, with his head pounding. This was a sign that his mental energy was depleted. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his head, dragging his long knife, and slowly approached the Wolf King. The knife scraped against the ground, producing a series of harsh sounds. As the noise grew closer, fear appeared in the Wolf King's eyes as it struggled to stand up. Chapter 58. Subduing the Wolf King. This feeling was akin to watching death approach you, while being utterly powerless. The Wolf King bared its teeth, emitting threatening growls. However, in its current state, no matter how much it roared, it held no intimidation. Zhuo Qinglong approached its large head, dragging the back of his black knife across the Wolf King's nose bridge, his gaze alternating between calm and sharp killing intent. The Wolf King relaxed when the killing intent faded, but tensed up again when the killing intent surged. Its fear grew stronger. What was this? If you're going to kill me, then just do it. Why play games? You old bastard. Just finish it off in one stroke. I'll just be an old wolf again in 18 months. It trembled violently, suffering in the madness of death's fear. Zhuo Qinglong was observing its eyes, and suddenly found this magical wolf quite interesting. Its gaze contained various emotions, unlike the earth-violent bear, which only exhibited brutality. Coincidentally, in another world, he often interacted with police dogs and could mostly understand the emotions that animals wanted to express, just like with the night before. Zhuo Qinglong continued sharpening his knife. Do you want to die or live? Can you understand what I mean? The Wolf King seemed to show no reaction. He continued observing the Wolf King. If you want to die, then close your eyes. If you want to live, then open your eyes wide. He pointed the tip of his long knife at the Wolf King's eyeball. Wolf King, I want to live. But as the knife approached its eye, its eyelids involuntarily shut tight. Zhuo Qinglong, good. You've got some spirit. Since you want to die, I'll help you. The long knife was placed against the Wolf King's neck. Wolf King, no, I want to live. To hell with spirit, I want to live. The Wolf King desperately kicked its limbs, howling in panic. Zhuo Qinglong cleared his throat. All right, I'll give you another chance. If you want to live, then blink twice for me. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King realized it still had a chance. It needed to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. So the Wolf King began to blink furiously. Bang! A knife struck heavily against the Wolf King's skull. Zhuo Qinglong, you old bastard, I only asked you to blink twice. Why are you blinking continuously? Do you want to die? The Wolf King nearly passed out from the blow, finally managing to catch its breath, and this time it behaved, only blinking twice. However, it saw that Zhuo Qinglong didn't react for a long time, so it blinked twice again, then blinked twice more. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head and chuckled. This guy was a bit interesting. Since you want to live, then you have to agree to one condition. Be my mount. What? Be a mount? The Wolf King raised its head in anger. I, the Dark Knight Magic Wolf King, have over 1,000 subordinates. How can I be a mount? Don't I have any dignity? Whoosh. Another long knife was placed against its neck. The Wolf King slumped down. Being a mount is fine. Becoming the mount of the great masked lord is an honor for this wolf. Zhuo Qinglong, now we're talking. He placed his hand on the Wolf King and activated the healing spell. If you want the wolf cub to run, you must first heal the wolf cub. The green light of the wood element quickly enveloped the massive body of the Wolf King, and the powerful life force seeped into the wolf's body. The scars crisscrossing the Wolf King's body began to heal at a visibly fast pace. The shimmering green light shone in the darkness, heralding the end of this battle. The knight was very curious, constantly pawing at its chest, seemingly wanting to jump into the green light. Zhuo Qinglong raised his hand and shoved it back. In the distance, Zhou Shijing looked in shock at Zhuo Qinglong, who was treating the Wolf King. Uncle Fan, why is the masked man treating the Wolf King? The Wolf King has killed so many of our people. Lu Bufan frowned, not understanding why the masked man was doing this either. Moreover, he noticed an important point. The masked man was actually a healer. This was no longer a dual talent, but a triple talent. He had never seen, let alone heard of, someone like this. Lu Bufan said, let us go take a look. Zhou Shijing replied, okay. The group gradually gathered by Zhuo Qinglong's side. Just as Zhou Shijing was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. Zheng Pingwei shouted, why are you treating this beast? Do you know how many people it has killed? Yang Wei, Zhao Xie, and Xia Chui were all killed by it. Why not kill it immediately? The people he mentioned were several aristocratic disciples who had been with him, and Yang Wei and Zhao Xie were the two who had been captured by him as shields. Lu Hai moved his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at him. his gaze sweeping over him and then over Zhou Shijing and Lu Bufan, who seemed to agree with Zhang Pingwei's statement. He then scanned the faces of everyone present, noticing their expressions of indignation. It seemed that unless he provided a reasonable explanation, they were ready to turn against him. Only Lin Chong lowered his head awkwardly when their eyes met. Zhuo Qinglong felt a chill in his heart and said lightly, I defeated the Wolf King, and the injuries on it were caused by me. How to deal with it is my business. What? Do you have an opinion? Zhang Pingwei angrily retorted, Are you out of your mind? Stop it. Why save such a brutal beast? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Zhuo Qinglong sneered at him. What motive? Since you mention it, I actually have an idea I want to try. He withdrew his hand that had been casting the healing spell. Bang, bang. With several muffled thuds, the Wolf King stood up on all fours, its massive body towering like a small mountain in front of everyone. A powerful sense of oppression surged forward, causing a commotion among Zhou Shijing and the others, who began to retreat in fear. Zhuo Qinglong said, Zhang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Weren't you shouting so loudly? He disappeared in place and reappeared with two people in hand. One was Zhang Pingwei, and the other was an aristocratic disciple accompanying him. He threw them to the ground. Ouch, ouch. The two cried out in pain. Wolf King, if they dare to move, just crush them. Zhang Pingwei shouted angrily, Do you dare? Zhuo Qinglong replied, You can ask the Wolf King if it dares. At that moment, the Wolf King let out a roar, startling Zhang Pingwei into silence. Zhou Shijing asked, Masked man, why are you capturing them? Zhang Pingwei and Wu Fan were people she had come out with. Seeing them captured, she had to stand up. Zhuo Qinglong said, You'll know if you look down. Or are you going to stop me? Chapter 59. Exposing true nature. Zhou Shijing quickly shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. Zhuo Qinglong ignored her and said loudly, Zhang, and whoever else, tonight you two will participate in a competitive game. Zhang Pingwei was infuriated. Damn. Who do you think you are? If you dare to touch a hair on me, my Zhang family will make sure you die a horrible death. Zhuo Qinglong coldly glanced at him. Wolf King, break their legs. Boom. The Wolf King stomped down, and Zhang Pingwei and the other person screamed in pain, rolling back and forth. Their cries were heartbreaking, truly making listeners weep and feel sorrow. Another aristocratic disciple yelled, Why did you break my leg? I didn't say anything. Zhuo Qinglong replied, Oh, sorry. Aren't you all in the same group? The aristocratic disciple cried out, Ah? Zhou Shijing and the others were shocked, both at the masked man's ruthlessness and at how the Wolf King actually obeyed him and understood him. Lu Bufan spoke up, Little brother, is what you're doing a bit too much? Zhuo Qinglong sneered, No one who has threatened me has survived to this day. Breaking his leg is already considered merciful. Lu Bufan forced a smile and fell silent. With inferior strength, no words would help. Zhuo Qinglong pointed, Do you see that valley? You too. Whoever climbs to the valley first wins. The one who falls behind, sorry, will have to stand guard outside the camp tonight. Zhang Pingwei howled, You bastard, go to hell. Why should I listen to you? Zhuo Qinglong said, Oh, it seems you don't understand your current situation. He pointed at Zhang Pingwei, Wolf King, eat him. The Wolf King growled lowly, its massive mouth hovering over Zhang Pingwei, drool dripping down. Zhang Pingwei was instantly terrified, wetting his pants, trembling, Don't eat me. I'll climb. The other aristocratic disciple, seeing him trembling, didn't dare to speak. Zhuo Qinglong timely said, Wolf King, please wait a moment. The Wolf King lifted its head, leaving Zhang Pingwei's head. Zhang Pingwei breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground, seeming to feel that even his broken leg didn't hurt as much anymore. Zhuo Qinglong wouldn't let him lie there forever. Ready. Climb. The aristocratic disciple was the first to crawl out at the sound, and seeing this, Zhang Pingwei quickly rolled over and started to climb. The two began to scramble forward, unwilling to fall behind. Zhang Pingwei started climbing a beat late, falling behind the aristocratic disciple. He watched as the aristocratic disciple was about to take the lead. This wouldn't do. Zhang Pingwei grabbed the aristocratic disciple's ankle, pulling his leg upward. The aristocratic disciple felt Zhang Pingwei hanging on him and thought this wouldn't work. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he kicked hard. Once, twice, mud-covered soles kept stomping on Zhang Pingwei's hands and face. Zhang Pingwei felt intense pain in his fingers but gritted his teeth and held onto the aristocratic disciple's pants. They continued to wrestle while crawling forward, making Zhou Shijing and the others feel a sense of sympathy. Zhuo Qinglong secretly took out his phone, recording the exciting scene of the two struggling. The aristocratic disciple, frustrated by the entanglement, began to kick Zhang Pingwei fiercely. Finally, during one kick to Zhang Pingwei's fingers, he let out a scream and released his grip, blood pouring from his fingers. The aristocratic disciple, finally free from Zhang Pingwei, began to accelerate forward, as he was a grand martial master with better physical attributes than Zhang Pingwei and crawled faster. Zhang Pingwei clutched his injured fingers, howling in pain. Watching the back of the aristocratic disciple with a gaze full of resentment. His upper body transformed into a beast, turning into a large bear covered in black fur. With his strong arms, he climbed much faster than before. He caught up to the aristocratic disciple again, and this time, he didn't grab the aristocratic disciple's ankle, but raised his paw and slapped down. Slap! With a crisp sound, accompanied by the aristocratic disciple's heart-wrenching wails. His calf was instantly smashed into a pulp. Zheng Pingwei had a cold expression on his face as he accelerated forward, glaring at the aristocratic youth beside him. Suddenly, he raised his hand. With a slap, he struck the aristocratic youth, and bang! The youth's head exploded like a watermelon. Zheng Pingwei grinned as he crawled forward, thinking, "You dared to step on me. You dared to crawl in front of me. You're asking for death." Zhou Shijing and her group witnessed this scene, and gasps of disbelief erupted. How could it come to this? It was known that the aristocratic youth usually hung out with Zheng Pingwei, and no one expected him to resort to such a vicious act. Lu Hai clenched his fists. This was the second time already. Zheng Pingwei climbed to the finish line with no pressure, cheering, "I made it. I'm the first." Applause erupted, and Zhuo Qinglong clapped his hands and laughed. "Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, young Master Zheng, for letting us witness such a spectacular scene." Upon hearing this, Zheng Pingwei's expression instantly darkened. The joy of reaching the finish line evaporated. He shouted, "I've reached the finish line. You have to keep your word." Zhuo Qinglong replied, "Of course. I, masked brother, am a man of my word. What I say counts. Congratulations, young Master Zheng. You've won this competition." Zheng Pingwei was overjoyed. He had finally won. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of pain surged through his body, and he shouted, "Healer! Where's the healer? Come treat me." A petite girl hesitantly stepped forward. She was the same girl who had previously wet her pants and was tossed to Zhou Shijing by Zhuo Qinglong. She felt a bit scared and didn't want to go over, but Zheng Pingwei's usual intimidation left her no choice. At that moment, she had never hated her identity as a healer more. Seeing the girl move so slowly, Zheng Pingwei instantly got angry. "Hurry up. I'm in so much pain. And you're still dawdling. Are you trying to kill me?" The petite girl shivered and quickly jogged over to treat him. The intense battle of the night thus came to an end. Zhuo Qinglong instructed the Wolf King to disperse his subordinates, telling them to go about their business instead of lingering around. The Wolf King howled to the sky, and the pack of demon wolves received the order, retreating into the darkness and disappearing. Zhou Shijing and her group finally relaxed and began to recuperate, just as everyone lowered their guard and started to rest. A painful cry from a woman echoed, and the group immediately tensed up, looking towards the source of the sound. Chapter 60. My eyes only see you in a corner of the camp. Zheng Pingwei kicked the female healer to the ground, cursing, "Useless. You can't even heal a single injury. What use are you as a healer?" The female healer let out a muffled groan, clutching her stomach and unable to get up for a while. "Zheng Pingwei." Zhou Shijing frowned and stood up, saying, "You're going too far." Zheng Pingwei retorted, "Too far? Where am I going too far? As a healer, you can't even heal my foot injury." He limped a few steps, saying, "Look, just look. I really don't know what she's good for." Zhou Shijing ignored him and walked over to help the petite healer up. Seeing this, Zheng Pingwei snorted coldly and limped towards Lu Hai. "Do you have any food? Get some out. That useless person really affected my mood." Lu Hai silently took out some rations from his storage bracelet and handed them over. Zheng Pingwei took it and started to eat voraciously. The incident of kicking the healer once again affected everyone's perception of him, but Zheng Pingwei was completely oblivious. Even if he knew, he wouldn't change. It was his nature. After recording the video, Zhuo Qinglong casually posted it in the streamer updates and then logged off. What he didn't know was that because of this video, many people spent the night sleepless, leading to numerous protests from aristocratic families against the Zheng family, bringing immense trouble to them. A quiet night passed, and dawn broke. Zhuo Qinglong, who had lain on the Wolf King's back all night, stretched and sat up. He rubbed his belly and found that the little creature, Hei Yi, was full of energy, bouncing around on the fluffy fur of the Wolf King like a little rabbit. Zhuo Qinglong smiled, feeling in a good mood. A beautiful day was beginning again. He stood on the Wolf King's back, looking at the rising sun, and in a moment of inspiration, he assumed the Tai Chi starting stance and began to practice Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Zhou Shijing, who had woken up earlier, looked up at Zhuo Qinglong dancing in the wind under the morning sun. She didn't know what martial art the masked man was practicing, only that his movements were as graceful as a dance. In stillness, he flowed like water in a deep abyss, like a dragon returning to the sea. In motion, he spread his wings like a great rock soaring through the clouds. Suddenly he struck, spinning like lightning, moving as swiftly as thunder, unbreakable. Each movement seemed soft and powerless, yet carried the momentum of wind and thunder. Zhou Shijing watched, captivated. As Zhuo Qinglong finished a set of Tai Chi, he stood still, silently regulating his breathing. A young man stood on the giant wolf's back, facing the rising sun. His silhouette was so harmonious and dazzling. For many years to come, this scene remained vividly etched in Zhou Shijing's mind, and whenever she thought of it, it was still fresh in her memory. After a long time, Zhuo Qinglong exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed. After practicing Tai Chi, it seemed his understanding of the wind element had improved a notch. He leaped down from the Wolf King's back. "Good morning, Miss So." Zhou Shijing snapped back to reality from her daze and playfully scolded, "What, Miss So? Call me Shijing or Xiaojing." Zhuo Qinglong chuckled. "All right, I'll call you Xiaojing then. It doesn't matter if you're older or younger. Calling you by the smaller name is never wrong." Zhou Shijing smiled sweetly. "That's more like it." Her smile was so enchanting that Zhuo Qinglong felt the world dim. All the sunlight paled in comparison to this suddenly blooming flower. He inwardly murmured, "This girl has the looks to bring disaster to the nation, comparable to Tu Mingming. It seems I haven't heard from Tu Mingming in a long time. I wonder where that girl has run off to." Zhou Shijing asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhuo Qinglong replied, "Nothing, just got lost in thought looking at you." Zhou Shijing laughed happily. "Hee. Am I pretty?" Zhuo Qinglong dazedly said, "Pretty, especially your eyes. They hold the sun, moon, and stars, rivers, and seas, the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. But my eyes are even prettier, because in my eyes, there's only you." Zhou Shijing's face turned red, and she asked softly, "Really?" Zhuo Qinglong replied, "Absolutely." Zhou Shijing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Then she realized. "What do you mean by absolutely?" "I asked if you were telling the truth." Zhuo Qinglong looked at her, wondering what was going on with this girl. Shouldn't this topic have ended here? Why was she still pursuing it? He thought for a moment, and then spoke solemnly. "The answer is long. I'm prepared to spend a lifetime answering it. Are you ready to listen?" Without waiting for Zhou Shijing's response, he turned and walked towards the edge of the camp, leaving Zhou Shijing blushing and staring blankly at his retreating figure. Zhuo Qinglong arrived at a flat area, but was troubled about what to eat for breakfast. It was clearly inappropriate to eat demon wolves again. He couldn't bring himself to eat one of the Wolf King's subordinates. After all, the demon wolves were the Wolf King's subordinates, and the Wolf King was his subordinate, which meant that this pack of demon wolves would eventually be his subordinates as well. How could a big brother eat his little brother? He wasn't like Zheng Pingwei. He rummaged through his storage bracelet. There were plenty of vegetarian options, but no meat. The Wolf King surely needed meat, and this little guy, Hei Yi, also couldn't go without it. How could they manage without meat? Sigh. It's really hard to understand the value of things until you are in charge. Zhuo Qinglong shouted, "Wolf King, come here, we're going hunting." The Wolf King stood up and obediently walked over. He leaped into the air and landed on the Wolf King's head, waving his hand forward. "Let's go." The Wolf King received the command and began to run slowly, gradually picking up speed, until he disappeared from everyone's sight in no time. Zhou Shijing and Lu Bufan quietly watched Zhuo Qinglong's stylish departure, and Lu Bufan couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is definitely not an ordinary person in the future." Zhou Shijing gently nodded. Lu Bufan suddenly asked, "Miss, have you ever asked the masked guy if he is from our Yongding city?" Zhou Shijing felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't," he asked. Lu Bufan was puzzled. How could the usually shrewd and capable young lord not even ask such a simple question in the face of a genius like the masked guy? Doesn't he want to investigate his background? Doesn't he want to find a way to keep him in Yongding city? It seems the young lord is not mature enough and still needs to grow and develop. He has a long way to go. Zhuo Qinglong sat on the Wolf King's head, full of ambition as he patted its head. "Wherever there are magical beasts, we will go, with the Wolf King at hand. The world is mine. Watch me push through the twilight forest." Wahaha! The Wolf King was startled and hit the brakes, almost throwing Zhuo Qinglong off. "Are you overthinking this? How did I not know that I could push through the twilight forest just by being here? Don't drag me into your death wish." Chapter 61. Reinforcements arrive. Heiyue was playing on the back of the Wolf King when he suddenly heard a shameless remark and stumbled, rolling over on its back. When Heiyue got up, he called out twice towards Zhuo Qinglong's back, seemingly complaining about something. Zhuo Qinglong's ears perked up. "Did I just hear you say I'm handsome?" The Wolf King. Heiyue. The Wolf King brought him to a water source, a small lake about 100 meters wide. The Wolf King crouched by the edge of the grass, peering at the lake. The mutated giant weeds in the forest did a good job of hiding its body. At that moment, a group of cow-like creatures over 2 meters tall, covered in scales, were drinking from the lake. Tier 3 magical beast, iron-armored yak. Zhuo Qinglong counted. There were nearly 100 of them. "Wolf King, you stay here. I'll handle these." He drew his black knife and transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards the iron-armored yaks. The iron-armored yaks fell silently, their hard armor crumbling before the black knife. As more than half of the iron-armored yaks fell, The remaining herd finally noticed and became restless, running in all directions. The gentle breeze turned into a violent wind, and Zhuo Qinglong quickened his pace of hunting. When the last iron-armored yak fell, he achieved a clean sweep. In fact, there is an unwritten rule in nature that animals generally do not hunt or quarrel near water sources. This means that all animals come to drink water. Whether you are a rabbit or a tiger, everyone respects each other's space while drinking. The tiger won't hunt the rabbit, and the rabbit won't foolishly provoke the tiger. Of course, this rule is not absolute. When water resources are scarce, various animals will fight over water. Zhuo Qinglong didn't care about any of that. You are magical beasts. And I am a human. You come in groups to drink water, which is just convenient for me to take you all away in one go. The large capacity storage bracelet showed its advantages at this time, packing away nearly 100 of them. The joy of harvest surged in Zhuo Qinglong's heart. It wouldn't be a bad idea to bring a few back to share with Zhou Shijing and the others. Not far from the camp, Zhuo Qinglong sat on the Wolf King's head, whistling, and leisurely returned. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. An overwhelming attack came crashing down. Zhuo Qinglong didn't have time to figure out what was happening, and he shouted angrily, "Tornado barrier!" A defensive shield formed by a tornado enveloped the Wolf King in the center. Boom! Countless attacks fell on the wind barrier, vanishing into thin air like stones sinking into the sea. The barrage lasted over a minute before gradually stopping. Zhuo Qinglong shouted, "Stop! What is wrong with you? Do you not recognize me?" Zheng Pingwei replied, "We are attacking you." Captain Li, continue. Keep attacking. Stop. A clear voice came, and 5 figures rushed over. Before they could steady themselves, Zhou Shijing questioned, "Who ordered you to attack?" Zheng Pingwei shouted, "It was me. This magical Wolf King has killed so many of us. Why can't we attack?" Zhou Shijing angrily retorted, "The Wolf King has already been tamed by the masked guy. You know that. Why are you still attacking? And you too." Captain Li, I know you are usually close with the Zheng family. Zhou Shijing surveyed the soldiers, but, from now on, no attacks without my orders. Captain Li glanced at Zheng Pingwei, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Understood." Zheng Pingwei scoffed, "Humph. The masked guy? I don't know who he is. I only know that there is a sneaky little person here, consorting with magical beasts, acting suspiciously. He must be plotting something shady. Yongding City is in danger. Captains, if we don't take down this suspicious person now, when will we?" The threat to Yongding City loomed large, and the 3 captains who came with Zhou Shijing, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, also became serious. These captains were the reinforcements sent from Yongding City, the 4 leaders of the Demon Extermination Expeditionary Force, all of whom were martial generals. As mentioned earlier, the Demon Extermination Expeditionary Force is a military unit from Yongding City responsible for external affairs. Captain Zhao stepped forward and asked, "Friend on top of the Wolf King, could you come down for a chat and tell us your background?" Zhou Shijing frowned. Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao raised his hand to interrupt Zhou Shijing. "Young lord, this concerns the safety of Yongding City. It's better to clarify things." Zhou Shijing hesitated but finally said, "Captains, the masked guy is our savior. I guarantee with my integrity that he is definitely not a suspicious character." Zheng Pingwei coldly snorted, "Young lord, I'm afraid you can't guarantee that. To vouch for someone you've known for less than a day, what about the safety of the millions of citizens in Yongding City? If something happens, can you take responsibility?" Zhou Shijing's face showed distress. At this moment, Zhuo Qinglong suddenly burst into laughter. "Zhou young lord, I appreciate your feelings. My saving you wasn't in vain. But you, Zheng Pingwei, I find your punishment to be too light." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Qinglong vanished from his spot and reappeared with an arm in his hand. Everyone's expressions changed in unison. Where did that arm come from? At this moment, a scream rang out, and everyone quickly looked over to find that Zheng Pingwei's right arm had been severed at the shoulder. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Captain Li rushed over to check, shouting, "Healer! Where's the healer? Hurry up!" Everyone raised their guard, and Captain Zhao's face turned grim. "What do you mean by this? Do you want to be enemies with Yongding City?" Not only was his expression bad, but the other captains also looked displeased. Just now, the masked man's attack was so stealthy that even he had not detected it, and several martial generals present, including Lu Bufan, had also failed to notice. No wonder he looked so grim. Zhuo Qinglong raised his palm and waved it. "No, no, no. Everyone don't be nervous. I have no intention of being enemies with Yongding City. I'm just simply displeased with Zheng Pingwei. Having such scum in Yongding City really lowers the quality of the entire city." Captain Li suddenly shouted, "All soldiers, obey orders. Capture this masked person who dares to severely injure young Master Zheng." At this moment, he was filled with immense anger. With him present, Zheng Pingwei had still been severely injured. How was he supposed to explain this to the head of the Zheng family when he returned? Many soldiers had drawn their weapons, and others were looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Chapter 62. The streamer was captured by the demon wolf. The ones who had drawn their weapons were all soldiers from Captain Lee's squad. Those who were looking at each other were from other squads. After all, the young lord had just said that no one was allowed to act without her orders. Only Captain Lee's squad members, under the pressure of their direct superior, would draw their weapons. Stop. Zhou Shijing's face was grim. Is no one listening to what this young lord has said? Captain Lee, do you think my words are just a breeze passing by? I will honestly report the situation here to my father when we return to the city, so I hope you think twice. Upon hearing this, Captain Lee made a gesture to stop, his expression becoming even more unsightly. Swat Qinglong clicked his tongue. It seems I can't stay here any longer. He threw Zheng Pingwei's arm into the air and then punched out. Boom. The arm shattered, completely eliminating any hope Zheng Pingwei had of reattaching it. Captain Lee was furious. Bastard. You're seeking death. Swat Qinglong, what's wrong? Do you want to fight me? Come chase me then. Catch up to me first. After saying that, Swat Qinglong rode off on the Wolf King and disappeared in a flash. Captain Lee trembled with anger. That bastard. With 2 legs? How could he keep up with the Wolf King's 4 legs? Moreover, he didn't dare to chase, given the masked man's earlier display of power, along with the Wolf King. Who knew who would end up fighting whom? Zhou Shijing felt downcast. She knew that once the masked man left, he wouldn't come back. Damn Zheng Pingwei. Several captains breathed a sigh of relief after Swat Qinglong left. Thankfully, a fight didn't break out. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died. They were all too clear about the nature of the Zheng family and Zheng Pingwei, and they held them in great disdain. His words were open to discussion, and the conflict he instigated was not worth it. The group ignored Zheng Pingwei's wails and followed Zhou Shijing back to the camp, leaving the sycophantic Captain Li to take care of things. After leaving the camp, Swat Qinglong sat silently atop the Wolf King. Only the bright light in his eyes flashed with a fierce coldness. Zheng Pingwei humph. If it weren't for the potential negative impact on his identity as the masked man and Zhou Shijing's status as the young lord, he would have long since slit Zheng Pingwei's throat. Such a person, a scourge for 1,000 years, should die early and be reborn. He needed to find an opportunity to send him to reincarnation. For now, let him live a little longer. It's just a pity that he hadn't yet obtained the lightning attribute ability. Bad emotions quickly dissipated, and he brushed them aside. He patted the Wolf King's head, brimming with spirit. Wolf King, let's go have breakfast in your territory. The Wolf King howled and trotted off with a lively pace. At the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Gang, was currently overwhelmed with problems as the heads of major families united to confront him. The cause was a video released by a streamer last night. Every day, countless videos are uploaded online, and this one was just a small video. Logically, it should have sunk without a trace upon release, stirring up no ripples. But this seemingly insignificant video caused a huge uproar. The main issue was the video title, which was too targeted, stating, Zheng Pingwei of the Zheng family in Yongding City cruelly kills his best friend. Just for what? What for? It didn't say. It just asked if you wanted to know why. If you wanted to know, you'd go investigate, especially since the video named names. Moreover, the streamer, the masked man, was a rising star with a large fan base. Netizens immediately began a human flesh search and quickly dug up Zheng Pingwei's entire family history. They also uncovered the identity of the family member killed in the video, Lu Xiang, the heir of the Lu family in Yongding City. The video title was not lying. The Lu family and the Zheng family were not only family friends, but also business partners, and Zheng Pingwei and Lu Xiang were indeed friends. The two struggled in the video, and in the end, Zheng Pingwei cruelly killed Lu Xiang, and it was done with Lu Xiang having no power to resist, hitting him right in the head. What kind of grudge or hatred could lead to such a vicious act? Some fans were from Yongding City and happened to know Lu Xiang. These fans notified the Lu family overnight. Initially, the Lu family didn't believe it, thinking someone was trying to sow discord between the Lu and Zheng families. But soon after, the Lu family received a series of consistent reports confirming that Lu Xiang had indeed been killed, prompting Lu Mingde, the head of the Lu family, to rush online to check the video. Once he saw it, he was utterly devastated. He watched the video repeatedly, unwilling to believe that his beloved son had been killed by Zheng Pingwei. But the video was clear, with undeniable evidence. Lu Mingde slumped on the sofa, feeling as if he had aged 10 years overnight. As dawn broke, Lu Mingde contacted the major families that had participated in the exploration team to jointly confront the Zheng family. On the surface, the Zheng family pretended to back down and agreed to compensation. But was the Lu family short on money? The Lu family insisted, hand over Zheng Pingwei, blood for blood. But the Zheng family, used to being strong, would never agree to such terms. The two sides ultimately fell apart in negotiations, with the Lu family unilaterally announcing the termination of their business cooperation, vowing never to collaborate again. From then on, They regarded the Zheng family as enemies, declaring that as long as the Zheng family members left the city, their lives would be left to fate. The Zheng family was unafraid and scoffed at such threats. Afterward, various online and offline battles between the two sides unfolded. This is a story for later. Let us not dwell on it now. The Wolf King's territory was a small hill. Not large, just a few dozen kilometers. In comparison to this twilight forest, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Every time Zhuo Qinglong made food, he would live stream to entice netizens, claiming, "Let us all eat meat together." However, today's scene was particularly grand. Zhuo Qinglong took most of the armored yak from his storage bracelet and distributed it among the demon wolf minions. On the first day of his tenure, he needed to win over their hearts. The mountains were filled with demon wolves, all gathered at the same time and placed to eat. The sound of their chewing filled the air, crackling and munching, giving people goosebumps. Such a scene, netizens had not only never seen, but hadn't even dared to imagine. In the live stream, netizens exclaimed, "What is going on? Did the streamer fall into a wolf's den? Oh no, the masked man has been captured by the demon wolves. What should we do? Streamer, are you still going to cook? With so many demon wolves around you, aren't you scared? Aren't your legs shaking? Has the streamer been captured to become a slave for the night demon wolves? Is the masked man now the exclusive chef for the night demon wolves?" The truth is revealed. Look at that huge demon wolf king next to him, eating the beef roasted by the streamer. To say it was good, the beef looked quite appetizing. Hey, bro upstairs, your nerves are quite thick too. Is the roasted beef the focus here? In this situation, you're still looking at the roasted beef? Chapter 63. Give the streamer some face, drinking milk, licking the bottle cap. Masked man, calling the masked man. Please respond. Tell me, if you are being coerced, I will come rescue you immediately. Some netizens made targeted comments. Streamer, while you're still alive, quickly tell us what happened in last night's video. What is the whole story? What was your intention in posting that video? Do you have any grievances with the Zheng group? Regarding these messages, Zhuo Qinglong completely ignored them. He looked at the camera and said, "Licking the bottle cap is here. Thank you for your kindness. But rest assured, I'm doing just fine. Netizens don't need to worry. To tell you the truth, these demon wolves are all my little brothers. I'm their boss." Netizens. The host. Chia, are you bragging without any preparation? If you are their boss, I'll eat instant noodles in the toilet during the live stream. I'll eat instant noodles upside down. I'll eat instant noodles with my nose. Zhuo Qinglong laughed. You guys said it. I've noted it down. He turned to Wolf King and waved. Wolf King, come on, smile for the viewers to see. Wolf King, Zhuo Qinglong, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to eat roast beef anymore? Wolf King's expression changed, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Details refer to the Shiba Inu's smiling face, looking as lewd as possible. Zhuo Qinglong silently bent down to pick up a stone, waited, and then threw it. Be serious. Your smile looks like a pervert. People who don't know would think I taught you. The viewers rubbed their eyes. Wow. Their jaws dropped. What did we just see? The Demon Wolf King can actually smile? Whether it's lewd or not doesn't matter. The key point is that the Demon Wolf King can really smile. Also, Brother Mask's attitude towards the Demon Wolf King truly is the attitude of a big brother towards a little brother. The viewers were shocked beyond belief. This is too absurd. How could this happen? It directly subverted the inherent image of the ferocious and brutal beasts. Viewers, I don't believe it. Host, how did you do it? That's a level 5 beast, the Dark Knight Demon Wolf King. Zhuo Qinglong shouted. Wolf King, come over here. The Wolf King helplessly put down the food in its mouth and reluctantly walked over, perform a handstand and poop for the viewers to see. Wolf King. Damn, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. It opened its big mouth and bit Zhuo Qinglong's entire upper body, leaving only his 2 legs sticking out. The live stream room immediately exploded. The host was eaten by the demon wolf. Beasts are indeed cold-blooded and brutal. Big news. Big news. The outdoor food streamer, Brother Mask, has become food in the mouth of the Dark Knight Demon Wolf King. Crying like a baby. Brother Mask, you died so miserably. Let me save you. Look, you were bitten to death. At this moment, the Wolf King's big mouth was pried open by a pair of strong arms. And Zhuo Qinglong, covered in slime, crawled out from inside. He turned and punched the Wolf King on the nose. What the heck, Wolf King? When was the last time you brushed your teeth? The Wolf King howled in pain, holding its nose with both front paws, tears and snot flowing together. The viewers couldn't believe it. It didn't die from that? Zhuo Qinglong laughed at the camera. Sorry. The Wolf King was just playing a little joke with me. Viewers, is that true? Host, you have several holes in your body, and red liquid is still gushing out. What is going on? Yeah, host, what is that red stuff on your head? Zhuo Qinglong wiped his forehead, unfazed. That's tomato juice. I was planning to use it as a condiment. The viewers collectively raised their middle fingers. Chia, you stubborn duck. Forget it, as long as you're alive. Let us give the host some face. In an old community in the southern part of Yongding City, knock knock knock. A series of knocks echoed. Who is it? Zhuo Qingzheng leaned closer to the peephole to take a look. It was a somewhat familiar yet unrecognizable middle-aged man. Zhuo Qingzheng asked through the door. May I ask who you were looking for? The middle-aged man cleared his throat. I'm Qin Luyun from the Military Academy's Martial Arts Department. May I ask if Zhuo Qinglong is home? Zhuo Qingzheng was puzzled. Military Academy? Oh, now I remember. I have some impression. I ran into him while having a buffet at the nightly hotel before. She tidied her clothes and opened the door. My brother isn't home. What do you need him for? Qin Luyun. It's like this. Your brother is extraordinarily talented. A genius. I want him to go to the military academy to study, so he wants to be buried in this place in the southern part of the city. Who is so shameless to speak ill of the southern part of the city? A loud shout rang out, and a hot woman rushed up the stairs. Bai Xiaoxian was filled with unnamed anger. How dare someone come to poach students from the southern part of the city? Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be the famous director Qin Luyun from the military academy. What wind blew you to this remote corner of the southern part of the city? Qin Luyun looked embarrassed. He had carefully picked a good day to sneak into the southern part of the city to recruit students. And now he was caught on the spot. This person was also known for her fierce temper. The martial arts department director Bai Xiaoxian from the southern part of the city. Qin Luyun played dumb. Oh, Director Bai, it's you. I came to visit a friend today. What a coincidence to run into you. Bai Xiaoxian sneered. If I hadn't just heard what you said, I would have almost believed you. Qin Luyun chuckled and continued to play dumb. Director Bai, are you here for something? Bai Xiaoxian, what? I can go wherever I want. Do you have any say in it? Qin Luyun smiled. No, I have no say. Bai Xiaoxian glared at this soft and fluffy guy, feeling powerless. She stopped paying attention to this fluff and looked at Zhuo Qingzheng. Hello, are you Zhuo Qinglong's sister? Zhuo Qingzheng nodded timidly, yes. Bai Xiaoxian, I'm a mentor from Southern City University. I'm here to deliver the admission notice to Zhuo Qinglong. May I ask if Zhuo Qinglong is home? Qin Luyun beside her was surprised. Generally, admission notices are sent by express, when do mentors need to deliver them to students' homes. Moreover, it's the director personally delivering it? He forgot that he was also here to poach students himself. Zhuo Qingzheng shook her head. My brother isn't home. Bai Xiaoxian, where did he go? When will he be back? Zhuo Qingzheng hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth. My brother went to Twilight Forest. He didn't say when he would be back. Chapter 64 Admission Notice Twilight Forest. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the viewers' comments and thought this group of viewers was quite understanding. So he made a decision. This time, the iron-armored yak meat would be eaten by the fans first. Zhuo Qinglong picked up a piece of fragrant yak meat and waved it in front of the camera, showcasing the firmness and delicateness of the yak meat. Come on. You guys eat first. Now it's my turn to eat. Oh, my goodness. It's really delicious. In the live stream room, the comments flooded in. You old six. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining D-level martial skill Iron Bull Charge. Skill description. When used, the whole body is covered with iron armor. Charging at the opponent at high speed, with a charging distance of 5 meters. Opponents hit by the charge have a chance to become dizzy for 1 second. Zhuo Qinglong was taken aback. Eating yak meat gives martial skills? Although the martial skill level isn't high, the effect looks pretty good. But why didn't he eating the demon wolf grant any? He turned to stare at the demon wolf king. Could it be that he didn't eat enough? If he were to eat the demon wolf king, maybe he could obtain a more impressive martial skill. The demon wolf king, gnawing on a bone not far away, suddenly felt a chill. Its fur standing on end. It nervously looked around but didn't find any danger. Zhuo Qinglong silently withdrew his gaze. In the old community of Southern City, what? Bai Xiaoxian and Qin Luyun exclaimed in unison. Qin Luyun, your brother went to Twilight Forest? How long has he been gone? Bai Xiaoxian, this kid, doesn't he value his life? How foolish. He just awakened and ran into Twilight Forest. With his talent, he could easily navigate Twilight Forest in a few years. Why rush it now? Zhuo Qingzheng, my brother has been gone for over 10 days. She had just been watching her brother's live stream. Being the boss among the pack of wolves, it was quite cool. But she couldn't say that. Brother Mask is her brother. That's a secret. What? He has been gone for over 10 days? It's over. Yongding City has lost a genius. Zhuo Qingzheng's mouth moved, wanting to say something but hesitating. She really wanted to say, my brother is doing just fine. Living well. However, it can't be said. Bai Xiaoxian took out a large envelope and handed it to Zhuo Qingzheng, saying sadly, this is your brother's admission notice. Keep it as a memento. Also, you need to be strong and prepare yourself mentally. Zhuo Qingzheng timidly replied, Actually, my brother is not dead. He is alive and well. Bai Xiaoxian not dead? Well, take care. Huh. She suddenly realized, grabbing Zhua Qingjing's shoulders with both hands. What did you say? Not dead. Zhua Qingjing. He really isn't dead. Bai Xiaoxian couldn't believe it. Impossible. Can someone who just awakened survive in the Twilight Forest for so long? Zhua Qingjing felt helpless. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. Qin Luyan also doubted. Really? Can you contact your brother now? Zhua Qingjing nodded. Yes. I'll call my brother right now. She took out her phone and dialed Zhua Qinglong's number. Qin Luyan noticed carefully that this little girl was using the latest Apple 18X phone. Didn't the information say that the Zhua siblings were not wealthy? Paying tuition every year was quite difficult for them. Could the information be wrong? Hey, brother. The mentor from Chengnan University sent the admission notice. Also, Director Qin Luyan from the military academy is looking for you. When will you come back? Not coming back for now? Oh, okay. Apologize to Director Qin. Not going to the military academy? Oh, okay. Qin Luyan looked disappointed, sighing. Bai Xiaoxian, anxious, snatched Zhua Qingjing's phone. Hey, Zhua Qinglong. I'm Bai Xiaoxian, the mentor from Chengnan University. I order you to come back to the city right now, immediately. Zhua Qinglong frowned on the other end of the line. What's going on with this mentor? Why are you ordering me? Zhua Qinglong asked. Is school in session now? Bai Xiaoxian. No, why? Zhua Qinglong. Then what's the problem? It's summer vacation now. I haven't started school yet. The implication being that he could do whatever he wanted. And she was meddling too much. Bai Xiaoxian, huh? As a mentor, I can still pick up on that implication. Do you know how dangerous the Twilight Forest is? You're still alive now. That's just luck. It doesn't mean you can always survive. Zhua Qinglong. That sounds a bit like you're cursing me to have an accident. Don't worry. Mentor, I will definitely come back alive. Bye. Bai Xiaoxian. Wait a minute, huh? The sound of the call being disconnected reached her ears. And she was so angry that she almost smashed the phone. But luckily she remembered it was Zhua Qingjing's phone. Why can't your brother understand human language? Why don't you persuade him again? Zhua Qingjing awkwardly yet politely smiled. Okay, I'll persuade him again later. Seeing that the matter was settled, Qin Luyan and Bai Xiaoxian thought there was no need to stay any longer. When they left, sparks and lightning flew in their exchanged glances. Is Zhua Qinglong really that oblivious to good intentions? Of course not. He just didn't know how to explain to this mentor. It was too troublesome. There was still some time before school started, and he had just gained a group of little brothers. He hadn't had enough fun yet. With the Wolf King as a free mount, he wanted to explore the Twilight Forest thoroughly first. In the following days, the audience in the live broadcast room had a feast for the eyes. Whether it was solitary monsters or groups of monsters, Zhua Qinglong would give the order, and the pack of wolves would attack. If they could gang up, they would never fight one-on-one. From then on, the outskirts of the Twilight Forest suffered greatly, as the pack of wolves left nothing in their wake. The territory of the Dark Knight magic wolves expanded rapidly, and during this time, they also recruited some scattered magic wolf groups. Today, the Magic Wolf Pack, which had been successful in attacking mountains and strongholds, encountered trouble. This was a mountain of third-tier bloodthirsty wild boars, with thousands of them, their hard power surpassing that of the Magic Wolves. If they charged in blindly, the Magic Wolves would definitely be the ones getting beaten. Zhua Qinglong sent 50 Magic Wolves to provoke them, cursing at the group of bloodthirsty wild boars and spitting. Damn! How can I endure this? I can't. The bloodthirsty wild boars immediately had bloodshot eyes and became extremely agitated. Nearly 300 bloodthirsty wild boars lost their reason and charged at the Magic Wolves. The Magic Wolves were so scared they ran away in a panic. They were chased all the way to a cliff, and the provocation team of Magic Wolves suddenly found themselves in a dire situation, with nowhere to escape. Just as the bloodthirsty wild boars were grinning and planning to have a feast, thousands of Magic Wolves surged from all directions. The situation reversed in an instant. The approaching danger made the bloodthirsty wild boars regain their clarity, and the lost reason returned to them. The wild boars huddled together, trembling and restless. Chapter 65. All the rage on the streets and alleys. Zhua Qinglong transformed into an iron-blooded commander, giving the order, and thousands of magic wolves charged toward the bloodthirsty wild boars, ultimately defeating them at a minimal cost. Group fights were exhilarating every time. Zhua Qinglong used the same trick again and sent out that team of 50 magic wolves to provoke them. Then, in 2 consecutive attacks, they successfully wiped out 90% of the bloodthirsty wild boars. On that mountain of bloodthirsty wild boars, only nearly 100 remained, along with a bloodthirsty wild boar king. Zhua Qinglong called it a day and distributed the bodies of the bloodthirsty wild boars as rewards to the Magic Wolf brothers. The scene of the pack of wolves feasting was once again spectacular, even more so than the last time, as there were more wolves and more food. Zhua Qinglong started a food live stream, indulging himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the D-level skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Skill description: Temporarily increases one's strength by 10% for a short period, 30 minutes. Fearless of death during the bloodthirsty period and reduces pain sensitivity. Can be used individually or in groups. The initial range for group use is 5 meters around the host. Can increase with the host's mental power. Switching long. It's actually a support skill. This is a divine skill. The viewers in the live stream room had been watching in amazement these days. Ever since they watched the Masked Brothers live stream, they had seen all sorts of unbelievable scenes. Who would have thought that monsters could be tamed? Who would have thought of treating monsters like soldiers and fighting everywhere? Just thinking about the scene of thousands of monsters battling gives one goosebumps. In these few days, the popularity of the streamer Masked Brothers skyrocketed, becoming known by more and more people from all walks of life. This was thanks to the relentless promotion and publicity by the fighting god prince. Even some old scholars from universities began to study the habits of monsters, classifying the taming of monsters as a new research topic. If the deeds of the Masked Brother could be replicated, it would be a great feat that could change the course of human history. This also meant that the Masked Brothers live stream was no longer just a way for people to relax and pass the time. A large number of scholars flocked to the live stream room, trying to unlock the secret of how the Masked Brother could command monsters. Some university mentors temporarily organized students to attend online classes. Online class content. Watching the Masked Brothers live stream. Mentors provided live explanations of various monsters appearing in the videos, popularizing knowledge about monsters. To be honest, watching real examples combined with the mentor's explanations greatly improved the learning efficiency. After all, knowledge gained from books is always superficial. True understanding requires practice. Even more, some recorded the Masked Brothers live stream videos, specifically editing together the monsters that appeared in the live stream room, adding audio to create monster albums. Using these albums for study further enhanced learning efficiency. Some businessmen saw the opportunity and started producing and selling monster album videos, making the study of monster knowledge no longer limited to universities. Primary schools, high schools, and even ordinary people all had the chance to learn. This sparked a nationwide craze for learning about monsters. The authorities remained silent on this, unsure if they were tacitly accepting this phenomenon or had no strategy to deal with it. On the streets and alleys of major cities, passerby, A. Have you seen Monster Chronicles 1? Passerby B. No, what's that? Pedestrian A. A detailed video introducing the characteristics and habits of magical beasts. Pedestrian B. Huh? As an ordinary person who never leaves the city, what use is that to me? Pedestrian A. How is it useless? It can broaden your horizons. Let me ask you, what tier is a jungle forager? Pedestrian B shakes his head. How would I know? Pedestrian A. C. You don't understand, right? No experience. So outdated. We have no common language. I'm not talking to you anymore. Bye. Pedestrian B. Hey, don't go. Let us chat a bit before you leave. Hey. Pedestrian A walks away without looking back, never to return. Pedestrian B. I can't just let this go. I need to go back and see what this Magical Beast Chronicles 1 is all about. Such scenes happen on the streets of major cities, where ordinary citizens take pride in having watched the Magical Beast Chronicles. Later, the common greeting among citizens gradually changed from "Have you eaten?" to "Have you watched Magical Beast Chronicles 1?" These are side notes. Let us put them aside for now. Swat is currently unaware of all this. If he knew, he would probably shout, "Where's my copyright fee?" In the Twilight Forest, the little subordinates of the Wolf King have greatly improved their meals in recent days. They eat to their fill every meal, spending their days either hunting or on the way to hunt. What they eat are magical beasts not weaker than themselves, something they wouldn't even have dared to dream of before. The flesh and blood of magical beasts contain powerful energy, and the higher the tier, the more energy it contains. This has allowed these magical wolves to bulk up significantly in just a few days, each one muscled and fit, worthy of being called bodybuilder wolves. The path of advancement for magical beasts is simply continuous hunting, growing and advancing by devouring the flesh and blood of various magical beasts, which is somewhat similar to Zhuqing. There are many types of magical beasts, and once they form a group, they will have a fixed territory. Generally, everyone sticks to their own piece of land and rarely crosses into other magical beasts' territories to hunt. This is territorial awareness. Because of this territorial awareness, magical beasts rarely cross regions, as it would lead to unnecessary racial wars. However, ever since Zhuqing became the leader of the magical wolves, it doesn't matter what kind of magical beast territory it is. The weak are directly crushed, and the strong are divided and devoured, using any means necessary to achieve victory. One day, Zhuqing led his army of magical wolves to the hill of bloodthirsty wild boars. The army's presence made the bloodthirsty wild boar herd tremble. Zhuqing sent out a small team of 50 magical wolves, but today was not for provocation, but for surrender. The small team of magical wolves howled. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." The bloodthirsty wild boar herd grunted. HNGH, HNGH, HNGH. Awoo, awoo, HNGH, HNGH. Swat Long perked up his ears. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand. At this moment, the small team of magical wolves returned, reporting to Swat Long and the Wolf King. Awoo, awoo. Swat Long. It seems to mean that the persuasion isn't going well. And the bloodthirsty wild boar king is not convinced? The Wolf King paced to the front of the bloodthirsty wild boars, raised his head, and let out a long howl. The bloodthirsty wild boar king slowly walked out. It was a wild boar about the same size as the Wolf King, with two razor-sharp tusks towering like a person. Its fur was like steel bristles, covering its sturdy body, resembling a moving fortress. At first glance, it was a tough opponent. Bloodthirsty wild boar king. HNGH, HNGH. Defeat me, and then you'll have the right to call me your subordinate. Chapter 66. Surrender or Die. Wolf King. Awoo, awoo. All right, I'm giving you this opportunity today. The subordinates on both sides stepped back, leaving enough space. It seemed they were going to have a gentlemanly one-on-one duel. The Wolf King and the bloodthirsty wild boar king quickly engaged in combat, trading blows. The Wolf King was agile, dodging various attacks from the bloodthirsty wild boar king. The bloodthirsty wild boar king, however, relied on its tough hide and made unreasonable, savage charges. If the Wolf King took a hit, it would definitely hurt. Overall, the Wolf King had a slight advantage, always managing to give the bloodthirsty wild boar king a claw strike in between dodges. It was just that the Wolf King had one claw injured by Swat Long and hadn't grown back yet, which affected its attack output. Even though the bloodthirsty wild boar king was scratched all over and bleeding, it did not sustain any fatal injuries. Not hitting the Wolf King and continually being scratched made the bloodthirsty wild boar king's anger surge, reaching a certain critical point where its eyes turned red, nostrils flaring, steam rising. Its front feet were constantly digging at the ground, preparing for a devastating strike. Swat Long saw this and thought, not good. He knew this skill of the bloodthirsty wild boar king too well. It would increase its power by 10%. If the Wolf King accidentally got hit, it would be a light injury at best. So he cast a bloodthirsty inspiration on the Wolf King. Humph, your signature skill isn't just yours. After receiving the effect of bloodthirsty inspiration, the Wolf King's eyes turned blood red, its courage surged, and its anger flared. It had been too cowardly. Always dodging was no way to act. A man should face things head-on. The Wolf King and the bloodthirsty wild boar king both exhaled hot air from their nostrils and charged at each other. Bang! The two giant beasts collided with a loud crash. The shockwave rolled out, hitting Swat Long's stunned face. He was dumbfounded. The intention behind giving the Wolf King bloodthirsty inspiration was to increase its strength by 10% to counter the bloodthirsty wild boar king's power boost. Unexpectedly, this foolish wolf gave up its advantage of agility and foolishly charged at the bloodthirsty wild boar king. A classic case of attacking the opponent's strength with one's own weakness. Both kings were currently attacking without defending, fiercely wrestling with each other. You push me, I scratch you. You bite me, I'll bite you back. In close combat, the Wolf King was ultimately not as good as the bloodthirsty wild boar king. And in no time, it was already covered in wounds. Swat Long couldn't watch any longer, leaping into the air, and with a powerful punch, struck the bloodthirsty wild boar king on its nose. Bang! The bloodthirsty wild boar king's head was hit down hard, smashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. The bloodthirsty wild boar king shook its head and stood up, warily watching this sudden human interloper. HNGH, HNGH, shameless. Wolf King, you actually teamed up with a human, bringing shame to all magical beasts. The Wolf King lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Swat Long waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew up, sending the Wolf King's large body flying far outside the arena. Swat Long looked up. Blood Boar King, you now have two choices. Surrender or die? Choose to surrender, and you will be my little brother, and I will take you to live well. If you choose death, I'll send you on your way right now. The bloodthirsty wild boar king tilted its head, 3 question marks popping up above its head. What is this human babbling about? Swat Long's face darkened. This pig's expression showed everything on its face. He shouted, Wolf King, stop pretending to be dead, get up and translate. In the distance, the Wolf King's ears twitched, lifting its head with a confused expression, as if just waking up. Swat Long's face darkened further. Raising his hand for a move, Dragon swallows water. Using the wind-type ability in reverse, a wind eye appeared in the palm, and the powerful suction pulled the Wolf King's large body towards Swat Long. Wolf King. It dug its claws into the ground, wanting to resist, but suddenly thought, I can't lose face for the boss. So, it secretly retracted its claws and allowed the wind eye to pull it over. Swat kicked the Wolf King's rear. Translator. Get up and get to work. Only then did the Wolf King rise to translate. A woo-woo-woo. The bloodthirsty wild boar king's eyes turned even redder. HNGH. Impossible. That damned human is delusional. The Wolf King, panting heavily, spread his claws towards the left azure dragon, indicating that he had done his best, and then quickly ran off into the distance. Staying here was dangerous. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He must evade urgently. The left azure dragon drew out his black knife and gave himself a bloodthirsty boost. Instantly, his eyes glowed red, like a demon opening its eyes to scrutinize the world. The bloodthirsty wild boar king felt a jolt in his heart. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Kill! The left azure dragon roared, disappearing on the spot, his wind-based ability reaching its peak. A violent gust of wind swept towards the bloodthirsty wild boar king. The gust passed through the body of the wild boar king, who squinted his eyes, watching cautiously left and right, but did not detect that human. Suddenly, with a poochie, blood erupted from the bloodthirsty wild boar king's body, and its massive frame crashed to the ground. The Wolf King was startled. What happened? When did the boss become so powerful? His attack was so stealthy that even I, as a bystander, didn't notice it. If he can kill the bloodthirsty wild boar king in seconds, he can just as easily kill me. The Wolf King felt a chill, the last trace of rebellion vanishing into thin air. The bloodthirsty wild boar king was not actually dead. The left azure dragon had deliberately left it a breath. At this moment, the red light in the boar king's eyes gradually faded, lying on the ground, weakly groaning. The left azure dragon approached it. I'll ask you one last time. Will you choose to submit or die? The bloodthirsty wild boar king grunted twice. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The left azure dragon nodded. Understood. He swung his long knife. Poochie. A large piece of flesh suddenly flew up from the backside of the bloodthirsty wild boar king. The left azure dragon caught this large chunk of meat midair, and then proceeded to clean, cut, and marinate it, heating up oil in a pot. Cover the pot. A complete set of skill processes took less than 20 minutes. The bloodthirsty wild boar king stared dumbfounded, its fear escalating. What is this human doing? What does he want? Oh no, he wants to eat my flesh. He wants to eat me in front of my eyes. The bloodthirsty wild boar king suddenly felt a chill rushing to its head, its bristles standing on end, terrified to the extreme. Is this human still that weak human? He's even more demonic than a demon. The boar king was so scared it trembled all over, losing control of its bowels. For a moment, the stench filled the air. Chapter 67, The Bloodthirsty Wild Boar King Submits. Ah, phew. The left azure dragon quickly covered his nose and ran away. Wolf King, go and ask the boar king if it is willing to submit. The Wolf King covered its nose with its two front paws, unwilling to approach. But seeing the pot of boiling meat soup, it shivered and yielded. A woo. Humph. After communicating, the Wolf King nodded to the left azure dragon, indicating that the bloodthirsty wild boar king was willing to submit. Well, the left azure dragon said, it would have been better if you had done this earlier. Go. Take this pot of meat soup to the boar king to help it recover. The Wolf King's body stiffened, and it turned its head to look at the left azure dragon with difficulty, as if saying, you want me to do something so undignified? The boar king was horrified. Is this still a human? This is a demon among demons. The left azure dragon chuckled. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. The Wolf King looked doubtful, while the boar king was still in shock. If it could move right now, it would definitely crawl away. It couldn't eat the meat soup anyway. After all, the boar king had already submitted, and it wouldn't make sense to eat its flesh. The left azure dragon glanced regretfully at the meat soup, then awarded it to the members of the Magic Wolf Squad, who had worked hard recently. The squad members were overjoyed, feasting without care. They didn't care about much, as high-grade blood and flesh were hard to come by. And those who didn't eat were fools. The stench was overwhelming, and the left azure dragon disgustedly covered his nose. He raised his hand and used a water-based ability, Great Waterfall Technique, washing the bloodthirsty wild boar king, making it cry out in pain. Then he placed his hand on the boar king's body, activating the wood-based healing technique, accompanied by a glowing green light. The injuries on the boar king's body healed at a visible speed. After a while, the boar king stood up, full of vitality, filled with wonder. Such severe injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Truly a miraculous human. It had just experienced hell and heaven, and now felt light all over. Nudging the left azure dragon to express its affection, it almost knocked over the newly recognized boss. Just as the left azure dragon turned around to hit it, it had already started hopping around. At this moment, the Wolf King shamelessly approached, constantly licking its wounds in front of the left Azure Dragon, seemingly wanting a healing spell too. The left Azure Dragon was not stingy and easily healed its wounds as well. Suddenly, a series of howls echoed. The left Azure Dragon turned around to see the Magic Wolf squad howling collectively to the sky. What are these guys going crazy about while eating so well? Soon, the left Azure Dragon noticed something unusual. These magic wolves were growing. Yes, they were getting bigger, howling and growing. In a matter of moments, their size doubled. They had advanced from 3rd-tier magic wolves to 4th tier. The left Azure Dragon was shocked. Is this even possible? He thoughtfully glanced at the bloodthirsty wild boar king, wondering if this meat is so nourishing. Should I raise this guy as a meat pig? Feed the magic wolves a little meat every day, then heal them. Eat, cut, and it wouldn't be long before the entire pack of magic wolves evolved into 4th tier. Then give the meat of the magic wolf king to those 3rd-tier bloodthirsty wild boars. They would likely advance too. Before long, I could harvest a batch of strong little brothers. Ha ha ha, this meat pig is definitely a renewable resource. This is a sustainable development strategy. The boar king was happily rooting around when suddenly, it felt a chill run down its spine. This feeling was as if something was watching it. The boar king stopped its movement, cautiously looking around. However, the feeling came quickly and vanished just as fast. The boar king shook its head. Could it have been an illusion? In the distance, the magic wolf king sneezed, looking around suspiciously. Who is talking bad about me? The left Azure Dragon chuckled to himself, shaking his head. It was just a thought. If I really did that, it would be too inhumane. Right now, these two are my little brothers. I can implement this plan later when I find a suitable target. At the city lord's mansion, a stern-looking middle-aged man sat leisurely in a grand chair, sipping tea. Zhou Shijing was sitting across from him, recounting the process of this exploration. Dad, this is how it happened. City Lord Zhou Daocheng put down his teacup and closed his eyes in contemplation. Zhou Shijing sat quietly, not disturbing him. After a long while, Zhou Daocheng opened his eyes. The Zheng family is deeply rooted now. It's not the right time to act. However, we can move in the shadows. Zhou Shijing was puzzled. Move in the shadows? Zhou Daocheng changed the subject. That masked streamer is quite popular recently. Xiaojing, you've interacted with him. What is your impression of him? Zhou Shijing thought for a moment. This person acts unconventionally, walking the line between right and wrong. He is somewhat ruthless. This can be seen from his targeting of Zheng Pingwei. However, he is not inherently bad. Perhaps there is kindness hidden beneath his rebellious exterior? Zhou Daocheng shook his head. In this world, one cannot stand firm without being ruthless. One must be fierce for life to become more stable. I actually feel he is not ruthless enough. He should have directly dealt with Zheng Pingwei. If you don't kill a snake, it will surely become a disaster. Zhou Shijing was somewhat surprised that her father would say something like dealing with Zheng Pingwei. She had never heard him talk about the Zheng family before. It seemed that he was quite averse to them. Xiaojing, have you watched his live stream in the past few days? Zhou Shijing shook her head. I've been busy bringing everyone back to the city from the Twilight Forest these past few days, she said with a worried expression. And a lot of people died this time. I haven't figured out how to communicate with the families of the victims. And I haven't decided on the appropriate amount for the compensation either. The difficulty in handling this matter lies with those noble families. Good people went out of the city with her, but returned as cold corpses. As the young master of the city, Zhou Shijing really can't withstand the pressure from those noble families. Zhou Daocheng spoke up. Leave this to me. I will arrange it uniformly in the name of the city lord's mansion. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Shijing felt relieved. Really? Thank you, Dad. The gloom that had been hanging over her heart dissipated significantly. Zhou Daocheng looked at Zhou Shijing with fondness. Silly child, what are you thanking me for? It's a parent's duty to cover for their children when they get into trouble. No matter what mess you get into outside, as long as I'm here, I will help you sort it out. Zhou Shijing revealed a sweet smile. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Daocheng shook his head with a smile. Silly child. By the way, do you have the contact information for the masked brother? Zhou Shijing was taken aback, unconsciously scratching the back of her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I forgot to ask. Chapter 68. Unraveling the secret of beast taming. In fact, Zhou Shijing didn't forget, after being reminded by Lu Bufan. She had been planning to ask the masked brother for his contact information. However, many things happened afterward that made it difficult for her to find an opportunity to speak up. Moreover, it felt a bit shy for her, a young girl, to take the initiative to ask a man for his contact information. She thought there would be plenty of chances in the future. But she didn't expect the masked brother to leave under Zheng Ping's coercion the very next day. That damn Zheng Ping. Zhou Daocheng nodded gently. You should visit the masked brother's livestream room more often these days. His beast-taming skills are worth studying. If possible, bring him to our Yongding city. Zhou Shijing's face turned red at this moment, and she murmured, which platform is the masked brother live streaming on? Zhou Daocheng looked a bit puzzled. What's going on with you today, daughter? Why do you know nothing about the masked brother? At the very least, you could find it online with a quick search. Zhou Shijing realized she had asked a silly question and quickly remedied it. Okay, Dad, I will pay more attention to his live streams. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Zhou Daoqing. Zheng family. Family head Zheng Gang angrily smashed a teacup worth hundreds of thousands on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn masked brother. How dare he treat my son like this? He looked pained at Zheng Pingwei's severed arm. He hadn't heard of any healer being able to regenerate a severed limb. Though with current technology, prosthetics could be installed without affecting daily life. His son was an A-grade talent ability user and had great hopes of entering the military and commanding troops in the future. Now with one arm severed, would the military still accept a disabled person? Losing an arm not only greatly reduced his own strength, but also affected Zheng Gang's grand plans for the future. How could Zheng Gang not be furious? Zheng Pingwei cried while hugging Zheng Gang's thigh. Dad, you have to stand up for me. That bastard just cut off my arm without a word. He even crushed my arm in front of me. Zheng Pingwei was sobbing. He did it on purpose to disable me, not giving me any chance to recover. Dad, you have to take revenge for me. Zheng Gang roared in pain. Unable to contain his anger, someone, go investigate. Dig up the masked brother's background for me. I won't be able to quell my anger until I wipe out his entire family. Also, send people into the Twilight Forest. Anyone who dares to provoke my Zheng family should not expect to leave the Twilight Forest alive. His subordinate, Zheng Dexing, looked troubled. Master, regarding sending people into the Twilight Forest, it might not be appropriate. Zheng Gang's eyes widened in anger. Not appropriate? What do you mean by not appropriate? If I say to send people, then send them. Can you question my decision? Zheng Pingwei's face turned ugly. What? Zheng Deguanjia? Are you trying to stop my dad from helping me take revenge? Zheng Dexing's heart trembled. He couldn't bear the anger of the family head and the young master alone. But if he didn't speak, the consequences would be even more severe. In the end, he decided to risk it and advised, I absolutely do not dare to question the family head's decision. Nor do I dare to stop the family head from avenging the young master. However, family head, young master, please take a few minutes to listen to my reasons before making a decision. Hearing this, Zheng Gang's anger eased a bit. Zheng Dexing had served him for many years. And though he had no achievements, he had put in hard work. It was reasonable to spend a few minutes to hear him out. Avenging his son would not take much time. Go ahead, but if you don't have a valid reason, you know the consequences. Zheng Dexing spoke with trepidation. It's like this. Ever since the incident with the young master's video broke out, I've been keeping an eye on this masked brother. He is a live streamer, mainly focused on adventures in the Twilight Forest. However, his live stream content has been quite unusual these past few days. Zheng Gang was puzzled. Isn't he just a streamer? What is so unusual about it? Zheng Dexing. He has been leading thousands of demon wolves, sweeping through the Twilight Forest. What? Zheng Gang and Zheng Pingwei exclaimed in unison, doubting their ears. Zheng Gang raised his voice, leading thousands of demon wolves to sweep through the Twilight Forest? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Zheng Dexing quickly shook his head in denial. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't joke with the family head. Zheng Gang. Then how is this possible? Zheng Dexing took out his phone. Finding a video. Family head. Here is a recording of the masked brothers livestream. You can take a look. Zheng Gang snatched the phone and opened the video to watch. Moments later, both Zheng Gang and Zheng Pingwei had gloomy faces, silent. The video was still playing, showing Zhua Qinglong leading an army of demon wolves to sweep through a small clan. Zheng Gang still found it hard to believe. How could this happen? How could the night demon wolves possibly follow a human's command? Zheng Pingwei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke up. I know his secret. Zheng Ping looked curious. What does my son know? Zheng Pingwei excitedly said. That night, I saw him tame the night demon wolf king with my own eyes. The secret to his ability to control the demon wolf pack is to control the wolf king. Zheng Gang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He eagerly asked, Son, how did he tame the wolf king? This is a huge secret. If we can crack this secret, how could the Zheng family not rise? Why should we be beneath the city lord? Zheng Pingwei tried to recall that night's events, finally hesitantly summarizing. He first defeated the wolf king, then healed it. Once the wolf king was healed, it submitted to him. Zheng Gang frowned. Is it really that simple? Zheng Pingwei nodded affirmatively. Exactly. It's that simple. Zheng Gang nodded in delight. Good. The simpler, the better. Steward. Zheng Dexing bowed in response. Yes. Temporarily cancel the plan to take revenge in the Twilight Forest. Change it to send people into the Twilight Forest to conduct beast taming experiments. You've heard the method. Go execute it immediately. Zheng Dexing. Yes, family head. I will go right away. After saying this, he bent down and slowly retreated. Ha ha. Zheng Gang laughed wildly. As long as the experiment succeeds. The day when my Zheng family replaces the city lord's mansion will be just around the corner. At this moment, he even threw aside the tragedy of his son becoming disabled, his mind filled with visions of dominating Yongding City and full of anticipation for a bright future. Just then, Zheng Pingwei's untimely voice interrupted. Dad, what about my revenge? Zheng Gang, whose fantasy was interrupted, felt a bit annoyed. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge. Chapter 69. Public taming of beasts secret. When Zhui Qinglong started his livestream that day, the viewers were shocked to discover that the masked brother had gained more followers. There is now a group of bloodthirsty wild boars and a wild boar king under my command. Just a few days ago, weren't the two sides fighting to the death? Didn't we almost wipe out the bloodthirsty wild boars? How come they are shaking hands and making peace now? Hey, bloodthirsty wild boar king. Why are you so spineless? Your little brothers are almost slaughtered, and you turn around and ally with your mortal enemy? Is that appropriate? Viewers are pressing for answers. Host, can we interview you? How did you tame the bloodthirsty wild boar king? Can you share? Some viewers with ulterior motives started to stir the pot, shouting, Host, please reveal. Host, on the screen. Suddenly, the whole screen was filled with requests for the host to reveal. Left Qinglong helplessly raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone quiet. First, be quiet. Don't you want to know the secret of taming monsters? I can tell you. After all, I know this matter concerns all of humanity, and if applied well, it would be a blessing for all mankind. The viewers were in an uproar. Really? The host is so righteous. Masked brother has a vision higher than the heavens. The host is broad-minded, cares for the country and the people, with a heart of pure blood and loyalty. Many viewers also sent private messages, demanding masked brother stop talking in the live broadcast and instead send the secret to them privately. Left Qinglong ignored these ulterior motives. In the city lord's mansion, Zhou Shijing ran and holding a tablet, directly shouldering open Zhou Daoqing's study door. Dad, come quickly. Zhou Daoqing looked at his precious daughter with a helpless expression. You're a girl. You need to pay attention to your image. Running around like this. What does that say about you? Zhou Shijing stuck out her tongue shyly. Dad, don't worry about the image. There's no one else here. Masked brother said he would reveal the secret of taming monsters in the live broadcast. Zhou Daoqing was shocked. What? Revealing it in the live broadcast? Zhou Shijing nodded repeatedly, taking out her tablet. Yes, live right now. Take a look. At the Zheng family, a frantic knock sounded at the door. Zheng Dexing panicked. Master. It's bad. Inside, Zheng Gang's impatient voice came out. What is all the noise? Did your parents die? Are you rushing to a funeral? Zheng Dexing. Master. My parents died a long time ago. You even approved my leave. With a click, the door opened, and Zheng Gang looked displeased. Who remembers these old things? What do you want? Zheng Dexing quickly said. Master, it's bad. Masked brother is going to reveal the secret of taming monsters in the live broadcast. Zheng Gang looked incredulous. What? Is he out of his mind? Such an important thing, and he is going to reveal it? He anxiously paced back and forth in the room, thinking if he reveals the method and everyone knows it, what advantage do we have left? Go. Send him a message to stop him from revealing it. If necessary, say we want to buy his secret at a high price, with the condition that he cannot reveal it in the live broadcast. Zheng Dexing complied. Yes. In the Twilight Forest, Left Qinglong said passionately. Thank you, viewers, for your praise. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. I am just an ordinary person, struggling for 3 meals a day, but I know the rise and fall of humanity is everyone's responsibility. I am very happy to contribute to the prosperity of humanity. The viewers erupted in cheers. The atmosphere was very enthusiastic. They never expected that masked brother was such a noble person. However, he said with deep sorrow, just now, when I planned to reveal the secret of taming beasts, someone actually told me not to reveal it. They said they wanted to buy my secret at a high price. You tell me, should I reveal the secret in the live broadcast or sell it to them at a high price? The viewers were indignant. Reveal it. Reveal it. This is for the benefit of all humanity. How can we let the secret be controlled by a few people? If they buy it, will we common people have any chance to know? Left Qinglong nodded, suppressing the viewers' clamor. That is right. I think so too. So, I plan to reveal it in the live broadcast. Instantly, the viewers erupted into wild applause. Meanwhile, the private message notifications in the live broadcast were still frantically jumping. Without looking, one could tell they were messages trying to stop him from revealing the secret. Left Qinglong. The secret to taming beasts is he cleared his throat, is to defeat the monsters. Beat them until they submit. The atmosphere in the live broadcast reached its peak. The viewers were filled with passion, shouting, defeat the monsters. Beat them until they submit. Such a powerful statement. Regardless of whether it could truly tame the monsters, just hearing it made the viewers unable to control their excitement. Once upon a time, They had fantasized about leaving the city walls to experience the vast world outside, entering the forest when encountering trees, killing monsters when encountering beasts, looking down on the world, living freely under that endless blue sky and white clouds. For a moment, the live broadcast was flooded with the words, "Defeat the monsters. Beat them until they submit," filling the entire screen. This caused countless viewers to experience lag in the live broadcast, exiting and re-entering only to lag again. This shows just how insane the viewers were at that moment. In the City Lord's mansion, Zhou Daoqing sighed. "This masked brother is incredible. I didn't expect such an outstanding young person. If only he were from our Yongding city." Zhou Shijing's emotions were stirred. Her hands were tightly clenched, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At the Zheng family, Zheng Gang angrily smashed a flower pot. "Damn it. This idiot has ruined my plan. Unforgivable. Unforgivable." In the Dou God building, the Prince Dou Tianxin roared. "Where are the technicians? Turn on all the servers. Ensure Masked Brother's live broadcast runs smoothly." The employees in the Dou God building busily got to work. After a while, viewers discovered that the live broadcast was no longer lagging. No matter how many subtitles or GIFs flooded the screen, viewers were crazily releasing their emotions. Even normally stingy viewers started to recharge, sending GIFs worth hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands without feeling a pinch. You must know that as stingy viewers, their motto was, "Spending a dime counts as losing." Now, they threw their usual principles out the window, because Masked Brother spoke their minds, voicing what they dared to think, but did not dare to do. Even afraid to say it for fear of being laughed at. Moreover, Masked Brother truly achieved it. In the prime of youth, who can withstand the beasts crossing south? Chapter 70, Two-Headed Flamingo. The crazy atmosphere lasted for over an hour before the viewers gradually calmed down. The employees in the Dou God building finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down to rest, drenched in sweat. Prince Dou Tianxin walked into the hall and clapped his hands, drawing all the employees' attention to him. "Dou Tianxin, everyone has worked hard. After more than an hour of effort, we ensured the stable operation of Masked Brother's live broadcast, which depended on everyone's relentless efforts. We won this smoke-free war. This prevented the Dou God platform from losing face in front of the vast number of viewers. To thank everyone for their hard work, all employees present here will receive a personal reward red envelope from me. The red envelope isn't large, just a token of my appreciation." Dou Tianxin smiled. "I hope everyone won mind." The employees erupted into warm applause. "Thank you, boss. How could we dare to mind the boss's kindness?" Someone started to cheer. "If the boss farted, I'd even smell it and think it's fragrant." Ha ha. As soon as these words were uttered, they caused everyone from the boss to the employees to burst into laughter. Dou Tianxin chuckled. "Flatterer. Everyone continue working. I won't disturb you. Boss, take care." We bid farewell to the boss. Moments later, two employees brought in a large cardboard box filled to the brim with red envelopes. The two handed out the envelopes one by one to the employees, and many of those who received them couldn't contain their excitement and quietly opened their envelopes to check the amounts inside. 5,000. We can go out for a big meal tonight. Due to S' intention was not to win people over, but to sincerely thank these employees. Just imagine, when you're watching a live stream and getting all fired up, suddenly, the stream freezes. The website crashes. Wouldn't you be cursing? What a broken platform. It keeps crashing. If such a situation occurred and was not fixed for a long time, the Douyin live streaming platform would have to bear the wrath of countless netizens. And being drowned in spit would be the least of their worries. Swat Xinglong revealed the secret to taming magical beasts. Defeat the beasts and tame them. This is indeed true, but there are many prerequisites he didn't mention. First, the magical beast you encounter must have a sense of humanity. Second, you must understand the nature of beasts yourself. Third, it's all about the methods and techniques. Additionally, you must tame the leader of the magical beasts to potentially control more of the minions. Only by meeting these conditions is it possible to tame the beasts. And that is just a possibility. If someone successfully tamed a magical beast using his publicly shared methods, he would definitely give that person a thumbs up and say, "You are a little cow from class 3, not a cow from class 1. A mouse bites the cow's butt, and the mouse eats the cow's food." As the saying goes, if a person doesn't act for themselves, heaven will punish them. If taming magical beasts were really that simple, everyone would be leading a group of magical beast minions. And what would he do then? He might as well close the live stream and go back to work. On this day, Swat Xinglong sat atop the Wolf King Xiaobai, full of vigor. He now had 3 trusted subordinates, each given a name: Xiaohong, Black Knight; Xiaobai, Dark Knight Magic Wolf King; and Xiaozhu, Bloodthirsty Wild Boar King. There were also over 1,500 third-tier magic wolves, 50 fourth-tier wolf captains, and 400 or 500 third-tier bloodthirsty wild boars. The extra ones were gathered from sweeping the outskirts of the Twilight Forest over the past few days. In total, there were just over 2,000 magical beast minions. Zhuqinglong raised his arm and shouted, "Let us go." Today's target is the two-headed flamingo that is holed up in a valley. The army set out, with Xiaobai and Xiaozhu marching side by side, followed by an endless army of magical beasts. This scene made the netizens excited and eager. They wished they could swap places with the masked brother and personally try their hand at commanding the magical beasts. As they marched to the front of the valley, the two-headed flamingo inside had sensed the anomaly and sent out dozens of large birds to circle above the magical beast army, seemingly scouting and monitoring their movements. Zhuqinglong was troubled. These birds were aerial troops, while his subordinates were ground troops, and he only had Xiaobai as an anti-air artillery. How should he fight this battle? After thinking for a moment, he patted Xiaobai on the head. "Xiaobai, tell the birds above that I want to negotiate with their leader." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai howled at the sky, and Zhuqinglong also looked up to see the birds' reaction, only to find them still circling overhead, chirping away. Suddenly, dozens of objects fell from the birds. Thud, thud. They landed on the ground. Zhuqinglong was instantly furious. He could bear it, but not his aunt. Are they bullying us because we can't fly? Who do they look down on? Whoosh. Zhuqinglong disappeared from where he stood and reappeared among the flock of birds, grabbing one by the neck. Instantly, the flock was startled, squawking and scattering. Zhuqinglong was thus left hanging in the air by the bird's neck. And he also took the opportunity to put away his live streaming phone to avoid it getting pecked and damaged. Because he moved so quickly, the netizens only saw him disappear from atop the Wolf King, without noticing that he had reached the sky. Otherwise, they would have discovered that the masked brother could fly, and it would have caused quite a stir. Zhuqinglong, holding the bird, landed back on Xiaobai's head. "Xiaobai, communicate with this bird. Tell it that if it doesn't listen, I'll roast it for dinner." Xiaobai awoo. The two-headed bird, chirp chirp. Xiaobai awoo. The two-headed bird flapped its wings, chirp chirp. Xiaobai howled at Zhuqinglong, signaling to let the two-headed bird go. It seemed that this communication was relatively smooth. Zhuqinglong raised his hand and tossed the two-headed bird into the air, and it flapped a few times before regaining normal flight, then flew towards the valley. Before long, a loud and furious call rang out from the valley, and a massive two-headed bird flew out. Although its wings couldn't exactly block out the sun, they were about 6 or 7 meters long, comparable to a fighter jet. As soon as Zhuqinglong saw this size, he instantly fell in love with it. This bird could easily carry a person. In the future, riding this bird in the sky would instantly elevate his status. "Ace pilot, Zhuqinglong is here." He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and exited the YY chat. "Xiaobai, Xiaozhu, you two work together to pressure this big bird, negotiate well. And there will be heavy rewards." "Heavy rewards?" Xiaobai and Xiaozhu instantly perked up, fully energized. "Xiaobai, awoo, that stupid bird above, hurry up and surrender." "Xiaozhu, grunt grunt, surrender quickly, or I'll pluck all your feathers." Chapter 71. The power of the world's origin. The two-headed flamingo king was instantly furious and let out a high-pitched, sharp cry. "You two idiots are asking for death." Then opened its two big beaks, and 2 columns of blazing flames shot out. The flames raining down immediately engulfed Xiaobai and Xiaozhu. After the flames subsided, a person and 3 beasts appeared, their figures as black as coal. Xiaohong was already dark enough, and now it was even darker. It was just lying on Zhuqinglong's chest watching the fun, but unexpectedly, disaster struck and it was caught in the crossfire. Zhuqinglong, also caught in the crossfire, jumped in anger, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "You two fools. How did the negotiation go? Why did the big bird attack as soon as it showed up?" Xiaobai and Xiaozhu blinked innocently. "Hurry up and explain to them that we are here to recruit, not to fight." Xiaobai looked up at the Flamingo King and said, "Awoo, my big brother said, fighting and killing is not good. From now on, you will mix with us." Xiaozhu, grunt grunt, "That's right, be our little brother. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink spicy." Upon hearing this, the two-headed Flamingo King's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and it felt as if it were ascending to heaven and bringing forth a second Buddha, making these 2 idiots, who looked like stupid pigs, its little brothers. "Who are you insulting?" The Flamingo King threw its heads back and opened its beaks wide. "Huh." 2 mouthfuls of thick phlegm shot out. No, wait. It was 2 bursts of deep red flames with a hint of purple. These 2 flames could not be compared to the previous 2 flame columns, as they contained the essence of the fire element within the Flamingo King. If the previous attack could be seen as a basic attack, then this was a special move. A special move that could only be used once a day. Rocks, steel. Everything would be reduced to ashes beneath these 2 flames. It knew that a basic attack would be useless against these 2 foolish beings of the same tier. and it had to unleash its killing move. It vowed to annihilate these two fools who insulted it in one go. However, an unexpected situation occurred. The human it had originally looked down upon opened its mouth wide, seemingly possessing a powerful sucking force, causing the two flames aimed at the two fools to deviate from their original trajectory. Whoosh, whoosh, the two flames entered the human's mouth and disappeared just like that. The Flamingo King was so shocked that he almost forgot he could fly and fell headfirst to the ground. How could this be possible? That was his ultimate move. How could a human body withstand it? Not to mention being swallowed whole. This defied science. The Flamingo King hurriedly ascended into the sky, distancing himself from this unknown danger on the ground. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao He, the three onlookers, collectively dropped their jaws to the ground. Burp. The Azure Dragon let out a satisfied burp, spewing out a cloud of smoke. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening S-level fire elemental power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully gathering the 5 elemental attributes. You can choose to activate them. The Azure Dragon was delighted. As expected, he had awakened the fire elemental power. Everything could be consumed. There was no reason to be eaten to death. This was the reason he took the risk of swallowing 2 mouthfuls of flames. But what were the 5 elemental attributes? And they could be activated? With a hint of curiosity, he pulled up the system panel. Host, Azure Dragon Realm, Martial General Martial Talent, SSS level Great Red Lotus Ice Dragon King Special Ability Talent, S level Wood Elemental Power, can be activated, S level Fire Elemental Power, can be activated, S level Earth Elemental Power, can be activated, S level Metal Elemental Power, can be activated, S level Water Elemental Power, can be activated, S level Wind Elemental Power, S level Lazy Glutton, A level Rubber Man, D level Blood Drawing Technique. LV2, 110, Attributes, Strength 311, Agility 100, Spirit 301, Constitution 11, Penetration 12. Free Attribute Points 1000. Current Skills, Ice Dragon Slash, 10,000 Year Ice Prison, D-Level Martial Skill, Rabbit Shadow Leg, D-Level Martial Skill, Iron Bull Charge, D-Level Support Skill, Bloodthirsty Excitement. Current Equipment, Non-Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 11,400. All 5 elemental powers can be activated. At this moment, he was filled with strong curiosity and activated them all. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening SSSS level Chaos Power. Azure Dragon. He was dazzled by the 4 big S's. He opened the system again. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water had disappeared. Even the S-level wind elemental power had vanished. The 6 special abilities were gone, replaced by an SSSS level Chaos Power. And there was no explanation. The Azure Dragon was shocked. System, I can understand the disappearance of the first 5, but how could even the wind elemental power disappear? This was the only special ability I had deep insights into. System, why panic? It's rare to see something strange. Azure Dragon, he never expected there would be a day he would be taught a lesson. System, Chaos Power, also known as Origin Power. It evolved from the 5 basic attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water that make up this world. The origin of all things in the world. The evolution and development of nature cannot be separated from these 5 attributes. This includes both humans and magical beasts, which are closely related to these 5 attributes. Azure Dragon nodded. I can understand this. System, don't interrupt. Do you want to hear more? Azure Dragon. He gritted his teeth in frustration, calculating how he could drag this broken system out and give it a beating. The system ignored him and continued, given the host's dense head. It's too complicated for you to understand, so let me explain simply. Azure Dragon. System, at the beginning of the world's formation, Chaos Power existed. So it is also called Origin Power. Later, Chaos Power gradually evolved into various elemental powers, including the 5 elements, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. Among them, the most basic and important is the 5 elemental power. Originally, relying solely on the 5 elemental power to trace back to the origin and evolve into Chaos Power was impossible. If the host were to collect all the elements in this world by himself, this system estimates it would take ages. Azure Dragon. What the hell? Who do you look down on? Therefore, this system takes the initiative to help the host supplement the remaining elemental powers, allowing the host to gain the ultimate Chaos Power. Azure Dragon. Well, thank you. System. The host's 5 elemental powers and wind elemental power only disappeared from the system panel, but in actual use, they are unaffected. Let me put it this way. As long as you have Chaos Power, you can use all elemental powers in this world. Azure Dragon. The system was puzzled. With such an amazing ability, why is the host not reacting at all? Chapter 72. Enjoying Fancy Flying. Azure Dragon tentatively asked, Are you done talking? System. I'm done. Azure Dragon was overjoyed. Great. What an amazing ability. System. Host. Can you be a bit more fake? Azure Dragon scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Sorry. My ability is limited. I can't act more fake than this. System. In a certain unknown corner. The system rolled its eyes. Azure Dragon straightened his expression. All elemental powers can be used, right? Without waiting for the system to respond. He took Xiaohei out from his chest and held it in his palm, shouting loudly. Time stop. Xiaohei. It tilted its head, looking at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon continued to shout. Time pause. Xiaohei blinked a few times, thinking this person might have some serious issues. Azure Dragon coughed a few times, pretending to be nonchalant, but was screaming inside. System. System. Come out. Didn't you say all elemental abilities could be used? System. Some special abilities need the host to acquire themselves. Azure Dragon was puzzled. What are the special abilities? System. For example, time power, space power, etc. Azure Dragon was speechless. Isn't this a scam? Aren't there any impressive abilities? System. The host must not think like that. Chaos power is a great ability. The detailed usage method, this system won't elaborate on, to avoid limiting the host within constraints. Alright, enough talk. This system is tired and going to sleep. Bye? Oh right. One last thing. Host, time is running out. You need to grow quickly. Azure Dragon. Huh? You get tired? You need to sleep? Are you kidding me? No matter how much he screamed in his heart, the system did not respond again. He didn't know if it was because it had blown its own horn and was too embarrassed to show up again. As for the time is running out, Azure Dragon thought the system was just showing off and didn't take it to heart. TSK. Runs away so fast. Azure Dragon stuffed Xiaohei back in his belly. Looking up at the Flamingo King hovering high in the sky. This guy was just hovering up there, neither leaving nor attacking. He didn't know what he was thinking. He decided to deal with it later, first finishing his 1,000 free attribute points. He added strength to 800, spirit to 800, and the remaining 12 points to penetration. The latest attribute panel was out. Host, Azure Dragon Realm, Martial General Martial Talent, SSS level Great Red Lotus Ice Dragon King Special Ability Talent, SS level Chaos Power, S level Lazy Glutton, A level Rubberman, D level Blood Drawing Technique, LV2, 110, Attributes, Strength 800, Agility 100, Spirit 800, Constitution 11, Penetration 24. Free Attribute Points 0. Current Skills, Ice Dragon Slash, 10,000 Year Ice Prison, D-Level Martial Skill, Rabbit Shadow Leg, D-Level Martial Skill, Iron Bull Charge, D-Level Support Skill, Bloodthirsty Excitement. Current Equipment, Non-Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 21,400. Hiss. Azure Dragon gasped. During this time, he had been eating magical beast meat and drinking fruit juice from the Twilight Forest, finally saving up 1,000 free attribute points. But after adding them, his martial general realm didn't budge at all. However, I could feel the power within my body growing significantly. When Zhuqinglong looked up at the Flamingo King again, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Zing! A flash of lightning appeared under Zhuqinglong's feet, and he disappeared from the spot. Zing! When he reappeared, he was already standing on the broad back of the Flamingo King. The Flamingo King looked up at the sky in confusion. The azure sky was clear without a cloud. But why did it seem like I heard the sound of thunder? This is truly bizarre. Didn't he even notice that someone had joined it on its back? Zhuqinglong was feeling playful and reached out to pluck a feather from it. The Flamingo King shivered all over and turned its head back to look. This glance was not trivial. It scared it so much that all its feathers stood on end. It directly fluffed up. The originally smooth flight path suddenly became chaotic, flapping. Flapping, its two large wings flailed wildly, like a duck about to drown. When did a person get on its back? How long have they been there? When did they get on? It didn't know anything. This is terrible. The Flamingo King let out a terrified long cry, and the two heads took turns spewing flames towards its back. Zhuqinglong murmured, "Wind wall." A wall made of wind elements suddenly formed in front of him. The flames spewed by the Flamingo King split and flowed around Zhuqinglong as if they were a stream hitting a reef. Zhuqinglong watched the fire-breathing giant bird leisurely from behind the wind wall, but in his heart, he thought, this big bird is indeed a master at spitting fire, comparable to the pet dragons of the Dragon Mother. The Flamingo King became increasingly terrified as it continued to spit fire, but it was ineffective. What to do? What to do? Is there any way to deal with this human? Right. This is the sky. This is my home ground. Watch me throw you to your death. The Flamingo King started to speed up, one head controlling the flight, while the other continued to spit fire to attract the human's attention. Then, it suddenly rolled over, flying with its back down. The Flamingo King was smug in its heart, thinking, now let's see how you die. At this height, can a human survive a fall? Ha ha. The Flamingo King felt as if something had choked its throat. This shameless human. It saw this human's two hands, one grabbing a handful of its feathers, the entire body tightly pressed against its back. What a shameless act. The Flamingo King was furious. Let us see how long you can hold on. It kept rolling in the air, sometimes flying straight up, sometimes diving straight down, sometimes flying sideways, sometimes flying backward. If it were to participate in a fancy flight competition, it would definitely win a good ranking. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Ah, this damned human. Like a piece of chewing gum. It was tightly stuck to its back. No matter how it tried, it couldn't shake it off. On the ground, Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu, along with a bunch of magical beast little brothers, initially found it quite fresh, all of them looking up with their heads tilted, their eyes following the position of the Flamingo King in the sky, their heads swaying left and right. Such a variety of flying tricks is rare. This grand scene is truly hard to describe. If it were still live streaming, it would definitely gain a wave of popularity. As they watched, the little brothers gradually squatted down. As they watched, the little brothers gradually lay down. As they watched, the little brothers gradually started to snore. The Flamingo King was panting with its two heads, its tongue weakly hanging at the corner of its mouth. It had never known that flying could be such a tiring thing. It didn't want to fly anymore. It wanted to say goodbye to the sky and peacefully become a land fire chicken. Chapter 73. Flamingo King. Flax butterflies. Wei Long saw the Flamingo King stop struggling and slowly stood up, regretfully saying, "Keep going. Why did you stop? I missed this feeling so much. It's just like flying a fighter jet. So exhilarating." Although the Flamingo King didn't quite understand, seeing the leisurely expression of this human made it angry. It rolled its eyes, and suddenly both heads pecked towards Wei Long without warning. The upper head took the upper 3 routes, and the lower head took the lower 3 routes. The attack was exceptionally fierce. Wei Long was taken aback. "What the hell? You're pecking at me like a caterpillar? No martial ethics." He hurriedly jumped back. The Flamingo King's eyes flashed with brilliance. Its wings suddenly flapped, and it accelerated forward. In an instant, it threw Wei Long into the air. Ha ha ha. The flying Flamingo King let out a strange laugh, feeling delighted. "Finally, I've shaken off this piece of chewing gum. Now let us see how you die." It turned its head to look back, ready to enjoy the sight of this human falling down awkwardly. Wei Long smiled. "Hey, what the hell?" The Flamingo King was horrified. Its whole body instantly stiffened, and it plummeted from the sky. It was as if it had been hit by an anti-aircraft gun, preparing for a disastrous crash. The moment it turned its head, it saw this human standing in midair right next to its head. It was almost sticking to its head. Anyone would be startled in such a situation. Scaring people can really be deadly, let alone a human scaring a bird. However, the Flamingo King's fright continued. As it plummeted from the sky, this human actually maintained a parallel posture and also fell down. Flap, flap. The Flamingo King flapped its wings hard, finally regaining its ability to fly. It almost became the first flying magical beast to die while flying. Once it regained flight, the Flamingo King began to perform crazy acrobatics in the air, desperately trying to shake off this piece of chewing gum human. However, the effect was minimal, or even said to be none at all. It couldn't understand how a human could fly without any tools, and fly more smoothly than its royal self. Half an hour later, the Flamingo King finally exhausted itself and wobbled down from the sky. Plop. The Flamingo King landed with its, but in a backward, flat sand drop style, rolling its eyes and fainting as it fell. The #1 disgrace in the bird world was born. It couldn't even compete with a human in the professional field of flying. Not knowing how much time had passed, the Flamingo King took a deep breath and suddenly woke up. Then, it struggled violently because it realized its situation was extremely dire. In front of it, a large pot was boiling with scalding hot water, and it itself was bound with its wings spread wide on a huge cross, which was planted in the ground, facing the big pot below. "This is bad. This is bad. This is bad." Its sixth sense was frantically warning it to escape immediately. Otherwise, disaster would befall it. Hee. Wei Long appeared in front of the Flamingo King with a strange smile, casually plucking one of its feathers. "Look at you, with such beautiful feathers, and you don't know how to take care of them. Where did you get all these colorful, dirty feathers? Today, I'll show some kindness and give you a free bath. Tidy up your dirty feathers." The Flamingo King raised its two heads and kept crying out. Wei Long, what? What are you saying? Not enough water temperature? Xiao Zhu, go dig up 2 more trees to increase the firepower. Xiao Zhu excitedly said. All right. There's bird meat to eat now, wiggling its plump butt and running off to dig up trees. The Flamingo King's eyes widened, struggling violently. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape from Wei Long, the master of binding. Wei Long ignored the Flamingo King's struggles, lifted the cross, and was about to poke the bound bird king into the pot. Watching as it got closer to the boiling pot of water, The Flamingo King struggled even more violently, its shrill cries shaking the heavens. Zhuo Qinglong stopped the cross above the pot, and a large amount of steam enveloped the Bird King, giving it a free sound of first. Xiaobai, what is this big bird shouting about? Why does its call sound so harsh? Xiaobai Awo, it says to let it down. It wants to surrender. Zhuo Qinglong. He lowered the cross a bit more. What did it say now? Xiaobai got a bit anxious. Awo. It calls you dad, begging for mercy. Zhuo Qinglong suddenly realized. Oh, is the water not hot enough? At this moment, not only was the Flamingo King about to faint from anxiety, even Xiaobai, the translator, was extremely anxious. Xiaobai ow. Flamingo King, dammy. Yama butterfly. Zhuo Qinglong's movements froze, looking at the Flamingo King in shock. This time, he seemed to understand without needing a translation. He let the Flamingo King down, examined it back and forth several times, kicked it twice to confirm that this bird was not possessed by some island country's bird, and then untied it. The Flamingo King lay on the ground, gasping for breath, finally having escaped death. It was not easy. Little Pig excitedly dragged 2 trees back, and upon seeing this, threw the trees down and lay on the ground dejectedly. The cooked bird flew away, bringing bad luck. In a dilapidated neighborhood in the south of the city. This place was even older than Zhuo Qinglong's neighborhood, with various old-style buildings standing tall, each building's walls mottled and cracked, engraved with the marks of time passing. In a small restaurant in one of the buildings, Yu Baihu and her sister Yu Baikai sat facing each other. In front of them were bowls of pork stewed with vermicelli. The two were slurping it up, their faces radiating satisfaction. Ever since her sister was cured by Zhuo Qinglong, Yu Baihu finally lifted the heavy burden that had troubled her for over a decade. Years ago, when she was young, she had to run around to earn money for her sister's treatment, begging everyone for a job, but without exception. She was rejected on the grounds that she was too young to be hired. Finally, she encountered a kind-hearted boss lady at a small restaurant. After understanding her situation, the boss lady took her in and let her stay to help wash dishes under the guise of a niece. From then on, she had a meager income, and with the boss lady's frequent assistance, she managed to barely keep her sister's condition from worsening. As she grew older and found jobs that people would hire her for, she left the small restaurant, not wanting to add to the boss lady's burden. Over the years, she changed jobs more than dozens of times, and each job's salary was just a drop in the bucket for her sister's condition. Gathering enough medical expenses seemed like a distant dream. Chapter 74. The streamer in a mask. Under the immense psychological pressure, Yu Baihu awakened her martial arts talent. And it was a self-awakening without undergoing the awakening ceremony at a university. She didn't know whether her talent was good or bad, only that she practiced diligently. When her level reached that of a grand martial artist, she chose to take the risk of entering the Twilight Forest to search for valuable items to sell at the market. It must be said that the risks and rewards in the Twilight Forest coexisted, bringing her a considerable income, gradually accumulating. She finally gathered enough for her sister's surgery when she encountered Zhuo Qinglong, this big spender. The previous events have been mentioned, so I won't elaborate here. Just yesterday, Yu Baihu finally broke through to the Grand Martial Artist level and reached the Martial General realm before turning 20. Her talent, while not unique, was definitely rare. In a good mood, Yu Baihu took her sister to the small restaurant that had once done them a great favor to visit the boss lady. Yu Baihu, Aunt Lon, don't cook anymore. A bowl of vermicelli is enough for us. In the kitchen, a kind-looking middle-aged woman cooking smiled and replied, You too rarely come. How can I not make a few dishes? She was the boss lady of this small restaurant, Chu Rilon, whom the two sisters had always called Aunt Lon. She had no children and had treated Yu Baihu and her sister as her own daughters over the years. Since Yu Baihu started working to earn money, the two had been coming to the restaurant less frequently. Aunt Lon brought out a plate of sauced beef and a plate of braised carp, saying, Eat slowly. The soup will be ready soon. Yu Baikai, Aunt Lon, stop being busy, come sit and eat with us. Aunt Lon patted Yu Bite-sized head. Not busy, it's almost done. You two come without telling me in advance. Look, I didn't have time to prepare dishes for you. The two sisters quickly said, Such a lavish spread. It feels like a holiday. Aunt Lon took a deep breath, feeling somewhat short of breath and a little pain in her chest. Because she knew that the sisters were not being polite, these dishes were indeed something they rarely ate. Aunt Lon held back her tears. You two eat first. I'll go check on the soup. The sisters, mm. In a little while, Aunt Lon brought out a large pot of chicken soup, saying, The soup is here. Be careful. It's hot. Come on, eat more. Aunt Lon served each sister a bowl, saying, Baikai, you just recovered from your illness. You need to eat more to replenish your strength. You Baikai. Okay, thank you, Aunt Lon. The sisters looked at the chicken legs in their bowls, their eyes becoming a bit red. They didn't hypocritically say, Aunt Lon, you eat this chicken leg, but silently finish the chicken leg. Every time Aunt Lon cooked chicken or duck, She would save the best parts for the two sisters. This friendship they had seen since childhood and remembered deeply, silently telling themselves, when we have the ability in the future, we must repay Aunt Lon. Words are powerless. Actual actions are the most important. A warm family meal left everyone satisfied. When leaving the small restaurant, Yu Baihu ignored Aunt Lan's refusal and firmly stuffed an envelope into her hands. Aunt Lon held the bulging envelope, knowing without opening it what was inside. She watched the sisters' departing figures, wiping her eyes, murmuring to herself, "This child." The sisters walked on the dimly lit street at night, the faint light stretching their shadows. "You Baikai, sister, I'm better now. Can you please not go to the Twilight Forest anymore? It's too dangerous there." "You Baihu, Baikai, let me put it this way. When you have the ability to earn 10,000, would you give up that 10,000 to go earn 2,000 instead?" Yu Baikai disagreed. "But 2,000 is stable. At least there's no life danger." Yu Baihu shook her head. "There will be many places to spend money in the future. You need to go to university, to college. Don't end up like me, not even knowing what university is like." "Yu Baikai, I won't go. I want to earn money too." Yu Baihu's tone suddenly turned stern. "What nonsense are you talking? Not studying at such a young age. What do you want to do when you grow up?" "I didn't have the conditions back then. If I had the conditions, I would have definitely gone to university." Yu Bai's eyes suddenly turned red, choking back tears. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me dragging you down, you wouldn't have missed out on school." Yu Baihu quickly hugged her sister tightly to comfort her. All right, don't cry. I was too harsh just now, don't take it to heart." Yu Baikai sobbed. "Woo-woo. It's all my fault." "Yu Baihu, be good, don't cry. It's not your fault." "Yu Baikai, mem." She sniffled. "Sister, I recently saw someone online saying that streaming is very profitable. You could clearly rely on your looks. Why do you have to rely on your strength?" "Yu Baihu, streaming? The kind where you twist and turn in a room chatting with people? I can't do that." "Yu Baikai, sister, what are you thinking? Streaming isn't just that type. There are many other types. For example, eating broadcasts, game streamers, singing streamers, outdoor streamers, etc." "Yu Baihu, no, I have no talent. I can't play games. I sing like a duck. I only have a bit of hope for eating broadcasts." "Yu Baikai, sis, let me finish." "Yu Baihu, okay, you go ahead." "Yu Baikai, recently, there's a streamer called Masked Brother who is very popular." "Yu Baihu, is it the masked singer? Or the masked diva?" "Yu Baikai, sis, what are you talking about? That's not even related. The Masked Brother I'm talking about is an outdoor streamer. His live streaming location is the Twilight Forest that you often visit." Yu Baihu was surprised. "What? Live streaming in the Twilight Forest? Who's that amazing?" Yu Baikai rolled her eyes at her sister. "Sis, mind your ladylike image." Yu Baihu casually replied. "What image? I'm not a lady. Why do I need that image?" Yu Baikai said impatiently. "I watched Masked Brother's live broadcast video. It's really different. He gets a lot of gifts. I think his daily earnings probably exceed 1 million. Yu Baihu was shocked. "So much? No way. Even if it's only 1 million, she couldn't earn that in years of working." "Yu Baikai, there are videos online. I'll find one for you to see." She took out her phone, searched for Masked Brothers videos, and a bunch of them popped up. Chapter 75, Benefactor. It turns out to be you. Yu Baihu clicked on the one with the highest views. And this video was exactly the one where Masked Brother revealed how to tame monsters. The gifts flooded the screen, never stopping. In the earlier part of the video, the recorder didn't clear the screen, letting the subtitles and gifs block the live broadcast completely. You could hear the voice, but not see the person. The number of views made Yu Baihu's heart tremble with envy, but the voice seemed a bit familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. Yu Baihu wondered, how does this Masked Brother know the secret to taming monsters? Yu Baikai, sis, you're out of touch with society. You should go online more often. This Masked Brother is very popular. He has tamed a large number of monsters in the Twilight Forest and goes live every day with those monster little brothers. Yu Baihu was shocked. A large number of monsters? After years of adventuring in the Twilight Forest, she knew well the ferocity and power of the monsters. Every time before entering the forest, she prayed to the heavens, "Don't encounter monsters. Let the harvest be bountiful." Whenever she met monsters, she would avoid them if she could. If not, she would run away, prioritizing her life above all. She wasn't cowardly, but she couldn't afford to die. If she accidentally lost her life, who would take care of her ailing sister? As the saying goes, those with heart will bear the burden, while those without care less. At this moment, Yu Baihu developed a strong curiosity about this Masked Brother. A scene floated in her mind. She entered the Twilight Forest in search of treasure, and the monsters in the forest were no longer fierce and terrifying. They played around her feet like good little babies. She carried a hoe, digging here and there, unearthing a pile of treasures, and sat on the pile of treasures laughing maniacally. Lost in thought, Yu Baihu wiped her drool. "Hurry. Tell me on which platform Masked Brother is live streaming." Yu Baikai, on the Douyin live streaming platform. He's not streaming right now. I have him followed. Yu Baihu settled for less. Is there a video of him revealing his face? I want to see what he looks like first. Then she felt it might be a bit inappropriate and explained. No. I mean, I want to see how he leads the little brothers. Yu Baikai found it a bit funny. Too bad. The reason Masked Brother is called Masked Brother is that he has his face covered. Hee. Sis, are you silly? Yu Baihu's face turned red. I was just too anxious. Yu Baikai didn't continue to tease her sister, but found a video of Masked Brother fighting a pack of demon wolves and opened it to watch. Yu Baihu let out a surprised sound. At that moment, Masked Brother in the video was wielding a black knife, killing everything in his path. Pause for a moment and zoom in on the screen. Yu Baikai obediently enlarged the screen. Yu Baihu exclaimed, I say, why does this knife look a bit familiar? Isn't this the knife I sold to Zhuqing Long? Yu Baikai was shocked. Sis, are you saying Masked Brother is Zhuqing Long? Yu Baihu, yes. That's him. I thought that voice sounded familiar when I watched that video earlier. It turns out it's him. Yu Bai's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light, but Yu Baihu didn't notice. Yu Baihu was delighted. Benefactor. If he personally guides me, taming monsters will be twice as effective. Lost in thought, Yu Baihu couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Yu Baikai felt goosebumps all over. Sis, what are you doing? Why are you laughing so creepy? Yu Baihu was taken aback. Is my laugh creepy? No way. Hee. Yu Baikai shivered, a chill rising from her heart. Yu Baihu. I can't wait any longer. I don't care about this face anymore. I'm going to message my benefactor. She opened the Penguin app and clicked on Zhuo Qinglong's profile. Oh? He even changed his online name? I like the name Qinglong. Why is he using this one now? What is this? After complaining, Yu Baihu edited a message and sent it out. In the Twilight Forest, in a small wooden house, Zhuo Qinglong was sitting in a chair, holding his phone and scrolling through a certain app. This small wooden house was built using wood elements, with a rugged big bed and a simple set of wooden table and chairs inside. Xiaohe was jumping up and down on his bed. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu were napping not far from the wooden house, aptly named Standing Guard at Night. Suddenly, a message popped up. Zhuo Qinglong casually opened the message. I am Tiger. Benefactor, what are you doing? Zhuo Qinglong frowned. How did this woman think to message him? No good deed goes unpunished. Although he didn't want to respond to her, out of politeness, he still replied, I'm planning to rest. Meaning I'm busy right now, no time to chat with you. Yu Baihu was taken aback upon receiving the message. Going to sleep? I am Tiger. Can I disturb you for a few minutes? Benefactor, you are Masked Brother, right? Don't deny it too quickly. I know you are. I want to ask if you could teach me how to tame monsters. Zhuo Qinglong was taken aback again, careless. He was so focused on keeping his face hidden that he didn't pay attention to the black knife. However, he hadn't taken it to heart since he would always use the black knife. He couldn't stop using it just because of one person. So he replied, the method to tame monsters, I've already made public. You can find my video online. He admitted it openly. There was no point in arguing. I am Tiger. The method you published online, I watched it, and it seems a bit unreliable. Zhuo Qinglong, what? Unreliable? Have you tried it? I am Tiger. Not yet. Zhuo Qinglong. Then there you go. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Once you try it, you'll know if it's reliable or not. He said it with such conviction, daring to doubt what I said was unreliable. After you try it and realize it's not reliable, then come back and say it's not reliable. Ha. I am Tiger. All right then, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night. Zhuo Qinglong. End of the chat. He continued to open the app and scroll through videos. Chapter 76. Little brothers can't be trained without discipline. Walking in the night, Yu Baihu suddenly stopped. Baikai. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'm heading to the Twilight Forest. Yu Baikai also stopped. Sis. Yu Baihu raised her hand, stopping her sister's further words. I have made my decision. No need to persuade me anymore. Yu Baikai. Sis, who said I wanted to persuade you? Seriously. Yu Baihu, huh? Not trying to persuade me? Then what do you want to say? Yu Baikai clasped her hands behind her back, lightly hopping a few steps forward. Her voice melodious. I want you to help me bring a gift to Brother Zhuo. Yu Baihu, huh? You little girl. Isn't it just that you can't wait for me to hurry to the Twilight Forest, right? Yu Baikai chuckled and skipped ahead. Yu Baihu quickly followed, saying, all right. If I can meet him in the forest, I'll help you give it to him. By the way, what are you going to give? Yu Baikai smiled brightly. A secret. Yu Baihu playfully tapped this little girl and laughed. Unbelievable. What secret can't even be known by your sister? Hee. Yu Baikai laughed and ran off. The figures of the two sisters chasing each other, gradually fading away in the moonlight. In the dark night, only a series of silver bell-like laughter could be faintly heard. No more words that night. The next morning, Yu Baihu bid farewell to her sister and set off alone on her journey to the Twilight Forest. She had nothing much to explain to her sister. Over the years, most of the time had been spent with Yu Baikai at home, and the two sisters had long gotten used to it. Although Yu Baikai said she was used to it, the feeling of loneliness was still hard to bear. Every time her sister left home, it took her several days to adapt, to get used to the loneliness and the anxiety. She was afraid of her condition suddenly flaring up and also afraid that her sister would have an accident and never return. However, this time, she was no longer afraid of being lonely, nor did she have to worry about her illness suddenly flaring up. And she wasn't even that worried about her sister going to the Twilight Forest, because there was Brother Swat in the Twilight Forest. She could watch Brothers was live stream at home. In fact, she was even a bit looking forward to her sister appearing in Brother was live stream. Dingling. A notification sound rang on her phone, and Yubikai quickly picked up her phone to check. It was the notification that the masked brother was live. She couldn't wait to click in. In the Twilight Forest, Xueqinglong was holding a long stick, directing a group of little brothers to line up. According to his plan, he wanted to arrange the night demon wolves and bloodthirsty wild boars from largest to smallest, and from highest to lowest. Who would have thought that early in the morning? He was almost driven to a spike in blood pressure by this group of bloodthirsty wild boars. This bunch of silly ones couldn't even line up straight, and were completely disorganized, only knowing how to poke their companions' butts. In comparison, the bloodthirsty demon wolves were much better. After a few training sessions, they could barely form a lineup. Xiaobai Xiaozhu, you two look at your little brothers. How dumb have they become? Look up and see the little flower, Flamingo King, who came after you and his little brothers. They can line up in various formations without me teaching them. Xueqinglong exclaimed with spittle flying. Look, this straight line is so straight. And look at this triangle, it's got edges and angles, and it's even an isosceles triangle. Can't you learn from others? All day long, just eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. If you can't line up well, you won't get any food at noon. Xiaobai and Xiaozhu drooped their heads, listlessly directing their little brothers, seemingly unaffected by the thought of not getting food. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. It was just one day since they last saw the masked brother go live, and there was already a whole new group of little brothers? And they were all Air Force? Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the point of crying. Streamer, you're amazing. Just one day, and you have a whole new group of little brothers. Streamer, you only have ground troops. How did you manage to defeat the Air Force? I can't figure it out. With that brain of yours? He's the masked brother. If you could think of it, I would chop off my boyfriend's head for you to drink. Haha, this girl is tough. Some viewers also said, masked brother, I followed your method to tame the beasts, but why didn't it work for me? I didn't succeed either. Xueqinglong glanced at the live stream and said proudly, still the same thing. Defeat it until it submits. The viewers shouted, make it submit. Make it submit. The screen was instantly filled with make it submit. Xueqinglong's expression became somewhat dazed. Once upon a time, he was also someone who could command 100 responses on the battlefield. On a battlefield filled with gunfire, with a single order. A whole platoon of brothers rushed towards the enemy lines, fearless of death. In the end, they successfully occupied the enemy camp. However, many brothers would never rise again. He shook his head and turned to look at his current little brothers. Instantly, he was filled with indignation. Xiaobai and Xiaozhu, these two little brothers, couldn't be said to be useless. They were simply useless to the extreme. Not only was the command a mess, but they also formed a chaotic formation. Xueqinglong had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He used the thick wooden stick in his hand, coated it with a layer of metal bumps, turning it into a wolf-tooth club. He shouted, viewers in the live stream, watch carefully. The unspoken secret of masked brother taming beasts is about to be revealed to you. Learn as much as you can. It's up to your luck. Xueqinglong approached this group of little brothers. Don't know how to line up? Smack. Don't know how to position? Smack. Don't listen? Smack. Don't know where your position is? Smack. I'll smack you into your rightful place. A series of sounds comparable to pigs screaming during slaughter filled the scene. As the saying goes, great sons come from the stick. Little brothers won't become useful without some beating. After his round of so-called good-for-you education, the demon wolves and wild boars obediently stood in their rightful places. Xueqinglong, stand straight. When I say punch, you punch. When I say kick, you kick. Ready, start. What are you doing? What are you doing? Quickly, throw out your left claw. Ha 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 11. Quickly, kick out your right leg. Ha 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 11. Remember, beasts practicing martial arts must be invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi, making waves? It's me. It's me. I'm teaching you to practice Tai Chi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Quickly, throw out your right claw. Ha 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 11. Quickly, kick out your left leg. Ha 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 11. Xueqinglong shouted. Remember, practice like this. If you master this set of martial arts, you will surely become great in the future. Chapter 77. The arrival of unknown danger. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. A group of martial arts beasts. Have you ever seen this? Are you afraid? Beasts that can fight. No one can stop them. Today, the viewers not only had their eyes opened, but it was the kind that made their eyes feel like they were cracking. You can't go wrong with Masked Brothers live stream. Every day, there are different surprises. Swat walked among the formations of the martial arts little brothers, rhythmically tapping the wolf-tooth club in his palm. If any little brother's movements were not in place, he would directly reward them with a big smack. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed from afar. Swat ears twitched. What's going on? Xiaobai, translate. Xiaobai stopped practicing and bared its teeth, letting out a fierce roar. Swat frowned. All units, stop practicing. Prepare for battle. He flipped over to Xiaobai's head. Little ones, let us go see who dares to come provoke us. The little brothers responded enthusiastically, howling and following behind Swat Xiaobai, advance at a run. Xiaobai couldn't hold back and, upon receiving the command, dashed out like an arrow. The little brothers followed closely behind, their howls shaking the heavens. The entire army exuded an overwhelming momentum. The viewers in the live stream were captivated, shouting, "A man should be like this." But at this moment, Swat spoke. Today, I announced the first rule of marching. No loud noise during the march. Xiaobai Xiaozhu, send the order down. Tell the little brothers to stop howling. It's so annoying. It seemed he was complaining that the noise was too loud. Where's Xiaohua? A chirp of a bird echoed in the air. Send a few little brothers ahead to scout the situation. There was no sound in the air, and Xiaohua and its little brothers stood still. Swat felt a bit helpless. Although he could barely communicate with these magical beasts, they still couldn't understand anything too complicated. Xiaobai, translate. Xiaobai, awu awu, that silly bird in the sky. Boss wants you to send a few birds to scout the situation. If you want to follow the boss, you need to be more observant. Xiaohua rolled its eyes wildly, flew above Xiaobai's head, and then dropped a lump of something from its tail, aiming to hit Xiaobai on the head. Swat damn, I can get hit too? He stepped forward, signaling Xiaobai to dodge. Raising his hand to the sky, he struck a pose as if aiming with a handgun. Water bomb. Bayou. A water bomb the size of a fist instantly hit the poop shooter at the end of Xiaohua's tail. Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiaohua hit, tumbled, and almost fell down, flapping and spinning in the air, spewing fragrant stuff. Swat laughed proudly. Humph, let you be so disrespectful. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will you remember? Xiaobai, who was just watching, tightened up, quickly tucked its tail, and ran away. Halfway through, Xiaobai braked suddenly and stopped. Swat jumped down from Xiaobai's head and walked over to a dead magic wolf. Judging by the size of this corpse, it was one of the wolves that had previously provoked the small team, the 4th-tier magic wolf captain. Today, it was responsible for patrolling the outskirts of its territory and unexpectedly ended up dead here. The warning sounds earlier must have come from it. Swat crouched down to examine it. He noticed several deep bite marks on the wolf's body, with blood oozing out. These were fatal wounds. Unfortunately, it didn't hold on until Swat arrived. Swat expression darkened. Xiaohua, lead your little brothers to spread out in the air and scout in all directions. Report back immediately if you find anything. Xiaobai, translate. Xiaobai awu. This time, Xiaohua was very obedient and didn't cause any trouble. With a loud call, thousands of flamingos scattered in all directions. For a moment, the sky was densely packed with birds. The viewers in the live stream also sensed that something was off, posting various guesses on the screen, but Swat had no time to pay attention to the live stream now. Continue moving forward. This time, the pace quickened, and the howls in the team lessened as they all ran with their heads down. At the outskirts of the Dark Knight Magic Wolf's territory, Swat looked at the chaotic scene, lost in thought. The ground was covered in blood, but there were no magic wolf corpses. Moreover, the traces of dragging and trampling on the ground were heavy. Did they drag my little brothers off as food? Unforgivable. Swat frowned. After this period of sweeping, there shouldn't have been any large-scale magical beast groups nearby. To eliminate the magic wolf pack he arranged on the outskirts in such a short time. And even the 4th-tier magic wolf captain didn't escape. This unknown magical beast was not simple. He followed the traces on the ground and tracked them. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The traces on the ground were intermittent, but fortunately, flamingos kept flying overhead to guide the direction, saving Swat a lot of trouble. 30 kilometers from the Dark Knight Magic Wolf's territory, Swat led the army to a lake where there was no path ahead. The flamingos above no longer flew forward but circled above the lake. The culprit is in this lake. Water-type magical beasts? This is troublesome. His little brothers were all landlubbers. Did he have to go into the water himself to investigate? Swat looked around. This lake was very large, estimated to be several thousand meters across. Interestingly, there was a small piece of land about 100 meters in the center of the lake, with a giant willow tree growing on it. A willow tree as tall as dozens of floors stood in the middle of the lake. Countless branches swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. The scenery around was rarely beautiful, A gentle breeze blew, causing ripples on the lake's surface, like the wrinkles on the face of an elderly person who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, layer upon layer, never tiring to look at. The surroundings were picturesque. Everything seemed so harmonious and peaceful. However, Zhuo Qinglong knew that the more a place looked safe, the more dangerous it was. This was an experience he gained from countless bloody lessons. Step back. Everyone retreat. After signaling his little brothers to back off a distance, he picked up a stone as high as a person from the ground and threw it into the lake. Splash. The big stone hit the water, splashing everywhere, instantly breaking the tranquility of the lake's surface. Then, there was no further reaction. The lake's surface returned to calm. Zhuo Qinglong paced back and forth on the shore. It shouldn't be like this. I threw such a big stone in. How can there be no response at all? Should I drain the lake to see what's inside? But how many water pumps would it take? The cost is too high, not worth it. Suddenly, Zhuo Qinglong had a flash of inspiration. Xiaobai, go catch a magical beast back. It needs to be alive. Hurry. Xiaobai received the order and soon returned with an unknown four-legged magical beast in its mouth. Zhuo Qinglong used the materials on the spot, chopped down a tall, straight tree nearby, and fashioned it into a rough fishing rod. Then he took out a bundle of hemp rope from his storage bracelet to use as fishing line. After everything was ready, he made the unknown bait bleed all over and threw it into the lake. Then he waited for the prey to bite. Time passed second by second, and Zhuo Qinglong stood still like a monk in meditation. Fishing is like a form of cultivation, allowing one to comprehend the truths of life: persistence, waiting, loss, surprise, giving, and gaining. The gains and losses of life are just between a throw of the rod and a lift of the rod. Everyone has a dream of catching a big fish. It just depends on whether you can endure the loneliness. Half an hour later, Zhuo Qinglong moved. He raised his hand and smashed the fishing rod into the lake. Damn it! Where did the magical beasts in this lake go? Why aren't they coming out? Patience. I don't know what patience is. The lake's surface quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the lake water, puzzled. It doesn't make sense. It's too quiet. This is abnormal. Let me try again. He walked to the lake's edge, plunged the black knife into the water, and activated his ice-type ability, combining it with his innate ice attribute. Ice Age. A wave of cold air surged from his knife into the lake. Crackling sounds filled the air. The lake water instantly froze, and the freezing force spread rapidly outward like wildfire. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. The freezing range stopped at 100 meters. This was Zhuo Qinglong's current limit. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head, realizing he was far from freezing the entire lake. Sure enough, there was still no reaction. Zhuo Qinglong muttered to himself, "It seems this isn't the place. I must have looked in the wrong spot." He leaped onto Xiaobai's head. "Xiaobai, move 5 miles to the left and expand the search range. Don't miss any corners. Let's go." The magical beasts galloped away, raising clouds of dust. The rustling sound of the wind blowing through the willow trees echoed. Crack. Somewhere, the frozen lake water made a cracking sound. Crash. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the fishing rod that Zhuo Qinglong had thrown into the lake suddenly sank and disappeared, in a place where the lake was not visible. Zhuo Qinglong and his little brothers stopped here. Humph. If it weren't for my belief that my little brothers wouldn't lie, I would doubt that I was really looking in the wrong place. Xiaobai, tell those flamingo little brothers to closely monitor that lake. Report immediately if there's any movement. Also, tell them to fly higher, not to get close to the lake, and especially not to approach that willow tree. Xiaobai, Awu was Zhuo Qinglong. Go back first and wait for news. On the outskirts of the twilight forest, in a dense forest. Crack. What is going on? What is wrong at this stage? Yu Baihu was pulling her hair in deep thought. Lying on the ground was a monster with a tuft of fluff on its head and a wide, flat mouth. It had yellow fur, 2 thick, short legs, and a layer of webbing between its claws. This was a first-tier monster, Psyduck. At this moment, the Psyduck was looking terrified, holding its head and staring at the terrifying human in front of it. It had already been beaten 3 times. After each beating, this human would babble on endlessly, and it couldn't understand a word, completely unaware of what this human wanted to do. Yu Baihu felt a headache coming on, but she was not someone who gave up easily. 3 times was not enough, so she would continue. 10 times, 20 times. She was determined to tame this monster. She was also not someone to abandon her efforts halfway. What if the next attempt was successful? If she gave up after one failure, success would always be out of reach. They say that whoever is whoever's mother. We have to believe it. Yu Baihu took out a bundle of rope, tied up the Psyduck tightly, and carried it on her back as she continued forward. While walking, she messaged her friend, "I am Baihu. Where are you? I'm coming to find you." In the territory of the Twilight Forest, Zhuo Qinglong frowned when he saw the message and replied, "Rich woman happy ball. Don't come. The Twilight Forest is very dangerous. I am Baihu. Too late. I'm already in the twilight forest. Rich woman happy ball. What are you coming for? To be a monster's dinner? I am by who? I don't care. I want to see what your rich woman looks like. Zhuqing Long was startled after seeing the message. What does this woman mean? If she comes, one team I be exposed? Rich woman happy ball. She is 100 times more beautiful than you. Hurry back. If you come, you'll just be a third wheel. The kind that's bright and glaring. Yu Baihu was taken aback. Is she really that beautiful? She had just said that casually, as a cover for her true purpose of taming monsters. Now, after being provoked by Zhuqing Long, she suddenly felt unconvinced. 100 times more beautiful than me? I can believe she is richer than me, but more beautiful? I don't believe it. At this moment, she really wanted to see what this rich woman looked like. One could only say that Zhuqing Long didn't understand women and ended up achieving the opposite of his intentions. I am by who? I can't go back. Zhuqing Long was shocked again and quickly replied. Rich woman happy ball. What happened? I am by who? I was just chased by a group of monsters. And I barely climbed up a tree to catch my breath. I am by who? Sigh. I'm probably going to die in the twilight forest this time. I am by who? If I die, what will my sister do? She is still young and doesn't have the ability to survive on her own. I am by who sigh? She even asked me to bring you a gift this time. I'll leave the gift on this tree, and if I die, you can come and get it yourself. I am by who? This tree is in the southeast of the twilight forest. Don't worry, I'll mark it well. You don't have to worry about not finding it. Looking at the series of messages sent by Yu Baihu, Zhuqing Long was stunned for a moment. Indeed, if she died, it would be quite pitiful for the remaining Yu Baikai to be all alone. She was just like him, burdened with a heavy load, and couldn't afford to die either. Both are people who have fallen to the ends of the earth, being able to meet his fate, and if he could help, he would. So he replied, Rich woman happy ball, you can rest assured. I will take good care of your sister, treating her like my own sister. I will support her education and give her a solid and reliable shoulder. Yu Baihu. This person, why is he not following the script? A solid and reliable shoulder? Shameless. I am Baihu. Stop wasting time. Quickly tell me where you are. I'm coming to find you. Zhuqing Long sneered. So you're not pretending anymore? Rich woman happy ball. All right. Since you insist on being a third wheel, so be it. I'm 100 miles to your left. Then go forward 50 miles, then turn right for 30 miles, and you'll arrive. Chapter 79. Showing hospitality. Yu Baihu took a deep breath. I am Baihu. Okay. Wait for me. Zhuqing Long was taken aback. She actually believed it just like that? Fortunately, he was just tricking her. And following his directions would still lead her to the place. It would just take a longer route. On the other side, Yu Baihu tightened the psyduck tied to her back and rushed off in the determined direction. Zhuqing Long didn't know Yu Baihu's strength. Seeing that she was not very old, her strength shouldn't be too great. He hoped she wouldn't be tricked into going around in circles and end up in the monster's mouth. That would turn into a case of I didn't kill Bo Run, but Bo Rin died because of me, creating a mental knot that would be a loss. He called Xiaobai. Order down that if you encounter a human woman, just take a look. Don't eat her. Also, let Xiaohua send out little brothers to monitor a 100-mile radius in the southeast direction. If a human woman is found, closely monitor her movements. Xiaobai, a Wu received. In a corner of the outskirts of the twilight forest, Butler Zheng Dexing asked the man in black beside him, how is the monster taming going? The man in black secretly glanced at Zheng Dexing and cautiously said, Chief, the progress is a bit slow. Zheng Dexing glanced at the man in black. A bit slow? The head of the family has invested so much manpower and resources. And you tell me it's a bit slow? He snorted coldly. Take me to see. The man in black bent down and nodded. Yes, follow me. In an area surrounded by iron fences, several staff members dressed in blue were punching and kicking several monsters. These monsters were battered and bloody, staining the ground with patches of red. The man in black shouted, Stop for a moment. Welcome the chief's inspection. The staff stopped their actions, lined up, and shouted in unison, Welcome the chief for inspection. Zheng Dexing snorted. Report the progress. Staff A. This time the experimental subjects are 22nd tier monsters and 2 3rd tier monsters, each beaten 20 times. 15 monsters have died, and the remaining ones are still being beaten. Zheng Dexing frowned. What is the result? I want results. Staff A secretly glanced at Zheng Dexing. There is no progress for now. Zheng Dexing was furious. What? No progress. Staff A quickly said, No, I misspoke. There is progress. He puffed out his chest. The remaining monsters have shown fear towards us. I believe that given time, we will definitely succeed. Zheng Dexing, you believe? What I want is not your belief, but a definite success. The staff responded in unison, Yes. We guarantee to complete the task. Zheng Dexing turned and left the beast taming ground. He was also under great pressure. The head of the family was waiting for results, but fortunately, there was at least some progress. However, what he didn't know was that the fear exhibited by the monsters was merely an instinctive fear beaten out of them, and they were still far from being tamed. In the territory of the Dark Night Magic Wolf, tweet, a bird call echoed in the sky. Zui Qinglong looked at Xiaobai. From Xiaobai's expression, it seemed that the human woman was about to arrive. He turned off the live broadcast and put away his phone. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better not to let Yu Baihu appear in the live broadcast room. Xiaobai, go bring her over. Xiaobai, a wolf left its cozy nest reluctantly, grumbling as it walked. Why does the great wolf king have to be called for everything? What is this? Truly, a wolf must bow its head under the eaves. On the outskirts of the magic wolf territory, Yu Baihu was walking with some trepidation. Ever since a while ago, she had noticed many magic wolves surrounding her. These were only third-tier Dark Night magic wolves, which shouldn't pose a threat to her as a martial general. But she had long developed the habit of avoiding monsters whenever possible. Now, with so many demon wolves suddenly appearing around her, she felt a bit panicked. Although she guessed that these demon wolves should be the underlings of the big spender and logically shouldn't attack her, one could never be too sure. What if she had gone to the wrong place? What if these weren't the underlings of the big spender? Wasn't she falling into the wolf's den? Just when she was feeling uneasy, a loud rumble sounded, and a large wolf descended from the sky, appearing right in front of her. The fierce wolf head, baring its teeth and roaring, and its predatory gaze scared her so much that she fell to the ground. Xiaobai had just curved the corner of its mouth into a slight arc, but quickly suppressed it, adopting a fierce expression. No matter who this woman was, it had to show her who was in charge first. This was its territory, and it had to teach the newcomer who the boss was, to enhance the intimidation effect. It raised its front paw and slammed it down right in front of Yu Baihu's face. Boom. The ground cracked, and dust flew everywhere. The strong wind swept through like autumn leaves falling, turning the screaming Yu Baihu into a rolling gourd. Rolling and rolling, it fell silent. Xiaobai, why is this woman lying on the ground without moving? Is this little magical beast on her back her food? Xiaobai tilted its head, full of questions, and carefully examined it with its paw. There was no blood on it. Then it wasn't me who killed it. Thank goodness. It scared this wolf half to death. Could it be that she was scared to death? That would still implicate me. It thought of that old six, Zui Qinglong, and shivered. Xiaobai hurriedly approached, cautiously using its paw to turn the woman over for a closer look. Yu Baihu groggily opened her eyes, still not fully awake from her confusion, when she noticed a shadow over her face. A massive and fierce wolf head appeared above her. Drip. A droplet of saliva fell on Yu Baihu's forehead. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Yu Baihu's small cherry-like mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a loud and shrill sound came from this small body on the ground. Wangwu. Xiaobai was so startled that it barked. Its feet seemed to have springs, and it suddenly leaped back. After landing, Xiaobai was still in shock, looking suspiciously at the lying Yu Baihu. At this moment, Yu Baihu was completely stiff, lying on the ground. No, not just stiff. Her body was arched up. In medical terms, this phenomenon is called opisthotonos. It is said that this symptom often occurs in epilepsy, tetanus, etc., and has certain dangers. After arching for a while, Yu Baihu fell back to the ground like a deflated ball. Chapter 80, Xiaobai, someone is stealing your skills. Xiaobai seemed to see a skull floating out from the woman's body, flying into the sky. Xiaobai gasped, feeling frightened. This time she couldn't really be dead. Could she? It cautiously approached again. It wasn't that Xiaobai was disobedient, but if something really happened to this woman, it couldn't bear the responsibility. Just as Xiaobai was about to reach Yu Baihu, a fierce aura surged from her body. Xiaobai froze, its fur standing on end. It quickly jumped back, putting some distance between them and adopting a defensive posture. Then it softly growled at the distant Yu Baihu. The fierce aura continued to overflow from her body. Suddenly, Yu Baihu's fingers twitched, and then it seemed as if an invisible rope was pulling her from the void, making her stand upright from the ground. Xiaobai slowly backed away. This woman was clearly not normal. It was better to avoid her. Whether or not Xiaobai's retreat provoked Yu Baihu, her eyes suddenly opened wide. Two blood-red beams of light shone from her eye sockets. What kind of eyes were these? There was no white or pupil to be seen, just a pure and deep blood red. The ferocity was evident. Run. This was the only thought in Xiaobai's mind at that moment, and it did just that. Immediately turning and fleeing, it would go back to find the boss and let the boss deal with this trouble. At that moment, Xiaobai felt lucky. Thankfully, there was a boss. If something happened, the boss would handle it. Hey! A sound unlike a human voice echoed from behind, shaking the entire forest. Countless demon wolves and bloodthirsty wild boars scattered in panic, and a flock of flamingos chirped as they flew high into the sky. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately trembled, howling to signal its underlings to retreat urgently back to their territory. It then let out several wolf howls, calling for the boss. After doing all this, Xiao Bai dashed away, fleeing in panic. Zhuo Qinglong had actually already arrived. He had sensed something unusual when the fierce aura emerged and rushed over immediately. He looked at Xiao Bai, who was tucking its tail and running away, with a speechless expression. How embarrassing. What a small issue, why run? Look at Xiao He. At this moment, it was lying on his chest, ready to watch the excitement. So big yet braver than Xiao He. After growing so big, the food would be cut in half later. Roar, roar. Two roars interrupted Zhuo Qinglong's muttering. He looked at Yu Baihu and gasped. Was this still Yu Baihu? Those eyes were redder than red-eye disease. That face had more hair than his. Those teeth were four protruding like fangs. That mouth was opened wide like a blood basin. How terrifying could it be? Zhuo Qinglong quickly took out his phone. Don't panic. First, take a picture and post it on Moments. Xiao He also curiously poked its head out to take a look. Click, click. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked his phone back into his pocket. The shot was good. The face was a face. The nose was a nose. Just then, his hand hadn't even come out of his pocket when Yu Baihu's terrifying figure appeared in front of him, and a punch slammed into his stomach. Zhuo Qinglong's eyes nearly bulged out. What the hell? No martial ethics. Bang. A sound like an explosion erupted, and he shot up into the air as if his stomach had a rocket booster. His long body bent like a bow, and it was the kind of bowstring pulled tight. Whoosh. Due to the excessive speed, a piercing whistle sounded in the air. Bang, bang, bang. He broke through trees and stones as if a laser cannon had shot through the forest. Zhuo Qinglong lay flat on the rocky ground 100 meters away, his belly emitting black smoke, completely motionless. Xiao He dashed out, disappearing into the woods. His shirt had a large hole in the stomach, his pants turned into shorts, and many holes were torn in them. Zhuo Qinglong tilted his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at the sky with a face full of despair. Ah, another female tyrant has come. What kind of sin have I committed? 1-2 Ming left, and another Yu Baihu has come. Have I never encountered a gentle woman in my life? He hadn't finished speaking when he felt darkness before his eyes. A slender hand grabbed his face and slammed it down into the ground. Bang! The hard ground cracked like a spider web. Yu Baihu grabbed Zhuo Qinglong's head and slammed it down again. Bang! 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 Once, twice, 3 times, his head sank deeper each time. Boom! The ground shattered, and Zhuo Qinglong's entire upper body sank into the pit, buried under rubble, becoming half a person buried in the ground. Roar! Yu Baihu stood up, raised her head to the sky, and let out a victorious roar. Suddenly, a powerful fist shot up from the ground, striking Yu Baihu's chin and sending her flying into the sky. Zhuo Qinglong landed back on the ground in the stance of the rising dragon fist, brushing the dust off his fists and casting a healing spell on himself. Yu Baihu did a somersault in the air and landed low, propping himself up with one hand on the ground, letting out an angry roar at Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong frowned. Was this an animal-type ability? But he had never heard of any animal-type ability that made one lose their rationality upon activation, and the features were too few, only a change in the face. Just from the changes on the face, it was impossible to tell what it was. However, Zhuo Qinglong felt a stir in his body, as if something was about to break through the ground. Was this feeling a distant echo, or was it a mutual attraction? He couldn't describe the feeling. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. The most important thing now was to subdue Yu Baihu. Whoosh! An energy wave rushed towards his face. The energy wave came too quickly, so fast that he couldn't react. Fortunately, his body instinctively took priority. His whole body suddenly leaned back, his back pressed firmly against the ground, head facing down, and his feet firmly planted on the ground, his body straight like a board, like an iron plank bridge spanning across the riverbed. The energy wave brushed past Zhuo Qinglong's face, piercing through the forest and creating a transparent hole that seemed to have no end. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the destructive power of this energy wave and broke into a cold sweat. Xiao Bai, come quickly. Someone is stealing your skills, and their power is even greater than yours. Chapter 81. Let me treat you to duck meat. Zhuo Qinglong did a carp jump and leaped up. Looking at the residual energy ripples in Yu Baihu's mouth, it was indeed. This energy wave came from her mouth. Taking advantage of her just having fired off an attack and her body being empty, he would take her down. Zhuo Qinglong whispered, with binding technique. Countless thick vines broke through the ground beneath Yu Baihu, instantly wrapping around her limbs and body like long snakes, suspending her in midair. Caught off guard by the successful ambush, Yu Baihu let out an angry roar, desperately twisting and struggling to break free. Unfortunately, these vines were condensed from pure wood elements, and relying on brute strength was completely futile. The more she struggled, the tighter they became. Of course, he avoided the critical areas to prevent being held responsible if she got hurt. However, this scene was indeed very artistic. Long looked at his binding skills and nodded in satisfaction. Now there were two choices. One was to just take her back like this, and the other was to knock her out and then take her back. Long chose the second option, seeing Yu Baihu struggling so vigorously. He was afraid that if he just took her back like this, she would get hurt. So, Long covered his forehead with a layer of black metal elements, lifted Yu Baihu's head with both hands, and slammed it down with a headbutt. Bang! Yu Baihu opened her mouth wide, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Long nodded in satisfaction again, tossing her over his shoulder to carry her back. At that moment, Xiao He came running out again. Am I dead? It's so dark. Yu Baihu's consciousness was returning, her vision going from blurry to clear. What entered her sight was a strange wooden ceiling. Where am I? She sat up in confusion. Hiss. She inhaled sharply. Her head hurt. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, and she felt a noticeable bump. When did she get hurt? She had no memory of it at all. But this was a good thing. Being able to feel pain meant she wasn't dead. Right, the magic wolf. Her memories returned. She had come to find the big fool and was attacked by a night magic wolf king on the way. This injury was probably left by it. Poor Xiaobai. Unknowingly carrying the blame. Yu Baihu looked around the room, and it could be described in 2 words as simple. In 3 words, it was extremely simple. She wanted a drink of water, but didn't even have a teacup. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the glaring sunlight shone directly on Yu Baihu's face. She squinted, using her hand to shield her eyes, and saw a figure enter. Oh, you're awake? How do you feel? After Yu Baihu adjusted to the light, she recognized the person. It was the masked big fool. Yu Baihu, not bad. What happened to me? Did you save me? Long looked serious. That's right. I saved you. Yu Baihu, thank you. Long, you're welcome. You've been unconscious for a day. You must be hungry, right? You're lucky you woke up. I just cooked a pot of duck meat, and it's just finished. Yu Baihu was confused. Duck meat? Long. Yeah, duck meat. The one you were carrying. Yu Baihu. Her anger level was rising. That was her experimental subject. It might have succeeded next time. Just like that, it was cooked. Long. This duck's meat was old. I stewed it for a long time. Her anger was about to reach its peak. Long. Anyway, you were planning to use it as food, right? Yu Baihu took a deep breath, not getting angry. She couldn't lose her temper at her savior. Long walked toward the door. Come on, let's go eat. If we're late, there won't be any left. Yu Baihu followed behind with a dark face, remaining silent. In the open space outside the wooden house, there was a table with 2 chairs and a large pot bubbling over the fire. The aroma of duck soup wafting through the air. Sitting in a row by the pot were 3 large magical beasts, a wolf, a bird, and a pig. She recognized the wolf. It was the one that had attacked her. Yu Baihu's body stiffened for a moment. These 3 big guys made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You should know, she usually avoided low-level magical beasts. Now, 3 5th-level magical beasts had suddenly appeared. She didn't run away, considering the big fool was in front of her. Well, these were all the big fool's little brothers, so they were all on her side. No need to be afraid. Yu Baihu pretended to be nonchalant and sat down at the table. Although she was a bit puzzled about why that magic wolf had attacked her that day. Since it was the big fool's magical beast, and she was fine, it probably didn't want to kill her, so she wouldn't pursue it. However, she made a note of the bump on her forehead. Achoo! Xiaobai sneezed, looking suspiciously at Yu Baihu, sitting upright and pretending to be nonchalant. Long. Come, everyone. Let's get to know each other. He pointed to each one. This is Xiaobai, Xiaozhu, Xiaohua. Yu Baihu stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. You 3 remember. This beautiful lady is a guest. Treat her well, and don't be rude. The 3 creatures looked at each other, not making a sound. Long. What are you 3 still doing sitting here? Go, go, go. There's not enough for you to swallow. Xiaobai, awu. Xiaozhu, gulp, gulp. Xiaohua, chirp, chirp. Collective protest. Their appetites had long been spoiled by Long. How delicious roasted meat was. How good the flavored meat soup would taste. Why eat raw meat when there was good food? Plus, no one was plucking the feathers for them. Some had hard scales that hurt their teeth. Anyway, one thing was clear. With cooked food available, they absolutely wouldn't eat raw food. This was the consensus they reached. Long, huh? He looked at these 3 stubborn creatures speechlessly, completely lacking any sense. Do you know you scared her? Can't you see this lady is sitting on the chair, shaking her legs? He slowly pulled out his black knife, his eyes filled with killing intent, glaring at the 3 creatures as if he was about to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 creatures immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running and howling as if a dog had stepped on its tail. The meaning of that call doesn't seem to be anything good? Uffed. Yu Baihu accidentally laughed out loud, and the discomfort instantly disappeared. Long placed a bowl of duck meat soup in front of Yu Baihu. Try it. It tastes pretty good. Yu Baihu was not polite, and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. This flavor. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. It's delicious. It turns out that monster meat can be so tasty. Previously, when she ventured into the twilight forest for treasure, she only brought dry rations and never thought about hunting monsters. How many delicious meals had she missed? She decided that in the future, she would include monsters in her treasure hunting options. Whether for eating or selling, defeating monsters is a good choice. Now that she is a martial general, she shouldn't waste this strength. If she encounters a 5th tier, no, a 4th tier monster, she could fight. Chapter 82, Fruit Identification Method. While Yu Baihu was lost in thought, she slurped and devoured the meat and soup. Zhuo Qinglong saw that she didn't respond and didn't mind. Just by looking at how she ate, he could tell her answer. He served 2 more bowls of duck meat soup on the table, then took out Xiao He from his pocket. Xiao He had been acting a bit strange lately, always looking like it hadn't had enough sleep. If it were before, it would have jumped out at the scent of food without him needing to coax it. Fortunately, Xiao He still had a good appetite. Otherwise, Zhuo Qinglong would have thought it was sick. As long as it can eat and sleep, there shouldn't be any major issues with its health. And that goes for people too. Chomp, chomp. Xiao He's munching attracted Yu Baihu's attention. Is that Xiao He? So cute. Yu Baihu poked Xiao He with her finger. And the eating Xiao He immediately got angry. Who's the idiot interrupting my meal? It lifted its head with a loud huff. But when it saw it was Yu Baihu who poked it, it stopped huffing and continued to eat. Hee hee. So cute. Yu Baihu patted Xiao He's head again. Xiao He didn't mind her touching it and kept eating. Zhuo Qinglong glanced at Xiao He, then at Yu Baihu, rubbing his chin. Something was off about Xiao He. When did it become so okay with being touched by strangers? This question lingered in his mind for a moment before he brushed it aside. He also began to eat. However, Yu Baihu was somewhat shocked by how Zhuo Qinglong ate. There was a slit in his mask that opened and closed with his lips, looking quite bizarre. She couldn't help but ask, I've seen what you look like. Why do you have to eat with your face covered? Zhuo Qinglong was taken aback. It's a habit. He opened his mouth and chewed a few times. See, how convenient. Yu Baihu was still focused on Xiao He eating. Feeling curious, she pointed at Xiao He in shock. Look, what happened to Xiao He? Zhuo Qinglong looked at Xiao He in confusion. He saw Xiao He squatting with its body leaning against the edge of the bowl, its head drooping, completely submerged in the soup, not moving at all. Zhuo Qinglong was alarmed and hurriedly lifted Xiao He up, suddenly grabbed by the neck. Xiao He opened its eyes in confusion, licked the soup off its nose with its tongue, and chewed a few times, gurgling in a way that suggested it was delicious. Zhuo Qinglong. Yu Baihu. So this guy fell asleep while eating? Zhuo Qinglong speechlessly tossed Xiao He back in front of the bowl, and upon smelling the delicious scent, Xiao He started to eat again. This time Zhuo Qinglong kept a close eye on Xiao He. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao He buried its head back into the bowl. He quickly picked Xiao He up again, shook it a few times, and once Xiao He was awake, he tossed it back. This repeated, making the meal quite a struggle. Yu Baihu, where's your rich lady? Why don't you call her to eat with us? Zhuo Qinglong chuckled. She had something to do. I just sent her away, huh? Yu Baihu shot him a glance. Who would believe such nonsense? After the meal, Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu walked in the grass to digest. Zhuo Qinglong. Now that my belly is full, can we talk about why you came to find me? Yu Baihu's eyes sparkled. I came to give you a gift. She took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from her storage bracelet, obviously made by a little girl, and handed it to Zhuo Qinglong. Here, it's for you from my sister. Zhuo Qinglong reached out to take it. What is it? Yu Baihu, I don't know. It's probably some little trinket from a child. Zhuo Qinglong didn't say anything and directly opened the gift box, casually taking out what was inside. Inside the box was a transparent glass bottle. A pink heart-shaped bow was tied around the neck of the bottle, instantly elevating the bottle's appearance. The bottle was filled with colorful little stars, and upon closer inspection, one would find that these little stars were all made from thin plastic tubes. Making such a large jar must have taken a lot of time. Zhuo Qinglong felt a bit touched. Thank your sister for me. It's thoughtful. Yu Baihu felt a bit envious. I've never received a gift from my sister all my life. Zhuo Qinglong solemnly placed the glass bottle back into the gift box and put it away. I don't have anything good to give you in return. When you go back, bring more monster meat and fruit home. Consider it my return gift. Yu Baihu smiled. It's okay, no need for a return gift. Zhuo Qinglong rolled his eyes at her. I'm not giving it to you. Why say it's okay? Yu Baihu choked on her words, almost turning into a plum pit. She pounded her chest, silently reminding herself, don't get angry, don't get angry. Getting angry causes wrinkles and makes you old. Once she calmed down, she asked, are all the fruits produced in the Twilight Forest? Zhuo Qinglong almost blurted out a useless comment, but caught himself, giving Yu Baihu a deep look, gritting his teeth, and saying, yes. Yu Baihu transformed into a curious child. How do you know which fruits are edible and which are not? Zhuo Qinglong. Didn't he expect someone to ask him this question? Should he tell her, I have a system, why would I be afraid of these fruits? Thankfully, Swat Long had a wealth of outdoor survival experience, so this question was not difficult for him. Swat Long, it's actually quite simple to distinguish which fruits are edible in the wild. You pick the fruit and throw it into the water. The ones that float are edible, and the ones that sink are not. Who was a bit skeptical. Is it really that simple? Can it work? Swat Long, unable to tolerate the doubt, said, not believing? Then let us do an experiment. Wait for me. Swat Long dashed into the woods and soon returned with a bundle of fruits. This was the twilight forest, rich in resources, so it was never hard to find fruits. He made a small water pit on the ground and poured all the freshly picked fruits into it. Almost half of the fruits sank to the bottom, while the other half floated on the surface. He casually fished two out. Swat Long, watch closely. He took a bite of one fruit, chewed a few times, and swallowed. See, it's edible. He raised both hands and did a spin, no problem at all. Then he took a bite of the other fruit and swallowed. Look, it's fine. He spun around again. Ding. Cursed by the diarrhea fruit. Received negative effect. Diarrhea for 10 minutes. What? Swat Long's face changed drastically, and he smashed the fruit he was holding to the ground, hurriedly saying, I have something to take care of. Stay here and don't wander off. After speaking, he zipped away. Who was taken aback. What s with this sudden urgency? She shouted, where are you going? How long will you be? Swat Long didn't he look back and sped away. Just 10 minutes. Wait for me. Echoes linger, but the person has disappeared. Chapter 83. I'll help you beat it. Who looked at the smashed fruit on the ground, lost in thought. Taking this opportunity, she took out her phone and dialed her sister's number. Hey Baikai, I've delivered your gift. On the other end of the line. Baikai was delighted. Really? That's great. Did he say anything? Who? He asked me to thank you and praised you for being thoughtful. Baikai, is that so? Hee. Who? Baikai, what kind of monster meat do you want? Your brothers was said he would give you monster meat as a return gift. Baikai, huh? Brothers was giving me a gift back? And monster meat? She was very happy that Brothers was returning her gift, but as for the monster meat, if possible. The little girl always preferred more romantic gifts. Who, what's wrong? Are you complaining? Let me tell you, monster meat is really delicious. And it's nutritious, full of energy. Just right for you to replenish your strength. Baikai hurriedly denied. No. Sister, I think. I know this sounds a bit abrupt. But can I ask Brothers to help me tame a monster as a pet? Who was a bit surprised. A monster pet? After thinking for a moment, she understood. Baikai watched the live broadcasts of the fool every day at home, idolizing him and wanting to imitate his actions. This was quite normal. Besides, Baikai often stayed home alone. So it's understandable that she hoped for companionship over time. However, Who earnestly advised, Baikai, we shouldn't trouble others anymore. Although your brothers wouldn't mind. Monsters are fierce creatures. Even if he helps you tame one, once he leaves and you don't have the strength to subdue it, the monster will definitely rebel. You should know, before your brothers appeared, there has never been anyone who could tame a monster. Suddenly, the voice of Baikai on the other end of the phone became tiny. Sister, I awakened my abilities. Who was still lecturing. You should know. We humans have always viewed monsters as ferocious beasts. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. This time. Baikai raised her voice. I said sister. I awakened my abilities. Who's mouth instantly turned into an O shape, her face filled with disbelief. You awakened your abilities? When did you awaken? Why didn't I know? What type of ability did you awaken? The rapid-fire questions clearly showed her shock. Baikai, plant type. After Brothers treated me last time, I awakened that night. Who incredulously asked. Baikai, how old are you? Baikai, I'm 16. Sister, you won't forget how old I am, right? Who mumbled. 16. Baikai, you're a genius. Baikai felt a bit shy. No? I should be grateful to Brothers for this. Who? Well, it seems fool is our lucky star. Baikai playfully scolded. Then why do you still call him fool? Who? I can't help it. I'm used to it. Baikai. Sister, if you get hurt in the future, I can help treat you too. Although it's not as effective as Brothers was treatment. Who? What? Why does it sound like you can't wait for me to get hurt? Baikai quickly denied. No. I'm hanging up. Who? Alright, I'll ask him for you. Baikai. Thank you, sister. Bye. What do you want to ask me? Swat Long's slightly weak voice suddenly came from the side. Who was startled. Why do you walk so quietly? How long have you been here? Swat Long shrugged. Just arrived. I only heard your last sentence. Who? So, my sister asked me to ask you if you could help her tame a monster? Swat Long hesitated. Tame a monster? Your sister probably. Who understood his worry, just like fool. My sister awakened her planned abilities after you treated her that day. If it's not too much trouble, could you find a low-level monster for her? Long was surprised. Oh, in that case, we can give it a try. Yu Baihu was a bit happy. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Long waved his hand. No problem. Yu Baihu, thanks. She sniffed a few times. Frowning. Do you smell something? Long was taken aback. He secretly sniffed his clothes. Stinking. Damn it. He just had a bad stomach and practically expelled everything from the past year. Moreover, he even made his clothes smell bad. He hurriedly said, wait for me a minute. I'll be right back. With a whoosh, he disappeared on the spot. Yu Baihu. Hey, where are you going again? Behind a big tree. Long stripped down and gathered a water ball to splash on himself. After a quick cleanup, the refreshed and fragrant Long appeared in front of Yu Baihu. Yu Baihu looked at this guy who had been chatting nicely but suddenly ran off to change his outfit, thinking to herself, is this guy a bit too vain? There are only two of us here. Is it necessary to spray perfume? Could it be? No way. I've heard that men who have body odor like to spray perfume to cover it up. That's probably it. I was wondering why I smelled something stinky. It turns out it was him. No wonder he ran off so fast to avoid me noticing. Thinking of him changing his clothes, Yu Baihu became more certain that Long had body odor. Yu Baihu found it somewhat amusing. A person's body and skin come from their parents. And having body odor is unavoidable. Since he cares about being discovered, I'll just pretend not to know. However, she looked at Long with a hint of sympathy. The young man had everything going for him, but this body odor might make it difficult for him to find a wife in the future. Long, what are you thinking so intently about? Yu Baihu came back to her senses. Nothing. Long, let me ask you something, since you awakened. Have you felt any abnormalities in your body? Yu Baihu was puzzled. Abnormalities? Yes. She pointed to the bump on her forehead. It hurts here. Long was taken aback. His gaze evasive. He raised his hand to wipe his face, embarrassed. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Come, let me treat you. He placed his hand on Yu Baihu's forehead, and with one healing spell, the bump was healed. Simple. Yu Baihu, this was done by your wolf king. I don't know why it attacked me that day. Long was surprised. Oh, so it was that. I'll go beat it up for you to vent your anger. Chapter 84 Yu Baihu quickly shook her head. Forget it. I'm fine. There's no need to hold it against it. Long immediately showered her with compliments. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. Rare. He changed the subject. By the way, do you usually feel any abnormalities? Yu Baihu thought for a moment. Not really. Oh right. I have a few days each month where my stomach hurts. Does that count as an abnormality? Long shot her a sideways glance, his face darkening instantly. This woman was truly ignorant, or was she just pretending? He tentatively asked. I have a method that can ensure you won't feel pain for 10 months. Are you interested? Yu Baihu's eyes lit up. What method? Teach me. Oh. Now Long was at a loss. He stared intently at Yu Baihu's face, trying to find a clue. However, all he saw was her innocent expression. Long, I'll tell you about this problem tonight. Yu Baihu felt a bit shy under Long's gaze and touched her face. Is there something dirty on my face? Long, no. Yu Baihu, then am I pretty? Long nodded. I have even prettier ones. Do you want to take a look? Yu Baihu, oh? She stretched out her palm and waved her fingers back and forth. Let me see it. Wait. Long took out his phone, opened the photo album, and then placed the phone in Yu Baihu's palm. Yu Baihu's smile faded, and she glanced at Long, lowering her head to look at the phone screen. What? Is this me? How could this possibly be me? The screen displayed a photo of her with wild hair and sharp teeth. This. Her hand, holding the phone, trembled. Although she could still recognize the person in the photo was her, Yu Baihu still couldn't believe it. Long took back the phone and sighed. It really is you. I can testify to that. It was like two knives stabbing at Yu Baihu's heart. So I want to know, have you ever experienced anything like this before? Yu Baihu, in a daze, replied. No, I never knew I could turn into this. Seeing Yu Baihu like this, Long suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Actually, it's not a big deal. Your transformation is really impressive. I almost couldn't beat you. Yu Baihu's eyes lit up a bit. Is it impressive? But I don't remember anything. Long nodded affirmatively. Impressive. You just got knocked out with a headbutt. It's just a bit ugly. Yu Baihu's spark of excitement vanished again. Long laughed. What's the big deal? It's not like you can't revert back. Look at you now. Aren't you just as pretty? Your transformation could be an animal-type ability, so what's there to worry about? Yu Baihu listened and rolled her eyes, saying, hurry and delete the photo. It's so ugly. Long protested. Delete? Why delete it? Maybe someone can recognize what happened to you in the future. Yu Baihu shouted. Delete it. Hurry up and delete it. Long covered his ears. Okay. Delete. He muttered under his breath. Why shout so loudly, really? He initially planned to keep this photo as blackmail for when he needed to use it against Yu Baihu in the future, but seeing that she was genuinely panicking, he thought, forget it, One should know when to stop joking, or else it would be annoying. Better to delete it. After seeing Zhuo Qinglong delete the photo with her own eyes, Yu Baihu sighed in relief. If that ugly photo accidentally got out, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. However, what she didn't know was that Zhuo Qinglong, the sly one, had hidden more than one. In a deserted grassy area in an old neighborhood in the southern part of the city, Yu Baikai was practicing her abilities diligently. She pressed her palms together, fingers opened, palms touching, and sent her hands forward. This pose was similar to the Kamehameha wave. Cactus summon. Suddenly, the ground 5 meters away bulged and cracked open. A thick, green cactus burst forth from the ground, instantly growing into a large sphere about 2 meters in diameter. The surface of the sphere was covered with dense, sharp spikes. This was a mutated cactus. One could imagine how effective this move would be in an ambush. Yu Baikai flicked her hand forward, shouting, "Rose Thorn Whip." A whip as thick as a baby's arm, covered in backward-facing thorns, lashed forward with her gesture. Crack! A crisp sound erupted as the long whip cut through the air, creating a sonic boom. Petal shower. She flicked her hand forward again, and a rose with branches shot forward, piercing into a cypress tree in the greenery with a thud, making it seem as if the cypress had blossomed on its own. Not at all apparent that it had been driven in. Flower blade dance. Yu Baikai stomped her foot on the ground, and countless petals appeared out of nowhere, spiraling upwards around her, protecting her in the center. A little bee, unable to resist the temptation of the floral scent, charged into the flower array. The bee, now inside the flower array, danced happily in the sea of flowers. Suddenly, the little bee hovered in midair, completely motionless, and then its body suddenly split open, dividing into 2, then 4, then 8 until it vanished completely. The newly awakened abilities were surprisingly powerful. Yu Baikai practiced diligently until she was exhausted. She held on to a dream in her heart, hoping that one day she could step out of the high wall alone, hoping that one day she could adventure freely in the twilight forest like Brother Swat. For this dream, she had to work hard to cultivate. As the sun set, on a small hillside in the twilight forest, Zhuo Qinglong lay lazily on the grass with a piece of grass in his mouth, hands behind his head. Yu Baihu sat on the grass, hugging her knees and gazing into the distance. Xiaohei was no longer sleeping, playing hide and seek in the grass. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the sunset and sighed. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's near dusk. Yu Baihu didn't respond, lost in thought as she stared at the distant scenery. Zhuo Qinglong continued to murmur, "No one asks if my porridge is warm, no one stands with me at dusk." Yu Baihu shot him a glance, thinking, "Showing off your literary talent? Bullying me for not having gone to school? Who can't come up with a line or two?" She softly recited, "The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. You delight in me, but you do not know." Zhuo Qinglong, There are poems and verses in this world. He instantly perked up. I and the autumn wind are both passers-by. You carry the autumn water to embrace the galaxy. Yu Baihu frowned. 3 miles of spring wind, 3 miles of road, step by step, spring wind, and you are no more. Zhuo Qinglong. If I had known it would entangle the heart, how better it would have been if we had never met. Yu Baihu picked up a brick and threw it at him. Look at you acting all clever. Keep pretending. Chapter 85. Are you an idiot? That night, Zhuo Qinglong held a bonfire party, with rows of grills skewering rows of monster meat, charcoal burning underneath, and the meat sizzling and dripping fat onto the charcoal, making a hissing sound. The entire lawn was filled with smoke, all fragrant. This was an event that only subordinates of rank 4 and above were qualified to attend. Subordinates of rank 3 could only squat on the periphery and drool. This was a society where strength was paramount. If you had strength, you naturally had the qualification to participate. Not strong enough? Then sorry, come back when you're strong enough. In fact, the main reason was that Zhuo Qinglong was overwhelmed and couldn't cook that much. Of course, if he used his wind-based abilities to transform into the wind, he could easily roast the entire lawn. But it wouldn't be appropriate for the boss to work so hard. How many bosses do you see doing manual labor for their subordinates? Occasionally doing it once or twice is just a show of goodwill to win the hearts of the subordinates. This is a way of managing subordinates. Zhuo Qinglong's situation wasn't that complicated. He simply felt it unnecessary to work so hard. Yu Baihu sat on a stone, feeling very uncomfortable at first, surrounded by countless monsters. As the party progressed, the subordinates began to link arms, happily playing and running wildly on the grass, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Watching these harmonious scenes, Yu Baihu's discomfort gradually faded. It turned out that monsters also had habits just like normal animals. It turned out that monsters, besides being fierce and brutal, also had a cute side. At this moment, Xiaobai brought a piece of roasted monster meat, gently placed it in front of Yu Baihu, and nudged her lightly with its head. It seemed to be offering the delicious food to curry favor with her. However, Xiaobai underestimated the strength that came with its massive size, and at that moment, Yu Baihu was lost in thought, so when Xiaobai nudged her, she was caught off guard and instantly rolled away like a tumbleweed. Xiaobai, it thought to itself, this scene is so familiar. That day, she rolled away like this and then went silent. What to do in danger? Of course, it's to dodge urgently. After suffering a setback, one must learn from it. So this time, it no longer foolishly approached to check, but immediately turned around and ran away. The clumsy white tiger stumbled and looked up at the instigator, Xiaobai, and instantly felt a surge of anger rising in her chest, flames igniting from deep within. It's you again. Last time you attacked me for no reason, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. And now you come again. Do I have a grudge against you? A few blood vessels crept up in the white tiger's eyes, and a chilling aura emanated from her. Swat, who was helping his little brothers roast meat, instantly sensed it. He swiftly moved in front of the white tiger and pressed down on her shoulder with one hand. The white tiger suddenly woke up, the blood vessels in her eyes gradually receding, and her mind became clear again. What happened to me? Swat said seriously. Nothing. Your mother tiger attribute has awakened. The white tiger was puzzled. Do I have a mother tiger attribute? Swat nodded. Yes, and it's the fierce kind of mother tiger. The white tiger suspiciously stared at Swat, and after a while, she rolled her eyes and turned to leave him with her back. Swat chuckled and returned to his post, continuing his work as a chef. The white tiger stared blankly at the ground, lost in thought. She could now sense something unusual. She had become easily angered. When she got angry, she lost her rationality. This had never happened before. She felt a bit uneasy and helpless. Here, Swat voice rang out, and a roasted leg of lamb was handed to her. Try my secret roasted meat skill. The white tiger reached out and took it, gently biting into it. It really is delicious. She couldn't help but take another bite. Swat said, that's right. Delicious food should be eaten. As the saying goes, eat well and drink well, and you'll live forever. Chubby and full of hope. There's no problem that can't be solved with a meal. If there is, then just have two. The white tiger glared at him and silently ate. Seeing this, Swat sat down beside her. He called over the little black creature hiding by his side to join the meal. Little Black, true to its name, dove into the food as soon as it woke up. Swat softly said, White Tiger, our names are quite fateful, aren't they? The White Tiger replied, I know that. Swat was surprised, you know? Tell me. The White Tiger said, isn't it just left Qinglong, right White Tiger, and in the middle? There's a 250. Swat was puzzled, huh? This doesn't quite match what I know. He muttered, left Qinglong, right White Tiger, and in the middle. A 250? 250. 250. Hey, that sounds pretty smooth. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and looked down at Little Black, who was placed between them. He saw that Little Black had stopped eating, its head drooping, but its eyes were fixed, staring intently at Swat. Hiss! Swat gasped. This killing intent in its eyes cannot be hidden. Swat wondered, does Little Black have such high intelligence? Can even a 250 understand? He reached out and poked Little Black's chin, tentatively saying, You are a 250. A deafening roar came from Little Black's mouth. It was hard to imagine how such a small body could produce such a loud sound. The little brothers playing on the lawn scattered in a panic, running away all at once. Swat and the White Tiger were also startled, especially Swat, who was facing Little Black. His ears buzzed from the shock, and a jolt of electricity ran from his feet to the top of his head, leaving him numb. Little Black took a deep breath, hit away. With a loud thud, it spat a loogie onto Swat waist, and boom. In Swat incredulous gaze, his body was blasted away like a cannonball by a single loogie. Boom. A loud noise came from a distance, and on a tall rock, there appeared an artistic human-shaped imprint. The White Tiger's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell is this? She looked incredulously at Little Black. How could such a small body contain such great power? This completely overturned her understanding of magical beasts. Isn't it said that magical beasts become more powerful the larger they are? Look at the Dark Knight Demon Wolf, the bloodthirsty wild boar, and the two-headed flamingo. All of them are bigger than the last. After spitting, Little Black's spirit seemed to droop. It quickly finished eating the roasted meat, and then ran back to the wooden house to sleep. Chapter 86. Expeditions with Qinglong, dressed in a new outfit. Returned to the lawn, cursing, unfilial child. 99% of the meat has rebellious bones. The White Tiger asked, Do you know what kind of magical beast Little Black is? Swat shook his head. It looks like a tiger or a leopard, but definitely not a cat. But whatever it is, I've raised it like a cat. But this unfilial child, how dare it attack me, the one who provides for it? Truly in need of education. The White Tiger remained noncommittal. When the white tiger had mentioned wanting a magical beast as a pet, she had her concerns. The two sat on a stone, momentarily speechless, falling into silence. With the little brothers gone, it seemed this bonfire party couldn't continue. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Hua peeked from a distance, looking like they wanted to come over but were too afraid to approach. Zhuo Qinglong found it amusing and waved to them. Come over. All the meat here is yours. Upon hearing this, they immediately hopped over joyfully. Sometimes, watching others eat heartily is also a kind of enjoyment. The night grew deep, and the bright moonlight bathed the earth, as if draping a layer of silver veil over the forest. In the darkness, the howls of wolves rose and fell, which did not bring fear to the white tiger, but instead, a sense of security blossomed within her. She fully experienced this feeling, which was completely opposite to her usual emotions, and it felt very novel. She glanced at the man beside her. All these seemingly impossible things had become possible because of him. Zhuo Qinglong said, "It's getting late. Let's go to rest early." The white tiger gently nodded. Okay. The two stood up and walked towards the wooden house. They walked until Zhuo Qinglong closed the door of the wooden house. The white tiger asked in confusion, "Why did you come in too?" Zhuo Qinglong pretended to be naive. "There's only one room and one bed here. If I don't come in, where else would I go? Moreover, you wanted to know the method to avoid stomach pain for 10 months, right?" The white tiger said, "So? You want me to sleep with you?" Zhuo Qinglong continued to act dumb. "The bed is big enough for 2 people to roll around on." Hey, don't go. It's dangerous for a girl like you to be outside at this hour, you know?" The white tiger didn't reply and walked straight towards the door. Zhuo Qinglong hurriedly grabbed her. "I'm just joking. You sleep in the room, I'll go outside." He pushed the white tiger onto the bed and turned to leave the wooden house. The white tiger sat on the edge of the bed, watching Zhuo Qinglong's departing back, a slight smile appearing on her face. This man, although sometimes not serious, doesn't he make one feel disgusted? Outside the door, Zhuo Qinglong leaned against the door frame, sighing. Sigh. "It's rare to have someone here. I wanted to have a late-night chat about life and ideals with a beauty, but now that's not going to happen. My life is so hard." Crash. A sound echoed as something crashed into the door panel. Zhuo Qinglong jumped in fright and hurriedly made his escape. The night gradually quieted down. A gentle breeze brushed by, leaving only the leaves tirelessly rustling against each other, making a whispering sound. The chirping birds returned to their nests, while the wild boars, knowing only to eat, started to snore. The occasional wolf howl indicated that only night-dwelling creatures like the magic wolves were still active in the deep night. Nature is immersed in a sweet dream, with only the lonely bright moon gazing at this silent land in the distant starry sky, quietly nurturing an uneasy dawn. 2 urgent and loud bird calls break the silence that enveloped the forest all night. Zhuo Qinglong suddenly appears in front of the wooden house. Xiao Bai also arrives like a gust of wind, and Xiao Zhu lumbers in, panting. Yu Baihu rubs her sleepy eyes and opens the door. Zhuo Qinglong. "Hi, beauty. Good morning." Yu Baihu, "Morning." Zhuo Qinglong. "Another day has passed. How about it? Do you feel a bit further from your dreams?" Yu Baihu. "Didn't you brush your teeth this morning?" Zhuo Qinglong opens his mouth to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. "I did, for 3 minutes." Yu Baihu rolls her eyes in exasperation at this guy. "What are you all doing here so early?" Zhuo Qinglong doesn't reply and looks up at the sky. High up, Xiao Hua is rapidly approaching the ground, and after landing, 2 heads chatter away. Zhuo Qinglong, who is still at a beginner level in bird language, frowns and turns to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's nose twitches, revealing a fierce expression, and he growls softly. Zhuo Qinglong understands. There must be something happening over by the lake. The 24-hour real-time monitoring has finally proven its worth. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Hua. You 3 notify everyone. Emergency assembly. Get ready to march. Zhuo Qinglong turns to Yu Baihu. "Do you mind appearing in the live stream?" Yu Baihu hesitates at the thought of showing her face in front of so many netizens. "Are you going to live stream?" Zhuo Qinglong sees her hesitation and pulls out a custom-made mask from his storage bracelet, handing it to Yu Baihu. "How about wearing this?" Yu Baihu takes it. "Sure, as long as I don't show my face." A little while later, the younger brothers are assembled. Over 2,000 ground troops and more than 1,000 Air Force troops are ready to go. Zhuo Qinglong. "By Baihu, you pick one to ride." He feels it's a bit awkward to directly call her Baihu. Calling her Xiao Bai seems too similar to Xiao Bai. And calling her Xiao Hu feels a bit off, so he just calls her Baihu. Yu Baihu glances at Xiao Bai, then at Xiao Zhu, and then leaps onto Xiao Zhu's back. She always feels there's something off with Xiao Bai, perhaps because they both have Bai in their names. Zhuo Qinglong sees that Yu Baihu has made her choice and, while starting the live stream, tells her, "The live stream is up to you. Help answer the netizens' questions." Yu Baihu suddenly feels at a loss. "Huh? I don't know how to live stream. What should I say?" Zhuo Qinglong's tone is somewhat meaningful. "There's always a first time for everything. You'll get used to it." Just treat it like video chatting with netizens. Pick some questions to answer and ignore any boring topics. It's fine. If someone tries to stir the pot, don't worry about it. Just show your authority and suppress them. Your live stream is your domain. Yu Baihu hesitates, but this is your live stream. Swat Qinglong, hey, we're like family. Having shared a pot of rice together, why be so clear-cut about it? Yu Baihu, well, okay. Swat Qinglong hands the phone to Yu Baihu, then flips over and jumps onto Xiaohua. Xiaohua, let us go. We'll check the situation ahead. While live streaming, he decides to keep a low profile. Chapter 87. Fishhead Turtle. The live stream starts, and netizens flood in. Masked Brother, finally streaming. It feels like ages since I last saw you. Masked Brother finally came back after being called for so long. Missed you. Netizens are enthusiastic, expressing their longing in various ways. Yu Baihu gathers her courage and timidly appears on camera. Hello everyone. Masked Brother is temporarily unavailable. If you have any questions, I, Masked Sister, will answer for everyone. Netizens. In the high school, Swat Qinglong sits between Xiaohua's two heads, looking down. He sees a dense mass of turtles on the ground. They look like turtles, but not quite. Have you ever seen a turtle with 6 legs and a flat head like a catfish? Moreover, the catfish head seamlessly connects to the shell on its back, making it impossible for it to retract its head. And the shell is not rounded like a turtle's, but resembles the shape of a leaf. Also, that tail, which is nearly half the length of its body, is covered in saber-like teeth, reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. Looking at their crawling speed, they are much faster than turtles. Swat Qinglong roughly estimates there are about 300 of them. As for their size, it's hard to gauge from the sky. But it's clear there are 3 size categories, 1 large, a dozen medium, and over 200 small. The small ones are over 2 meters long. The medium ones over 3 meters, and the large ones exceed 6 meters. This doesn't even include the length of the tail. This group appears to consist of 3rd, 4th, and 5th tier magical beasts. With this configuration, it's no wonder the magical wolf patrol team was completely wiped out that day, with not even a bone left. Their current direction is not towards the magical wolf territory, but to the right front of it, indicating they are not targeting the magical wolves. No matter where you go, since you've killed my little brother, you'll have to pay the price. Swat Qinglong pulls out his phone and takes several enlarged photos. Then pats Xiaohua's neck. You keep monitoring. We're heading back for now. With a chirp, Xiaohua turns around and flies back, leaving a small team of younger brothers to continue monitoring. In the live stream, netizens explode in excitement. A day without seeing Masked Brother, and now it's Masked Sister? Some female netizens are unhappy, shouting to change back to Masked Brother. Some male netizens stir the pot, urging Yu Baihu to take off her mask to reveal her true face. Some netizens remain indifferent, thinking the live stream content is exciting enough. And it doesn't matter if it's the real person or not. Looking at the screen full of boos, Yu Baihu feels a bit at a loss. So she decides to ignore them and shifts the camera forward, focusing on filming the scenery. She feels quite helpless. Live streaming is really not something anyone can just do. In the old neighborhood in the south of the city, Yu Baihu watches the barrage with anger. She knows Masked Sister is her sister, and seeing so many keyboard warriors bully her sister makes her furious and ready to kill. Behind her, roses are continuously wilting and blooming in various corners of the room. Chirp! A bird call sounds from the sky, and Swat Qinglong arrives. Xiao Bai, change direction and move forward to the right. He gestures for Xiaohua to come next to Xiao Zhu and asks, how is the live stream going? Yu Baihu helplessly replies, you should take it back. Swat Qinglong, huh? He takes the phone back and looks at the barrage, instantly furious. You people, when there is no live stream, you shout. When there is a live stream, you complain. What are you playing at? That's enough for today. I'm ending the stream. Goodbye. With a bang, he presses the button to close the live stream. He originally wanted the netizens to see what magical beast that fishhead turtle is. But now he can't be bothered to ask. Yu Baihu, why did you have to do that? Swat Qinglong, it's nothing. I can't indulge them. Or they take it too far. Yu Baihu sighs softly. It seems she really isn't cut out to be a streamer. In fact, this is Swat Qinglong being willful. If it were a new streamer in this situation, they definitely wouldn't dare to be so reckless. They would generally cry on the spot during the live stream, feeling wronged and wiping their tears. Not to mention, most netizens would eat this up. Human nature is such that, if a delicate beauty is bullied to tears, wouldn't that make them quiet down? Shouldn't they offer some comfort and send gifts? A small portion of people are truly heartless, insisting on bullying others to the point of serious consequences, and such things are not uncommon. Swat Qinglong, along with his underlings, set up an encirclement on the path of the fish-headed turtle, waiting for it to be trapped. While waiting, Swat Qinglong asked Yu Baihu, what is your martial arts talent? Yu Baihu replied, it's a sword. The sword is called Long Yuan Qisha sword, and I don't know what level it is. Swat Qinglong asked, What martial arts have you learned? Do you have any skills? Yu Baihu glanced at him, but still answered, I learned the most widely circulated Xian-level martial arts. The Lumos sword technique. Zhuo Qinglong, curious, asked, is Xian-level martial arts impressive? His realm entirely depended on the system, and he wasn't very familiar with the cultivation system of this local world. The unfortunate person who died, Zhuo Qinglong, was just an ordinary person who had not awakened and knew nothing about cultivation. Yu Baihu rolled her eyes. This person seemed to lack common sense. Did he really not know, or was he just trying to belittle others? However, she still said, martial arts are divided into 4 grades, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. What do you think? Is it impressive? Zhuo Qinglong awkwardly smiled. It's okay. But if an S-level talent learns garbage, low-level martial arts, wouldn't that lower a person's future achievements? Yu Baihu replied, that's indeed the case. So this shows the importance of resources. If a person has talent and resources, it will be hard for their future achievements to be low. At that moment, a cry from Xiaohua echoed in the sky. Zhuo Qinglong shouted, Xiaobai? Everyone be silent. Hide on the ground and prepare to net. Xiaobai responded with a howl, a woo. Zhuo Qinglong whispered, they're coming. A group of fish-headed turtles stumbled into the encirclement. Once the last one entered, Zhuo Qinglong jumped out, shouting, net. His underlings jumped out one after another, surrounding the fish-headed turtles in the center. A pack of wolf-like underlings barked incessantly, causing the group of fish-headed turtles to panic, scrambling around the 5th-tier fish-headed turtle. Zhuo Qinglong shouted, stop barking, spitting won't drown them. Charge at them. Xiaobai, Xiaozhu, the biggest one is yours. The 4th-tier ones go to the team leaders. The rest can do as they please. With Zhuo Qinglong's command, a pack of wolves and a bunch of pigs charged forward, and in a short distance, they collided and began to fight. Xiaozhu led the charge, barbarically crashing into the 5th-tier fish-headed turtle, stomping a few smaller turtles into the ground along the way. However, these little turtles were not crushed after a while. They shook their heads and crawled out of the pits. Bang! Xiaozhu's head collided with the fish-headed turtle's shell, the hard tusk sinking halfway into the shell. Yet there was no blood. It seemed to be stuck inside. Xiaozhu had intended to crash into the turtle's head, but it had turned at the last moment, presenting its shell. Sure enough, when Xiaozhu withdrew its tusk, the fish-headed turtle's shell returned to normal, leaving only 2 white marks. Xiaobai descended from the sky, crashing down like a giant rock onto the back of the fish-headed turtle. Boom! The fish-headed turtle's 6 legs went soft, collapsing onto the ground. Unwilling to back down, the fish-headed turtle's tail, covered in sharp teeth, whipped back towards Xiaobai on its back. Xiaobai sensed the danger and quickly reacted. Its sharp claws shot out, and after a fierce scratch on the turtle's back, it jumped aside, avoiding the fish-headed turtle's strike. Looking back at where Xiaobai had scratched, there were only a few white marks left, with no damage done. At this moment, Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu were observing the battle from Xiaohua's back, and the flamingo underlings did not join the fight, mainly because they were in an absolute numerical advantage and didn't need to deploy the flamingo underlings. However, Zhuo Qinglong, watching from the air, frowned. An average of 7 or 8 underlings were beating on one fish-headed turtle, yet they had not taken it down immediately, nor had they caused significant damage. The turtle's shell had too strong a defense. Its tail was also a significant threat. A moment's carelessness could result in several punctures. He then took out a live-streaming phone and handed it to Yu Baihu, saying, you record this. These battle scenes might be useful in the future. Yu Baihu nodded and took it. Xiaobai Xiaozhu stepped back. I'll handle this big guy. Notify the others. Send 2 wild boar underlings, one on each side, one in front and one behind to bite its tail and hold it down. The remaining underlings attack those 6 legs, whether by clawing or biting, break them. After finishing, Zhuo Qinglong leaped down from Xiaohua's back, covering his entire arm with the power of the metal element, and with the momentum of wind and thunder. He delivered a heavy punch to the fish-headed turtle's head. Bang! The turtle's head made contact with the ground without any gaps, and with a thunderous sound. The ground exploded and collapsed, the upper half of the fish-headed turtle sinking into the pit, while its back half lifted high, its 4 legs hanging in the air. The power of that punch was terrifying. Zhuo Qinglong performed a backflip and landed steadily on the ground. Hiss! Yu Baihu, who was recording, gasped. As a fellow martial general, the strength of this fool was unexpectedly great. She knew that the power of this punch was something she couldn't achieve with her own strength. Zhuo Qinglong didn't rush to attack, but observed the effect of this strike. He saw that the originally soft and powerless 4 legs, which had been drooping and motionless, suddenly moved and began to claw forward, moving closer, as if pedaling a bike. Zhuo Qinglong's expression changed. The defense of this fish-headed turtle's head was so strong. He had aimed at the relatively weak head, but after delivering that earth-shattering punch, the fish-headed turtle seemed to be mostly unharmed. He couldn't let it get up. Zhuo Qinglong drew out his black knife and dashed towards the fish-headed turtle like a gust of wind, 2 broken legs flying up into the air. Then he flashed past again, and 2 more broken legs flew up. Clack, clack, the severed legs fell to the ground, blood pouring in midair. The fish-headed turtle, suffering such a heavy blow, thrashed its upper body, its tail slapping against the ground with loud cracks, causing the ground to crack everywhere and debris to fly. Zhuo Qinglong, relentless, leaped up, holding the black knife high above his head. He concentrated power on the blade and struck fiercely at the joint between the shell and the tail. Puff! The sound of a dull knife entering flesh. The black knife couldn't cut all the way through after reaching halfway. It got stuck on the bone. This situation where the black knife couldn't achieve full penetration had occurred for the second time. The last time this happened was when Zhuo Qinglong was cutting through his ancient ice prison. Zhuo Qinglong shouted, his arms muscles bulging, veins popping. And the power within him reached its peak. The black knife slowly cut downwards, and the sluggish speed of the descent ignited Zhuo Qinglong's anger. He directly raised his fist and slammed it down on the back of the black knife. Puff! The black knife pierced through, and a thick tail dropped to the ground, still twisting and slapping. The fish-headed turtle thrashed even more frantically, seemingly about to escape. Zhuo Qinglong kicked the turtle's belly, straightening its tilted body, then leaped into the air and punched down at the turtle's tail, forcing the fish-headed turtle to sink down. He didn't come down. Instead, he held the turtle's tail with one hand, while the other gathered power, delivering punch after punch to the tail, as if hammering a nail into iron, slowly pinning the fish-headed turtle deeper into the ground. With a sigh, the grounded left azure dragon let out a breath, saying, "Let's see how you get out of this now." At the fish head and turtle tail, blood was gushing out, and the exposed section of the turtle shell was still trembling, indicating that the creature beneath was still struggling. Left azure dragon frowned. This guy had a strong will to live. After this incident, he felt it necessary to invest some points in penetration attributes in the future. He opened his panel to check his abilities. If brute force wouldn't work, he could switch to another ability. The panel scrolled down, and D-grade blood extraction technique came into view. He had a flash of inspiration. Got it. Left azure dragon shouted, "White tiger beauty." The camera shifted to his little brother. "From now on, don't film me." Oh, although you white tiger was filled with doubts, she obediently moved the camera elsewhere. Left azure dragon gripped the black knife and plunged it into the fish head's severed tail, activating the blood extraction technique. He saw streams of fresh blood converging towards the black knife. The place where blood had been flowing suddenly stopped, revealing pale red meat. The blood continued to gather, like a stream, flowing up the blade, and soon the entire black knife was covered in blood, turning it a blood-red color, exuding an eerie allure. The blood continued to rise, climbing up Left Azure Dragon's hand and arm until it vanished. This bizarre scene was the reason Left Azure Dragon had you white tiger shift the camera. Chapter 89, One Pot Deal Ding. Free Attribute 100. Ding. Free Attribute 100. Ding. Free Attribute 100. Ding. Free Attribute 100. Ding. D-grade blood extraction technique upgraded to C-grade high-pressure blood extraction technique. Ding. C-grade high-pressure blood extraction technique upgraded to B-grade centrifugal blood extraction technique. A series of dinging sounds left Azure Dragon's head buzzing. Finally stopping, Left Azure Dragon asked, "System, didn't I mute the prompt sounds for attribute points? Why are they ringing again?" The system's pleasant voice replied, "Host, you only muted prompt sounds below 100 points. Sounds above 100 points will still notify you." Left Azure Dragon was puzzled. "I remember there weren't these range options back then. It seemed like there was only an option to mute the prompt sounds." The system replied, "There weren't any before, but now there are." Left Azure Dragon said, "Continue to mute. Is there an option to mute sounds above 100 points now?" The system answered, "Not at the moment." Left Azure Dragon sighed. "Got it, I understand now. Only when I gain more than 100 points at once will the mute option appear again." The system said, "The host is indeed very clever." Left Azure Dragon asked, "One more question. Previously when the blood-sucking ability was maxed out, you always asked me whether to upgrade. Why didn't you ask this time and just upgraded directly?" The system countered, "Host, may I ask, when the ability meets the upgrade conditions, would you choose to upgrade?" Left Azure Dragon replied, "Of course, if it can be upgraded." "Why not?" The system said, "Then that's settled. Since whether I ask or not, you will upgrade anyway. Why should I bother to ask you again?" Left Azure Dragon suddenly realized, "What you said makes a lot of sense. You are the system, you are always right." He pulled up the panel to check his remaining free attribute points. 1,100. The essence of a 5th-tier fishhead turtle had brought nearly 1,000 points of attributes. The extra 100 points were gained in the past couple of days. This encounter with the fish-head turtle reminded Left Azure Dragon that when facing magical beasts of the same tier, but with extraordinarily high defense, relying solely on sheer strength was no longer effective. Even using abilities would yield much better results. He had to invest in penetration. Damn it, penetration plus 1000. Constitution plus 100. He clicked on the recently changed system panel. Host, Left Azure Dragon Realm. Martial General Ability Talent. B-grade Centrifugal Blood Extraction Technique LV1, 1100. Attributes, Strength 800. Agility 100, Spirit 800, Constitution 111, Penetration 1024. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 32,400. Noticing there was no more blood to extract, Left Azure Dragon withdrew the black knife. The turtle shell no longer trembled. The fish-head monster was completely dead this time. Suddenly, Left Azure Dragon felt something and turned to look at you, White Tiger. He saw her staring at him in horror, a look of terror on her face. Left Azure Dragon sighed. He knew it would be like this. It was just blood-sucking. Was it really that serious? He didn't understand why abilities related to blood were always considered eerie and evil. But to him, it didn't matter. It was all about gaining benefits from magical beasts. It was just like eating the magical beasts, only the methods were different. As for how others viewed it, he didn't care. At most, he would use it less when there were more people around. He withdrew his gaze from you, White Tiger. She could think whatever she wanted, it didn't matter. His little brother's battle was not over yet, but the strategy had been a great success. One by one, the fish-head turtles lost their leg support and lay on the ground, with only their serrated fish mouths gnashing futilely at the air. However, his little brothers couldn't deliver a fatal blow to the fish-head monsters. Perhaps letting them bleed to death was also a good method, but Left Azure Dragon couldn't wait. It was too time-consuming. Reluctantly, he had to step in personally. He punched down on the thickest part of a fourth-tier fish-head turtle's back. A dull explosion sounded, and 6 columns of blood erupted from the spots where the turtle's 6 legs connected to its body, with thick blood mixed with many chunks of shredded meat. Looking at the fish-head turtle again, he found 6 large holes in its shell, symmetrically paired, allowing a view from one side to the other. An empty shell. With one punch, the shell remained intact, but the insides were devoid of flesh and blood. The power of a punch was terrifying. Left Azure Dragon nodded in satisfaction. This penetration was truly useful. The only downside was that it was too wasteful. With one punch, there was no meat left. What was there to eat? Thus, Left Azure Dragon stopped using his fists for kills. Instead, he cut off the tail with one knife and then stabbed into the severed area with another knife, activating the Centrifugal Blood Extraction Technique. Splash! Large amounts of blood gushed from the fish-head turtle's body, absorbed by Left Azure Dragon. In just a few seconds, a fish-head turtle was drained of its blood essence. Left Azure Dragon shouted, "White Tiger, stop recording, that's enough." You White Tiger snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. Inside the encirclement, Left Azure Dragon stabbed one by one, draining them. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Pearl Turtle Fish Experience card, stored in the system warehouse. Oh, an experience card actually dropped? How rare. But this fish-head turtle, with such a thick shell, is actually not a turtle, but a fish? This shattered Left Azure Dragon's understanding. Anyone who saw it would think it was a turtle, although it looked a bit strange. Continuing to stab, ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Pearl Turtle Fish Experience card, stored in the system warehouse. Soon, the entire Pearl Turtle Fish group was wiped out. A total of only 3 experience cards dropped, almost 100 to drop 1. That drop rate is pretty good. No wonder only mosquitoes dropped experience cards before. Left Azure Dragon opened his panel, scrolled down. Remaining free attribute points, 1,300. Add. Strength, Spirit, and Constitution all raised to 1,000. Agility, due to the wind element, no longer seemed as important, so it wasn't added for now. The remaining points were added to penetration. After adding points, the system panel changed to Host, Left Azure Dragon Realm, Martial General Attributes, Strength 1,000, Agility 100, Spirit 1,000, Constitution 1,000, Penetration 1035. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, 45,400. After adding points, Left Azure Dragon immediately felt a surge of energy and blood within him, as if a primordial beast was lurking in his body. Zhuo Qinglong let out a roar, his voice booming like a bell. The power of his blood and energy erupted completely. Instantly, an invisible momentum began to spread, as if the essence of his blood and energy surged like a crimson signal fire, rolling out from the top of his head and shooting straight into the sky. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Hua, and a large group of little brothers looked at Zhuo Qinglong in awe. The energy he exuded was simply more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Chapter 90. The interdimensional space bag Yubaihu was already numb. The strength Swat Qinglong displayed today repeatedly shocked her mind. She even doubted whether this martial general was real. After a moment of unrestrained release, Swat Qinglong felt refreshed. He scanned the entire area, noticing the ground littered with the corpses of the pearl turtles. Although their flesh and essence were no longer present, it was too wasteful to just leave them behind. He instinctively felt that these shells were valuable. If their super strong defensive power could be processed into defensive items by professionals, he thought of the evolution home. They should have a way to process them with their capabilities. What was he waiting for? He could just store them in his storage bracelet. Swat Qinglong happily collected them. Like a hamster storing food for winter, feeling utterly fascinated as he watched his little nest fill up with food. Soon, this feeling of fascination turned into urgency. There was still a heap of food outside, but he couldn't fit it all at home. He shouted to Yubaihu, hand over your storage bracelet. Yubaihu suddenly felt a bit awkward. Mine is the smallest size and can't hold much. Swat Qinglong. He looked at the storage bracelet and was troubled. It was really a case of regretting having a small bracelet when it was needed. As he pondered, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on improving his combat power and had recently become obsessed with collecting little brothers and expanding his territory, that he neglected to get a spatial auxiliary ability. 100 million. He felt heartbroken. Suddenly, Swat Qinglong came up with a plan. Baihu, do you want to cooperate with me? Yubaihu, cooperate? What cooperation? She felt a little excited. Could he be about to teach her how to tame monsters? Swat Qinglong, I hunt monsters and you sell them. The flesh and parts of these monsters are valuable materials that can be sold. You can open a shop in the trading market, and with your experience in street vending, we can grow the business big and strong. Say goodbye to small-time hustling and become your own shop owner. What do you think? Yubaihu's mouth dropped open in an O shape. Become a shop owner? Of course. She wanted to. When she used to sell things on the street, she fantasized about one day owning a shop, free from the noise and chaos of the market, and not having to endure the dirty and messy environment. However, the expensive rent and supply issues made her back down. Opening a shop was just a fantasy for her. Yubaihu hesitated and said, I naturally want to open a shop, but in the market, where every inch is precious. The money needed to lease a shop is probably astronomical. Swat Qinglong pointed to the ground. With these here, what is there to be afraid of? Yubaihu looked at the pearl turtle corpses on the ground, her heart filled with excitement. Yes, with these, what was there to be afraid of? She risked her life to seek treasure in the twilight forest. What was it for? She wanted to learn how to tame monsters from Swat Qinglong. What was that for? Wasn't it for money? Wasn't it so that she and her sister could live better in these difficult times? Now, there was a safe way to make money in the city. Why not do it? Yubaihu excitedly said, let's do this deal. Swat Qinglong nodded. Good. I'll be the big boss, and you'll be the second boss. I'll take 70, and you take 30. Any objections? Yubaihu shook her head. She hadn't contributed anything. So being the second boss was already satisfying. The first financial group that would dominate Yongding City was born in this brief conversation. Swat Qinglong nodded. Then, Baihu, take out the things in your storage bracelet and hand it over to me. Although Yubaihu was a bit confused, she readily agreed. Swat Qinglong also took off his bracelet, saying, let us consider the contents of my bracelet as our startup capital. The two exchanged bracelets. And Yubaihu also returned the live streaming phone to him. Swat Qinglong suddenly remembered something and said, I have a contact for a staff member at the evolution home. I'll send it to you, and you can ask them if they buy these turtle shells. Yubaihu was a bit surprised. This was a big deal. No. From now on, he was the big boss. The big boss was powerful and even had connections with the evolution home. Swat Qinglong, then there's no time to waste. You should head back to the city now. Yubaihu also agreed. Okay, I'll go back and prepare. Her long-standing dream was about to come true. She couldn't contain her excitement and wanted to show her skills. Swat Qinglong, Xiaohua, you take the second boss back to the city. But remember not to get too close to the city. Xiaohua, chirp. As soon as Yubaihu jumped on Xiaohua's back, Swat Qinglong suddenly said, the pet that Bai Kai wants will have to wait until next time. Yubaihu turned back and smiled. That's okay. I'll be in the city from now on, so I can take care of her. Swat Qinglong nodded. Go ahead. Chirp. Xiaohua let out a cry and soared into the sky. Swat Qinglong watched Xiaohua disappear into the distance, then retracted his gaze. He tossed the storage bracelet in his hand and smiled slightly. Then, suddenly opening his mouth with a snap, he bit down on the storage bracelet. Crack, crack, crunchy, ding. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the S-level power of the interdimensional space bag. Ability description, set an anchor point in the interdimensional space to open up a space. The host can use mental power to open and enter it anytime, anywhere. The size of the interdimensional space bag is determined by the host's mental power. Swat was exceptionally delighted and directly activated the power of the interdimensional space bag. In a daze, his mental power seemed to enter an expansive chaotic space. This feeling was very novel. His mental power wandered within the interdimensional space. The first feeling was vastness, and the second was emptiness. He could not see the boundaries or the height. Of course, this was an illusion. In reality, there were still boundaries. However, for the time being, he couldn't estimate the size, but he would no longer worry about not having a place to put things in the future. Compared to the dimensional space bag, the storage bracelet was just child's play. Moreover, as long as he added mental power, this space bag could continue to expand. This time, it was truly a one-time solution. Swat placed his hand on a pearl turtle's corpse. With a thought, the pearl turtle vanished from sight and appeared inside the interdimensional space bag. With another thought, the pearl turtle reappeared in its original spot. Disappear, appear, disappear, appear. 2 words, convenient. Swat walked while slapping his hand on the turtle shells, collecting them one by one. Watching the pearl turtle corpses vanish from the ground, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hua became anxious. The two of them worked together, trying to dig up the large pearl turtle that Swat had pinned to the ground, digging furiously on either side as if they wanted to excavate it from the earth. Chapter 91. Monster Crystal Core. After Swat finished collecting all the pearl turtle corpses, he curiously squatted down to observe, becoming a spectator. Originally, he only needed to take the pearl turtle into the space bag and then take it out again, which would take less than 2 seconds. However, seeing these two working so hard to dig, he couldn't bear to interrupt them. Once they dug up the large pearl turtle, they became troubled, circling around the corpse, unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Bai even used her front claws to poke its mouth and dig around its rear, as if something precious inside the corpse was attracting them. Swat curiosity was piqued as well. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, clear the way. Let me handle this. He drew out the black knife and waved it around, feeling a bit of a headache, unsure of how to strike, afraid that he might damage the shell and affect its value. He put away the black knife and directly hammered the shell with his fists. The flesh inside the shell had long lost its essence, and after a few punches, it was smashed into meat paste. The left azure dragon raised the pearl turtle fish, and with a splash, the meat paste inside the shell gushed out from several leg holes. Suddenly, in the pool of meat paste on the ground, a shiny object caught his attention. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu were excitedly yelping, almost rushing over to snatch it. The left azure dragon glanced at the two of them and picked up the fist-sized shiny object. Then, he used a water ball technique to wash away the blood. After it was cleaned, the object shone even brighter, emitting a blue light. What is this? The left azure dragon looked again at the impatient Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu. This is the crystal core from the body of a magical beast, so it's abbreviated as magic core? Is it similar to gallstones? The left azure dragon stroked his chin. It should be a good thing, otherwise, Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu wouldn't want it so badly. He suddenly thought, would there be any in the bodies of the 4th-tier pearl turtle fish? If there are, it would be a windfall. He hurriedly took out the dozen or so 4th-tier ones from his space bag, 1 punch for each. However, he was disappointed. Not a single magic core was found. No wonder Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu were only focusing on that 5th-tier one. It seems that the instincts of magical beasts are indeed useful. The left azure dragon hesitated while holding the magic core, then suddenly struck it with a knife. Crack! The black knife pierced through, splitting the crystal core into 2 equal halves. He tossed the magic core to Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu, saying, "Here you go." Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu opened their mouths wide, their tongues curling, and with a gulp, it was swallowed down. The left azure dragon knew that the magic core was a good thing, but since Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu wanted it so much, why not give it to them? They had been following him for a while, and while they hadn't contributed, they had put in some effort. As for Xiao Hua, he would give it to her next time. The left azure dragon looked forward to Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu, who had just swallowed the magic core. He saw them lick their tongues, looking unsatisfied, and then they casually wandered around, sniffing. The left azure dragon was filled with black lines on his forehead. These two. They were so eager for the magic core, and he thought there would be earth-shattering changes after eating it. Not to mention leveling up on the spot. At least there should be some reaction, right? The left azure dragon grabbed Xiao Bai's tail. Don't go. Spit it out. You two got a free meal. It's better to leave it for me. Xiao Bai was startled, and its wailing echoed through the heavens, scaring away a bunch of little brothers. Xiao Zhu was the first to run away. A kilometer away from the lake, the left azure dragon hid with a group of little brothers in the forest. He instructed, Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu, you two stay here with the little brothers. Wait until I call you before coming over. Xiao Bai, awu Xiao Zhu. After giving the orders, the left azure dragon went alone to the lake. At the edge of the lake, in a patch of grass, There was a rustling sound. Suddenly, the grass parted in the middle, and a pearl turtle fish over 2 meters long poked its head out from the grass, first looking around, then wobbling towards the lake. When it reached the water's edge, it didn't stop and directly sank into the lake. That's right. This pearl turtle fish was the left azure dragon using the pearl turtle fish experience card. The sudden increase in combat power did not make him arrogant, being cautious. He felt he still needed to personally dive in to check the situation. The water in the lake was a clear blue, and the left azure dragon swam along the bottom. Along the way, apart from some small fish that were too small to fill a tooth gap, he didn't see any other creatures. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the group of pearl turtle fish was only that one wave? Had he wiped them all out? There was nothing suspicious in the water. If he had to say something suspicious, it was that the terrain at the bottom was a bit strange. Centered on the land in the middle of the lake, it sloped downwards. It looked like an upside-down iron pot, with the part above the water being the bottom of the pot. The left azure dragon found nothing at the bottom of the water, so he swam towards the center of the lake, wanting to check out the willow tree there. At the center of the land, a pearl turtle fish sneaked up, looked around, and then crawled straight to the willow tree. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. "What are you doing up here? Go back to where you belong." The left azure dragon was startled. Was there someone here? He turned his body to look around, but saw no one. He stood upright looking at the willow tree above, and there was no one there either. Where did the sound come from? "Get down." The delicate voice appeared again. Whoosh. A gust of wind rushed towards the pearl turtle fish, transformed left azure dragon, and he rolled sideways to avoid it. Bang! The gust of wind struck empty, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When he focused his eyes, he found it was actually a willow branch. Damn it! Still dare to hide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of willow branches whipped towards the left azure dragon. The left azure dragon rolled left and right, but unfortunately, this pearl turtle fish's body wasn't agile enough. Crack! Several branches hit the shell, but fortunately, the shell had strong defense, so it wasn't a big deal. The left azure dragon stood up, facing away from the willow tree, and shook his butt a few times, making a slapping sound with his tail. This is driving me crazy. It's outrageous. The delicate voice's anger surged, and countless willow branches twisted together, forming thick vine whips. The left azure dragon was dumbfounded. Had the willow tree come to life? Or was the true form of this willow tree a great emperor from a generation? Could it be that years later, a vague figure would emerge from the willow tree, exuding an extraordinary presence? That gaze, looking down upon the world? That strength, capable of defeating heaven, earth, and air? Or perhaps, it was some child of fate carrying the mission of the heavenly way, reincarnated as a willow tree, after thousands of years of dormancy, ultimately transforming into a human, starting a life of showing off and slapping faces? Chapter 92. Daddy attacked. The left azure dragon looked at the flying whips in the air and thought, not good. With a push of his left leg, he urgently dodged to the right. Crack! The willow tree's vine whipped through the air, creating a piercing sound. Crack, crack, crack. One whip after another came, and the left azure dragon couldn't dodge in time, getting hit by one of the willow tree's vines. This time, he wasn't so lucky. The left azure dragon was whipped as if he had boarded a plane, soaring over the lake and grass, flying into the woods. His whereabouts unknown. The willow tree's vines gradually returned to their original state with a rustling sound, swaying with the wind, showing no signs of their previous killing intent. Somewhere in the forest, the left azure dragon returned to his human form. He sat on the ground, pondering whether to provoke this willow tree. In the end, he concluded, how can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Who knows when another batch of pearl turtle fish might appear? If he is not around, relying on Xiao Bai and the others, it wouldn't do him any good. He got up and hurried back to where his little brothers were. The left azure dragon. Has Xiao Hua returned? Just in time. You take the little brothers and come with me. Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhu. You stay here and wait for orders. With a leap, he jumped onto Xiao Hua's back, and they set off. As Xiao Hua soared into the sky, flapping its wings, thousands of flamingos shot up into the sky. In a certain direction by the lake, suddenly a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and upon closer inspection, it turned out that the cloud was made up of countless flying birds. Countless birds layered upon each other, arranged in an orderly fashion, formed a large net heading towards the lake, like an army pressing forward. Little Flower was the first to arrive, soaring above the lake. Left Qinglong noticed that the willow tree looked just like an ordinary willow tree at this moment, showing no signs of unusualness. He sneered inwardly. So well disguised. Little Flower, spray some fire at that willow tree below. With a chirp, Little Flower lifted both heads slightly, then lowered them, suddenly spraying 2 jets of flame towards the willow tree below. Whoosh whoosh. 2 orange flames hit the willow, crackling as many willow leaves were burned away, leaving a few charred, bare branches. Left Qinglong was somewhat surprised. This willow tree could disguise itself so well. Would it rather be burned than reveal its true nature? Little Flower circled above, waiting for Left Qinglong's next command. Left Qinglong thought for a moment, a plan forming in his mind. Little Flower, show off your special skill. Little Flower turned its head in confusion, not understanding what Left Qinglong meant by special skill. Left Qinglong said, "Oh, it's what you do every day?" He mimicked a squatting motion. "Did you get it? Go ahead and drop it down." He pointed at the willow tree. This time Little Flower understood, chirping happily as an indescribable substance fell from its rear towards the willow tree below. Plop! It made intimate contact with the willow tree. The willow trembled imperceptibly before regaining its calm. Left Qinglong, you can endure this? However, he still keenly noticed the willow's earlier tremor. Left Qinglong, Little Flower, tell the little brothers to fly over here. Little Flower chirped twice, and a dark mass of flamingos arrived above the willow tree. Little ones, follow my command. He elongated his voice. Drop it. The powerful, resounding command echoed in the air. Below, the willow trembled wildly, its branches rustling, indicating its extreme inner turmoil. The willow had never encountered such shameless humans. With Left Qinglong's command, a torrential assault of droppings rained down upon the willow. The willow trembled to its limits. Finally, unable to endure. If it didn't teach this human a lesson, it wouldn't be a willow. Countless branches waved upward. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted, knocking down all the droppings. After hitting the droppings, the willow branches swiftly fell into the lake, swaying left and right, seemingly cleaning themselves. Left Qinglong shouted, "Finally stop pretending? I know you can talk. Speak. What are you, or what kind of thing are you?" Suddenly, a loud voice came from the willow. "Damn thing. Is there anyone like you? You and I have no conflict. Why humiliate me like this? Last time you came, I let you go. This time, don't think you can escape. Stay here and be fertilizer." The willow's branches swung, and countless branches broke, shooting like arrows into the sky at the flock of birds. Left Qinglong shouted in alarm, "Not good. Scatter. Little Flower, tell the little brothers to retreat." Little Flower understood the urgency and chirped repeatedly. However, it was too late. The arrows were incredibly fast. In an instant, dozens of little flamingos were struck and fell into the lake, crying out in distress. Left Qinglong was furious, leaping off Little Flower's back, and punched out in midair, Fire Fist. A massive fist made of flames, 40 meters long, slammed down towards the willow tree. The willow, unwilling to back down, twisted countless willow branches into a thick whip, striking out at the Fire Fist. Bang! The Fire Fist and willow whip collided, producing a tremendous sound. The Fire Fist dispersed, and the thick willow branches were singed. A shockwave of air spread outward, rustling Left Qinglong's clothing. Left Qinglong stood in midair, his clothes fluttering. The willow suddenly exclaimed, "How can you stay in the air? Are you a martial emperor?" The willow screamed in surprise, then denied. "No, you can't be a martial emperor. You don't have the aura of a martial emperor. You are a multi-ability user." Left Qinglong was surprised. "Oh, have you seen a martial emperor?" The willow huffed lightly, not answering. Left Qinglong continued, "I didn't expect you to know so much about humans. I'm curious, how do you know all this?" The willow, "Why should I tell you?" Left Qinglong, "Not going to tell me? Then I'll beat you until you do." He suddenly unleashed countless punches, continuous Fire Fist. Countless massive Fire Fists rained down, soaring towards the willow tree. The willow shouted, "Vine King Whip." Countless thick willow branches instantly formed, wildly swinging to strike at the raining fists. Bang, 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 bang. Countless fireworks exploded in the sky, as if a grand celebration was taking place here. Chapter 93. Behemoth Left Qinglong raised his arm high and slashed down. Blazing Flame Sword. A 40-meter-long sword made of flames descended directly towards the willow tree. The willow roared, "Heavenly Net." Countless willow branches waved and intertwined into a thick net, catching the flaming sword. Crackle, crackle. Countless willow branches broke, and countless more filled the gaps, layer upon layer. Moments later, they finally stopped the long sword's descent until the flames dissipated. Left Qinglong was somewhat surprised. This willow tree was unexpectedly powerful. The willow proudly declared, "What other moves do you have? Feel free to use them." Left Qinglong snorted coldly. If fire didn't work, then he'd switch to metal. He stretched out his arms, and the metal energy of heaven and earth gathered towards his arms, gradually forming and extending forward. Soon, two 40-meter-long chainsaws took shape, their chains and teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. Buzzing, the chains began to spin at high speed, moving so fast that they created afterimages. The teeth invisible to the naked eye. Chainsaw Madman's lethal attack. Left Qinglong held two gigantic chainsaws, head down, charging straight at the willow tree. Vine King Whip. Countless thick willow vines lashed out at Left Qinglong. Left Qinglong showed no fear, not dodging, swinging his arms to cut through each one. Buzzing, the willow vines were severed, falling to the ground with a loud crash. The willow began to panic, and as more and more branches were cut, it finally couldn't hold back its scream. Stop, bastard. I command you to stop. Left Qinglong ignored it, transforming into a gardening pruner, buzzing, buzzing. Broken branches filled the air. In a short time, he had trimmed the willow into a square buzz cut. The willow screamed, bastard. Leaves fall. Leaves fall. Someone is bullying me. Wake up. Wake up. The willow's screams pierced the sky and penetrated the earth. Left Qinglong was startled. Was there someone here? He quickly retreated, flying out of the willow's attack range. Looking around suspiciously, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that this willow was using a trick? Just as Left Qinglong thought the willow was all noise and no substance, the ground began to shake. The previously calm lake surged wildly, and a rumbling sound echoed from the ground, as if a dragon was flipping over underground. The earth trembled more violently, and loose stones rolled down from distant peaks, making a rustling sound. The lake was crashing against the shore, each wave higher than the last. Left Qinglong tightened his grip on the chainsaw. Could it be that he had provoked something he shouldn't have? He stared intently at the willow, trying to discern any clues from it. Suddenly, he discovered that the willow tree had shot up a whole yard. No, it wasn't the willow tree that had grown taller, but the ground in the center of the lake that was rising. Moreover, the ground was still rising, and the water in the lake was rising at the center, pouring chaotically towards the surrounding shores, flooding the lake shoreline, and continuing to encroach into the nearby woods. Amidst a thunderous rumble, the earth shook, and the lake water flowed back at an angle. As the ground in the center of the lake continued to rise, a gigantic creature gradually revealed itself in the line of sight of the Left Azure Dragon. This left the Left Azure Dragon horrified. This is unbelievable. A colossal creature, measuring 1,000 meters in length, appeared in the lake. Its four legs resembled four enormous stone pillars, standing tall between heaven and earth. This was an ultra-large tortoise. Let us just say it was a tortoise for now. The mud on its back had been washed away, revealing a rugged shell resembling a vast rocky artificial mountain. The willow tree was growing at the top of the tortoise's back, looking like a spray from a whale. Yellowa, you're finally awake. The willow tree exclaimed joyfully. It's him, he bullied me. Kill him for me. The giant beast named Yellowa opened its ancient eyes and looked at the Left Azure Dragon. A strong pressure surged towards him with the beast's gaze. Under that stare, the Left Azure Dragon felt his whole body stiffen, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, making it hard to breathe. Sweat poured down from the Left Azure Dragon's forehead. Cold sweat streamed down, instantly soaking his entire back. Roar. The giant beast let out a roar that shook the heavens, its voice resonating through the skies. Boom. The Left Azure Dragon was hit by an invisible sound wave, instantly flying back hundreds of meters, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Meanwhile, the flamingo little brothers circling not far away exploded into bloody blossoms, directly being wiped out. The Left Azure Dragon watched in disbelief, raising his hand and waving. Go. Xiaohua, take them away. Tell Xiaobai and the others to leave too. The farther away, the better. A gust of wind elemental power wrapped around the remaining little brothers, blowing them far away, and Xiaohua's mournful cries grew fainter. Oh, the giant beast let out an intrigued sound, its voice like a bell. Is there really a human who can coexist peacefully with magical beasts? This is quite a rare thing. The willow tree interrupted. What is so rare? Just now, this human and those birds teamed up to bully me. Help me beat him. The giant beast turned to look at the willow tree on its back, and suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down. Ha! You're killing me with laughter. Mengxing, your appearance is quite unique. Upon hearing this, Mengxing was instantly furious. What are you laughing at? Still laughing? That human is bullying me like this, and you still want to make fun of me? I don't want to live anymore. Give me a white ribbon. I want to hang myself. The giant beast quickly stifled its laughter, squeezing out the tears from its eyes. It's fine. It's fine. Occasionally changing your appearance, I sent bad. Uft. The giant beast couldn't hold back, and almost laughed out loud again. Cough, cough. The giant beast hurriedly coughed to cover it up, then looked seriously at the Left Azure Dragon. Human, we've been here for 100 years, and have never participated in any wars between magical beasts and humans. We just sleep here. I've even instructed Mengxing not to cause trouble while I'm sleeping. I believe her, this incident is not her fault. So, why did you bully Mengxing? The Left Azure Dragon snorted coldly. The willow tree indeed hadn't directly provoked it. But while he was guessing the strength of this giant beast, he argued, "Senior, here's the thing. The pearly eel fish in your lake attacked my territory and killed many of my subordinates. So, naturally, I had to come here to investigate. The result was a conflict with this Mingxing." The giant beast was surprised. "Human, how do you know they are called pearl eel fish? Very few people know their names." The left azure dragon made up an excuse. "Naturally, it's someone who knows them who told me." The giant beast asked, "Who?" Chapter 94, Yellow. Mengxing the giant beast asked, "Is it the heavenly emperor Yefan Tian? Or the evil emperor Li Xuanji? Or?" The giant beast suddenly fell silent, leaving the sentence unfinished. The left azure dragon was startled. He hadn't heard of any of them. He gritted his teeth and continued to make things up. "What heavenly emperor? Evil emperor, I don't know them. Couldn't it be some god told me?" This time, it was the giant beast's turn to be shocked. "Gods? Above the emperor level is called a god. Could there be god-level powerhouses in this world?" The giant beast scoffed. "Huh, nonsense. Where are the gods in this world? You think you can deceive me with such talk?" The left azure dragon laughed heartily. "Senior, I advise you to be cautious with your words. Gods are omniscient and omnipotent, knowing everything and able to do anything. Your words may have already fallen into the ears of the gods." The giant beast was once again startled. The terror of god-level powerhouses was beyond its imagination. It couldn't be defamed or blasphemed. However, how could it show weakness in front of this little human? "Humph. Human brat, even if a god comes today, I will still seek justice for Mingxing." The left azure dragon felt anxious. Where would a god come from? If there really were gods, it would be easier to handle things, and he wouldn't have to keep talking nonsense. Seeing that the giant beast was planning to take action, the left azure dragon quickly shouted, "Wait. I am the spokesperson of the gods in this world. Do you dare to make a move against me? Think it through first." The left azure dragon brought his palms together, and with a shout, a massive pentagram radiance formation appeared behind him, representing the wood attribute in green, fire attribute in red, earth attribute in yellow, metal attribute in white, and water attribute in black. Each corner of the pentagram was ignited. That wasn't enough. He conjured a gigantic ice thrown out of thin air and sat upon it, the power of lightning swirling around him, crackling. In his hands, he conjured two energy flames, one on the left and one on the right. One was an extremely deep darkness, and the other was an extremely bright light. The two colored energy flames, based on the center line of his body, influenced the entire sky, turning it half black and half white. And the left azure dragon himself, contrasted by the black and white, appeared even more demonic. The giant beast and the willow tree were dumbfounded. How could there be so many abilities in one person? Is this still a human? This is just too unbelievable. The giant beast's heart wavered. Could he really be the spokesperson of the gods? If he offended a god, even a few of them wouldn't be enough to kill it. At this moment, the left azure dragon spoke. "The cause of this matter is the pearl eel fish. Strictly speaking, neither of you seniors and I have deep-seated enmity. Mengxing Senior is also unharmed. I want to ask if both Elder Yellow and Elder Mingxing truly want to make things difficult for me?" The giant beast and the willow tree hesitated. The left azure dragon continued. "How about this, Elder Mingxing? I know that you want to return to your original state, which is an easy task. However, since it was caused by me, let me help you restore it." After saying that, he shot out a pure wood elemental power transformed from chaos energy towards the willow tree. Mengxing sensed that this power posed no danger, so she allowed it to land on her. Points of green light began to emerge from the willow tree, gradually enveloping the entire tree. Instantly, countless broken branches were reborn, returning to their original state. Moreover, the willow tree grew taller by more than 3 yards. This time it really grew taller. Mengxing was filled with shock. Such pure wood elemental power was even purer than the wood elemental power possessed by this willow tree. This made her increasingly believe that this human was indeed the spokesperson of the gods. The left azure dragon timely spoke. "So what do you think, seniors? Can we bury the hatchet?" Yi Luo turned to look at Mengxing as he awoke from his dream. Mengxing hesitated for a moment and then huffed. "Humph. Human kid, considering how perceptive you are, I won't hold it against you this time." Zhuo Qinglong nodded and smiled. "Senior, you are magnanimous." He dissipated the elemental power surrounding him, and the sky instantly returned to normal. The heavy heart he had finally eased. Yi Luo only then realized how deep autumn had become, and Mengxing understood the past. "What great names you two have," he generously praised. Yi Luo and Mengxing said in unison, "Is that so?" The two, "Let's just call them that for now," savored Zhuo Qinglong's words in their hearts. And the more they contemplated, the more profound and meaningful it felt. They were delighted to find that their names carried such significance. The ancient memories of the giant beast were unlocked. It still remembered when it was a low-level magical beast and encountered a human. That human brought it home. One day, the human placed a small sapling on its back and pointed at it, saying, "From now on, your name is Yi Luo. This one is Meng Xing. You two must get along well." The vague figure of the man and his clear voice echoed in Yi Luo's ears. "Yi Luo, your mission in this life is to protect Meng Xing well." After that, the human left and never appeared again. The memory was too distant. Yi Luo could no longer recall the man's appearance, but his voice was clearly etched in Yi Luo's mind. At this moment, the giant beast Yi Luo looked at Zhuo Qinglong with no hostility, but rather with a sense of familiarity. "Human kid, what should I call you?" Zhuo Qinglong bent down and clasped his fists. "I am Zhuo Qinglong by name. You can just call me by my name, Senior." Yi Luo replied. Qinglong." It fell into deep thought. Zhuo Qinglong looked puzzled. "Senior, is something wrong?" Yi Luo hesitated and shook his head. "It's nothing. Maybe it's just my illusion." Zhuo Qinglong said. "Oh," he cautiously asked. "Senior Yi Luo, those Yubi fish have been killed by me. Are they yours?" Yi Luo laughed heartily. The violent airflow nearly blowing Zhuo Qinglong away. "No problem. If they are killed, then so be it. Those Yubi fish are like parasites attached to me." Zhuo Qinglong's jaw dropped. "Parasites? A group of parasites made my little brothers helpless? How embarrassing." "All right, it's too shameful to mention this," Zhuo Qinglong said. "Senior Yi Luo, to the southeast of this lake, not far from here, is my territory. If there are parasites next time, could you please not let them seek food in that direction?" Meng Xing spoke up. "Sure. I will keep an eye on them and won't let them go to your territory." Zhuo Qinglong clasped his fists in delight. "Then I will trouble Senior Meng Xing to take care of it." Meng Xing waved its willow branches. "No big deal." Chapter 95. Return to the city, Zhuo Qinglong said. "I will also instruct my little brothers not to come near here to avoid disturbing the two seniors during their quiet cultivation." He clasped his fists and continued. "The matter is settled. I will take my leave now." Yi Luo nodded. "All right." Meng Xing waved its branches. "Come play often." Zhuo Qinglong was taken aback, smiling. "Okay, seniors. We shall meet again. We shall meet again." With a whoosh, Zhuo Qinglong flew away. In the depths of the twilight forest, as Yi Luo revealed his aura, several places erupted with astonishing energy, powerful auras soaring into the sky. It seemed to be demonstrating power, declaring sovereignty, and showing its claws, intimidating with a fierce tone. After Zhuo Qinglong left, Yi Luo turned back to glance at the depths of the twilight forest and let out a disdainful cold snort. The sound wave instantly spread throughout the depths of the twilight forest, and the auras rising into the sky suddenly stagnated, then dissipated without a trace. As if they had never appeared, Yi Luo turned back to his body and slowly swam toward the lake, while Meng Xing swayed like a normal willow tree, its branches dancing in the wind. Everything returned to calm, with only the few meters of lowered water level recording everything that had happened here. After Zhuo Qinglong returned to his territory, he finally felt relieved. He patted his chest. "Scare me to death. Luckily, I am clever, otherwise would I still be alive?" Chirp chirp. Little Hua discovered the boss was back and flew over with a cry. Zhuo Qinglong landed on Little Hua's back and patted its neck. Little Hua affectionately rubbed against him with its two heads, feeling as if a day apart was like 3 autumns. He decided to only hang around the outskirts of the twilight forest for now. After all, even in the outskirts, he could encounter a magical beast like Yi Luo that made one feel despair. What would it be like deeper inside? Just encountering one would be overwhelming. He had gotten through this time, but what about next time? He didn't want to joke with his own life. It was better to stay cautious. In the following days, Zhuo Qinglong frantically swept through the outskirts of the twilight forest, hunting magical beasts to fill his dimensional space bag, until one day, he received a call from his sister. "Zhuo Qingjing, brother, school is starting soon. Why haven't you come back yet?" Something big happened in the city. Zhuo Qinglong was puzzled. What could happen in the city? On the other end of the line, Zhuo Qingjing's tone was somewhat terrified. "A murder case has occurred in the city." Zhuo Qinglong was shocked. "What? How is that possible? How dare someone violate the ironclad rules established and recognized by all humanity? Is this a plan against humanity?" "Zhuo Qingjing, I heard the city lord is furious and has sent the city guards for a thorough search, investigating suspicious individuals. Brother, should you come back first?" Zhuo Qinglong nodded. "Okay, I will handle things here and then return." He hung up the phone, called over his 3 little brothers, Little Bai, Little Zhu, and Little Hua. A few days had passed, and it seemed Little Bai and Little Zhu had grown a bit. Zhuo Qinglong didn't pay much attention. "Little Bai, you 3 listen carefully. I will be returning to the city for a while. During my absence, you 3 must get along well, work together, and fend off any external threats. Understood? Also, don't go toward the lake. However, if you encounter a life and death crisis, you can go there to take shelter. Just tell the 2 seniors that you're little brothers of the divine spokesperson. Do you all understand?" Little Bai, a wool. Little Zhu, Little Hua, chirp chirp. Zhuo Qinglong nodded, then see you later. After saying that, he shot up into the sky and flew toward the outskirts of the twilight forest. He wouldn't be back for a while. The three little brothers watched their boss leave, sinking into a sorrowful atmosphere. The boss was gone. There would be no more roasted meat, and they would have to return to a primitive life. Suddenly, Little Bai seemed to think of something. Looking at Little Hua with a mischievous glint in his eyes, revealing a lewd smile. Isn't there someone here who can use fire? Little Hua involuntarily shivered and looked around with its two heads, but found nothing unusual. The sound of motorcycles echoed near the southern gate of the city, and it was Zhuo Qinglong, who had restored his original appearance. However, this time, he was stopped. Zhuo Qinglong looked at the gate guards who had increased in number by more than 10 times and suspected that the situation in the city had become very serious. Who? Zheng Qi led a team of gate guards over, and Old Wang was among them. Get off the vehicle. Submit to inspection. Zhuo Qinglong was somewhat displeased but still complied and got out of the car. Show your identification. At that moment, Old Wang spoke up, Little Zheng. Qinglong has grown up under my watch. He is indeed from Yongding City, not a suspicious outsider. Zheng Qi angrily rebuked. Little Zheng is something you can call? No matter who it is, they must be inspected. Old Wang's expression changed under the reprimand, and he didn't dare to speak further. Zheng Qi, after the murder case occurred in the city, had been promoted to team leader, a position now higher than Old Wang's. Zhuo Qinglong reassured, Uncle Wang, it's fine. Let them inspect. Zheng Qi glanced at the identification that Zhuo Qinglong had taken out and tossed it back to him. He then gestured to the city gate guards beside him, and immediately 2 guards stepped forward to begin searching Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong endured his anger and remained silent. Where's your storage bracelet? Take out the storage bracelet and dump out the items inside for inspection. Zhuo Qinglong replied, Sorry, I don't have a storage bracelet. The city guards searched around but found no bracelet, so they skipped the question. What do you have on your stomach? One of the guards reached out to check, but was grabbed by a hand as strong as a vice. Zhuo Qinglong said, I'll do it myself. The guard, shaken off, rubbed his reddened wrist in astonishment. This young man had incredible strength. Zhuo Qinglong pulled out the sleeping Xiaohong from his pocket. Zheng Qi suddenly drew his weapon and shouted, What kind of magical beast is this? You cannot bring it into the city. Zhuo Qinglong smirked, Sir, this is my pet. It's just a hybrid kitten of a tiger cat. No need to make a fuss. Zheng Qi glanced at it and ordered, Someone, take a photo, register it, and enter it into the records. If it commits an offense, arrest it immediately. Zhuo Qinglong looked deeply at Zheng Qi, seeing through his obvious attempts to create trouble. Sir, I heard your surname is Zheng? The Zheng family is quite significant in Yongding City. Isn't that right? At this moment, one of the city guards flattered. That's right. Looks like you have some insight. Our commander is from the Zheng group. Chapter 96. A dark and windy night. Zhuo Qinglong meaningfully glanced at Zheng Qi. Oh, the Zheng group is quite powerful. The guard replied, Of course. Zheng Qi, impatient, said, Let's go, let's go. After saying this, he cleared the way. The main reason was that Zhuo Qinglong had brought nothing but a tiger cat cub, so they couldn't find a reason to make things difficult. Zhuo Qinglong swung his leg over the vehicle and glanced at Zheng Qi before driving into the city amidst the sound of engines. Riding on the streets of the city, he occasionally saw a group of soldiers armed and patrolling the streets. He paid no mind and decided to go home first. In the south of the city, at home, Zheng Qijing exclaimed, Brother, you finally came back. A group of soldiers came to search the house today. Zhuo Qinglong poured himself a glass of water and asked, Oh, did they say anything? Zheng Qijing shook her head. I asked, but they wouldn't say anything. They just said to avoid wandering outside lately. Zhuo Qinglong nodded, indicating he understood. He took Xiaohong out and placed it in the nest specially prepared for it, allowing it to sleep soundly. Is there anyone in the house next door? Zhuo Qinglong asked. Zheng Qijing replied, Next door? Oh, you mean Sister Mingming? She hasn't come back yet. Zhuo Qinglong said, I brought back a lot of magical beast meat. I'll go cook some for you to taste. Zheng Qijing cheered, Yay? It's been a long time since I've eaten your cooking. I've really missed it. Zhuo Qinglong smiled and patted her head before busying himself in the kitchen. The next day, Zhuo Qinglong lay bored on the sofa watching TV dramas, while Zheng Qijing was on the other side scrolling through her phone, and Xiaohong was jumping around the edge of the sofa. Suddenly, the screen switched, and a news anchor from the Yongding City News Channel appeared on the screen. The anchor announced, We interrupt this program for breaking news. Around 5 o'clock this morning, a murder occurred on Wuxi Road in the south of the city, and the scene is horrific. Zhuo Qinglong sat up. South of the city? So close. The anchor continued. The victim is a male delivery worker, and his body was posed in a strange shape. The anchor displayed a photo from the scene. A man with his face pixelated lying on the ground, his limbs broken and arranged in 2 peculiar M shapes. An eerie sight. The anchor stated, According to nearby surveillance footage, a hooded individual is the most suspicious, with unknown gender, age, strength, and a height of about 1.8 meters. If citizens spot any suspicious individuals, please report them immediately. I know there are many capable individuals among the citizens, but the murderer is extremely dangerous. Citizens, do not approach suspicious individuals, and do not take matters into your own hands. Again, we warn, citizens should not attempt to handle this themselves. The city guard has taken over the case. Everything will be handled by the city guard. Trust the city guard. They will soon capture this violator of the human covenant and restore peace to Yongding. The anchor concluded, "This report ends here. Thank you for watching." The screen switched back to the TV drama. Zheng Qijing looked worried. "Brother, Wuxi Road isn't too far from here." Zhou Qinglong nodded. Xiaohong, come here." Hearing Zhou Qinglong call, Xiaohong scampered over. "Xiaohong, I have a task for you. While I'm not home, you need to protect Qijing well." "Got it." Xiaohong glanced at Zheng Qijing and then scampered off to play. Zheng Qijing smiled wryly. "Brother, asking a little kitten to protect me? Who knows who will protect whom?" Xiaohong disdainfully shot her a glance, but did not argue with her. Zhou Qinglong said, "Qijing, don't underestimate Xiaohong. There's a reason I asked it to protect you." Zheng Qijing looked at Xiaohong with half-belief. "Oh." She stood up to tidy her clothes. "I'm going out to take a look. You and Xiaohong stay at home." Zheng Qijing worriedly said, "Brother, why don't you stay in until the city guard catches the criminal?" Zhou Qinglong replied, "It's fine. You should trust your brother's strength." After saying this, Zhou Qinglong left home, leaving behind a still somewhat worried Zheng Qijing. On Wuxi Road, Zhou Qinglong found the scene of the incident reported on television. The area was cordoned off with tape, the body had been removed, and the blood on the ground had not yet been cleaned. Many passers-by had stopped to watch. "Did you hear? This person died so tragically. Since the human covenant has been enforced as an iron law, I've never heard of anyone being murdered in the city. How deranged must this murderer be? Killing someone isn't enough. They even posed the body. Is this murderer insane? Why kill in the city when there's a life and death platform? Are they tired of living? This is a challenge to the human covenant, challenging the bottom line. It's unforgivable." Zhou Qinglong listened to the citizens' chatter and found they were not very panicked. Instead, they were condemning the murderer for violating the covenant and breaking the iron law. Are the people in the city really this bold? He shook his head and turned to leave. There was nothing more to see here. There were no signs of a struggle, just a faint, uncomfortable aura lingering in the air. Zhou Qinglong walked while giving Yu Baihu a call. The news he received was that the Zhubi fish had been sold at a high price to the Evolution home, and that they were currently looking for a storefront to prepare for opening. After reminding her to be careful, he hung up the phone. That night, the television station broke more news. 2 murders occurred in the west of the city, with the same modus operandi and the same brutal methods, and the murderer seemed to have vanished without a trace. The city guard was conducting searches day and night, but it seemed to be a futile effort. At the Zheng Group's branch family, Zheng Ergai was listening to his subordinate Du Ren's report. "Young master, the city gate guard Zheng Qi has sent word that he has confirmed the detailed address of that kid Zhou Qinglong. Should we?" Zheng Ergai was overjoyed. "We found out where he lives? That's great." He paced back and forth in his room. "Du Ren, get some experts from the main family. Let us not waste any time. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate him and then pin it on the murderer of the M case. And let us also take revenge for your brother Du Kong. Heaven is helping me. This murderer has come at just the right time. Since someone has already broken the iron law, what is the harm in breaking it a few more times?" "Ha ha ha." Zheng Ergui's wild laughter echoed through the room. At 3 in the morning, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and everything was silent, just when people were deep in sleep. 5 figures dressed in night clothes appeared in front of an old building in the southern part of the city. One of them whispered, "All the surveillance cameras in the vicinity have been tampered with. The targets are 2 students, 1 male and 1 female. Changgu, we can start." Changgu nodded and gestured. Whoosh. The 5 of them leaped onto the balcony of the 3rd floor. Chapter 97. Just the right time to kill. One of them reached out to grab the balcony's guardrail, and that hard guardrail instantly softened like noodles. The guardrail was silently bent, creating 5 large holes. The 5 of them put on infrared night vision goggles, exchanged nods, and slipped through the holes without making a sound. In the living room, the 5 spread out, using the thermal imaging of the night vision goggles to scan the room. Suddenly, one of them saw a life form in the thermal imaging. He drew his dagger and was about to move in for the kill. But upon realizing it was a sleeping kitten, he hesitated for a moment. A kitten? Kill. Leave no trace. With that, he lunged at the kitten, planning to grab its head with one hand and crush its skull, eliminating it silently. Hearing that the male student living here was quite capable, he didn't want to make any noise that might alert them. Just as his large hand was about to grab the kitten's head, he suddenly grasped at nothing. The kitten's nest was empty. The little cat was gone. This black-clad man was shaken. Where was the cat? As a great martial artist, he couldn't even catch a cat? Before he could react, he felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. And he fell headfirst to the ground with a thud. His skull cracked, and black-clad man number 1 fell. The remaining 4 instantly became alert, taking defensive stances and scanning the area. Changgu whispered, "What was that?" A shadow flashed through his night vision goggles, followed by a scream and the sound of a body hitting the ground. The other 2 were in a panic. Among the 5, only the martial artist Changgu remained calm, his deep, suppressed voice ringing out, "Get close to me, hurry." As the remaining 2 moved, they fell to the ground with a scream. Changgu cursed, "Damn, what the hell is this?" He slowly moved forward, wanting to check on the 2, when suddenly a gust of wind came from his right. He turned and threw a punch, looking for death. Bang! The thermal imaging showed a shadow being knocked back, but it quickly disappeared from his sight. Changgu kept his fists up in front of his chest, fully alert. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the darkness. "Xiaohei, spare this guy's life for now." The living room lights suddenly turned on, and Changgu squinted, recognizing the speaker as the assassination target. He stared at Zhuqinglong, the corners of his eyes observing the living room, where 4 teammates lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. He continued to scan and noticed a small animal, seemingly a kitten, sitting on the sofa staring at him. His heart sank. A black kitten? Could it be that his 4 teammates fell to its hands? How is this possible? Zhuqinglong leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, a hint of mockery on his lips. "Speak up. Who sent you here?" He paused before quoting a classic line. "Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face harsh consequences. As long as you tell the truth, I'll spare your life." Changgu snorted coldly. "You're so arrogant. First, defeat me." With that, a pair of weapons resembling a pair of unusual halberds appeared in his hands. These short weapons were perfect for indoor combat. His strength ranked among the top in the Zheng group. When had he ever been looked down upon by a student? Zhuqinglong was somewhat surprised. There was actually someone using such obscure weapons here? How rare. Changgu moved, rushing forward with his head down, instantly closing the distance to swing the halberd at Zhuqinglong's neck. If this hit, it could easily sever arteries and veins, or worse, decapitate him. Just as he was about to hit, a look of disdain appeared in Changji's eyes. A student was just a student, lacking combat experience. He probably hadn't even reacted yet. Zheng Ergai's underlings were all trash, unable to handle a single student. They were truly a bunch of useless people. Clang! The halberd struck his neck. However, just as a smile appeared on Changji's lips, he was stunned by what he saw. The halberd did indeed hit the neck. But no matter how hard he tried, the weapon wouldn't penetrate. It couldn't cut in. Changji's pupils contracted sharply. The student's neck had completely lost its flesh color, replaced by a shiny metallic sheen. Changgu steadied himself, after failing the first strike. He quickly retracted his arm and began attacking the vital points of the student's body. It must be said that Changgu had good psychological quality. He wasn't affected by the failure of the first strike. Stabbing the eyes, thrusting the waist, cutting down low, attacking high, all were within his range of attacks, using every means possible. Truly a killer trained by the Zheng group, with plenty of experience in combat. This time, Zhuqinglong didn't let him hit directly. Instead, he used his fingers like blades, blocking Changgu's barrage of attacks with a series of clangs. He didn't want to joke around with the second half of his life, nor did he want to waste a piece of clothing. The more Changgu attacked, the more shocked he became. Was this a student? Are students nowadays this strong? Hadn't they just held the awakening ceremony not long ago? This was a monster, right? At this point, Changgu had already started to reconsider. He feigned an attack, finding an opportunity to make a false charge, then turned to dash towards the balcony. If he couldn't win, he would run. There was no need to fight to the death. The Zheng Ergai's commission was far less important than his own life. As he saw the large hole in the balcony railing right in front of him, he jumped without a second thought, aiming for the hole. Suddenly, the situation changed. The guardrail, which had been bent like noodles, instantly returned to its original state. No, not just returned. Several half-meter-long sharp spikes grew out of the railing. Changgu screamed in terror, but he soon realized his mouth had been tightly sealed by a metal plate, unable to make a sound. At that moment, he was leaping into the air, intending to jump through the hole, but now he was heading straight towards the spikes. The short distance didn't give him any time to react. Poochie, poochie. After several sounds of spikes piercing flesh, a human-shaped ornament appeared on the railing. A ghostly figure appeared behind him, one hand gripping his shoulder, and a deep voice whispered in his ear, "Now, we can have a good talk about our previous topic." Like a devil whispering, Changji's eyes filled with fear, and he didn't dare to move. Cold sweat instantly covered his body, unsure if it was from fear or pain. Chapter 98. Sending one on their way. Half an hour later, Zhuqinglong walked out of the house. Why half an hour? Because he spent 10 minutes prying open the mouth of this guy named Changgo, learning the ins and outs of the whole incident. Then he spent another 20 minutes cleaning up the scene to avoid scaring Swat when she woke up in the morning. The bodies were all stored in a space bag. He would find an opportunity to dispose of them later. As for Brother Chong, he has also entered the spatial bag. Want to kill him while wanting to survive? At 4 o'clock in the morning, a ghostly figure appeared in front of a detached villa. It was Zhuqing Long, who had obtained the address of Zheng Ergui from Brother Chong. Since you have acted on the first day of the new year, don't blame me for acting on the 15th. Iron rules. Human conventions? I am willing to abide by them because I respect this human society. When this society produces scum and pests, I am willing to transform into Ashura, exercising divine authority to eradicate the defeated. Without eliminating the scum, how can there be peace in the eternal city? Zhuqing Long put on a devil mask he had picked up from a roadside convenience store and strode towards the villa's main entrance. The security guard shouted, "Who goes there?" Zhuqing Long ignored him and placed his hand on the iron gate. The gate instantly melted like chocolate, dripping continuously, and formed a large hole for people to walk through. No matter how strong the gate or how advanced the lock, they were useless in front of Zhuqing Long's metallic ability. The security guard was dumbfounded. "Stop." Zhuqing Long walked straight through the hole. "Halt." The security guard panicked, rushing out of the guard room while drawing a silenced pistol from his waist. Seeing that Zhuqing Long had no intention of stopping, he directly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots. Zhuqing Long waved his hand, and an afterimage flashed by, with all 3 bullets landing in his palm. He stared at the 3 bullets in his hand, feeling a wave of bewilderment. Once upon a time, a single bullet could take a person's life, yet now he could catch bullets with ease, and even standing still would not result in injury. Having come from a world dominated by firearms, it seemed like not long had passed before he personally witnessed the uselessness of firearms in this world. This era, is the era of firearms exiting the historical stage. For the security guard to pull out a firearm in this era is simply an insult to firearms. Shouldn't things that have exited the historical stage be quietly sealed in history? Why must they be brought out to embarrass themselves? Zhuqing Long felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. He pinched the 3 bullets in his hand and flicked them towards the security guard. Bang, bang. The 3 bullets instantly pierced through the security guard's head, turned a corner behind him, and returned to Zhuqing Long's hand. He glanced at the bullets, casually tossed them into the spatial bag, and continued forward. Thud. Only then did the security guard's corpse fall to the ground. Whether it was the sound of the security guard falling that alerted the martial artists inside the villa, or the fact that the guard pressed the alarm button, suddenly dozens of people rushed out from a servant's house next to the main villa, surrounding Zhuqing Long. In an instant, the area was brightly lit. Creak. The main villa's door slowly opened, and Zheng Ergui, dressed in pajamas, walked out. Before he even arrived, his arrogant voice rang out. "Who dares to intrude upon my Zheng family? Don't you know where this place is? Speak. Who are you? What do you want in my Zheng family?" Zhuqing Long cackled. "Your Zheng family. Your Zheng family." 3 sentences without leaving the Zheng family. "Your Zheng family is so impressive. Damn. No more pretending. I'll send you on your way." Zhuqing Long whispered. Dark space. Endless darkness suddenly erupted from Zhuqing Long, instantly engulfing the entire villa area, swallowing all the lights. In the crowd, what is happening? I can't see anything. Where are the people? Who's chopping me? Damn, don't panic. Don't swing wildly. Ah. A scream rang out, and someone fell. Zheng Ergui shouted, "Stop. Steady, don't act recklessly. Who has a flashlight? Turn it on quickly." Ah. Continuous screams echoed. The flashlight was turned on, but still nothing was visible. Zheng Ergui panicked. What is going on? The scene was chaotic and noisy. Zhuqing Long drew his black knife and moved like the wind. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered into the air, and screams were endless. Warm liquid continually splashed onto Zheng Ergui. Who wasn't he a fool and knew what this liquid was? The fear of not being able to see, combined with the constant deaths around him, made Zheng Ergui collapse to the ground, shouting frantically, Du Ren, where are you? Come protect me. Du Ren, young master, I'm here. Where are you? Zheng Ergui, I'm in the same spot as before, I haven't moved. Du Ren, young master, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Ah, another scream sounded, and Du Ren's voice abruptly stopped. Zheng Ergui screamed in terror. Du Ren, where are you? Say something. The screams in the darkness gradually faded, and the surroundings became eerily silent like a dead zone. Only Zheng Ergui's hysterical cries echoed in the darkness. Du Ren, where are you? Li Yi, where are you? Ma Baoshi, where are you? Where have you all gone? Come protect me. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside Zheng Ergui. The Du Ren you called for is here. For you. Thud. Du Ren's corpse crashed into Zheng Ergui. Ah! Startled by the sudden impact, Zheng Ergui screamed and pushed outward, toppling Du Ren's body to the ground. He braced himself on the ground and retreated. Don't come over. Do you know who you're messing with? My Zheng family will not let you go. Swat rolled his eyes. I've said not to mention the Zheng family, yet you keep bringing it up. Let me tell you the truth. The Zheng family is nothing in my eyes. After you die, I'll have the Zheng family accompany you in burial. How generous of me, right? Not in vain for you to mention the Zheng family all day. Look, your burial goods are so precious, an entire Zheng family. Zheng Ergui roared. Don't think that just because you've killed someone, you can leave safely. The city guards will be here soon. You openly violate the iron laws of humanity. Just wait to face the punishment from the Lord's office. Swat sneered, shouting Zheng family is useless. So you brought out the Lord's office? However, you've reminded me. I'll send you on your way right now. Who told you to send people to kill me repeatedly? Zheng Ergui was astonished. What? So it's you. Ah! A scream emerged, and Zheng Ergui, this scum who had committed numerous wrongs, finally met his end. Chapter 99. The murder case. Everything that happened inside the villa, including the sounds, was shrouded in darkness darker than night, not leaking a single sound. The moon in the sky seemed unwilling to add light for the bad guys, quietly hiding behind the dark clouds. This truly illustrated what a moonless night was, perfect for murder. When the endless darkness receded, the moon quietly revealed its face, and the hazy moonlight spilled down from the sky, draping the land in a silver garment, seemingly guiding the souls within the villa towards the path to the underworld. At 5 o'clock in the morning, urgent report. Urgent report. A city lord's personal guard rushed into the city lord's bedroom, rapidly knocking on the door. City lord. City lord. Wake up. There's an emergency report. Creak. The bedroom door opened, and Zhou Daocheng, dressed in pajamas and slightly drowsy, walked out. He yawned and asked, "What's the rush? Could it be?" Zhou Daocheng appeared somewhat excited. "Have we found the murderer of the murder case?" The previous murder cases, due to the consistent method of operation, had the bodies arranged in an M shape at the scene. So these cases were collectively named the murder case. The personal guard shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's not about the murder case." He swallowed hard and continued. "Just a short while ago, Zheng Ergui, from one of the branches of the Zheng family, and his entire family have been killed. All the servants and bodyguards in the villa are dead, with only a few old ants who were doing odd jobs surviving." Zhou Daocheng was shocked. What? Since the implementation of the human covenant, Yongding City has been peaceful and stable for 100 years. How come there are now consecutive murder cases? Zhou Daocheng paced back and forth. Although this Zheng Ergui is not worth mourning, the prohibition of weapons in the city is an ironclad rule. These murderers disregard the iron law and kill indiscriminately. If this continues, the order in the city will be thrown into chaos, and all sorts of demons and monsters will take the opportunity to emerge. By then, the peace city that has been established with great difficulty over the past century will be destroyed by these people. Thinking of these serious consequences, Zhou Daocheng suddenly stopped. "Let us go. Let us see the scene. Also, notify everyone that starting today, a curfew will be implemented. No one is allowed to go out after the designated time. Increase manpower and intensify the search." The personal guard stood at attention and saluted. "Yes." Did the cleaning ladies ask anything? The personal guard answered. They knew nothing when asked. At this moment, Zhou Shijing, dressed in a pink bunny pajamas, poked her head out from upstairs. "Dad, I want to go too." Zhou Daocheng looked at her indulgently and said, "All right, change your clothes and go with me." When Zhou Daocheng and his group arrived at Zheng Ergui's villa, they found that besides the city guards at the scene, there was also a tall and imposing elder standing in the middle. Zhou Shijing happily shouted, "Grandpa." Zhou Daocheng respectfully approached to greet him. "Dad, what brings you here?" The imposing elder was none other than the previous lord of Yongding City, Zhou Tianquan, Zhou Daocheng's father, and Zhou Shijing's grandfather. Originally with a serious face, Zhou Tianquan turned into a kindly smile upon hearing Zhou Shijing's voice. "Little Jing is here too. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Girls who get up too early are prone to wrinkles." Zhou Shijing held on to Zhou Tianquan's arm and giggled. "It's fine to get up once in a while." When Zhou Tianquan looked at Zhou Daocheng again, his face returned to seriousness. Why did you come so late? As the city lord, you should be the first to arrive at the scene when such a major incident occurs." Zhou Daocheng smiled bitterly. Yes, my son was delayed." Zhou Tianquan snorted. "I see you've become too comfortable and forgotten the responsibilities of the city lord. As the city lord, you should always monitor the unknown energies appearing in the city. Have decades of comfort made you forget what era it is now?" Zhou Daocheng hurriedly lowered his head to admit his mistake. I dare not. Zhou Tianquan stopped scolding. "Go see the scene." Zhou Daocheng, yes. The group entered the villa, and the scene shocked Zhou Daocheng and his daughter. They saw the empty lawn filled with corpses, but that was not the reason for their shock. It was mainly the position in which the corpses were arranged, which was very similar to the M murder case, except that here the corpses' limbs were arranged in the shape of two Ws, one above the other. Zhou Daocheng pondered. Could this case be related to the M murder case? If so, what are the similarities? If there is no connection, why is the position so similar? Is it just a coincidence? Zhou Daocheng's brows furrowed tighter as he inspected each corpse one by one. When he finished checking and stood up, Zhou Tianquan asked, "Did you notice anything?" Zhou Daocheng, "I feel a dark energy here, but this energy does not feel evil. It's like pure darkness." Zhou Tianquan nodded, seemingly in agreement with his son's feeling. Zhou Daocheng continued, "The causes of death of these people vary widely, and most of the wounds can be matched with the weapons in their hands, indicating they died from mutual killing." Zhou Tianquan continued to nod. Zhou Daocheng, "There are two particularly notable points. First, some of the people died from having their throats slit, which should be the work of the murderer. Second, these 5 people," Zhou Daocheng pointed to 5 corpses dressed in the same night attire, "had obviously different causes of death. And this person, I recognize him." He pointed to one of them. His name is Deng Chong, nicknamed Brother Chong, a master raised by the Zheng family. Zhou Tianquan frowned. Why did the Zheng family's people die here, still wearing night clothes? What did they come here to do? Zhou Daocheng shook his head, indicating he was unsure. No one could answer these questions. Everyone in the know was dead here. Zhou Daocheng shouted, "Come here. Notify Zheng Gang of the Zheng family to come collect the bodies. These corpses can provide no more clues. It would be a waste of resources to put them in the morgue. It's best to hand them over to the Zheng family to handle themselves." Zhou Tianquan looked up at the sky, which had begun to show a hint of light, and murmured, "The weather is about to change. The human world, which has been calm for nearly 100 years, is about to become turbulent again." His voice suddenly became high-pitched. "But why does it have to start from my Yongding city? Is it because my Yongding city is unprotected?" As his voice fell, an astonishing aura erupted from Zhou Tianquan's body, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the gloom that enveloped the villa was forcefully dispersed by this momentum, and the sky became bright. The overwhelming wave of energy caused the nearby city guards to stagger and retreat continuously. Chapter 100. King-level combat power. Zhou Shijing shielded her face from the oncoming wave of energy, squinting her eyes to look at the magnificent figure standing between heaven and earth. Her heart filled with pride and honor. This is the king-level combat power that can govern a city. That's right. The previous lord of Yongding City, Zhou Tianquan, is indeed a martial king-level powerhouse. After the disaster, human cities built high walls to resist the monsters, and the combat power stationed in each city starts at the king level. In the frontline cities, at least several king-level or even emperor-level powerhouses are stationed. Yongding City is a relatively remote city in the human rear, where monster attacks are rare. So the only king-level combat power station here is the old city, Lord Zhou Tianquan. Back home, while making breakfast, Zhuo Qinglong suddenly changed his expression. He put down the pot in his hand and went to the balcony to look towards the direction of Zhang Ergui's villa. At this moment, an astonishing aura was soaring into the sky, like a burning small sun, radiating brilliant light. The dazzling brightness dispelled the darkness over the city. Zhuo Qinglong clicked his tongue secretly. This momentum is even stronger than mine. Good thing I ran fast. He shook his head and walked back inside, continuing his unfinished cooking. In the morning, the sky was bright. Crack. The door to Zhuo Qingzhen's bedroom opened, and she rubbed her sleepy eyes as she walked out, only to see Zhuo Qinglong scrolling through his phone in the living room. "Hey, brother, why are you up so early?" Zhuo Qinglong smiled. "Late to bed and early to rise is good for your health." Zhuo Qingzhen walked into the kitchen in her slippers. "Hey, brother, you've already made breakfast. Why didn't you wait for me to get up to do it?" Zhuo Qinglong smiled. "I couldn't sleep. And since I had nothing to do, I made the food." Zhuo Qingzhen was puzzled. "Brother, why are you so young and already suffering from insomnia? Should I accompany you to see a doctor for some medication?" Zhuo Qinglong was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. "No, I'm not going. Those medications prescribed by doctors are all chemically synthesized. Don't be fooled by how effective they seem when taken. Once you stop taking them, the rebound is even worse. Moreover, once you start taking that medication, you can't stop. The dosage will only increase until it becomes ineffective. It's called developing drug resistance, requiring combination therapy or switching to newer, more potent medications until that drug becomes ineffective again. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Zhuo Qingzhen was shocked and speechless. She had never heard anyone say such things before. "Isn't it natural to see a doctor when you're sick? So are chemically synthesized drugs really bad?" Zhuo Qingzhen, What should my brother do? Zhuo Qinglong smiled. It's easy. Go find a doctor who understands botany to prescribe herbal medicine. Zhuo Qingjung was a bit confused. Is herbal medicine better than synthetic medicine? Zhuo Qinglong continued to smile. Of course. Herbal medicine is a treasure bestowed upon humanity by nature. It is a gift from nature. If herbal medicine isn't good, then what medicine is good? Zhuo Qingjung suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Brother, how do you know all this? Zhuo Qinglong was taken aback, his mind racing, and he laughed heartily. I've been in the Twilight Forest for a long time, and I've done some research on plants. Zhuo Qingjing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you're really amazing. Zhuo Qinglong happily accepted his sister's flattery. Of course. Zhuo Qingjung, brother, since you have insomnia, I'll leave breakfast to you from now on. Zhuo Qinglong's originally cheerful face suddenly stiffened. What the heck? I talked a big game. And instead of getting a good outcome, I've taken on a chore? Little sister, you're not playing by the rules. Shouldn't we be going to find a doctor who understands herbal medicine together? After breakfast, Zhuo Qinglong rode out on his Harley. He brought a bag of fruit to room 308, building 28, Xinhui Road, South City. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Wang. Is Uncle Wang home? After a while, Uncle Wang's voice came from inside. I'm coming. Just a moment. Creak. The door opened, and Lao Wang poked his head out. When he saw it was Zhuo Qinglong, a smile appeared on his face. It's Qinglong. What brings you here today? Zhuo Qinglong handed over the fruit with a smile. Since I'm idle at home, I thought I'd drop by to see you. Lao Wang reached out to take it. You come just to visit, you don't need to bring gifts. Don't be so formal next time. Zhuo Qinglong, Uncle Wang. You're mistaken. How can one visit an elder empty-handed? Just a bit of fruit, it doesn't cost much. It's only polite to bring a small gift when visiting someone. If the person being visited shows disdain for a small gift, then there's no need to deepen the relationship. Lao Wang laughed heartily, patting Zhuo Qinglong on the shoulder. You're getting better at talking. Come in, sit down. Don't just stand at the door. The two entered the room and sat across from each other. Lao Wang brewed tea while chatting. Qinglong, how are you and your sister managing your tuition this semester? Zhuo Qinglong, it's all set. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Lao Wang was delighted. That's good. That's good. He then sighed. Sigh, you've really had a hard time growing up. Zhuo Qinglong, it's fine. Look, I'm still living well, right? He smiled. But inside he sighed. It's just that I've become a different person living this life. Lao Wang, how did you fare in the Twilight Forest? I saw you returning to the city that day, it seemed. Lao Wang hesitated because Zhuo Qinglong had nothing with him that day. Zhuo Qinglong smiled. The harvest was good. My items are with another teammate, and she returned to the city early. Lao Wang suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Is that teammate reliable? Zhuo Qinglong nodded. Reliable. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Lao Wang, that's good. Zhuo Qinglong seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, by the way, that squad leader who was searching, is he really from the Zheng group? Lao Wang nodded. Sort of, he is only loosely associated with the Zheng group. He then indignantly continued. This time, it's really a case of small people gaining power. Zhuo Qinglong. Uncle Wang, do you know where he lives? Lao Wang frowned. Why? Are you looking for him? What do you want with a person like that? Zhuo Qinglong sighed. People like him are the hardest to deal with in that position. I plan to send him a little gift so he won't keep making things difficult for me. He had one more sentence left unspoken. Just a gift to send him on his way to the underworld. Chapter 101. The King of Hell calls you to die at midnight. Lao Wang nodded. That's one way, but people like him are not so easy to satisfy. Zhuo Qinglong. It's fine. You have to try everything to see what works. Lao Wang. He lives on Shiha Road. After leaving Lao Wang's house, Zhuo Qinglong rode his motorcycle down the street. The gentle breeze brushed against his face, like the wind softly kissing him. His heart was calm at this moment. But beneath that calm, a faint killing intent was brewing. He had learned from Lao Wang the address of Zhengqi, and he also knew that he wasn't on duty tonight, which meant he was home. The King of Hell calls you to die at midnight. Let us see who dares to keep you until dawn. Rows of buildings flashed by Zhuo Qinglong's eyes, leaving no trace. That night, at 2 a.m., Zhuo Qinglong donned his night combat gear, which resembled what the murderer in KSM wore, complete with a hood to conceal his face. This was a deliberate choice. After putting on his mask, his figure vanished from the room. At Building 137, Shiha Road, a figure shrouded in darkness floated outside the balcony railing on the 7th floor. All monitoring cameras that could see him were covered by an inky blackness. Some cameras had infrared night vision, but in the face of this darkness, they lost their effectiveness. The railing in front of the figure silently parted to the sides, soft as Play-Doh, allowing him to pass through. The figure drifted into the railing, and immediately, darkness spread to every corner of the apartment. With a click, the bedroom door lock fell to the ground. Zhengqi woke up. Who? He hurriedly rolled over to turn on the light, and the light instantly illuminated the entire bedroom. However, this brightness could not penetrate outside the bedroom. From the outside, the building remained dark. Creak, a hand emitting black smoke rested on the door panel, and the door slowly opened. Zhang Qi felt a surge of horror, goosebumps rising all over his body, and he jumped up from the bed. Ah! A woman's piercing scream rang out. Zhang Qi's sudden movement caused the blanket covering them to slip off, revealing the woman's graceful figure and beautiful face. At this moment, the woman curled up at the head of the bed, covering her chest with her hands, looking terrified at the shadow that appeared in the doorway. The shadow hesitated for a moment, and then a faint voice sounded. Oh, even scoundrels like you have women to keep you company. Heaven is really blind. After saying this, he pushed the door open and walked in. The black smoke dissipated, revealing Zhuo Qinglong dressed in combat gear. Zhang Qi suppressed his fear and shouted sternly, "Who are you? Breaking into my private residence and acting like a ghost. What do you want?" Zhuo Qinglong sneered, "What do I want? To send you to meet your master." Zhang Qi's face changed drastically. "What? Is it you? Did you kill the entire Gui family?" Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The bodyguards under young Master Gui were numerous, yet they were all silently killed overnight. Now, the murderer stood right in front of him. Did he have any chance of survival? Zhang Qi's face showed despair, his voice filled with anger. "You dare to kill people in the city? Our city lord will not let you go." Slap. A large hand clamped around Zhang Qi's neck, like a duck being strangled, cutting off his words. "Zhuo Qinglong, you talk too much. Goodbye." He exerted force with his hand. Crack. A sound of bones breaking echoed. Zhang Qi's eyes widened, his head drooping limply. "Oh!" The woman next to him screamed. "Murder! There's a murder here." Zhuo Qinglong quietly watched her. "Scream, scream. Even if you tear your throat, no one will hear you." The woman was already in a state of mental collapse, completely unable to hear what Zhuo Qinglong was saying, only understanding to scream desperately. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head. "Go to the underworld and regret it. Regret knowing this Zhang Qi." Poochie, a splash of blood stained the white wall, adding a vivid splash of color to the blank surface. City Lord S. Mansion, urgent report. The personal guard. City Lord, a murder has occurred at number 137. Shiha Road in the southern part of the city. What? Zhou Daoqing walked out of his bedroom, looking well-dressed, as if he hadn't slept all night. What is the situation at the scene? The personal guard. It's a murder case. This time, it was the old city lord who discovered it first. And he is already at the scene. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. By the time he arrived, the murderer had already left. Zhou Daoqing. Who is the victim this time? The personal guard. The victim, Zhang Qi, is a squad leader at the southern city gate. There is also a female victim, who, upon investigation, is identified as Zhang Qi's lover. Zhou Daoqing's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Zhang? What is the connection to the Zhang group? The personal guard. The Zhang family was one with the Zhang group 800 years ago. There is a slight connection. Zhou Daoqing was taken aback. Not because of Zhang Qi, but because of this personal guard. He looked the guard up and down. This usually meticulous person was actually joking? Zhou Daoqing shook his head with a smile. Let us go see the scene. Zhou Tianquan stood on the balcony of Zhang Qi's home at number 107, Shiha Road, looking at the bent but undamaged railing, lost in thought. The 7th floor isn't high in this era. There are plenty of ways to get up. The railing could also be broken in various ways, excluding violent prying or melting by fire. Only some special assimilative abilities remain. And here, the material of the railing has not changed, so it must be a metallic ability. Coupled with the residual dark elements at the scene, it can be concluded that this murder case involved both metallic and dark abilities. Therefore, a preliminary judgment of this murder case indicates that there are at least 2 murderers. The possibility of one person having 2 unrelated abilities flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. He had never heard of such a person. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tianquan called over the professional investigation personnel at the scene. Were any fingerprints collected? The investigator shook his head. No fingerprints were found. Zhou Tianquan continued to ask, what about other evidence, like anything that could prove DNA? The investigator shook his head again. There were no findings at the scene. The murderer had a strong counter-surveillance awareness and left no trace. Zhou Tianquan was somewhat speechless. He wanted to twist the investigator's ear to the balcony to show him the railing. Isn't this obvious anomaly within your investigation scope? Do you only understand investigating fingerprints and genes?